Chapter 311 The First Person. I want to complain. After the woman shouted loudly, passers-by on both sides looked at her sideways. If you don't watch the excitement, the day will be wasted. They like to watch people blocking the road to complain the most. After all, Jinling City has been in chaos this year, and there hasn't been such a festive event for a long time. Who are you? And who are you going to complain about? Taoying straightened his back unconsciously, to perform well in front of the prince, and not to be timid at all. Him. The woman pointed at Lin Yi without hesitation. Not only Taoying, but also the officers and soldiers behind him were all stunned. This is Prince He? You? A woman? Please stop talking nonsense. It will kill people. Taoying first looked at Prince He with an expressionless face, and then looked at the indignant woman, and was at a loss for a moment. My lord, I am wronged. Lin Yi rode on a donkey, walked forward slowly, and said to Taoying, you have to make the decision for me. Taoying was stunned. Is the prince into the play? Since the prince wants to act, he can only cooperate. He said with a stiff upper lip. You said you were wronged. Let's go to the government office and talk. After all, Shinkasho and Pinguisho, who just surrendered, are both in the government office, so let's leave the trouble to them. It's better not to get involved in such a mess, so as not to get yourself into trouble. Lin Yi smiled and said, this is the best, sir, you lead the way. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in public. After finally being a dandy, he was ruined by the law he established himself. If Sanha didn't have such strict laws, the woman couldn't beat him, she couldn't scold him, and she would probably have to swallow her anger. How dare she report him to the authorities? She was so unlucky, the woman snorted. You stinking rascal, just wait for your labor reform. The people from Sanha had not been in the city for a long time, but the propaganda was very effective. The police watched the gongs and drums, and shouted all over the city. Killing, stealing, cheating, robbing are all illegal, and the serious ones are sentenced to death, and the minor ones are sentenced to labor reform. Every day from morning till night. No one doesn't know about it. Taoying said nothing, turned his horse's head, and went back to the city. Lin Yi rode his donkey, and followed slowly behind him, under the woman's dissatisfied eyes. The woman was very unhappy. The official didn't send anyone to arrest this scoundrel. What if he ran away? At present, she could only follow behind this scoundrel, to prevent him from running away. Unconsciously, the group arrived at the gate of the governor's office. The gate was already surrounded by a huge crowd, 3 layers inside, and 3 layers outside. Seeing so many people, the woman finally got scared. If she got a reputation for being frivolous, how would she live in the future? Unexpectedly, as soon as she walked in, she saw that Letcher sitting directly on the threshold of the hall, showing no respect for the government office. The rear Yamen official Shinkasho looked at Xiao Shizi in front of him in embarrassment, and sighed, please give me some advice. Eunuch. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, it's her good fortune that our prince likes her, but she doesn't know what's good for her. This? Shinkasho wanted to curse. I'm asking you the cause and effect. You're talking such nonsense. Is it interesting? And the most important thing is, you have to find an excuse for the prince. Right? Who in the Yamen doesn't know the prince? He got a reputation of molesting a commoner girl in public. Is it good? Does the prince still want to save face? The prince was fishing by the river, and this girl rushed over on horseback, and we stopped her. Xiao Shizi said slowly. She didn't like it. You know the temperament of our prince, he is innocent and naive, and speaks recklessly. She judged him by her own standards, and misunderstood the prince, that's all. Shinkasho was skeptical. After all, the woman directly said that the prince flirted with her. However, after thinking carefully, it seemed unlikely. For so many years, their prince had always been alone. If he was a little more frivolous, he would not have no concubine. He was the first to disbelieve that their prince flirted with women. After thinking for a while, he went directly to the lobby from the back hall. He sat down directly, and did not dare to clasp his hands. The Yamen runners standing on both sides did not shout slogans. This surprised the people watching the excitement outside the door. The government office today is a little abnormal. Who is here? Shinkasho looked directly at the woman. He did not dare to look directly at Prince, he who was squatting next to him. I am Zhang San, a Sanha man, and this is the first time I have met this girl today. Lin Yi finally stood up, and felt that he should not be the first to break the rules he had set, so he bowed and said, if you don't agree with me, you should not say anything. The girl misunderstood me, and said that I was a pervert. It's really unreasonable. Nonsense. The woman jumped up in anger. In the hall, you must not be presumptuous. With a click, Shinkisho slammed the gavel. How could he be so rude to the prince? Power. Force. The yamen runners standing on both sides beat the sticks in their hands on the ground rhythmically. The people watching outside the hall finally felt comfortable. They had waited for this moment for a long time. After all, they were used to it. If this step was missing, they always felt that something was wrong. Yes. The woman finally lowered her head. Then she began to tell the whole story. After listening to this, Shinkisho slammed the gavel again and said, You are riding a horse in the street. Do you know your crime? Ah. The woman was stunned and said, Sir, in the wilderness, how can you not ride a horse? Yes. There is not even a ghost on the other side of Dadong River. The road over there is blocked. The people outside started to talk. Silence. Shinkisho slammed the gavel again. After everyone outside fell silent, Shinkisho glanced at Lin Yi and had to muster up the courage to say, This girl accused you of molesting her. Do you plead guilty? Of course not. Lin Yi was helpless. There were too many unruly people outside, which was really a headache. In order not to arouse public anger, he had to defend himself. I did not do anything to this girl from beginning to end. Instead, this girl stabbed me with a sword. You intended to commit murder? Shinkisho was shocked when he heard Lin Yi's words, and looked at the woman without a trace of politeness. Sir, I'm just trying to protect myself, the woman said fearlessly. No matter what, he must compensate me for my horse. My horse is a great horse from the northern frontier, worth 1,000 gold. Okay, I'll compensate you for your horse. Seeing Shinkisho in such a dilemma, Lin Yi felt it was meaningless. He was probably the first prince in history to have to go to court after picking up girls. If his mother and sister heard about it, he would be too embarrassed. Can you afford it? The woman asked back. If I can't afford it, I'll work for your family to pay off the debt, Lin Yi said with a smile. Shinkisho finally understood Lin Yi's thoughts. Fearing that he would lose face, he couldn't help but agree, this is a good idea. However, it really can't be done this way. Otherwise the laws of Sanha will become a dead letter. Chapter 312. You shouldn't do that. He is really in a headache now. If you want to blame someone, blame the prince. The horse got scared and ran away. Just chase it back. You are not incapable of doing that. Let alone such a big horse, even if it is an ant. If you open your mouth, you can dig 3 feet deep in Jinling City and find it. It is not difficult at all. Besides, you said you would take the initiative to compensate people, then pay the money. Although a stingy person can pluck feathers, it is not easy. But you should never say anything like working to pay off debts. You are a prince, and working for others is not only unbecoming, but also a waste of money. After all, in an unfamiliar environment, everyone has to revolve around you, and you have to spend a lot of money. It's not a big deal. Xiao Shizi's face turned pale when he heard it. If the steward came back and found that the prince was working in someone else's doghouse, wouldn't he skin him alive with an order? This was not a pain they could admit. Eyeballs were rolling in their sockets. I had to find a way to make their prince give up this idea quickly. However, after thinking for a while, I couldn't think of any way, so I could only look at Shinkisho, who was sitting at the head of the table. Shinkisho pretended not to see it at all. Am I not more anxious than you? If he had a way, he wouldn't have a headache. Who wants you to work? My family doesn't lack menial work, the woman said hatefully. I want you to compensate for my horse, Lord Xing. Please make the decision for me. Miss, you are being unreasonable, but I am sincere. Lin Yi spread his hands and said, Look at me. Do I look like someone who can afford a copper coin? When he goes out, he never pretends to have money. If one day he had money in his pocket, it might be because he was defeated. The end of the world. And he fled with the money. Yes. Yes. He looks like a poor boy. He doesn't look rich at all. He's delicate. A poor man. He might as well be sold as a husband. Without waiting for the girl to speak, people outside the government office began to express their opinions. From beginning to end, no one discussed the right and wrong of this, whether compensation should be paid or not. Anyway, this was the business of the officials sitting in the court, and they were only responsible for discussing gossip. Be a rabbit husband? Shinkisho, who was sitting in the hall, heard it clearly. It was so disrespectful. How could such a shrewd person dare to say such a thing? When he was hesitating whether to arrest the man, he unconsciously looked at Lin Yi, who was smug in the audience. This expression was wrong. It seemed that you seemed very happy when people called you a rabbit husband. Why didn't you look angry at all? He only saw the prince smiling and bowing to the people outside the door, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, brothers. Although I am naturally beautiful, handsome, and have the capital to be a husband, I am chaste and will never do it. Being a husband is an insult to people. But in a way, it is an affirmation of his appearance. That's enough." The eyes of the people are really sharp. The woman in front of him didn't show any respect to him, which only meant that she was blind. Thinking of this, he regained his confidence all of a sudden. He was really handsome. However, there was a burst of laughter outside the yamen, and even the yamen runners on both sides couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. So he is an uneducated idiot. The woman couldn't help but laugh. Natural beauty? Slightly pretty? Is that how these words are used? Silence! Shinkisho slammed the gavel again with a click. Others laughed. But he couldn't. His face turned black immediately. He only knew that their prince was shameless, but he never thought he would be so shameless. Being a male prostitute, you can still feel proud. It's really ridiculous. If it weren't for the consideration of hierarchy, Tangali and Yuan, he really wanted to curse. "Sir, this man's rogue face is obvious." The woman bowed. "I hope you can see clearly. Give me justice." Lenny saw that Shinkisho actually looked at him, and he was helpless. What is this old man thinking? I said that I want to work as a long-term worker in someone else's house, and I want to get the moon first by being close to the water, and you just sentence me like this. Why are you so shy? You don't have any sense of judgment at all. However, Shinkisho had a tense face, and he was afraid that he would be angry. He still understood the principle that an old man in the family is like a treasure. His heart softened immediately. He didn't want to make things difficult for the other party, and couldn't help but say, "Since the young lady doesn't want me to work in lieu of punishment, then I could only trouble you to arrange for the servants to help find the horse." Shinkisho finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the woman and said, "What do you think?" The woman snorted coldly. "I saw my horse go away with my own eyes. How could I find it back? If you can find it back, I am a generous lady, so I will spare you." Xiao Shizi beside her said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your horse won't run far. Although their prince has repeatedly warned that you can't bring too many people with you when you go out. But now the steward is not in Jiling City. How dare they be careless? He can pat his chest and say that within a radius of 2 miles, they are all their people. If a horse runs away from under their noses, even if his master is not there, he dares to chase away the new guard leader he hung. Even the guards who are responsible, none of them can escape. At the least, they will be beaten with a stick. And at the worst, they will all be expelled from the mansion." Lenny said with a smile. "Miss, I counted with my fingers, and the horse is in the south," the woman said unhappily. "Even a fool would know it is in the south. Her horse was lost at the south gate." Lenny counted with his fingers and said pretentiously, "Miss, come with me. I will definitely find your horse. You never know. You may see it after you leave the city gate. As for how to find it, whether you can find it, this is Xiao Shizi's problem. He must see the horse at the city gate." After hearing this, Xiao Shizi's face fell. He waved to the disguised guard Pang Long, who was squeezed in the crowd. He hung squeezed out of the crowd. Lin Yi's voice was so loud that Pang Long had heard it clearly. In a word, he and the prince wanted to see the horse at the city gate. Just as he was about to gallop on the street, he found that the street was full of people, and it was impossible to get through. He simply abandoned the horse, walked to a remote place, jumped directly onto the roof, performed light skills, flew over the eaves and walls, and went straight to the south gate while whistling loudly. Lenny walked out of the yamen with his hands behind his back. In the eyes of Shinkisho, who was moved, and was unaware of everything, he walked in front, and the woman who kept looking back at the governor's yamen followed behind him. Lenny said, "Miss, don't worry. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll find it for you, I'll definitely find it. Why are you so anxious?" He yawned as he spoke. Chapter 313 Black Horse. "You rascal. Don't even think about running away." The woman was very unhappy that the police were so far away from this scoundrel, and didn't handcuff him. She said angrily, "The police are all masters. You don't know martial arts, so you can't run far. They can catch you in a short time. If they catch you, your crime will be even worse." Lenny smiled and said, "Don't worry, girl. I won't run away. I will definitely find a horse for you. I can tell the difference. And my calculations are always very accurate. Slowly and unconsciously, he walked through the inner city and arrived at the city gate. The sun was very comfortable on his body. Lenny stood and stretched, looking around at the woods on both sides of the official road nearby. The woman said proudly, "You are good at fortune-telling. Where is my horse? I want to see today what you can do." Lenny picked up a piece of gravel from the ground, closed his eyes, threw it into the sky, then opened his eyes and watched the stone fall to the ground. Finally, in the stunned eyes of the woman, he went to the direction where the stone fell without hesitation. "Hey, you bastard. Where are you going?" the woman shouted after Lenny. If she hadn't been concerned about the duck-voiced man next to her, she would have beaten up the scoundrel a long time ago. Far away in the horizon, but close at hand. "Look carefully. Young lady. I never lie." After walking along a path for a while, Lenny suddenly stopped and pointed to a small forest. "Black horse. My black horse." The woman looked closely and saw a black horse in front of her, eating grass in the forest. She ran over without hesitation. "Miss." The two maids followed closely. "Ah, luckily you didn't embarrass me." Lenny gave Xiao Shizi an appreciative look. "This is what I should do," Xiao Shizi said happily, thinking to herself, "I have to give credit to Pang Long and the others when I go back." The woman came back with the horse. The joy on her face faded. She said to Lin Yi with a stern face again, "Who are you?" She was not a fool. She always felt something was wrong. Lin Yi suddenly panicked. If his identity was revealed, it would not be fun at all. He did not like others to be timid. A woman like that would lose her nature and would not be lovable. After calming down, he smiled and said, "I told you that I am a fortune teller. Tell me the truth. Are you a horse thief? You have been planning to steal my horse since early in the morning. It was only because I reported it to the police that your accomplices returned it." The woman suddenly said in a harsh voice, "Girl, please do not wrongly accuse a good person." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Even in such a situation, how could he still endure it? Could it be that he really had a masochistic tendency in his subconscious mind? Or was it because he had been single for a long time? That what he could not endure before, he could now slowly compromise and settle for the next best thing? A good man? Seeing Lin Yi like this, the woman thought that he had hit the mark, and said with more pride, "I don't think you are a good man. 2 officers, please take this evil man back to the yamen and interrogate him thoroughly. Maybe it will involve some shocking case. Don't make trouble." "Woman!" The officer who followed was none other than Tao Yi. After all, the matter involved the prince, and he was worried if someone else came. He snorted coldly, and then said, "When the police investigate cases, they have their own laws. Do they really need you to give them instructions?" "Your Excellency is right." The woman knew how powerful the Isanha police were, so she naturally did not dare to cause more trouble. She just said unwillingly, "I hope your Excellency can enforce the law impartially, and not let them escape the law." Of course. While Tao Ying was speaking, he unconsciously glanced at Lin Yi. Their prince is not a good person. Does he need others to tell him? If he is really a good person, he would not play this trick of visiting incognito to torment them. The 3-shift yamen runners are just being established, and they are really busy. I hope your Excellency will keep his word. After the woman finished speaking, she jumped on the horse and rode away. Xiao Shizi looked at the 2 little girls, who were running breathlessly behind the woman's horse again, and felt very emotional. Fortunately, their prince could not ride a horse. Otherwise, he would be exhausted every day. "Don't run so fast." After the woman finished speaking, she got off the horse and walked with the 2 maids. As she walked, she complained, "How many times have I told you not to follow me? Damn, she is really pretty. I fell under her skirt today." Lin Yi's eyes were always on the back of the woman. "Congratulations, Lord Hishi," Xiaoxizi said in a hurry. "What does it mean?" Lin Yi was curious, saying, "Explain white." He Hong, who had been drilled from the grass long ago, carefully said, and said carefully, "Wang Yi, who are you being the woman?" Lin Yi was so angry. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe your monthly money this month is gone? Let you be a National Talent Reserve cadre." Ah. He Hong didn't understand what is a National Talent Reserve cadre, but he understands the monthly money. Dare not dare to dumb mystery. Hurry up. This person eat Pingjiang County. the daughter of Wenghu Town and Shun County. This woman is likely to be the princess of the palace. Her name, he naturally can't say it, you can't say it. He me? This name flashed in Lin Yi's mind. He Hong said. Your Majesty has a good memory. That's right. Lin Yi sighed. As Chi Peng said, she is both civil and military. Innocent and lively. Didn't they go to Hong Kong City? Why are they staying in Jinling City? He Hong said. Your Majesty, time is short. I haven't investigated in detail. Please give me some time. I will find out clearly and report to you later. That's the best. I have to scold Chi Peng when I go back. His intelligence work is not in place. My wife who is not yet married is in Jinling City. And I, as a man, know nothing about it. After Lin Yi waited for Pang Long to bring the donkey over. He got on the donkey directly. He Hong hurriedly grabbed Xiao Shizi, who was going to go with him, and whispered, Eunuch, what is a National Talent Reserve cadre? This man often used new words with the prince. And if Xiao Shizi didn't know it, I'm afraid others would know it even less. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, What does it mean? It means a vagrant. Not only can he not be a commander, but he can't be a guard either. Ah! He Hong was startled. Fortunately, he didn't let his guard down just now. Fortunately, the butler was not there. Although the prince was joking, the butler took it seriously. The butler would not tolerate anyone offending the prince. He just wanted to die, and played dumb with the prince, making the prince anxious. Lin Yi rode on the donkey. Curiously said, My future father-in-law is quite rich. The horse Wuzhui from the northern frontier is a good horse that is 1 in a million. It is worth 1,000 gold coins. I can't bear to part with it. Xiao Shizi said, Your Majesty, this little one is also strange. It is said that when Prince Heshuan escaped from Yuezhou, his family wealth was almost gone. But in his heart, he was complaining. Because you don't know how to ride a horse? Chapter 314 People's Heart. Lin Yi smiled and said, If you don't know, just go and find out slowly. This prince needs a concubine who is willing to live in poverty, and does not covet pleasure. Otherwise, how can I set an example for the world? Prince Xiao Shizi was a little confused. With his cleverness, he didn't understand the meaning of the prince's words for a long time, but he still said boldly, I think you are too accommodating to her. If the prince allows, I will go to the Hu family in person in the evening. As a county prince, Hu Jin should know the general situation. The performance of their prince in front of that woman today really shocked him. Although their prince likes to play around, he is also very good to women. In the words of the prince, this is called respect. Every woman needs to be respected. As a vassal king, he should set an example. However, he definitely won't have so much patience. If he really gets angry, he won't care about anyone, let alone a little girl. Today, that girl was making trouble from beginning to end. It's really strange that their prince has such good patience. According to his idea, since the prince likes her, he can just ask for her directly. Why is there so much trouble? Besides, this is a marriage granted by the emperor, which is legitimate. If his Hu family dares to refuse, he doesn't need others to come forward. He has plenty of ways to make the Hu family submit. He grew up in the palace, and saw many concubines' methods. He learned a lot from them. Even if he was dumb, it was a pity that he had a lot of talent but nowhere to show it. Lin Yi smiled and said, You know what? Sometimes people are too bored, so they have to find some fun for themselves. If they continue like this, it won't be a big deal. Sometimes life needs a little challenge. Otherwise they won't be happy without a sense of accomplishment. What the prince said is, how could Xiao Shizi understand what a sense of accomplishment is? In his opinion, isn't this just making trouble for himself? He just worried. The prince is a man of dragon blood and phoenix marrow, so it's better to be less spoiled by her, for fear that she will become arrogant because of her favor. Xiao Shizi. Lin Yi suddenly snorted coldly. I'm here. Xiao Shizi was suddenly stared at by the prince, and she shuddered all over. Lin Yi said unhappily, Who did you learn this from? You're beating around the bush. You can't speak human language? What do you mean by your words? Do you think I can't hear it? Xiao Shizi smiled awkwardly. I dare not. I just think that the prince has condescended to her, which is already decent enough for her. You are too ungrateful. Fuck you, you just want to say that I am shameless and a dog. Lin Yi smiled. Your Highness, I definitely don't mean that. Seeing the prince smile, Xiao Shizi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was of course familiar with the word liquor. In every novel of the prince, there is basically a liquor. And every liquor ends up with a miserable death. So, their prince's behavior made him very worried. Don't think too much, Lenny said with a smile. I did this just because I'm mature. Every mature man will not be the slightest bit pretentious in front of a woman. Nor will he be shy. Nor will he hide his nature as a pervert. A true hero, there is no need to be embarrassed. What is a liquor or not, in fact? It is more of a joke. There is no real liquor, it is just because of love at first sight, and stand up, but the other party is unfathomable, and I can't whip him, so I made a mistake in the end. However, I have invested all my money, and it is a pity to give up halfway. Although I am unwilling, I can only continue to persevere, hoping for a miracle, and finally become a liquor. Xiao Shizi found that when their prince said this, he was still proud. He could only bite the bullet and bow. Congratulations. Prince, congratulations. Prince. I was really afraid that my words would reach the ears of the queen, and she would beat me to death. In any case, the charge of incitement cannot be escaped, no matter how old the prince is. In the eyes of the queen, their prince is still a child. If the prince does anything out of line, it is because of this group of people. When they arrived at the city gate, the two stopped talking. There were too many people on the streets in the city, so Lin Yi simply got off the donkey, let Xiao Shizi lead him, and walked around with his hands behind his back. When passing Huaishu Street, he found a long queue, and everyone was talking to each other. Xiao Shizi explained, Mr. He Jixiang is recruiting soldiers. He said that if the Wadden people come, our soldiers in the south will not be able to stand the cold in the north. Soldiers in the north should be recruited early and trained so that they can be put to great use in the future. That's true. Lenny nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He still understood some truths. Southern soldiers are not used to the north. Not because Southerners are incompetent, but because of economic and medical conditions. Many people leave their hometowns. And the most common problem is that they are not used to the local environment. In mild cases, they suffer from diarrhea. And in severe cases, they lose their lives. From a medical point of view, a person who grows up in a place has become accustomed to the local natural environment. According to Lin Yi's understanding, antibodies to the local flora have been formed. Once the environment is changed, it will be directly unbalanced. Therefore, it is right that the local environment nurtures the local people. Moreover, as far as he knows, due to logistical support, when Yuan Qing went north, in the snowy winter, many southern soldiers went to the north without adequate warming measures, because they were wearing too thin clothes. Countless people froze to death or got frostbite. The same is true when going south. In the hot summer, there are many bacteria, insect diseases, and soldiers have no hygiene guidance. So many died of illness. On the real battlefield, there are many ways to die, such as freezing to death, disease death, falling to death, starvation death, and trampling death. It's nothing like modern society, with vaccines, down jackets, and cars. As soon as Lin Yi returned to the mansion, Xing Keshou came over. Greetings, Your Majesty, live 1,000 years. Live 1,000 years. Live 1,000 years. Peng Guishou, who was behind Xing Keshou, also kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Sit down, Lin Yi said with a smile. Sir Peng, you will understand what kind of person I am when you spend more time with me in the future. What you dislike most is these cumbersome formalities. Etiquette cannot be abolished. After saying this, Peng Guishou sat down below Xing Keshou at his signal. He had just surrendered, and now he was very careful in everything he said and did. Lin Yi looked at Xing Keshou and said, Tell me, what's the matter this time? Xing Keshou said, Your Highness told me about the land division the day before yesterday. I think we must not act rashly. What can't be moved? Lin Yi said with a smile. I didn't do anything to beat the local tyrants and divide the land. I just asked them to register the land. Why? Can't you do such a small thing? Xing Keshou said. Your Highness, the world is in turmoil now, and the people are worried about stability. It may not be appropriate for Your Highness to act rashly. I hope Your Highness will think twice about it. Chapter 315 Punishment. People's hearts? Lin Yi sneered. You are not talking about those common people without land, the masses? The 3 treasures of the princes: land, people, politics. However, in the eyes of the rulers, the people here are not the real common people, but the nobles, The gentry, the rulers do their best to win over the landlords and tycoons, hoping to rely on them to maintain their ruling position. Lenny did not wait for the two of them to speak, and continued. The tycoons have hundreds of houses, fertile fields all over the fields, thousands of slaves and servants, and tens of thousands of followers. Open your eyes and take a look. How many guards, servants, and maids are there in my palace? How can I compare with them? What is the principle of alternating between tension and relaxation, the way of civil and military affairs? Could it be that you think they are not living comfortably enough, and want me to give them some more sweetness? I really don't know what you are thinking. Please have pity on me. Compared with them, I am a poor man. I dare not. The two knelt down again. They both had to admit that what the prince said was right. These Jiangnan tyrants are indeed living much better than the prince. But saying that they are poor, that's too much, but they dare not say it. Since you dare not, why bother to persuade me again? Lenny took the teacup, sipped it lightly and continued. I have made up my mind. There is no need to persuade me anymore. When I think that they live better than me, I am very angry. Your Highness. Shinkisho pondered for a while, still said boldly. It is true that the powerful gentry are unjust, but these lands have been accumulated for generations. If you forcibly take them for yourself, I am afraid it will be difficult to stop the people from all over the world. Mr. Xing. Lenny sighed. You are wrong again. I am not going to take back all their lands. I am just re-registering them. According to the number of people, any land over 500 mu can only be sold, and cannot be bought again, not even one more mu. A family of 20 people has 10,000 acres of land. They have so much cultivated land in their hands. It would be fine if they planted it all. If they didn't plant it, it would all be wasted. They would have to take it all back and distribute it to the people who need to cultivate land. After all, some orphans and widows don't have the ability to open up wasteland. You two should stop talking. I will never take back what I have said. Instead of talking nonsense with me, you might as well go and have a good chat with those local tycoons and tell them what I mean. This king has given in again and again. If they still don't understand, let them try to see whether their necks are hard or my sword is hard. Land annexation has always been the most difficult problem in this time and space. However, he did not intend to use radical methods. The world is already in chaos, with poor public security, people's livelihood, damaged infrastructure, and no business. If the landlords die, the people may not become rich. And most importantly, if the landlords die, the entire economic cycle will die. A bad economic system is better than a stagnant pool of water. Right? It is similar to the situation in Sanha. These vampires cannot be wiped out. At the same time, natural disasters and man-made disasters have continued for years. And the population is sparse. If the land of the landlords is not divided, the remaining land will be enough. What he needs to do is to organize the people to reclaim wasteland. It is not easy to reclaim wasteland, nor is it easy to plant. The main reason is that there is a lack of seeds, oxen, iron tools, and other means of production that have always been in the hands of landlords. Lenny plans to rent them according to the old method of Sanha. 3 households provide 1 cow, and a village has 5 or 6 cows. It is better to have one than nothing. We cannot let these people leave their land uncultivated and become tenants for the landlords. Moreover, he continued to encourage the planting of sweet potatoes and corn. After all, the planting requirements are not high, and the harvest is not small, which ensures that the people will not starve to death. As long as they don't starve to death, they will have a goal, and will not rebel against him. Since the prince insists on this, I can only obey your order, Shinkisho said helplessly. Lenny continued. Draft a document for me and send it to Nanzhou, Yongnan, Huao, and other places. They will also follow this example. Yes. Shinkisho and Punguesho looked at each other and retreated together. After leaving Prince He's mansion, the two of them got into the carriage one after another. Punguesho hesitated for a long time and couldn't help saying, Lord Xing, Prince He is still a little too young and arrogant. Since we are loyal ministers, we should die to advise him. Prince He's move must have a deep meaning. We'd better obey his orders. Shinkisho suddenly said seriously. Prince He said that we should execute what we know and what we don't know. Only practice can bring true knowledge. I don't want Lord Peng to know. If we pretend to obey but disobey, we will definitely be punished. I dare not. Thank you for your advice. Punguesho said nothing more. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Yi said to Mingwei and Zixia, who were lighting the lamps. You don't need so many lamps. 1 or 2 to see the road is enough. Your Highness, Mingwei said with a smile. You will hurt your eyes if you read later. Let's drink tonight. Not read. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Xiao Shizi's wine glass and wine pot came over. After Xiao Shizi filled the glass, he drank a glass by himself and said with a smile, Today's candle is different. Why is there a fragrance? Mingwei said. This was sent by Tian Shiyu. He said it was a candle made of whale oil. Has Tian Shiyu, that bastard, come to Jiling City? Lin Yi asked. Xiao Shizi said. I'm here. I had a fight with someone in the restaurant a few days ago. I wonder where he's having fun now. Did Tian Shiyu offend you? Lin Yi asked directly. Your Majesty, please understand. Xiao Shizi knelt down and whispered. This man has been rude to your Majesty again and again. I just want to teach him a lesson. Fuck you. If you want to put eye drops on someone, you should be smarter. Lin Yi smiled and said. You want to fool me with such evasive words? Do you think I'm a fool? Since Tian Shiyu had a fight, he would be sent to labor reform according to the regulations. At least 1 month. And at most half a year. Going out to have fun so soon, there must be something wrong. Your Highness, please forgive me. Xiao Shizi's head hit the bluestone slab, making a bang, and blood had already appeared. That's enough. Lin Yi felt sorry for him, and said unhappily, Stop pretending, and tell the truth directly. Xiao Shizi trembled and said, Yes, I dare not deceive your Highness. I am angry with Taoing Yi. This man said one thing to your face, and another behind your back, and he insulted me as a eunuch many times behind my back, so I hold a grudge against him. He arrested Tian Shiyu, and let him go directly. According to the law, he should be dismissed for his favoritism and abuse of power. You are getting more and more petty now. You are my close friend. It is not easy to punish him. You dare to play tricks in front of me, and kill people through me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Yi kicked him angrily and said coldly, Go down and get 20 big boards. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Shizi stood up tremblingly. And when he walked out of the door, he looked back every few steps. Lin Yi looked at Xiao Shizi's back and said to Mingwei, Let him serve the queen for a few days. Yes. Mingwei was also a little surprised. She hadn't seen the prince so angry for a long time. Chapter 316 Feeling sympathetic. From the beginning to the end, she watched from the side. Although Xiao Shizi had brought this upon herself, but seeing her lonely figure, she actually felt sympathetic. The honor and disgrace of all of them depended on one person. She was very afraid that she would end up being ignored in the future, especially when she was old and her looks faded. Suddenly, she thought of the old maids in the palace, whose grace flowed eastward like water, and who wept alone until dawn. She, like them, maintained the posture of a drowning person, except that her head on her neck had not fallen into the water. Xiao Shizi had fallen out of favor. This was explosive news in the Huang mansion. Almost no one was willing to believe it. Everyone knew that the Huang had been so kind to Xiao Shizi, and it was inseparable from this eunuch. Why did he get rid of him suddenly? Until the next morning, everyone confirmed that Xiao Shizi had indeed fallen out of favor. It was Xiao Gizi who served the prince in the morning. Even if everyone confirmed the authenticity of the news, they did not dare to speak coldly to Xiao Shizi. What if he was favored again? And he would not know how he died. Therefore, although everyone was secretly happy, they did not do anything to add insult to injury. Besides, he was right beside the queen, and had not fallen into it yet. It is better to be cautious in everything, and never be stupid. However, for Xiao Gizi, who had just come to the prince's side, it did not prevent them from praising him. At the same time, they also sighed. This guy is really lucky. He has been doing odd jobs in the kitchen of the prince's mansion for so many years. And anyone can scold him and hit him. But he can turn things around one day. It is completely a matter of time and fate. Which is unexpected. Concubine Yuan's morning habits are different from others. She always eats breakfast first, and then washes and dresses. At this moment, she sat on a chair facing the mirror, letting the 2 maids behind her comb her hair and put it in a bun. She inadvertently looked at Xiao Shizi, who was bending over and holding a golden copper basin beside her. Seeing Xiao Shizi's listless look, she couldn't help laughing. I said, How could your prince be willing to let you stay in my room? It turns out that he made a mistake. I am originally your lady's person. Xiao Shizi said with a sad face. Don't use these words to comfort me. Concubine Yuan sneered. You are just bullying me. A woman. You are joking. Your lady. Xiao Shizi knelt down with the copper basin. How dare I? Their lady is making trouble again. Fortunately, he had already gotten used to it. The queen would say some crazy things from time to time. To put it bluntly, she was the same as the prince, often forgetting that he was the real master, and never thought about whether it was appropriate to say these things to the servants. You really did something wrong this time. Concubine Yuan looked at him coldly and said, You have followed your prince for so many years in vain. Please punish me. Queen. Xiao Shizi did not dare to kneel carefully, otherwise he would accidentally fall on his legs, which would be very uncomfortable after all. He had been beaten with a stick yesterday. From childhood to adulthood. The crown prince. The prince of Pingchuan. The prince of Yong. The prince of Jin. No one is as amiable as him. This child, although he has many tricks since childhood, has no bad intentions at all, and is very easy to talk to. But you guys have learned to take advantage of this, and become even more lazy. Concubine Yuan sighed. But no one knows a child better than his mother. He is not always easy to talk to. Whoever dares to deceive him, whoever dares to play tricks on him, he will not forgive easily. This is the same for me and the princess. Her son has been precocious since childhood. He can understand some things at a glance, understand some words at a glance. And there are some things that cannot be fooled. Anyway, you can't treat him as an ordinary child, otherwise, he will really ignore you for a long time, and his mind is not much bigger than a needle tip. While she was irritated, she was also very happy. Her son was smart. So, at one time, she had high hopes for her son, but she never expected that her son would be so useless. I know I was wrong. Xiao Shizi suddenly realized, if it wasn't because he was in front of the empress, he would have wanted to free his hands to slap himself twice. She clearly knew the prince's temper. But she was blinded by greed and rushed into the muzzle of the gun. Isn't that courting death? Concubine Yuan smiled and said, Today, I am in a good mood. I will add 2 plays in the theater, and invite the families of the Peng and Peng families to come. It will be boring to listen to the plays alone without a companion. She has been in Jinling City for a long time, and has met the families of many officials in the city. These people coax her and flatter her. She is very happy every day. It is indeed more comfortable than staying in Ankong City. The only bad thing is that the Xue family can't move around anymore. Who let their son confiscate the Xue family's property and chop off Xue Tongji's head? Every dollar she spends now contains the blood and tears of the Xue family. It's uncomfortable to see each other. So it's better not to see each other. Yes. Xiao Shizi put down the copper basin and went out to invite the opera troupe. The spring is warm, and the flowers are blooming. The weather is pleasant. It's a pity to stay at home. Let's go fishing. Lenny stretched out his hand holding the teacup. Waited for a while. And then looked up and found that Xiao Gizi was still standing there. And couldn't help sighing. Your Highness. Mingwei came over and took the teacup from Lenny's hand. Put it on the table and said, I'll go prepare the fish hook now. Yes. Lenny nodded. He was not used to not having Xiao Shizi around. This Xiao Gizi was just a blockhead. Not understanding anything. When he walked to the door, he found that the opera troupe had entered the mansion again. He was very distressed. He regretted taking on so many responsibilities in front of his mother, and promised everything blindly. This old lady is spending money without restraint now. The opera troupe was singing on the stage, and when he was happy to watch, he scattered a handful of golden melon seeds. Moreover, it was not enough for him to look after the fish by himself. He also invited a bunch of old ladies to eat and drink. All for money. He felt that he could no longer afford to support them. With no family background, they definitely could not afford such a toss. However, there was really nothing he could do about it. Because she was his own mother, he could only let her do what she wanted. He rode his donkey to the river, and as soon as he cast the rod, the fish took the bait. Maybe the weather is warm, so the fish are all out. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, he pulled up another crucian carp. Your Highness is really amazing, Xiao Gizi said happily. Ah. Seeing that he still didn't move, Lin Yi could only take the crucian carp off the hook by himself, and then put the earthworm on again. His hands were sticky, and after washing his hands in the river, he sighed and cast the fishing rod out. Looking at Hutu, Xiao Gizi, who was always so silly and happy. Lin Yi actually missed Xiao Shizi a little. He was so useless. And it was only a day. In the past, Xiao Shizi did this kind of rough work. and he only enjoyed the fun of casting and pulling the rod. Chapter 317 Nostalgia. When did it become my turn to do such a rotten thing? Although I thought about it, I still decided to teach Xiao Shizi a lesson otherwise. If he continued like this, it would be really lawless. Now he actually understood the mentality of his emperor father, why he could tolerate a treacherous villain like He Jin. It was probably similar to, when someone accused you of walking your pit bull without a leash, you still firmly said that my dog doesn't bite people. The float moved again. Lin Yi just raised the rod, a hand reached out, pulled the fishing line over, helped to take down the hanging mandarin fish, and put it directly into the wooden barrel. When Lin Yi was just happy that Xiao Gizi had come to his senses, he turned around and found that it was He Hong, who was washing his hands in the river with his head down. Your Highness, He Hong said with a bow. I have found out about the Hu family. Lin Yi took the teapot handed over by He Hong, took a sip and said, Did you find out anything? He Hong said. Your Highness, the Hu family fled all the way from Yuedo to Nanzhou 2 years ago. Wu Lin and Mei Jingji saw that he was rich, so they thought of ways to extort more than 400,000 silver from him. The situation of Hu Jin was weaker than others, and he dared not speak out, seeing that he was timid and easy to talk to. Other people tricked him into doing business together by saying that since he was going to settle down in Nanzhou, he couldn't just live off his savings and had to have a way to make a living. He had always suffered from not having many contacts in Nanzhou, but these people were so kind to him that he actually believed them. Just like that, another 200,000 taels of silver went down the drain, and his business was even more hopeless. After that, when Han Hui entered Nanzhou, he hurriedly fled to Yong'an, without stopping, and went directly to Jiling City. Lin Yi asked curiously, Remember Chi Peng said before, wasn't he going north to Hong Kong City? Why did he stop there? He Hong smiled and said, This is all thanks to Peng Guisho. He and Shui Du, one played the good cop and the other played the bad cop, and got another 300,000 taels of silver. At this time, Hu Jin's pockets were basically empty. No matter how stupid he was, he should have understood and dared not go north again. Now they rent a house in Anqing Street. Although they don't have much wealth, they are used to spending lavishly in the past and are not good at making a living. I am afraid that the Hu family will have to rely on pawning to make a living in the near future. Lin Yi snorted coldly. These bastards are too bold. They know that he is my father-in-law, but they still dare to cheat him. The most hateful thing is that I don't even get a share. That's millions of taels of silver. He couldn't help thinking. A county king has so much wealth. If he raided the houses of all his royal relatives, how much money would that be? Thinking about it, he was really a little excited. He Hong suppressed his laughter and said, What should we do now? Please give me some advice. Your Majesty, Lin Yi said calmly, don't worry about it for now. The Hu family must still have money. Didn't you see it yesterday? The girl from the Hu family rode a BMW worth thousands of gold. Even the earrings of the two maids were jade pendants. Just like that. You told me that his family is poor. I don't believe it. He Hong smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. Lin Yi continued, Anqing Street. I remember that the Shui family lived there. Right. It is indeed a feng shui treasure land. The old man is good at choosing a place. Whose house are you renting now? He Hong said. Your Majesty, originally, the house was rented by the Shui family. Since the Shui family was raided, the house has been owned by the governor's office. The rent is collected by the office every month. Lin Yi smiled and said, Tell old Peng Guisho to visit the Hu family more often. If there is any news, please inform me as soon as possible. Yes. Seeing that Lin Yi had no more instructions, He Hong was ready to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw Tao Ying kneeling behind Lin Yi. He hesitated for a moment, but finally said, Your Majesty, Captain Tao is here. I deserve to die. Please punish me. Your Majesty. Tao Ying's head kept banging. Privately releasing Tian Shiyu is a violation of the law for personal gain. What is this crime? Do you know? Lin Yi did not even turn his head. If you have nothing to say, go to Hong'an to confess your crime. Just do what you need to do. There is no need to argue with me here. Your Majesty, I am really wronged. Although Tao Ying was seconded from the soldiers by Hong'an to the Yamen as a constable, he was a latecomer. But he had been in Sanha for so many years. He was very familiar with the laws of Sanha. Even if the emperor made a mistake, he would not violate the law for personal gain. Tian Shiyu did not fight on purpose that day. He was chasing the pirates all the way from the sea. Before he started, he greeted the governor's yamen. Eunuch Shi did not know the truth, so he misunderstood. So, you have made a contribution? Lin Yi suddenly turned his head and said, I dare not. Tao Ying continued. All this was instructed by Lord He Jixiang. How dare I take credit for it? He had almost forgotten about this matter. Who could have thought that the bastard Xiao Shizi would bring it up in the middle of the conversation? Not only implicating himself, but also implicating him. It's all tears to talk too much. I know. You can go down. Lin Yi waved his hand. I'll take my leave. Tao Ying got up carefully and turned to leave the woods. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around again and saw that it was Yi Hong. He bowed and whispered, Do you think I am unlucky? It has been such a long time. And he still holds a grudge in his heart. And now he is taking revenge. He and Yi Hong are real fellow townsmen. And they have always been close. Naturally, he speaks differently from others and has no scruples. Yi Hong did not even look at Tao Ying and said as he walked, Be careful of what you say. There are some people you cannot offend. Damn it. Who would have thought that his ears are so sharp? Tao Ying himself was also wronged. He just cursed the eunuch. And it happened that Xiao Shizi heard it. Yi Hong snorted coldly. You have a grudge against each other. And you can only wish you good luck in the future. Brother. What do you mean by this? Tao Ying said proudly. After leaving the prince? He can still. Can you handle me? Yi Hong shook his head and said. That's because you don't understand the prince. The prince can't do without Eunuch Shi. Being angry for a while doesn't mean he will always be angry. Our prince is the most sentimental. Then should I go to apologize to Eunuch Shi now? Tao Ying smiled. Is it too late? Tan Shizi and Hong Ying's master-disciple relationship did not scare him. After all, he knew Hong Ying. As long as he was useful to Prince He, Hong Ying would not take revenge. What he feared most was that little Shizi would return to Prince He and say something that would be more effective than anything else. If he couldn't kill him in the future, it would be disgusting just to make things difficult for him. Yi Hong smiled and said, It depends on your luck. After walking to the official road, he took the reins from the guards beside him and rode away. Chapter 318 None of them are good people. Tao Ying looked at Yi Hong, who was gradually going away, frowned and said fiercely, These days, who is afraid of who? I am not a pushover, damn it, just come at me. As long as he is useful to the prince, and the prince still trusts him, no one can touch him. What is he afraid of for the bastard Xiao Shizi? Lin Yi stayed by the river until noon when his stomach was growling, and then he stood up, stretched himself, looked at Xiao Gizi next to him, and said unhappily, What are you doing? Put away the fishing rods. And go home for dinner. I really don't know what he's thinking all day long. He sniffed at both sides of his shoulders. Because of taking the hook and putting on the bait, he smelled fishy all over. In the past, when Xiao Shizi was here, he came happily and went back cleanly. He would never make himself so dirty. Yes. Xiao Gizi picked up the fishing rod clumsily. Because he didn't know how to control the strength. As soon as he lifted the fishing rod, the fishing line swung back violently and got directly caught on the willow branch that had just sprouted. He tried several times, but failed to pull the fishing line off the branch. In desperation, he gave up the fishing rod, stood under the tall willow branch, and jumped, pulling the branch down directly. However, more fishing lines were entangled on it, making it a mess. He tried to untie it, but it became more and more tangled. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and dared not look at the prince. Idiot. Use a knife to cut the branch directly. Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand. He himself couldn't figure it out. With so many people in the mansion, why did they bring this kid out? He is just looking for trouble. Oh! Xiao Gizi pulled the branch with one hand, looking around. He didn't bring a knife. Let me do it. Guard Jiao Zhong came over, swung his knife. The willow branch fell directly to the ground, and then helped Xiao Gizi to take off the gold thread on the branch in a few seconds. Let's go! Lin Yi walked in front with his hands behind his back. Xiao Gizi followed behind with the donkey. On the way back, he passed by Xingxian Academy, a higher education institution in Jiling City, and found a group of scholars gathered together. Some were filled with righteous indignation, some were frowning. He couldn't figure out what was going on. He turned his head to look at Xiao Gizi, and saw that he was also confused and helpless. If Xiao Shizi was here at this moment, it would be great. He wouldn't need to ask at all. Xiao Shizi would be able to tell him everything. With this gossip around, It really saves worry. Young master. Jiao Zhong stepped forward again and said, many people went to the capital to participate in the spring examination last winter. Because the Wadden people went south, the emperor issued an edict a few days ago to postpone the spring examination. They came with high hopes, but returned disappointed. So they were naturally dissatisfied. I know about this. Lin Yi recalled. He remembered that it was Xiao Shizi who told him. The spring examination only takes place once every 3 years. And everyone has been preparing for 3 years. Now it has been postponed. I don't know when the next one will be. He will definitely not feel sorry for them. And he may even be a little happy. Since he came to Jilin City, this group of scholars have been trying to frame him. After all, after he occupied Jilin City, he not only did not use scholars, but also attacked aristocrats and gentry. Most of these scholars came from aristocrats and gentry. Some days, when he heard poems like the mouse has skin. But the man has no manners. If the man has no manners, why should he not die? The snake's big words come out of his mouth. The eyes grow on the buttocks, and only recognize the clothes but not the person. The nature is not gentle, and the land is really humble. He was angry and wanted to have a grand book burning and burying of scholars. Even with the perfume sachet, he could smell the scum from these people. They wanted to have a mistress to accompany them while they were studying. Anyway, those who opposed him were not good people. Young master is right, Jiao Zhong said with a smile. As long as Wadden does not withdraw, there will be no hope for the spring examination. According to my subordinates, it is better to cancel it all at once, so that everyone will not be worried about it all the time. As a person, the more hopeful you are, the worse you will sleep. He was an old man in the Huang mansion, and naturally knew the attitude of the Huang towards the imperial examination. At this moment, he just picked out words that the Huang liked to hear. There's nothing wrong with the imperial examination. A noble son can come from a poor family, Lin Yi said with a smile. The mistake is that everyone is too biased. What's the use of just relying on some poems and articles? In the future, we must take the examinations on the study of things. Mathematics and chemistry, Jiao Zhong said. Your Excellency has a far-sighted vision. We are stupid and far behind, Lin Yi said. Okay. Stop flattering us. Let's go home and have dinner. After bypassing the scholars who were blocking the road, they returned to the Huang mansion. After finishing the meal, he lay down by the lotus pond, sprinkling some steamed bread crumbs from time to time. Seeing Pan Duo coming over, he asked, "What's the news today?" Pan Duo said, "Your Majesty, order the eunuchs to leave the capital 10 days ago and rush to Jilin City. According to the date, they will arrive in Jilin City the day after tomorrow. You can actually put down your face and cry for help in front of your son. I am a real man who can take it or leave it." Lin Yi scattered the last bit of steamed bread crumbs in his hand, and habitually reached behind him. But there was still no movement. No one handed him a towel, so he could only clean his hands by himself. Pan Duo said, "Please tell me, Your Majesty." Lin Yi smiled and said, "I know. Let Mr. He and the others discuss the specific rules. There is no need to ask me about everything." Since he had decided to go north again, he would not drag his feet. "Yes." Pan Duo withdrew directly. Not long after, He Jixiang, Xing Kesho, Peng Guisho, Peng Gong and others came to see him. He Jixiang said, "Your Majesty, the food and supplies have been prepared a few days ago. The garrisons in Nanzhou, Yuo, and other places have set out 7 days ago. It is estimated that they will arrive in Jilin City in a few days. We will go north at any time as long as Your Majesty gives an order." He was once the governor of the Beijing camp, holding great power, but under the feet of the emperor, he was constrained everywhere and had to be cautious in everything. If he made a slight mistake, he would be doomed. However, no matter how careful he was, he never expected that the one who would finally ascend the throne would be Emperor Delong. The key point was that Emperor Delong was a petty person, and he directly sent himself to exile for 3,000 miles. When he thought that he would die in Sanha, he went to Sanha with Prince He. He was a confused person who only kept birds, walked dogs, and fished. He never asked about anything big or small. He and Xiazan and others enjoyed some freedom. However, it was not happy. After all, Sanha was poor. If they wanted to do anything, they had to pay for it. They couldn't sleep every day because of money. especially when the army started. They had to shamelessly ask the rich people in Sanha to borrow money. However, what he didn't expect was that he actually experienced what happiness was in Jinling City. Chapter 319, Going Out Again. Here, he met his great-grandson, and the He family had a continuous lineage. The most important thing is that the land of Jiangnan is rich, with no shortage of food, and no shortage of money. Here, except for the prince, all matters are decided by him alone, and he can be said to be second to none. In his life, he has never done so many smooth things. Compared with the previous time, he also went north, and he didn't need to borrow money from suppliers, or buy on credit, and even the soldiers' salaries were paid in full, and there was no arrears at all. When he gave orders, his voice was much louder than before. When he was unhappy, he could still shout, "Damn you! Forget about this month's salary." Unlike in the past, someone would say, "When did you ever get paid?" "That would be great." Lenny nodded and said, "Once the imperial edict arrives, we will leave directly. If we go again this time, I will not leave. It is very tiring to run back and forth. Not going to leave." Anyone who is not a fool can understand the meaning of the prince's words. Long live the prince. Several people knelt down and said in unison. Lenny smiled and said, "I am telling the truth. If I go and come back, people in the world will laugh at me. You don't want me to lose face, do you? I will go through fire and water for you. Even if I die," He Jixiang said excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. "Even if I die, how can I repay your kindness?" Peng Guisho also said loudly. "I am willing to be the vanguard. I will do my best and die," Peng Geng said unwillingly. Lenny waved his hand and said, "Okay. Whether we eat bran or meat this time, it all depends on you." "Yes." After everyone responded, they bowed and left. 3 days later, the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict entered Jinling City, and the governor of Wuzhou personally posted a notice announcing that Wuzhou would go north to defend the king. Then Yong'an, Nanzhou, Jingzhou, Huizhou, Hongou, and other 7 states also followed suit. The world was in an uproar. At this time, they realized that, without realizing it, they had become so powerful that people dared not look directly at the prince. Half a month later, before the troops were assembled, more than 10,000 soldiers and more than 10,000 civilians went north first, with Shenchu and Peng Geng as the vanguard. In less than a month, more than 40,000 soldiers and civilians went north. Concubine Yuan stood on the high wall of Jinling City. Her slender white fingers swiped across the model bricks, watching the teams of civilians riding horses and pushing carts out of the city. And the smile on her face became more and more intense. Her son really made her proud this time. "Mother," Lin Ning said worriedly, "the 200,000 strong Wadden army is coming with great momentum, and they are ready to fight to the death." "Humph. You keep praising your brother, but when it comes to the real thing, you don't believe him anymore," Concubine Yuan said proudly. "Over the years, when I think about it carefully, although your brother is unlearned, no one has ever taken advantage of him. Instead, he takes advantage of others everywhere." Lin Ning chuckled. "Brother said he would die if he didn't take advantage." Concubine Yuan smiled and said, "I understand. I have been worrying about him in vain. Even if he can't win, he won't suffer any big losses. Mother is wise," Lin Ning said with a smile. "Alas," Concubine Yuan sighed, "I hope I can go back in my lifetime." The rainy season in Jiangnan has arrived. The rain continued, sometimes heavy and sometimes light. Even the official road was muddy, which slowed down the march. Lenny did not rest all the way, and it took him more than a month to get to Qizhou. Even after arriving in Qizhou, the rain never stopped. At night, the convoy could not go any further, so it rested in a town. Unlike the first time they went north, every family closed their doors and fled to the mountains. This time, the people along the way saw the rat flag of Sanha from a distance and started to go home to slaughter pigs and sheep. They knew that they would make a small fortune again this time. Many people even followed the Sanha army on their way back last time, carrying loads and following behind them, running into the army to sell or work as helpers. Lenny stayed in a merchant's house, took off his sticky clothes, wore only a pair of shorts, sat barefoot in the pavilion, and occasionally scratched his toes with his hands. After scratching, he resisted the urge to smell it, and then stretched his hands out of the eaves to collect rainwater to wash his hands. As soon as he finished washing, he saw Pan Duo's figure. Pan Duo wore a bamboo hat, a straw raincoat, and straw sandals, and entered the corridor, leaving a long string of watermarks behind him. Your Highness, Pan Duo bowed and said. The Wadden people were unstoppable all the way. Quang Daxiang fought to the death and died in Liangmatai 10 days ago. 10,000 soldiers were captured and all were killed. The Wadden people did not stop and continued to move south. If everything goes as expected, they should have reached Kunjingu by now, which is only 500 miles away from Lianshui River. Lenny sighed. If I remember correctly, after crossing Lianshui River, it is Din. Right? Pan Duo said. That's right. Lenny looked at the continuous heavy rain and said, when we reach Din, we are close to the capital. Din is very close to Hong Kong City. Emperors of all dynasties like to go to Din to escape the summer heat. His dream has always been to have a house, like Din Mountain Resort. Your Highness, it has been raining for days, and it is difficult for pigeons to spread their wings. Pan Duo continued. The letter to General Shen has not been replied yet, and I have set a fast horse to investigate. It is not your fault. Lenny waved his hand. Besides, no news is the best news. Oh, by the way, has Xiaoyingzi come back? He has not seen Hong Ying for 4 consecutive months. This is the longest time that Hong Ying has been separated from him since he was a child. He actually misses him a little. Pan Duo lowered his head and said, I am incompetent. Whether it was the Vajra Terrace or the Jijiao Temple, it was not a place where his porters could easily get involved. No matter how many were sent, none of them would return. In the end, he simply stopped sending people and wasted the lives of his men. Lenny said, Forget it. This is definitely not something you can do. Have my brothers made any moves? Pan Duo said. According to the news 5 days ago, King Yong, King Jin, and King Dai all kept their troops in place. It seems that I am the most filial. When I heard that I was in trouble, I was the first to come to help him, so that he would not become a king of a fallen country. Lenny yawned. So, old man, you'd better have some conscience and don't disappoint me as a son. Pan Duo didn't dare to respond, and remained silent. He could only continue to listen to Lin Yi. Quang Daxiang is dead. I hope my uncle is safe and sound. Otherwise, my mother will be very sad. Pan Duo said. General Yuan has experienced many battles, and will definitely be able to escape unscathed. The Wadden people in front of him were in high spirits, and he really didn't dare to say anything about winning the battle. Chapter 320 The Worm in the Stomach. Lenny said calmly. That's just right. The Yuan family has these people. The pillars are old, and the others can't take on the responsibility. If my uncle has any accident again, the Yuan family will really collapse. This time the Wadden people went south. Are there any masters among them? Pan Duo said. I grew up in the northern frontier since I was a child. The one I heard the most about is Ali, the first warrior of Wadden. He and the Khan Hulagu are sworn brothers. Hulagu was able to unify the northern frontier, and he played an indispensable role. But he was cruel by nature. When his concubine did something wrong, he steamed her alive in a steamer and ate her thigh meat. He liked to eat babies the most and often used them to entertain guests. When children in the northern frontier were disobedient and cried, their parents would call Ali, and the children would stop crying immediately. According to the estimation of his subordinates, his skills were comparable to those of a great master. Now the vanguard general of Wadden, Bodu, is his first disciple. It is said that his skills are also unfathomable. It was he who killed Quang Daxiang with his own hands. Steamed people and ate them? Lin Yi felt cold all over his body when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn, this is really a beast. If you meet him in the future, try to catch him alive. Don't bring him to me. Just torture him to death, and cut him into pieces to feed the dogs. Pan Duo bowed and said, Thank you, Your Highness. When people in the northern frontier mentioned Ali, they all gritted their teeth. Lin Yi continued, Since Ali and Hulagu are sworn brothers, Ali is a great master. So how good is Hulagu? The Khan who led the expedition personally. In martial arts? Pan Duo said. Hulagu is a man of great decision-making ability, with a strong natural talent, but his martial arts are not outstanding. Lenny stood up, stepped barefoot on the slippery stone slabs, and said with a smile, Pass the order. Set off early tomorrow morning. I missed the girl in Hong Kong City. Yes. Pan Duo walked away quickly. Lenny stretched his body, and suddenly found a person at the corner of the corridor, sneaking around. So he walked over directly, not suspecting that he was a bad guy. After all, Yi Qiu and the blind man were here, and ordinary people could not enter at all. Those who could enter were all acquaintances. I pay my respects to the prince. The man behind the pillar stuck his head out and knelt down directly. Xiao Shizi, Lin said unhappily. Why are you here, little bastard? Prince, as soon as you left the house, I followed you. Xiao Shizi smiled awkwardly. I am worried about you. No matter how angry you are with me, I can't be left without someone to take care of me. He made the prince angry, and after being sent to the queen's side, he was very depressed for a few days. But he didn't have the face to see the prince. However, who could have thought that the prince would suddenly go north again? If the news of the prince going north reached the master in Chuanzhou, the master would be worried and would definitely follow him into Hong Kong City. There is no doubt about that. By then, if the master came and did not see him beside the prince, even if he did not die, his life would be ruined. So, no matter what, he had to follow. Humph. Lin Yi kicked him angrily and said, as the king of the 8 states, how can I still lack people to serve me? I am incompetent. Please punish me, Your Majesty. After being kicked, Xiao Shizi suddenly felt relieved. The prince scolded him, beat him, which meant that the prince still regarded him as his own. Seeing the prince turned and left, he hurriedly followed him. Lin Yi was sitting in the lobby, yawning. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a cup of tea fell into his hand, blowing the tea leaves floating in the tea from time to time. What are you standing there for? You are dirty, like a beggar. Quickly change your clothes. Lin Yi scolded the little Shizi in front of him. Thank you, Your Highness. The little Shizi was so happy that he wanted to jump up. Ah! Lin Yi looked at his receding back, feeling helpless. He couldn't leave Xiao Shizi after all. After all, he was really used to ordering him around. He would have driven a fool like Xiao Gizi back to the kitchen long ago. There was only Jiao Zhong in front of him, who served him as both a guard and a handyman. However, everyone has their own expertise, and the service industry is not something that everyone can do. Jiao Zhong was just a rough guy, and although he was a little smarter than Xiao Gizi, he was still a world away from Xiao Shizi. Just like just now, as soon as he stretched out his hand, Xiao Shizi handed him the tea. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a worm in his stomach. And to others, Lin Yi still has to shout, come on, bring tea, a pot of green tea, black tea this time. Even, sometimes he feels dry and thirsty, and talks for a long time. Others may not understand what he means. I am tired, others are tired too. Fortunately, he has taught Xiao Shizi a lesson this time, so it's okay to let him come back. After Xiao Shizi came back, Lin Yi's life finally returned to normal. At least he ate 4 dishes. Unlike before, every time the kitchen cooked, they would ask for his opinion. He was lazy and saved trouble, and directly reported 2 dishes, but none of them he liked. Along the way, there were many refugees with families and ragged clothes. Pan Duo said, Your Majesty, the Huangshui River flooded, rising 1 foot a day. It took only more than 10 days for it to overflow the levee and break open, causing countless casualties. Lin Yi sighed. Send a message to Mr. Xing, and do your best to rescue the disaster. After the weather cleared up, Lin Yi increased the speed of the march and arrived at Hong Kong City in just 10 days. The road is difficult. More difficult than climbing to the sky. Lin Yi was very dissatisfied with the current traffic conditions. In the past year, he has been on the road for half a year. The Sanha army was stationed outside the 6 gates of Hong Kong City. The tents were set up from the foot of the city to the nearby hills, and the flags covered the sky. This time, we are really here to save the old emperor. Why doesn't he open the city gate? The butcher sighed as he looked at the tall walls of Hong Kong City. You can't just block us outside the city like this. Right? He came here twice, but he didn't have the chance to enter the city. He was very disappointed. Zhu Rorong said with a smile. What do you think Hong Kong City is? You can enter whenever you want. If the city gates are really opened, people like us may not have a chance to enter. That's true. The butcher touched his head and said, Last year at this time we went to Jiling City. At first, we had no chance to enter the city. In the end, although we were allowed to enter the city, we entered in batches. Zhu Rorong looked at the tents on both sides and yawned. Are those Guizhou people not coming this year? Didn't they see the elephants? The butcher snorted coldly. I really hope they don't come. The elephants poop and pee. And it stinks. But how could they not come for such a chance to make a fortune? These Guizhou people are not that stupid. The elephants look strong. But they are also heavy. And they can't run fast. They have to rest along the way. It is estimated that they will not arrive before next month. They are not like us. Although mules are slow, they have good endurance, and have never been lazy along the way. Where is Kao? I haven't seen them. Li people? Zhu Rorong asked again. Chapter 321 The Golden Palace. The butcher said proudly. You are too out of touch with the news. The Lian people and the Li people have lived in the mountains and forests since they were young, and now they have practiced martial arts. Mr. He said that they are natural scouts, so he asked them to disperse and get information from all over the place. Wang Xiaoshuan, with his bare chest, said, It's not easy to live in the north in winter, but this summer is pretty good. It's not that hot, it's really hot at home. I want to stay a few more days before going back. Zhu Rorong teased. You know nothing, it's just now, it's not hot yet. When it's hot, you still can't stand it. Wang Xiaoshuan was about to speak, when the drum sounded. 3 long and 4 short, we have to make way. Zhu Rorong jumped down from the grain cart, put the rope around the donkey's neck, and after shouting, he whipped the donkey to the side. The other civilians did the same. For a while, the dust was flying, people neighed and horses neighed, and it was a mess. After a while, the official road was cleared. Line up. The officers and soldiers were wearing armor and holding sharp weapons, running back and forth, and the sound of the armor scales colliding with each other rose and fell. At ease? Turn back. Each camp starts counting. The butcher and Zhu Rorong and other civilians hid far away, looking at the officers and soldiers, who suddenly lined up on both sides of the official road, and were very curious. The butcher said, This can't be an attack on the city. How about we go first? Zhu Rorong rolled his eyes at him, and said, Stop talking nonsense. This is a welcome ceremony. Welcome ceremony? Who the hell has such a grand ceremony? Before the butcher finished speaking, a hand covered his mouth. He turned his head, and found that it was Wang Xiaoshuan, who glared at him and opened his hand and said, You want to murder me? Zhu Rorong snorted coldly. If you want to die, we won't stop you. But don't take us with you. Use your pig brain to think. Who else can make the 3 armies line up? With the prince. Zhu Rorong only mentioned this sentence, and the butcher immediately understood. After the drum stopped beating, the horn sounded again. Li Sanyang whispered, Everyone, be quiet. No noise. The butcher and the others shut up immediately. Military orders are as strong as a mountain. If they make a fool of themselves, the military judge will not forgive them. Being punished is a small matter. The most feared thing is to be disqualified as a supplier. So what if his daughter is the chief constable? In front of military discipline, there is no mercy. For a moment, the camp of more than 20,000 people became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Han Long, the defender who had been standing on the city wall observing the situation below the city, began to get restless after hearing the drumbeats. He waited for the last trumpet to sound. He was very nervous when he saw the orderly and well-armored Sanha army. When he was about to send someone to the palace to report, he found a man riding a donkey on the official road. The flying dust around him had not yet completely settled, and it was shining in the sun. Prince He? Han Long did not need to see the person clearly. He only needed to look at the black donkey to know. Long live the prince. The shouts of the 3 armies shook the sky. Lin Yi did not speak, but smiled and waved his hand, letting Xiao Shizi lead the donkey to continue walking towards the city wall. Long live the prince. Han Long looked at Lin Yi, who was approaching from afar, and finally stopped by the moat. He knelt down and shouted loudly, Long live the prince. The guards behind Han Long also knelt down. Open the door. Lin Yi yawned. I am hungry, and want to go in for dinner. After hearing this, Han Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You asked me to open the door. Just to eat? However, he still smiled and said, The emperor has ordered that you can enter the palace directly with the prince when you enter the capital. Open the city gate and welcome the prince into the city. As soon as he finished speaking, the drawbridge fell down. Finally, the gate opened slowly with a creaking sound. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lin Yi rode his donkey into the city leisurely. After leaving the gloomy city gate, the view in front of him suddenly became clear, and the sun was shining. Walking on the wide street, He could feel the eyes shot out from the door panels of the houses on both sides, some of which were admiring, some were contemptuous, and some were curious. Your Highness, I finally waited for you here. Guizhou came over with a carriage. Lin waved his hand and said, just ride the donkey. Then he rode the donkey towards the palace. When he saw the towering palace gate, he was already hungry. Your Highness. He Jin suddenly walked out from the shadow of the palace gate and stood in front of Lin Yi. Hey, eunuch. Long time no see. Lin Yi did not get off the donkey, but rode it directly into the palace. The donkey stepped on the bluestone slabs, and the ticking sound seemed particularly loud in the empty square. He Jin looked at Lin Yi, who was going away, and wanted to call him to stop, but finally gave up. The Sanha army was already outside the city. What was the point of worrying about the rule of not riding horses in the palace? He grew up in the palace and was familiar with every tree and grass here. When he saw the palace blocking the way, he naturally bypassed it. He knew which way was the shortest. He walked all the way to the base of the Jinluan Palace, and then got off the donkey with the help of Xiao Shizi. After taking a look at the majestic Jinluan Palace, he straightened his clothes and slowly walked up the steps with his hands behind his back. Prince Xuanhe is here to see you. When Lin Yi climbed the last step and walked to the door, the young eunuch Lien shouted at the top of his lungs. Little Lien, keep your voice down. Lin Yi poked his ears with his fingers and said unhappily, you've deafened my ears. Lien was furious, but he lowered his head and dared not say a word. In the Golden Palace, Lin Yi glanced at the courtiers on both sides and finally set his sights on the old man sitting on the dragon throne. The shining dragon robe covered him, which was obviously whiter. He thought, is his father so poor that he doesn't even have money to change his clothes? After a moment of daze, under the gaze of the court officials, he bowed and said, greetings to the emperor, long live the emperor. He still didn't kneel. After all, he had a criminal record. The ministers in the court were no longer surprised, and were not too surprised. They just felt like a dream. No matter what. They couldn't imagine why among so many princes, the one who stood here in the end was the least favored prince. You are fine. There was a slight sigh in Emperor Delong's voice. My son heard that the Wadden people were heading south and would soon enter in. So he hurried north. Lin Yi met his father's sharp gaze and said without fear, my son's filial piety is witnessed by heaven and earth. Emperor Delong snorted coldly. Tell me, what do you want to do? Lin Yi said in surprise. Father, have you forgotten? It was you who ordered your son to enter the capital. He was telling the truth. If it weren't for his father's order, he really wouldn't have come. Chapter 322 Regent. I am old, but I am not confused. Emperor Delong snorted coldly. Yes, father is wise and brave, so he will not be confused. Lin Yi smiled and said, it's just that the ministers in the court deliberately deceived father, so that father didn't know how difficult it was for the people in the world. Bones were exposed in the wild, and no roosters crowed for thousands of miles. He saw refugees everywhere, selling children, and cannibalism in the famine, all kinds of human tragedies, which he really couldn't bear to see. However, these meat-eaters in the court are still singing and dancing, not caring for their people, and just sitting there doing nothing. He was very angry, and could not bear to see the suffering of the people, and felt sorry for the people of the world. Since no one cares for the people of the world, he should support them. This was the idea that suddenly came to him during his journey. After hearing Lin Yi's words, all the civil and military officials in the court were terrified, and the words from the prince were equivalent to directly scolding the emperor for being a tyrant. Are you questioning me? Emperor Delong said expressionlessly. I dare not. Father has never stopped listening to unpleasant words, and indulged in feasting and reveling. Lin Yi said with a smile. Everyone in the world knows that father is frugal, and governs the country with ease. He is a rare wise ruler. The world is in turmoil now, because of these rebels and Wadden people. They don't know how to sympathize with father, and just cause trouble. Father can enjoy his old age. When I lead the troops there, I will teach them what the emperor's wrath is. With millions of corpses and thousands of miles of blood. By then, the sea will be peaceful, and the world will be peaceful. Father will surely be proud of his son. Enjoy his old age? Everyone in the Golden Palace held their breath, and dared not breathe. Is this a direct attempt to force the emperor to abdicate? How dare he Wang, entering the palace alone, with no one to rely on? If his majesty gets angry, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave? You are really my good son, ha ha. Emperor Delong laughed, and then he kept coughing, as if someone was choking him. He Jean trotted up the steps, kneeling him, feeding him water, and seeing that the emperor's cough was getting worse. In a hurry, he was about to call the imperial physician, but Emperor DeLong waved his hand to stop him. After a long time, the red-faced Emperor DeLong stopped coughing. "Father, take care of yourself." Lenny sighed. "Father, your son will be very uneasy if you are like this." I said, "You can only take what I give you." Emperor DeLong shouted. "You can't take what I don't give you. Your son feels sorry for you." "Father, your father has worked hard for our Dalian country all his life. It's time for you to enjoy your old age and play with your grandchildren." Lenny said indifferently. "Why do you have to work so hard? If it weren't for the people of the world, how could such a lazy person like him be willing to be a paper hanger? He just wanted to make sure the people had enough to eat, that's all. That it's not a wasted life. I finally did something meaningful. What if I don't want to?" Emperor DeLong looked at Lenny straight and said, "What will you do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yuanshi, the commander of the Imperial Guards, ran in a panic. Just as he was about to speak, Emperor DeLong glanced at him and said, "No need to say anything, retreat." "Yes." Yuanshi looked at Lin Yi meaningfully and quietly withdrew. Since the emperor is willing to continue to work hard, it's not good for a son to stop him. After saying this, Lin Yi turned around, carried the old emperor on his back, looked at the civil and military officials in the court, and said with a smile, "All the old gentlemen are the pillars of the country. People who are loyal to the emperor and care for the country, eat the emperor's salary, and share the emperor's worries. For the sake of our Dalian state, for the sake of his majesty, you should persuade his majesty more, rest more, and stop worrying and working so hard." The heads of the civil and military officials in the court lowered even lower. They were all bitter. What does it mean to persuade his majesty to rest more and stop worrying and working so hard? Isn't it just to persuade his majesty to abdicate? I didn't expect that not only did they force the prince to abdicate, but they also forced them to take sides. This is not something a human would do. How can they choose? The prince is really powerful now, and the army is besieging the city. Everyone in the city is in danger and can't see the situation clearly. However, in this Hong Kong city, the emperor still has the final say. In this palace, the emperor still has the final say. If he stands with the prince, the emperor will be furious, and he might die now. If he stands with the emperor, if the prince gets out alive, he will be punished later, and he will die later. Looking at the confident look of the prince, they always feel that he still has some trump card. He can't really come alone to force the emperor to abdicate. Right? Thinking of Yuanshi's panic just now, some people seem to understand something. But they are not sure. After all, according to rumors, this prince he is not very smart. If he really has no tricks, it is not surprising at all. Faced with the naked threat from Prince He, everyone is at a loss. The court is even quieter. No one dares to say a word. This is not only about their own life or death, but also about the life of the whole family. There have been countless families slaughtered in the change of dynasties. Emperor DeLong is cruel, and they cannot figure out Prince He's temperament, so they dare not bet easily. What's wrong? All the elders are speechless. Don't you know how to speak? Aren't you usually quite talkative? I remember when you impeached me before, no one stopped talking. Lenny walked slowly forward, walked in front of Chi Yong, and said to Chi Yong, "Prime Minister, you are the head of all officials. Why don't you express your opinion? As a person, you must follow your heart, speak the truth, don't go against your conscience, otherwise your conscience will hurt." His voice was not loud, but all the civil and military officials in the court heard it clearly. After a long time, Chi Yong raised his head. His eyes fell directly on Emperor DeLong on the dragon throne. And then he knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I think what the prince said makes sense." I second it. This surprised everyone. How dare Chi Yong do this? How could he betray so easily? Lin Yi was also surprised. Chi Yong, this old man, is too easy to talk to? How could he stand by himself so easily? And he is not afraid of his father at all? He is too bold. He thought that the old man would struggle. I second the motion. When the Minister of Personnel Dong Xiang saw Lin Yi looking at him, he also knelt down like Chi Yong, his thin body trembling constantly. I second the motion. Grand Secretary Ma Jin choked and said, "I only hope that your Majesty will be healthy and no longer worry about state affairs." I second the motion. Seeing that Grand Secretary Ma Jin also knelt down, all the officials in the court also knelt down. "You are traitors and rebels, disregarding the grace of your Majesty." The only one standing in the field was Yuan Ong. The pillar of the country, who was glaring at the kneeling officials. Why should the pillar of the country be angry? Lin Yi could not have imagined that the one who would oppose him in the end would be his own grandfather. He smiled and said, "Calm down. Calm down. You are all good." Emperor Delong bent his waist and looked at Yi Jin, who was panicking beside him, and said, "Let's adjourn the court." Yi Jin even forgot to say adjourn the court, and just supported Delong to leave. "Farewell, Your Majesty," the minister shouted. They watched the old emperor walk out of the golden palace with his waist bent. "Father is really old," Lin Yi sighed, and then walked along the steps, under the gaze of the ministers, and walked up to the side of the wide dragon throne step by step. The minister still dared not to breathe. Lin Yi suddenly wanted to laugh. It was obviously a coup, but there was no serious atmosphere at all. "You brat." Zhuguo's hair and beard stood up, and he glared at Lin Yi. "Don't do anything to rebel, or I will never forgive you." Lin Yi ignored him, and stroked the golden dragon carved on the dragon throne with his right hand, and said with a smile, "It is indeed made of gold. It must have sold for a lot of money. Right? Sitting on it, is it too extravagant?" After hearing this, everyone was amused and didn't know how to answer for a while. "Please ascend the throne with the prince," Qi Yong suddenly shouted. "Please ascend the throne with the prince." The ministers also knelt down and shouted, fearing that they were too slow. "How dare you!" With a clang, Yuanong pulled out a knife from the waist of the guards in the golden palace. Everyone knew that this pillar of the country had a violent temper. He would chop people when he said he would. The civil and military officials beside him were so scared that they hurriedly got up and stepped back. Everyone was afraid of being affected. Pillar state. Iron tools are not allowed in the court. This has been the rule for many years. Yu Bosu stroked his beard, stood in front of Yuanong, and said with a smile, "Have you forgotten?" Lin Yi, who was standing next to the dragon throne, saw everything clearly. He couldn't understand why Yu Bosu would stand on his side so readily. Yu Bosu is following him. Needless to say, his son? Thinking of this, he was very happy. He really had the spirit of a cuckold. He patted the dragon throne and said with a smile, "I really don't want to be an emperor. This chair is too hard. I'm afraid it will hurt but when I sit on it." "Forget it. If any of you are interested, you can come up and try it." "Prime Minister, why don't you come and see if this chair is soft or hard?" He felt helpless. "We are all hard workers. Hard rice is definitely not as delicious as soft rice. But for the sake of the people of the world, he had to go this far. I am really destined to work hard. I dare not." Not only Qi Yong was confused, others did not understand. "What does this mean? The army besieged the city, and it took a lot of effort. You don't sit on the dragon throne. You don't become the emperor. What are you trying to do? As for me, I really can't bear to see my father working so hard." Tired, the son feels distressed. Lin Yi patted his empty belly. He was really hungry, sighed. "But the world is in turmoil. The people of the world cannot live in peace. There must be someone to make decisions for them. I have thought about it again, and reluctantly become the regent. What do you think?" The regent acts on behalf of the emperor. This time, the old and frail Dong Xiang shouted before Qi Yong. "The regent is wise. The regent is wise." The others shouted again. Everyone. "It's getting late. It's time for lunch." Lin Yi looked at the old men and felt that the cadres would be younger sooner or later. It was not a good thing for a bunch of old antiques to just stand there and do nothing. "Thank you, Regent." After shouting loudly, no one stood up, and no one dared to leave. They first heard the rumbling of drums, followed by the sound of armor colliding closer and closer, and the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Chapter 323. Sacrifice one's own family for the sake of justice. No one is a fool. They finally understood that. The Sanha army not only entered the city, but also directly entered the palace. Everyone was a little panicked, especially those palace guards holding weapons. Looking at the continuous influx of Sanha soldiers, each of them was at a loss. They understood that the situation was already like this. They could not resist, but they were responsible for guarding the palace. If they surrendered so easily, where was their dignity? In desperation, they finally looked at the guard leader Yuan Shi together. After Yuan, she shook his head slightly. All the guards reluctantly put down their weapons one after another, and watched the Sanha soldiers approach them, and surrendered. Soon, both sides of the Jinwan Palace were full of soldiers. The civil and military officials were uneasy, not knowing how the regent would deal with them. This was not only related to their own life and death, but also to their entire family. The Jinwan Palace fell silent again. And suddenly they heard footsteps, which sounded particularly loud in the quiet Jinwan Palace. Finally, someone couldn't help but turn around. They saw an old man. When he walked to the front, he knelt down and said, "I am He Jixiang. I pay my respects to the regent. May you live 1,000 years, and live 1,000 years. He Jixiang." Everyone in the hall couldn't help but whisper. Many people were familiar with the former governor of the Beijing camp. However, seeing that his hair and beard were all white, people who were familiar with him still didn't dare to recognize him. After all, He Jixiang is now too old, and no longer has the vigor and vitality he had more than 30 years ago. "General He, pass the order down. Do not disturb the people. Otherwise you will be punished by military law. And you can continue to dance and ride horses." Lin Yi looked down at the people below, and always felt a little unreal. He had already prepared to kill people, but he did not expect these people to be so obedient. He was also helpless. "Yes, sir," He Jixiang said loudly. Lin Yi continued, "General, he has worked hard and made great contributions. You will be appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Army of the World, commanding the troops of the world and resisting foreign enemies." "Thank you, Regent." He Jixiang did not refuse. He is dying, and his energy is running out, but, the Grand Marshal of the Army of the World, what an important position. There is no one worthy of entrusting him. No matter what, he must take care of the military affairs. If he entrusts the wrong person, the consequences will be disastrous. "Ladies and gentlemen, go home for dinner. Don't delay dinner." Lin Yi looked at Qi Yong and others. "It's just that the situation is so chaotic, you still have to be careful. It's best to recuperate at home for a few days. If you have nothing to do, don't go out easily." "I will obey the order of the regent," everyone said in unison again. Anyone who is not stupid knows that they are imprisoned. Moreover, there is a sword hanging on their necks, and no one knows when it will fall. As long as the prince does not announce how to deal with them, they will not have peace. As expected, it was a group of soldiers who escorted them out of the Golden Palace. The only thing to be thankful for is that they were imprisoned in their own home, not in a gloomy and terrifying prison. The others left, but Yuan Ong stood there, glaring at the two officers and soldiers who came over. "Zhuge, you should go back too." Lin Yi looked at Yuan Ong, who was still indignant, and said with a smile, "If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about the old lady. She is so old. And when the time comes, the old man will send the young man away. How sad it will be." He was also a little angry. As his grandfather, he didn't help him, but he kept competing with him, getting ahead of himself, and hurting his face. "Do you really think you are easy to talk to? That's enough. Otherwise, what about your grandfather? He is not polite to his father. If his grandfather makes him angry, he will still kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. Even rabbits bite when they are angry. My whole family is loyal and brave. So why should I fear death?" Zhuge showed no fear towards Lin Yi. "The villain is successful." "Zhuge," He Jixiang interrupted him sharply. "Be careful with your words. Why are you still standing there? Send the general home." "General, please." Lu Qian was afraid to use force just now, because he was the prince's grandfather, so he let him do whatever he wanted. Now seeing the attitude of the prince and He Jixiang, he stepped forward boldly and drew his knife directly. "Humph." Yuan Ong flicked his sleeves and left angrily. "Damn it. It's so frustrating." Lin Yi sighed, looked at Yu Bosu and Yu Wenxi who were left behind, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. I dare not." The father and son bowed at the same time. "How is the prince these days?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. Yu Bosu said, replying to the regent, "The prince is still in the Dali temple." Lin Yi said with a smile, "Do you think the prince has his own fault or bad luck? I have always been loyal to his majesty. Now that his majesty is willing to retire, your majesty has been chosen by fate. I will do my best to serve you until my death." Yu Bosu is not stupid. He understands the meaning of what the prince said. The prince has fallen to this point because he was betrayed by them. At this moment, he could only try his best to show his attitude. "I will never betray you in the future." "I hope so." Lin Yi looked at Yu Wenxi. "General Yu, now that my father is enjoying his old age, I wonder if General Yu is willing to guard the Qilin Palace." "Thank you, Regent. I will do my best." Yu Wenxi's heart trembled. Qilin Palace is the residence of the emperor. He never thought that Lin Yi would give him the responsibility of guarding Qilin Palace. My father is old, although his mind is still clear. But there are inevitably some villains around him who are making trouble. He can't distinguish between good and evil. He still needs to be more vigilant. Lin Yi said lightly. General Yu needs to understand that I can trust a person once, but I will never give him a second chance. I understand. The father and son knelt down and kowtowed again. He Jin, who is targeting the prince. Very good. Lin Yi continued to the two. You two go down, don't let the prince down. I'll take my leave. The father and son stood up and left. Lin Yi looked at the backs of the father and son who were gradually going away, and said coldly, Where is Pan Duo? Prince. Pan Duo stepped out of the crowd. Keep an eye on these two bastards. Lin Yi continued. If you can't figure it out, just snap it. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Not only for himself, he also had to be responsible for the 70,000 or 80,000 officers and soldiers and civilians under his command. Most of them have wives and children. If their so-called kindness is destroyed here, it will be a great sin. He Jixiong said. Your Majesty, how should He Jin be dealt with? Lin Yi smiled and said, Let him hand over the position of the commander of the Imperial Guards, and then retire to his hometown. I hope he has a safe journey, and does not encounter bandits on the road. It is not enough to just have the title of the commander of the Imperial Guards. He Jin must also transfer the power, which will save trouble and effort. I understand. He Jixiong smiled and showed his yellow teeth. The position of Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards is for you. Lin Yi looked at Pan Duo. Thank you, Regent. Pan Duo banged his head happily. Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards. What a great power. Of course he knew. Moreover, since he was the Deputy Commander, then the position of the Imperial Guards Command Department must belong to their boss. The boss of his family is more and more free and unrestrained now. Isn't he the one who has the final say on the Imperial Guards? In his excitement, he banged his head so loudly, and he didn't feel any pain at all. All right. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Find Jiang Zhong and kill him without mercy. Secret guards? He wasn't going to keep them any longer. Yes. Pan Duo answered loudly. Lin Yi walked out of the Golden Palace, looked at the high sun and said, I'm hungry. Xiao Shizi said. Wang Regent, I took the initiative to serve you in the Qinzheng Palace. Things had changed so fast in the past half day, and he couldn't change his name for a while. Then let's go to the Qinzheng Palace. Lin Yi didn't need Xiao Shizi to lead the way, and walked in front. The guards along the way were all Sanhe soldiers. They were unfamiliar and curious about everything in the palace, but everyone suppressed their excitement and stood guard honestly. The Qinzheng Palace had not changed much since his last visit. As soon as he sat down, a dozen palace maids and eunuchs began to bring in dishes. It was not until the 10th dish that Lin Yi asked them to stop. I am not a pig. I can't eat so much. 4 dishes will be enough in the future, Lin Yi said with a smile. I understand. Xiao Shizi carefully served him the dishes. That roast suckling pig is good. Take some, Lin Yi said happily, because he was too hungry. He ate very quickly, and was full in a short time. After picking up the teacup, he remembered something and said to Xiao Shizi, Your master is not here, so you should take care of the palace affairs first. Ladies, please follow the previous monthly routine, and do not change it. No one is allowed to bully them. I understand. Xiao Shizi was very happy. He finally had a day to be proud of himself in the palace. This time, he really wanted to take revenge for his grievances. Has my father eaten yet? What's the situation now? Lin Yi asked curiously. Xiao Shizi said, Your Majesty. His Majesty was fine after returning to Qilin Palace. He just couldn't find He Jin later. Got mad. Smashed a bunch of things. Didn't eat. And just laid down on the bed to rest. Lin Yi nodded and said, Let's go and take a look. Xiao Shizi ordered 2 eunuchs to carry the tea tray and the teapot, and hurriedly followed Lin Yi. At this moment, Qilin Palace was deserted except for the guards, and there was not even a eunuch or maid to serve. Lin Yi walked in, looked at the mess on the ground, and frowned. Xiao Shizi waved his hand behind him, and 2 young eunuchs hurried forward to clean up. Lin Yi walked to the bed of Emperor Delong, and said to the closed-eyed Emperor Delong, Father, why are you so angry? You are still the emperor, and your son is just acting on your behalf. Emperor Delong suddenly opened his eyes, stared at Lin Yi for a while, and then supported himself on the bed with one hand, sitting up halfway. Xiao Shizi hurriedly picked up the pillow and put it behind the emperor's head, and then retreated behind Lin Yi. You are really lucky. Emperor Delong coughed and said, I was wrong. Your Majesty, please have some tea. Xiao Shizi knelt on the ground and held a tea tray in front of Emperor Delong. Emperor Delong waved his hand and did not take it. He got off the ground and staggered to the chair and sat down. Son, this is all for your father's good. Seeing that he was still coughing, Lin Yi could not help but stroke his back with his hand. Your Majesty should pay less attention to state affairs. All he touched were hard bones, not a piece of soft meat. He actually felt a little sad. What did the emperor want to achieve by doing this? I lost my mother when I was 10 years old, and I was all alone. No one in the palace liked me. Only He Jin stayed with me and never left me. Emperor Delong suddenly sighed. After that, I joined the army, and he suffered humiliation in the palace, but he never had any second thoughts about me. I counted with my fingers, and he has been by my side for more than 40 years. I promised him that he would spend his old age in peace. You get what you want. And let him go back home. Lin Yi was a little surprised. In his impression, his father was a cold-blooded person. He was merciless to ministers, brothers and sisters, and even the queen who knew him from humble beginnings. But he never thought that he would plead for a eunuch. After a long time, Lin Yi sighed. My son will forgive him. But I can't guarantee whether the people of the world will forgive him. He Jin's crimes are too numerous to list. He Jin, who has no power, is a tiger without teeth. If he doesn't kill He Jin, others will. Chapter 324 Jade Seal. Everyone wanted to eat his flesh, swallow his blood, break his bones, suck his marrow. The one who really angered the public, everyone wanted to kill him. He thought that his father had fallen to such a state today, which was inseparable from He Jin's contribution. He could enter the palace openly, not because he was powerful, but because his father had lost the support of the people, and he was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. Then give him a quick death, don't let him suffer, try to be as peaceful as possible. Emperor Delong said helplessly. I said. Lin Yi said calmly. I will not kill him myself. Seeing that his father did not ask about He Jin, he was not surprised. After all, he thought his father should know more about what He Jin did than he did. Since He Jin could not be saved, there was no need to say more. Delong suddenly asked, How did you convince Elder Wuxiang? Lin Yi was a little confused by the question, and did not understand the meaning of the words. Elder Wuxiang? The Grand Master of King Kong Platform? What does this have to do with King Kong Platform? But he still pretended to be profound and said, What does father think? Elder Wuxiang has been in the palace all the time, and left without saying goodbye yesterday. Emperor Delong sighed. It's good that you can get the support of King Kong Platform. I thought you were such a powerful person. And you were a person who knew how to endure. I didn't expect you to be a little anxious. You shouldn't have led troops into the palace at this time. You are unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Even if you win the world, do you think you can be safe? Lin Yi was very surprised. He Jixiang and Qin Disheng were right. Jin Gangtai had a close relationship with the palace. And from what his father said, it seemed that Jin Gangtai had abandoned his father and chose him. However, he had never had any contact with Jin Gangtai, and had never met anyone from Jin Gangtai. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. There would always be a day when the truth would come out. He stood up and paced back and forth in front of his father, saying, If my son told you that I don't want to be the emperor, would you believe it? Then why are you making such a big fuss now? Emperor Delong looked coldly at his son whom he had never looked at. My son is for the people of the world. Lin Yi said from the bottom of his heart. Everything I saw along the way was horrible. Even if I had a heart of stone, I couldn't help but cry. The son thought, since the father is old and unable to rectify the country, it is better for the son to help the country. Help the country? Emperor Delong laughed, and then laughed even louder, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Finally, he couldn't help but cough. Lin Yi helped him to smooth his back, while smiling. At this point, there is no need for the son to lie to you. A few days before coming to Hong Kong City, the son was still thinking about helping the father to drive away the Wadden people, and then hiding his merits and fame. Until the son saw a father cooking his 1-year-old son, eating meat with tears in his eyes. He felt as if a stone had fallen from his heart. The son changed his mind. How innocent is the child! How innocent are the people! If the sun hesitated for one more day, the people would suffer more disasters, and thousands of people would die. He couldn't wait any longer. For the sake of the people of the world. What does it matter if he was cursed? He really couldn't stand these bastards, who took up positions but did nothing. So, the night before, after drinking a little wine, he made the decision to dethrone his father. When I was young, I had the same idea as you. After Emperor DeLong finished coughing, he took a sip of tea and suddenly said angrily, "When I first ascended the throne, I issued an imperial decree to deal with corrupt officials. I worked hard, worked diligently, ate simple food and wore few clothes, and never slacked off. But I still ended up in this situation. Today, the world is in ruins. The people are not governed. The people's hearts are hard to understand. And disasters are rising in all directions." Lin Yi could hear the depression and helplessness in his words. Then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Father. I will learn from your lesson, and will not follow your old path again." Emperor DeLong couldn't help coughing twice. "If they can betray me, they can betray you as well. I will watch with my eyes wide open. Father, don't forget, if your son loses, the foundation of our ancestors will be gone." Lenny sat opposite the old emperor and said word by word, "Can you still count on the third brother, or the seventh brother?" Emperor DeLong heard. After saying this, he was stunned for a moment. And then he said, "Jizhao Temple. Don't marry a woman from Jizhao Temple. Don't worry, Father," Lenny said lazily. "I swear to destroy Jizhao Temple, leaving no one alive." Emperor DeLong looked at Lin Yi, and finally said, "Pen and ink are ready." Xiao Shizi hurriedly ground the paper, and then helped the old emperor to the desk, unfolded the paper for him, and after he wrote and splashed ink, he took it in his hand, blew it dry with his mouth, and couldn't wait to bring it to Lin Yi. After taking a look, Lin Yi leaned forward and saluted. "Father, you are wise. But, Father, where is the imperial seal? It still needs a stamp. If the formalities are completed, it will look more formal. Otherwise, people will misunderstand and not understand your son's painstaking efforts. They may really think that your son usurped the throne." Emperor DeLong slowly opened the drawer in front of him, then walked directly to the chair in front of the bed and sat down again. When Xiao Shizi saw the prince winking at him, he hurried over and took out the thing wrapped in yellow cloth from the drawer and placed it on the table. Lenny said, "Open it." "Yes." Xiao Shizi carefully untied the knot of the cloth, revealing a purple-red stone. After gently holding it up, he turned the bottom towards Lin Yi. "Ordered by heaven. Long life and eternal prosperity." Lin Yi only recognized the word longevity, but it was still easy to guess the other words. Xiao Shizi pressed the jade seal on the ink pad, and then turned the side with the dragon button towards Lin Yi. "You cover it." Lin Yi did not take it. "I dare not." Xiao Shizi was shaking all over. He is not the eunuch in charge of the imperial seal. If he cannot distinguish between good and evil and directly presses the seal, it will be a serious crime of killing 9 clans. Although he does not have 9 clans, he cannot die easily. "Hey." Lin Yi's tone was unquestionable. "Yes." Xiao Shizi gritted his teeth and trembled as he stamped the imperial seal on the imperial edict. If the prince ascends the throne in the future, someone will come out to dig up old accounts, and he will be skinned alive. He is not He Jin. What's more, he can already predict He Jin's fate. Lin Yi waited for Xiao Shizi to pack up the imperial seal and the imperial edict, and then said, "Arrange a few smart people to serve your father, and don't neglect him." Then he said to Emperor DeLong, "Don't worry, your father. You can have a good rest in the last morning court tomorrow. Your son will take his leave." Turning and leaving the Qilin Hall, Xiao Shizi hugged the yellow cloth package and said, "Prince, where are we going?" "The prince can't get lost. Right? If we walk any further, we will be out of the palace." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Go back to the prince's mansion. This palace is too big and too gloomy. Go back to your own nest and sleep peacefully." Xiao Shizi had no choice but to quickly order the eunuch behind him to prepare the carriage first. Standing at the palace gate, looking back at the rows of officers and soldiers behind him, the bright armor gleamed in the sunset. Back to the Huang mansion after many years. There were already 20 or 30 people kneeling at the door, except for Guizhao and his wife. No one was familiar. Guizhao shouted, "Welcome the prince back to the palace. Live the prince 1,000 years." Everyone shouted, "It feels good to be home." Lenny picked up a piece of grass from the crack in the wall at the door, held it in his mouth, and walked into the mansion with his hands behind his back. Xiao Shizi followed behind him. Guizhou grabbed him and asked in a low voice, "Do we not have to call him Prince anymore? Should we call him Regent? I just thought about it, but I didn't figure it out. I was afraid of making a fool of myself, so I just called him Prince. Did you see that the plaque has been changed?" Xiao Shizi pointed at the 3 big characters He Wangfu, and said with a smile, "Regent is a title. He Wangye is still He Wangye. That hasn't changed. I think it's more intimate to call him Prince." "That seems to be true." Guizhou suddenly realized it after Xiao Shizi reminded him. Lenny had just picked up the teacup in the hall when He Jixiang arrived. "Prince," He Jixiang said after he stood up, after the dark guard command surrounded them. No one escaped, but Jiang Zhong's whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 325 Reward according to merit. Take your time to find him. Don't rush. In the future, he will be a rat in the sewer, and will not stand the light. Let's see how he can jump around. Lenny snorted coldly, pushed the jade seal on the table in front of He Jixiang, and then said, "This is the jade seal. Take it, and stamp all the appointments. I need to have a good rest, and I don't want to bother with these trivial matters." In essence, the jade seal is the same as the supreme of the martial arts world. The sword slays the dragon, commands the world, and no one dares to disobey. It is just a trick to fool people. If it is really lost, I will write a dozen or so things that only took a few minutes. So I don't take it seriously at all. I really can't take this thing seriously. Otherwise, for such a trivial matter, I will ask him to come and stamp it. What is the difference between him and his father? He has already controlled Hong Kong City, and he is still doing nothing? What is he trying to do? Prince. He Jixiang was shocked. The jade seal is a national treasure. How can it be handed over to others? He has only heard of eunuchs holding seals, and never heard of ministers holding seals. If there is, they are also treacherous heroes in ancient times. But he is not. If he really takes it in his hands, he will be drowned by spit. Take it. You are now the Grand Marshal of the army, and the Grand Commander of the 5 military commands. You have the final say on all military and political matters. If you don't take it, who will take it? Lin Yi gradually became impatient. Your Highness, you must not do that. Please think twice. He Jixiang knelt down anxiously. He only knew that his prince was absurd, but he never thought he would be so absurd. Giving the imperial seal directly to the ministers is unheard of and unseen in history. Lin Yi said unhappily. There are so many things going on here. You let me take the imperial seal. Do you want to tire me to death? He Jixiang almost vomited blood after hearing this. Aren't you afraid of tiring me to death? Your Highness. He Jixiang really didn't want to take it. This is not something else. It is the imperial seal. It is hot. No. It is hot all over. It is just like roasting it on fire. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing him so scared, Lin Yi could only wave his hands helplessly. Put it in the Qinzheng Palace. Whoever uses it can stamp it. Just don't bother me. Yes. Hearing that it was put in the Qinzheng Palace, and he didn't need to hold it in his hands, He Jixiang was relieved, and suddenly said, Your Majesty, why don't you set up a eunuch to hold the seal? Lin Yi sighed. Isn't it that Xiaoyingzi, that bastard, hasn't come back yet? Next to him was Xiao Shizi. Although he knew this was the case, he still felt a little disappointed. After all, the miracle he hoped for did not happen. He Jixiang smiled and said, Your Highness is right. Lin Yi continued. As for Bao Kuei, let him temporarily serve as the governor of the Beijing camp. As ordered, He Jixiang continued. I wonder who will be the commander of the military division. Did Jiang Yi come with us? Let him be the deputy commander first. It's really a waste of talent to be a doorman in Qingyuan City. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, Then send a letter to Zhang Mian, and let him serve as the commander when he comes back. He was originally the commander of the South Gate Military Division. This is his old job, and he is familiar with it. As for the Navy, let's leave it all to Jiang Can. Your Majesty is wise. He Jixiang pondered for a while and said, When we broke into the city, we captured more than 10,000 captives. I wonder how to deal with them. Lin Yi said, Lock them first, and reorganize them after tomorrow's morning court. Stay here to contribute to me. The Wadden people are coming in full force. We are facing a powerful enemy. It is the time to use people. The more power we have, the better. I will not stop those who are willing to leave. Let them go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Han Long, the commander of the South Gate, and Sun De, the governor of the Beijing camp, are unruly people. I am afraid that they will be released back to the mountains. He Jixiang said worriedly. Please think twice. Your Majesty, if they insist on being blind, it will just give me a reason to kill them. Lin Yi snorted coldly. It will save me from not having the heart to do it. So you mean to keep him? That's right. He Jixiang nodded. Lin Yi said. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. You think my father really gave up? It feels a bit unreal. What kind of person is his father? How could he give in so easily? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He Jixiang said. When the emperor first ascended the throne, he was too eager to seek governance. He planned to gain benefits. And when the benefits were endless, he turned to criminal law. When the criminal law was endless, it turned into suspicion. When the suspicion was endless, it accumulated into obstruction. Your Majesty, now the emperor is old, the mountains and rivers are broken, the country is no longer a country, he is discouraged and lazy, he has lost his original ambition. Besides, Your Majesty, the emperor is no longer able to turn the tide. He boldly summarized the failure of Emperor Delong, and at the same time warned the prince, when entering Ankong City for the first time, don't be impatient. No. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Daliang is in a critical condition, we must take drastic measures. My fault is not that I am too impatient, but that I went in the wrong direction. History has proven that anyone who offends the common people will not have a good ending in the end. After saying this, he yawned continuously, waved at He Jixiang, and went back to sleep. He got up early in the morning, and after lunch, his eyelids began to fight. It was not easy to hold on until now. People, they really can't be too idle. If they are idle for too long, they will think they are working hard if they make a little effort. The news of the prince entering the city spread throughout the streets and alleys of Ankong City. Many people stayed indoors, but the people in the South City were different. When they heard that the prince was entering the city, they were all overjoyed. When it was getting dark, Wangfu Street suddenly became lively. Many people began to set up tea and vegetable stalls. As long as they were old residents here, no one was afraid. Ha. Zhu Rorong drove a mule cart and said loudly, I'm back again. Hey, Zhu Rorong. Zhu Butcher is back again. You guys are so hardworking. Setting up stalls at this time. Zhu Rorong stood up from the mule cart and bowed to the left and right. Go home early. There will be curfew later. Zhu Rorong, you have made a fortune, but you don't know the suffering of us poor people. A thin man shouted, I haven't been out for more than 10 days. If I continue, my whole family will starve to death. Another old lady said, Thank God. I heard that our prince is back, so I dare to come out. Zhu Rorong and the butcher next to him laughed. Zhu Rorong said, Let's go. My home is just around the corner. He walked through a narrow alley and finally stopped in front of a low house. The butcher waited for Zhu Rorong to open the door, pushed the spider silk in front of him, looked at the two dark and damp rooms and the mottled walls, and said unhappily, Is this your home? Can people live here? After lighting the candle, he looked around and then said, If you don't like it, just go to the inn. It's summer, I won't waste that money. The butcher snorted coldly and said, Where is the well? I'll go get some water. They will stay in Ankong City for more than 1 or 2 days. According to the current situation, it is estimated that they will stay for a long time. If they stay in the inn every day, who can afford the expenses? How can you know? Zhu Rorong pulled the mule cart to a shed next to the alley, released the rope on the mule, and then took off the wooden barrel and shoulder pole on the donkey, turned left and right, and stopped by a well. He fetched water, asked the butcher to help deliver water. Wang Xiuxuan cleaned the house. When the house was almost clean, several people started to cook. After making some food casually, the three of them drank directly. Wang Xiuxuan rubbed his chest while drinking, and said in hatred, I really want to chop that Han Long to pieces today. Climbing the city wall, he dared to stop me. Luckily I wore armor, otherwise I would have been stabbed through by him. Where would I have a chance to talk to you? Zhu Rorong said. You are too reckless. General Shen said, It's none of our business. The soldiers will attack the city directly. You insist on showing off. You are lucky if you don't die. This is Ankong City. The walls of Wulin City and Jinling City are much higher. Didn't you see just now that the wall was 5 feet wide? with rammed earth in the middle and bricks outside. The old man Mo Shun brought people to blow it up with explosives, and only a few bricks fell off. The Beijing camp was also the elite in the world. You can save your life. Just be happy. In the end, it was the cannon that worked. With a bang, it fell on the wall and killed a large number of people. The butcher snorted coldly. What elite? After I went to the city, I didn't see many people with Huajin. They were completely vulnerable. Zhu Rorong burped and said, What do you know? That's because you didn't meet a strong one. Yi Qiu and the blind man were both stopped when they entered the palace. If you don't believe in evil, why don't you give it a try? That's true. The butcher lowered his voice and said, I heard that in the evening. Balku had led people to attack the Dark Guard command, and more than a dozen masters above the 5th rank were killed. After saying this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear, thinking seriously. This day was really dangerous. Wang Xiuquan grinned and said, If we hadn't fought so hard today, would we have been able to enter the city? We might still be sleeping on the food bags outside the city. If you ask me, the only powerful thing in Hong Kong City is the crossbow and cannon, which seem to be much better than our Sanha. The elephant's head is wrapped in iron sheet, and it was smashed away just like that. It's really dangerous. After saying that, he drank the wine in the cup again. The butcher said, Han Dongsheng and Liang Qingshu are still the old bastards. They know how to be powerful. Unlike before, they are not in the front. This time they hide outside and don't even dare to show their heads. I just heard from General Shen that this time we civilians will also be rewarded according to our merits. Let's see if they will be jealous tomorrow. We will also be rewarded? Zhu Rorong said in surprise. Of course, the butcher said proudly. If it weren't for us civilians using shovels to dig open the sandbags at the city gate, how could the south gate be opened? If the south gate is not opened, how can the army enter? Don't have too high expectations. Zhu Rorong knew Shen Chu, who was generous, but he knew the prince even better. He didn't believe that he could get money from him. Chapter 326 Getting Rich. It's a different time now. Zhu Rorong, you have the nerve to say you are from the imperial capital, but you don't know anything. Wang Xiuquan looked at Zhu Rorong with disdain and sneered. After Lord He Jixiang came out of the palace, he directly raided the outer house of He Jin, the dead eunuch. There were so many gold, silver and jewels, and in the end, it was Li Sanyang's men who helped to move them out. I don't know how many boxes there were. I have been watching clearly from the side. I heard that Jiang Zhong's house and Qin Tong's house were also raided, and their belongings were moved out in boxes. This time, our prince has made too much money, and he won't let us lose out. He should at least give us a few taels of silver. Right? How could I not know? Zhu Rorong rolled his eyes at him and said, How can you be sure that there must be silver in the box, and not something else? In fact, he had already believed Wang Xiuquan's words, but he was embarrassed by the pressure, and he was just deliberately arguing. Why isn't it silver? Wang Xiuquan cleared his throat and said, There were a few dishonest people who took the silver from the box when no one was paying attention and put it in their arms. They were caught in the act, and not only were they beaten with 30 boards, but they also had to go back to Sanha to undergo labor reform. It will probably take a year or two to repair the road. They are really bold and don't know whether they live or die, whether they are new Sanha people or old Sanha people. They have settled in Sanha. Even if they don't have a wife or children, they still have property in Sanha. Unless they are really desperate, they will have to go back to Sanha to be punished. They don't even need the escort of the constables. It seems that the prince has really made a fortune this time, the butcher said with emotion. But it is impossible to give each person a few taels of silver. There are too many of us. If each person gets a few taels, 70,000 to 80,000 people will be hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Add to that the money from suppliers, and the monthly wages of officers and soldiers, and you will have to collect at least 1 million taels of silver. Before they knew it, the three of them finished a jar of wine. Wang Xiuquan stood up and said, Where is your toilet? The butcher said, This is not Sanha. Just find a place when you go out. You are a grown man. What is there to be afraid of? Wang Xiuquan heard this, and thought it made sense. This is not Sanha. And he was not afraid of being caught and fined. He turned around and was about to leave. Don't urinate anywhere, Zhu Rorong said hurriedly. This area is in the palace of the prince. The prince has made a rule that you can't urinate or defecate anywhere. I don't know if there is anyone in charge at the moment, but you should be careful. Come with me. Let's go to the toilet at the back. After saying that, he followed Wang Xiaoshuan with a lantern. After the butcher and the other two left, he moved a jar of wine from the mule cart. As soon as he turned around, he saw a fire dragon coming towards him. He didn't need to guess that it was the night patrol team of Sanha soldiers. He didn't rush into the house, waiting for the team to approach. When he saw the figure on the horse clearly, he said casually, "Captain Chen, when did you come? I didn't see you all the time." Looking at the heroic Chen Xinlu in armor, the butcher felt an indescribable envy. Hate your parents for not giving you a good appearance? Not really. He was also a handsome young man when he was young. It turned out to be the butcher. Chen Xinlu rode on the horse and said condescendingly, "This is not Sanha. The situation is chaotic. Don't run around and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, military law will be ruthless. Don't worry. We won't run around." The butcher didn't expect Chen Xinlu to reply to him seriously, so he was not angry. "That's good." Chen Xinlu said no more, and led the team to move forward. "Is that Chen Xinlu?" Zhu Rorong came out of the alley with Wang Xiaoshuan, and looked at the team that was gradually going away, and asked curiously, "He is no longer the chief constable of Sanha? He was promoted again? It's pretty fast." Wang Xiaoshuan said, "There are places to hire people everywhere, and he is a close person around the prince, so there is no reason not to be promoted." Zhu Rorong yawned and said, "This is not a place to talk. Let's go inside and continue drinking. We can only drink this much wine in this life. Whoever finishes first will leave first." The three of them bolted the door, and continued to drink, and asked the butcher, "Do you think this prince has the potential to become the emperor? Will we also be able to prosper in the future?" Wang Xiaoshuan said, "Are you stupid? You even need to ask this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door banged. "Who?" Zhu Rorong walked over and asked in a low voice. Very alert. Behind him were the butcher and Wang Xiaoshuan holding knives. "You can't even hear my voice?" asked the person outside the door. "Sun Keizi?" Zhu Rorong opened the door directly, and saw Sun Keizi and Li Sanyang and others standing outside the door holding torches. Li Sanyang walked in and sat down, gulping down a pot of tea and said, "Your house is hard to find. It took a lot of effort to find the door." Zhu Rorong said, "It's the middle of the night, and every house is closed. Who did you ask for directions?" Sun Keizi said, "You and the prince live in the mansion. So we delivered some goods to the mansion. When we came out, we thought you lived here. So we asked people in the mansion, and someone led us here." Zhu Rorong said, "What a great place this Hong Kong city is. There are so many inns. Why do you have to come to my place to join in the fun? My place is small, you see. There are only 2 rooms in total." Li Sanyang said while chewing meat jerky, "Do you think I am willing to come? Maybe I was scared by the situation in the morning. No inn in this city is open. Let alone sleeping, there is no place to eat. I am still hungry now." Zhu Rorong sighed. "Don't worry, this South City is different from other places. Everyone trusts the prince." In the evening, the vegetable vendors set up their stalls. It is estimated that by tomorrow, the inns and restaurants will be open. There is no need to worry about not having a place to eat and drink. Li Sanyang smiled and said, "It's better to be like this, otherwise I will have nowhere to stay." Wang Xiaoshuan followed. "You all entered the city. Have Liang Qishu and Han Dongsheng and the others entered?" Sun Keizi said. "Why didn't they come in? If they don't come, who will deliver the food? Will so many officers and soldiers in the city starve to death?" Wang Xiaoshuan cursed. "Damn it, I didn't see them use their strength when attacking the city. Now that it's good, they will all move forward." "You're stupid." Sun Keizi snorted coldly. "This time, Lord, he said that. We will empty our family's wealth to enter Hong Kong City. With more than 30,000 officers and soldiers attacking the city together, it's nothing for us to do. You have to get in the way." "I led the people to open the city gate," Wang Xiaoshuan said unconvinced. Huang Daoji, who had been silent, said, "Okay, don't say more. Rest quickly after eating. There will definitely be a lot of things to do tomorrow morning. Hong Kong City has just been settled, and there are so many things to do, and these civilians will definitely not have a rest." Chapter 327 Going Through the Motions. Transporting food is the business of the Liang and Wang families. "What does it have to do with us?" Wang Xiaoshuan said nonchalantly. "It's hard to say. The north is already short of food. I heard the officers and soldiers scolding in the morning. They eat sweet potatoes every day, and their farts smell good. I guess they will have to go back to the south to get food." If they don't have enough manpower, they may have to recruit us, Sun Casey said while smoking his pipe. What he said was interesting. And the others couldn't help laughing. Wang Xiaoshuan said, "You old man. It seems that you know nothing. Tian Xiu, Gulaoshan's merchant ships, and Zhang Mian's navy ships are carrying grain to the north. The convoy goes east and can take the grain into Jizhou. There is no need to go back to the south to carry grain," Sun Casey said. "Jizhou is not our territory. You can enter it just like that? As long as we Sanha people want to enter a place. Is there anything we can't enter?" Wang Xiaoshuan said proudly. "Who dares to stop us? We can beat him to death. Besides, Jizhou General Quang Daxiang is dead, and Jizhou's soldiers are also scattered. Who else can stop us?" Huang Daoji waved his hand and said, "Such a small matter is not worth arguing about. If the grain can really come from the sea, it would be great. I'm afraid that the Chao gang will cause trouble. I've seen how they behave all the way along the canal. They're so arrogant. I only have so many goods. But they took 2 taels of silver from me." Zhu Rorong snorted coldly. "Just wait and see. According to the prince's temper, he will deal with them sooner or later. Let them jump around for now. After all, there are too many people relying on this for food. If one person moves, a lot of people will starve to death. The world is already in chaos enough. We can't make it more chaotic." Everyone nodded in agreement. The prince would definitely not tolerate this. Wang Xiaoshuan looked at Li Sanyang and said with a smile, "In the afternoon, your 2 servants were really brave. They dared to reach out to grab the silver in the box. They deserve to be beaten to a pulp. Don't mention these troublesome things to me. You men are all troublesome. Not only do you make me embarrassed, but I have to carry them out and find a place to treat them. After the recovery, they will have to pay for food, drink, and defecation. It costs a lot of money." Li Sanyang's subordinates were mostly women, but since the attack in Jiling City, he began to recruit more male workers. However, what is unexpected is that male workers are much more difficult to manage than female workers. They were all unruly. Few of them were obedient. "You are too soft-hearted," Zhu Rorong said with a smile. "On this trip back, we should open all the gates that should be opened, and leave fewer troubles." Li Sanyang sighed. Who said it wasn't true? Everyone drank and chatted. And before they knew it, they had finished 2 more jars of wine. There was only 1 bed in the room, and Li Sanyang lay on it without hesitation, while others lay on the table or on the floor, and fell asleep. In a daze, they could only hear the gongs and drums of the night watchman. The next day, before dawn, Lin Yi was woken up by Xiao Shizi. Lin Yi said unhappily, "Do you have to bother me so much just to sleep? Your Highness, the palace gates will open after the clock is run out. It's time for the morning court." Xiao Shizi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had come here 3 times in a row. If the prince continued to sleep, he wouldn't have to attend the morning court today. However, He Jixiang had repeatedly told him that he had to attend the morning court. In front of all the civil and military officials, he had to at least go through the motions. Right? Ah. After hearing this, Lin Yi could only get up helplessly. After stretching, he pushed Xiao Shizi aside, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then put on his robe. After eating something quickly, he got on the carriage. It was still dark, and it was pitch black everywhere. The palace gate had not yet opened. Many ministers had been waiting at the door early. As soon as Lin Yi's carriage arrived, the palace gate opened directly, and the carriage did not stop, and drove straight in. Lin Yi yawned and said, "Look at so many people. Are all my relatives here? The country has been founded for more than 200 years, and there are many royal relatives. Although his father killed many of them, there are still many left." Xiao Shizi said. In reply to the prince, "They are all here." The civil and military officials and nobles lined up in a long line, following Lin Yi's carriage into the palace. After Lin Yi entered the Golden Palace, he looked at the candles in the hall inside. It's too early to go to court. Most people can't stand it. Standing was too tiring. So he sat down on the steps, holding a teacup, and watching the officials slowly walking into the court. The civil and military officials were frightened by his stare, lowered their heads, and dared not look directly at him. When they returned home yesterday, they learned that the prince's soldiers had attacked the city directly without any help from the inside. They were all shocked. Ankong City was the capital of 4 dynasties. It had been surrounded and attacked countless times over thousands of years. but the number of times it was attacked head-on was very few. It is not so easy to break a high city with deep moats. But the Sanha soldiers were different. It took less than a morning to break through the city. It was unprecedented. Moreover, after entering the city, neither the Imperial Guards nor the Beijing camp had the power to fight back. Prince Xiao Shizi walked in front of Lin Yi and whispered in his ear, "The Emperor is here." Lin Yi stood up and turned around. Emperor Delong, with the help of Yi Lian, sat on the throne. Long live the Emperor. The officials knelt and kowtowed 3 times. After that, the court fell into silence again. Lin Yi glanced at Yi Lian, who was frightened and quickly unfolded the imperial edict in his hand, saying loudly, "The Emperor of Heaven and Mandate of Heaven proclaims, I have inherited the legacy, and I have been kind and virtuous. I have started to compile a grand plan and follow your advice every day. The 3 spirits care about me, and I will rely on you for eternity. My 9th son is filial, friendly and generous, gentle and respectful, and has good conduct. He has a clear conscience and is kind to the wise. This is the example of the ancient sages and kings. I hereby appoint you as the regent." Amid Lin Yi's constant yawning, Yi Lian finally finished reading the imperial edict with fear. After reading it, he was at a loss. There must be someone to receive the edict. "Right. Your son receives the edict. Long live the Emperor." After Lin Yi shouted, he walked up and took the imperial edict in his hand, and then threw it to Xiao Shizi behind him. Emperor Delong said, "I am tired." Lin Yi bowed and said, "Farewell, father. Long live the Emperor." The kneeling official kowtowed again, and then watched the old emperor's hunched back. Lin Yi sat on the steps again, waiting for Xiao Shizi to refill the tea, and took another sip. Then he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, we meet again? Long live the prince." Everyone shouted again. Less tricks, more sincerity. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Many people should understand my character. That is, I never hold grudges overnight." After hearing this, everyone was shocked and felt funny. This is the court. You should have some dignity when speaking. Right? You are vindictive. How can you say it out loud? Chapter 328 Fear of Trouble. No matter how the court fights and fights, they are scholars after all, and they need to be polite. When they meet the shameless prince, they are helpless. Under normal circumstances, they reported directly on the same day. Lin Yi said indifferently, "Although all the elders stayed at home yesterday, but I didn't stop you from asking around. I believe you have heard that the Dark Guard command was slaughtered by me. Although Jiang Zhong ran away, it is only a matter of time before he is caught. Qin Tong was chopped off, and He Jin, I asked him to retire and return home. Your Majesty is wise." Everyone shouted again. Many people's hanging hearts seemed to be settled down all of a sudden. The implication of the prince was that the revenge that should be taken had been taken. The rest of the people were fine. He would not trouble them again. "You guys, you don't like me, I know that." Lin Yi always spoke directly and honestly. "Don't dare." Everyone smiled bitterly. "Just know it yourself. Why do you have to say it out loud?" They only knew that this prince was weird. But they didn't expect him to be so weird. The way he spoke and acted was completely different from normal people. But, each other. I don't like you either. I really want to get rid of you one by one and replace you with people I like," Lin Yi said without hesitation. "You have to thank the Wadden people. With a powerful enemy at hand, I can't make things difficult for you. Without you, the Dalian kingdom is full of problems. And I am sure I can't figure it out. I can only rely on you. I won't talk about being a slave of a conquered country. I will just say the most practical thing. Make amends. And settle the matter of the Wadden people. We are even. What do you think? Your Highness is wise." The ministers below only hoped that the prince would let them go. But when the prince really wanted to let them go, they were a little bit unbelieving. According to convention, at least a few people should be killed to set an example. Right? So far, only an insignificant Qin Tong has died, which has no effect at all. Don't ignore my words. Lin Yi patted his knees, stood up, walked down the steps, and paced back and forth in the hall. I heard that if you want to get rid of someone, you have to indulge him, and take the opportunity to get rid of him when the conditions are ripe. I hope you don't give me this opportunity. The current situation has left him no time to understand these old things. Besides, he is so lazy that he feels tired in any process that takes time, including. The same is true for falling in love. Don't dare. Everyone is numb to Prince He's words. This prince, he really has no shame at all. Even threatening people is so direct. Everyone, get up. Kneeling is very tiring. We are all old people. Lenny said with a smile. If you are exhausted, who can work for me? Without you, pull out the 6 departments of the secretary, although they can also do things, but they are not as experienced as you. Thank you, Prince. The first part is human words, which makes people a little moved, but the latter part, why is it threatening again? The Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Punishment, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works. The 6 departments and 6 departments, the real people are the secretary and the clerks below. The so-called Shanshu comes and goes. But the Jishishong remains the same. Administration, personnel, criminal justice, money and grain, etc. are all handled by Jishishong and the petty officials below. If you get angry with the prince and really put them in jail or kill them, the court can still turn around. Lenny walked to Chi-Yong with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Prime Minister, how about you say a few words? Don't use all kinds of nonsense. You know, I am not educated, and it's too difficult to say. I don't understand. We are all grown-ups. There is no need to be tactful and talk about other things. Of course, let alone nonsense like although I have committed murder and arson, corruption and abuse of power. I am a good person. This king is not angry if you speak harshly. But if you waste my time, I will be very angry. Hearing words like murder and arson, corruption and abuse of power. Chi-Yong's eyes kept twitching. It is rare for people to have a good ending in high positions and dangerous situations. To be able to stand firm in the officialdom for decades. He naturally has his own unique way of being an official. However, facing the prince, he found that his previous experience seemed to be useless. This and the prince seemed to be more difficult to serve than Emperor DeLong. He pondered for a moment and bowed. Listening to the prince's words is better than reading 10 years of books, and this old minister is ashamed. I will help the prince to get rid of the evil and die for it. This sounds so old-fashioned, nothing new. Lenny still shook his head in dissatisfaction. He actually sympathized with this old guy. The world said that he was a treacherous prime minister, but most of the time, he was taking the blame for his father. His father was suspicious by nature. After ascending the throne, although he followed the centralized system of the previous dynasty where all power belonged to the central government, he made a lot of changes. The most controversial thing is that all power belongs to the emperor, no matter how big or small the matter is. In the end, all the power is summarized to his father. When he is too busy, the cabinet minister will pass the order and write it. Now, although the position of prime minister has not been abolished, it is basically no different from an idle position. He can only say a few words occasionally during court meetings, understand the emperor's intentions, and guess the emperor's heart. If the emperor is unhappy with someone, he will submit a memorial to help the emperor deal with him. As a first-rank official in the dynasty, he has turned himself into a jester, which is really sad. On the contrary, the cabinet minister Ma Jin next to him had more power than the prime minister. After all, he was the emperor's secretary. Ma Jin saw Lin Yi looking at him, and without waiting for Lin Yi to ask, he said directly, the court has a special favor for the celebration. Your Majesty should open a special examination to recruit talents. Select the virtuous and the capable, and gather the talents of the world and use them. The right censor Qin Yang suddenly stepped forward and said, this old minister thinks that we should put an end to the chaos and restore order to bring peace to the world. Give amnesty to the world. Lin Yi remembered this person. Shanqi was able to go to Sanha because this old guy reported him. He looked at Qin Yang, thought for a while and said, as long as there is no murder case, release them all. Those who have murder cases, send them all to the army and allow them to make meritorious contributions while serving their sentences. Live 1,000 years. Live 1,000 years. Live 1,000 years. The ministers cowed out again and again. Lin Yi continued, who can tell me if there is any money left in the treasury? He was so stupid. He kept dithering until now. And he didn't even get to the point. Your servant Gon Mao pays respects to the prince. A little old man stepped out of the crowd, knelt down again and said, long live the prince. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yi approached the Minister of Revenue, squatted down, and asked with a smile, tell me the truth. Do we still have money in the treasury? Your Majesty, it's less than 100,000 taels. Less than 100,000 taels? When Lenny heard this, it was like a thunderbolt. And he gritted his teeth and said, "With such a small amount of money, you dare to speak so loudly?" Gon Mao had a bitter face, and didn't know how to reply. Chapter 329. The prince cursed in his heart. "I was afraid you couldn't hear me. Besides, the lack of money in the treasury has nothing to do with him. It's not his corruption. There have been wars and disasters for years. Who doesn't need money? The most important thing is that you have occupied 8 states. And 70% of the taxes in the world are in your hands. The treasury has always been out of money. It would be a miracle if there was money. But he didn't dare to say this. If he was not careful, it would become an accusation. When the time comes, I will ask the prince, is this my fault? How should I answer? The way of being an official is to do less rather than more. It is rare to be confused. The most important thing is, there is a smart and capable person like He Jixian around the prince. If the prince doesn't understand, He Jixian will definitely tell him. How can I live like this? Lenny sighed. He really wanted to go to Qilin Hall and say to his father, "Sorry, I disturbed you." He finally understood why his father handed over the power so smoothly, without even making a final struggle. To put it bluntly, the mess in front of us, no matter what, can't be cleaned up. It's better to let others worry about it. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. Is it possible that his father's sad look is all fake? But it doesn't look like it. Listening to the prince's question, sighing, all the ministers were silent, and their heads were lowered even more. Once, Emperor Delong also asked this question while sitting on the dragon throne. What should we do if the treasury is empty? No one could answer this question. Not only the poor people were worried about money, but the emperor was also worried about money. In order to solve the financial problem, various policies were introduced, but they were not successful, and the world became more chaotic. Okay, go back to your positions. Lenny waved his hand helplessly at the court officials. Everyone left, except Pei Kun, the minister of the Dali Temple. Anything else? Lenny asked curiously. He was also very familiar with this old man, thinking that he had impeached him many times in the past. Your Highness. Pei Kun lowered his hand and said, Your Highness wants to grant amnesty to the world. But I don't know if this prince. Seeing Lin Yi's stern eyes, he suddenly dared not say anything. Humph. Lin Yi said unhappily. You actually forgot about him. Pei Sun continued to bow his head and said nothing. Lin Yi said, Detain the prince's party first, and send all the prince's family to my palace. Although he was dissatisfied with the prince, he thought that he could still squeeze out some oil from the waste. So he might as well meet him first. Yes, Pei Sun said loudly. After He Jixian waited for Pei Sun to leave, he hesitated and said, Your Majesty, the prince's party is very large, and you must not let him go easily. He was really afraid that this prince would be soft-hearted. It's impossible to let him go, Lin Yi said with a smile. Bring old 12 here. Let's meet the prince together. Yes. He Jixian bowed and left. Dali Temple is located in the west of the city, and is one of the most prosperous places in Ankong City. It was because of the entry of Sanha soldiers into the city that people were in a panic. The gate of Dali Temple, which used to be crowded with people, was now deserted. There were only 2 yamen runners on duty at the gate, and they cursed at the increasingly scorching sun from time to time, whether it was cold or hot. Those on duty had the hardest time. On the contrary, the prison of the Dali Temple was dark and damp, with mosquitoes flying everywhere, and the only light came from a small window in the prison. Chun Xinluo brought people in from outside, covered his nose, and said to the people around him, Take the person to wash first. Looking at the ragged, disheveled, and sloppy prisoners inside, he really couldn't imagine that this would be the once high-spirited prince. I recognize you, the prisoner inside said. Greetings, His Royal Highness the Prince. The prince knew him. Qin Xinluo was not surprised at all. After all, he used to be a guard beside the prince, and often accompanied the prince in and out. Suddenly, there was a cry of a child, and a woman shouting. What do you want to do? The prince asked hoarsely. Let the prince know that the Wadden people went south. And prince, he went to Beijing to defend the king. His Majesty's specially appointed prince he as the regent, and he will act on behalf of the emperor. I am hereby ordered by Prince He to invite the prince to the prince's mansion. Chen Xinluo said calmly. Please, prince and princess. Madam, please bathe and change clothes. Whether it was the Sanha officers and soldiers or the constables, They were all forcibly indoctrinated with common sense of hygiene. If the prince went to see Princey like this, he would be scolded. The sun was high in the sky. Lenny was so hot that he took off his coat, bare-chested, and lay on the recliner. He was very sleepy. But he couldn't fall asleep. Hearing the sound of shackles coming from far away, he knew that the prince had come. He raised his eyelids and looked at the prince with the vicissitudes of life. He was a little afraid to recognize him. "Come on. Bring tea," Lenny sighed. "Brother's lips are cracked. You should drink more water to moisten your throat." The prince stood with his legs spread wide, his hands hanging down, looking at Lenny coldly, without saying a word. "Brother, you look at me like that. I feel a little embarrassed," Lenny said with a smile. "Come here. Unlock the iron handcuffs for brother. We are all family members. How can you harm me?" Chen Xinlua hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped forward to open the iron handcuffs on the prince's hands and feet. Then, after winking at the people around him, he stood to the right of the prince. The prince is a 6th-rank official, and their prince doesn't need to mention it. If the prince suddenly gets angry and attacks with all his strength, their prince will definitely not be able to fight back. There is no doubt about it. "Brother, sit down, you're welcome." Lenny stood up. Chen Xinlua was nervous, watching the prince getting closer and closer to the prince. He could only follow closely. Suddenly, he saw the blind men coming out from behind the rockery. Appearing behind the prince, he breathed a sigh of relief and stopped sticking to the prince. The prince finally sat down, picked up the teacup, lowered his head and drank slowly. "Brother, you are still so graceful," Lenny applauded. "I admire you very much." The prince raised his head, put down the cup, and said in a still hoarse voice, "Let your nephew go, and I will let you kill him." "Brother, what are you thinking?" Lenny shook his head. Your brother, have never dared to step on an ant since I was a child. I am not a bloodthirsty person. Don't worry. No matter what. They are all children. I will find a place to raise them well, as long as they don't cause trouble for me." "Thank you," said the prince. "Do you believe me?" Lenny asked curiously. "I do." "Why?" "You were the only one who cried when Lin Qian's body was returned to the capital." The prince looked at Lenny calmly and said, "I still remember it." "Ah, time flies. It's been 20 years. Lenny sighed. "Now that you mention it, I miss my second brother a little bit. He was indeed the only one who cried when the body of the second prince, Prince Pingchuan, was returned to Hong Kong City. He had almost forgotten this little thing, but he didn't expect the prince to still remember it. He was actually a little touched." Chapter 330 for the benefit. The prince picked up the cup again, drank the water in it, and then leaned back in the chair. Perhaps the sunlight coming through the gaps in the trees was too dazzling. He closed his eyes and said expressionlessly, "Except for being a little stingy, you are unlearned. There is nothing wrong with you. Thank you for your compliment, brother." After saying this, Lenny kicked the 12th prince, Prince Yong'an, who had been in a daze beside him. "Why are you standing there? Refill my brother's tea." "Yes, yes." After looking around, the 12th prince finally found the teapot and picked it up tremblingly. Although the prince had fallen to such a state, he still did not dare to look directly at him. After pouring the tea, he boldly said, "Brother, please have some tea." It was difficult for him. He was obviously scared to death of the prince, but he did not dare to call him prince, after all. He was already the abandoned prince. At present, his 9th brother is only a regent. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that he will definitely be the best candidate for the crown prince in the future. If he continues to call his eldest brother the crown prince, it may annoy his 9th brother. Look at your failure. Go away. Lenny looked at the 12th brother with disdain, and then smiled at the crown prince. Among so many brothers, this kid is the most unreliable, and his brain is not very good. You are lucky. The crown prince finally looked at the 12th brother. Your Majesty, you are too kind. The 12th prince lowered his head in a hurry. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh after hearing this. Was he lucky? He followed Lin Yi from Jiling City to Hong Kong City. He originally thought that this time, he was really defending the king. However, when he found that the Sanha soldiers began to attack Hong Kong City amid the sound of gongs, drums and horns, he was stunned. In astonishment, he saw with his own eyes that the Sanha people fearlessly rushed up the city wall and then opened the city gate. Before noon, He got the news that his ninth brother was forcing the emperor to abdicate. The most important thing is that the tyrannical father in his memory actually agreed. Agreed. It was unbelievable. How could his father lose to the unlearned ninth brother? After that, he was always confused. And he didn't react from the shock. He always felt that he was dreaming. He had imagined that the third brother, the fourth brother, and even himself would eventually ascend to the throne. But he never thought that the final winner would be the ninth brother. And it came so suddenly. However, just as the eldest brother said, his luck is really good, he has the right thigh to hold on to, the road ahead, as long as he does not jump up and down. Be honest, the ninth brother should not make things difficult for him. Right? I was wrong. The prince turned his head and looked at Lin Yi. You beat father, I am very happy. Lin Yi asked curiously. You lost, are you not sad? At this moment, he could not feel the prince's sadness, nor could he feel a trace of happiness, as if the whole person was numb. This is not in line with the boss's temperament at all. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. There is no need to grieve over life and fear death. The prince sighed. As long as you are willing to let your nephew go, I will be satisfied. Lin Yi shook his head and said, The sun is so bright, what are you talking about, dying or not? The prince said, Leave me a whole body. Boss, you are underestimating me. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Lin Yi smiled and said, You better not think too much. Two dragons don't meet. The prince looked at Lin Yi said, If you let me go, aren't you afraid that I will call up my old subordinates and make you sleepless? Not killing you doesn't mean I will definitely let you go. Lin Yi sighed. Brother, I have something to ask you. Yesterday I went to see my father. He hated Jizhao Temple very much. It was very puzzling. The prince said. Empress Dowager Xingmu, the mother of Emperor Yongguang, was the saint of Jizhao Temple. I didn't expect it. Lin Yi suddenly realized. Emperor Delong's biological mother was killed by the Holy Mother Empress Dowager. The hatred of killing her mother is irreconcilable. After ascending the throne, the Holy Mother Empress Dowager died of natural causes. However, since she is the saint of Jizhao Temple, her skills must not be too low. Right? It is extremely difficult to die of natural causes. The prince seemed to see Lin Yi's doubts. And then continued. Although the Holy Mother Empress Dowager is also a great master, if Elder Wuxiang takes action, there is no reason for him to live. The people from the King Kong platform took action? Lin Yi was even more surprised. The prince nodded and said, Father is an outer disciple of King Kong Tai, and has always been close to King Kong Tai. I originally had the eldest princess as my arm, but unfortunately, there was an Elder Wuxiang, and I failed. So, I am very curious. How did you get the support of King Kong Tai? Elder Wuxiang is not an easy person to talk to. Lin Yi said. If I tell you that I have never met anyone from King Kong Tai, would you believe it or not? The prince frowned and said, I know that Concubine 1 is on your side. Concubine 1, and Xiao Yingzi beside you can also make things happen. Elder Wuxiang's power has reached the realm of heaven and man, although he does not have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. If Elder Wuxiang does not agree, it will not be so easy for you to force the emperor to abdicate. Lin Yi knew that he did not believe it, so he did not explain any more. He just said curiously, and then said, As far as I know, Wen Jiaoyi is also the saint of Jizhao Temple. What is her relationship with the Queen Mother? He had never heard Wen Jiaoyi say this. He was very upset for Emperor Yongguang. I am not the saint of Jizhao Temple, but even the concubine Wen Jiaoyi is from Jizhao Temple. In front of the imperial power, family affection and love are simply vulnerable. After the prince finished another cup of tea, he said, Wen Jiaoyi and the Queen Mother are both from Jizhao Temple, but the two are incompatible. It is said that they once fought in the palace. The Queen Mother was the biological mother of Emperor Yongguang, but Emperor Yongguang was still a little bit afraid of her. Not to mention Concubine 1, who didn't even have a child. Concubine 1 was so angry that she went to the cold palace by herself and practiced martial arts with all her heart. So that's it. Lin Yi pretended to be enlightened. It turned out that the prince didn't know everything. Concubine 1 went to the cold palace, probably just because her husband and son died tragically, and she was disheartened and practiced martial arts diligently, and wanted to get revenge as soon as possible. After he took Xiao Shizi's teacup, he took a sip and put it back, and then said, Brother, I just took control of the situation. But unfortunately, a good cook can't cook without rice. There is less than 100,000 taels of silver in the treasury. I wonder if you can help me find the eldest princess. The prince said without hesitation. Aunt? Lenny asked. Exactly. I know my aunt is rich. But she should know how much money she has. Right? Lenny knew that his aunt was a rich woman since he was a child. After all, she had always been favored by Emperor DeLong. She opened restaurants, banks and other businesses without restraint. And no one dared to offend her. It was hard not to make money. However, since he owned 8 states, he thought he had seen the big picture and could ignore the princess's money. Chapter 331 True Power. The prince said, Why do you think father wants to capture the princess? For money? Lenny had only thought that they were siblings, but he never thought his father was such a person. I own the princess's money. Old 12 suddenly stood up and said boldly, Brother, can I say a few words? Lenny said curiously. Tell me, see what you can say. Old 12 smiled. I heard that people said that my aunt is rich enough to rival a country. Rich enough to rival a country? Lenny was amused. Do you know what rich enough to rival a country means? If the family doesn't have hundreds of millions of taels of silver, how can it be called rich enough to rival a country? He now has a very bad impression of this word. People say that Eugene is rich enough to rival a country, but when Balku had led people to search his house, the gold, silver, jewelry, and paintings and calligraphy added together, they didn't even find 10 million taels of silver. He was very angry. Not everyone is Hishan and Shan Sin. With a fortune of billions. The prince said. The eldest princess is a great master. Do you know who her master is? Lenny shook his head. And the 12th son also listened with his ears pricked up. The prince said. The eldest princess is the eldest daughter of Emperor Yongwang. And she was loved by the Empress Dowager since she was born. And was adopted by her, and taught by her personally. What does this have to do with the eldest princess's wealth? Lenny thought that the Empress Dowager was really bold. Killing someone's mother. And still dared to adopt someone's daughter. The prince said. Do you think Jizhao Temple is really detached from worldly affairs? Jizhao Temple, whether it is the inner or outer sect, has many followers. And they all need money to make a living. Jizhao Temple set up various industries in Daliang. And the outer sect managed these industries. But the outer sect is the outer sect because it is not trustworthy. The saints of each generation were responsible for supervision and inspection. And they were in charge of the silver vault accumulated by Jizhao Temple for generations. After when Jiaoyi had a rift with Jizhao Temple, she was directly sent to the Coal Palace. And Jizhao Temple has never had a new saint. And the silver vault has always been managed by the Queen Mother. When the eldest princess reached the age of marriage, the Empress Dowager decided to marry Tang Sun of Batangmen. Tang Sun was the judge of the 5 armies at that time. He was a master of cultural relics. When he met the eldest princess, they fell in love with each other. They were talented and beautiful. And it was a good story. Although my father was very unhappy at that time. He had no influence, and could only let it go. You also know the first thing my father did after he ascended the throne. After the death of the Empress Dowager, no one knew the whereabouts of the silver vault. The only person in the world who knew the whereabouts of the silver vault was the eldest princess. Are you sure you are not kidding? Lenny looked incredible. I also saw a genie that night. Brother, I don't think the status of the saint in Jizhao Temple is that high. The funniest thing is, a sect with hundreds of years of heritage. A saint died, and they don't even know the whereabouts of the silver vault? Isn't this a poor preventive measure? The sect master and the chief monk are devoted to worshipping Buddha, and have rarely paid attention to the secular world. The role of the saints of all generations is to communicate with the outside world. The prince said indifferently. The Empress Dowager is Jingyi and Jingquan's uncle. She is unwilling to hand over power. And the two of them can't force her too much. Is this an internal fight? Lenny always felt a little magical. And it was the type that even novels dared not write like this. Then how can you and father be so sure that the aunt must know the whereabouts of the silver vault? Do you know how much military pay the princess gave me? The prince suddenly laughed. How much? Lenny suddenly stretched his neck towards the prince. Qin Xinluo beside him was frightened. Even the blind man behind the prince took a step forward. 10 million taels. The prince raised a finger. The annual income of my Daliang kingdom is only 5 million taels. Lenny said in surprise. It seems that this princess not only knows the whereabouts of the silver vault, but also has complete control over the silver vault. Of course, the most frightening thing is the ability of Jizhao Temple to make money. No wonder it has been able to stand for 100 years. Hey, You don't actually need to tell me this. He knows the prince too well. Even if I promised him to let a few children go, there's no need for him to tell me this. Right? I'm afraid Jizhao Temple has already known that the eldest princess is in charge of the treasury, and they won't let the eldest princess go. The prince said indifferently. You'd better find the eldest princess before Jizhao Temple and keep her safe. Lenny asked curiously. Her life or death, what does it have to do with me? Your brother, won't covet the money in her hands. The prince said expressionlessly. With her money as a help, you have a better chance of winning. Do you really want me to win? Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Have you forgotten Prince Yong? I don't want him to win. If he wins, your nephews will have no chance to survive. The prince continued. You'd better not let Jizhao Temple find the money. Ah. Lin Yi sighed. I was too impulsive. If I had known that my father and Jizhao Temple had such hatred, I shouldn't have jumped out so early. Anyway, my father would not let the third brother have his way. Oh, by the way, I remember again. It seems that Jizhao Temple also helped the second brother. Then could it be that the second brother's death was? Although even a tiger would not eat its own cubs, but the death of Prince Pingchuan was too inexplicable. Now he has every reason to suspect that it was his father who killed him. I once suspected it. But after some investigation, I found that Lin Can's death had no direct relationship with my father. The prince shook his head and said, on the contrary, it was Jizhao Temple. If they were not so anxious to eliminate the influence of Jingangtai in the Chuano army, Lin Can would not be lacking in guards. Yeah, Yudao. Lin Yi then thought of his daughter Nye Yinyang, and actually missed her a little. The prince nodded and said, everyone thinks that he was influenced by Liangzhou King Lin Chang. But in fact it was Jizhao Temple that did something. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Lin Yi smiled and said, brother, you said so much, but you really have no ulterior motive? The prince was cold-hearted. And Lin Yi didn't believe that he said so much just for his sons. Give me some more water. The prince shook his head and said, enjoy your meal, my dear brother. The 12th brother glanced at Lin Yi and stepped forward again to refill the prince's tea. Since that's the case, I won't say any more. My nephews and my sister-in-law will be sent back to the prince's mansion. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, as for my brother, I'll ask you to live in Chongqing Palace first, and be a neighbor to my father, and accompany him day and night. How about that? The prince was stunned after hearing this. After a long while, he smiled meaningfully and said, it would be great to serve my father day and night. Chen Xinlua stepped forward, raised his hand and said, Your Highness, please. Then I'll take my leave. The prince stood up and left. Lin Yi looked at the still upright figure and sighed. After listening to the prince's words, did you realize anything? The 12th brother looked around and saw that the 9th brother was indeed talking to him. So he hurriedly said, I am stupid. Please teach me. The strength of Jizhao Temple and Jingangtai is not because they have any great masters or high martial arts, Lin Yi said with emotion, but because of their pervasive power. Whether in the court or the army, they have their people, densely interwoven into a network, cultivating personal power and forming interest groups. This is the most terrifying thing. Chapter 332. A real man should be like this. If you simply rely on one or two great masters, any sect, wanting to hover among various complicated forces, and stand for 100 years without falling, is basically a dream. Sure enough, everything follows the social laws and the scientific concept of development. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Old 12 said after a pause, Your Majesty is right. Being brave and strong is not a long-term solution. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Old 12. I will give you a task. Are you willing? Old 12 bowed and said, Your Majesty, please give me your orders. I will do my best. Lin Yi said, If you have nothing to do, go around the palace more often, help me look after the prince and my father. I hope these two don't do anything stupid. Your Majesty, don't worry, I won't let you down. After Old 12 finished speaking, he knelt down and said, I have another unwelcome request. I miss my mother. If you miss her, go and see her. No one will stop you. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Go ahead. He Hong. You are responsible for escorting Prince Yong'an. Hong City has just been settled. There will inevitably be villains who will take the opportunity to do evil. If something unexpected happens, you will be held responsible. He Hong said loudly, I obey your command. I will take my leave. Prince Yong'an followed He Hong. When they left the palace, the carriage was ready, and there was a team of more than 20 guards behind him. On the street, unlike yesterday's desertedness, Hong Kong City has regained its former prosperity, with pedestrians bustling and rubbing shoulders. The sound of laughter and hawking is endless, and it is very lively. Starting from yesterday evening, the vendors on Huangfu Street began to come out one after another, and then when it got dark, there were dense crowds of people everywhere. Before dawn today, the residents of Hong Kong City, who had been holding back for half a month, came out in a swarm, with Huangfu Street as the center. People in Nancheng dared to come out. So why shouldn't they? When they saw the guards of the palace headed by the 12th prince, they avoided them from a distance. In the past half-month, everyone knows that Prince He came back with a rat flag. Anyone carrying a rat flag is Prince He's man. Prince He now occupies the capital, so he cannot afford to offend him. It is better to hide. The 12th prince rode on a tall horse, looking down at the pedestrians who were bypassing him. He felt a sense of emotion again in his heart. Alas, a real man should be like this. It is not like before. Although he is a prince, everything is regulated, and there can be no out of line. Otherwise, the censors will report him, and he will be confronted in the court. And he will not end up well. So he kept a low profile when he went out, and he was not as glorious as he is now. When he walked through the familiar streets and came to the palace gate, looking at the Sanha officers and soldiers standing on both sides, he felt dazed and felt that things had changed. He really couldn't understand how could his 9th brother, who was obviously more confused than him, achieve such a momentum. The victory was inexplicable. After getting off the horse, he handed the reins to the guards and walked directly into the palace. When he passed by the Qilin Palace, he saw Yuanxi patrolling with the guards. Greetings to Prince Yong'an. When the two looked at each other, they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Yuanxi was curious about how the prince could allow Prince Yong'an to enter and leave the palace freely. It turned out to be Commander Yu. What surprised old 12 was that his 9th brother dared to continue to keep Yuanxi. This guy is totally untrustworthy. He is raising a tiger to cause trouble. If it were him, he would definitely chop him in half with one knife, and would not give the other party a chance to stand in front of him. He was thinking about whether he should advise his 9th brother after he went back that Yuanxi must not be kept. It didn't matter whether his 9th brother lived or died. However, he cannot be implicated. He is now one with his 9th brother, and has even been regarded by outsiders as a member of the prince's party. If his 9th brother is in trouble, no one will let him go. Yuanxi glanced at He Hong and said, I have important matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you. Please do as you please, Prince. The 12th old man said to his receding back. Commander He, if I were you, I would chop him down with a knife and eliminate the hidden danger for your prince. He Hong smiled and said, Prince, you don't need to worry about such a small matter. Please come this way. Hey. The 12th old man sighed. Unconsciously, they arrived at the West 6 palaces. He Hong led people to guard outside the door, and a young eunuch led the 12th prince in. The 12th prince said indifferently, Which lady did this eunuch serve before? I have never seen him before. He knew all the people at his mother's palace. However, he had no impression of the young eunuch in front of him. Reply to your question, Your Majesty, the young eunuch said with a smile. I used to serve the queen. After the queen passed away, I have been doing odd jobs in the imperial garden. Last night, according to eunuch Xi's request, the palace was rotated, and I came here to serve the imperial concubine. Eunuch Xi? The 12th prince frowned. Are you talking about Xiao Shizi? That's right, the young eunuch said with a smile. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The imperial concubine's expenses are the same as usual. Today, on the morning of the first day, he went to the imperial garden to enjoy the flowers. After nodding, the 12th old man entered the room without waiting for the eunuch to report, and shouted, Mother! Mother! When he saw a woman sitting in front of the couch drinking tea, he knelt down and said, Greetings to Mother. How can you yell so loudly? Concubine Tang was as beautiful as the morning glow reflecting the snow without makeup. And even if she frowned, she could not hide her charming temperament. The 12th brother smiled and said, So that Mother can know. Your son misses you. Concubine Tang glanced at him and said, The current situation is different from before. You should be more careful, and don't act so rashly. Don't worry, Mother. The 12th brother stood up and said happily, It was my 9th brother who allowed me to come in. Concubine Tang said lightly, Just now I heard that the prince moved into Chongqing Palace? The 12th brother said honestly. This was my 9th brother's idea. My son was there at the time. And the prince agreed directly. Concubine Tang asked curiously. Did you and the prince meet the prince? Yes. The prince has been detained in the Dali temple. Not only has he lost his former charm, even his temper has changed a lot. The 12th brother said incessantly. Mother, you know, this eldest princess. No need to elaborate. Concubine Tang interrupted him decisively, and stroked her forehead with her hand. You still haven't made any progress. After looking around, the 12th brother knew that he had said something wrong, and hurriedly said, Son knows he was wrong. The conversation between the 9th brother and the prince cannot be spread outside. If the 9th brother knew that he told everyone, what would happen to him? Concubine Tang sighed. The prince lives in Chongqing Palace. So why does he live there? Chongqing Palace was originally the queen's residence. The 12th brother understood something vaguely. Chapter 333 Not a Human. The queen is the biological mother of the prince. After the prince was defeated, he was imprisoned by the emperor. The queen went to Qilin Palace to plead for mercy. The emperor was furious and sent her to the coal palace. In grief and anger, she hanged herself. This is the palace's rhetoric. But who can believe such words? Old 12 doesn't know whether others believe it or not, but he knows that the prince certainly doesn't believe it. Now, his 9th brother has placed the prince in Chongqing Palace. Seeing the things reminds him of the past. What kind of sparks will he create with his father? This is very exciting. Others hope their sons will become successful, but this is not the case with me. I don't have much hope for you. I just hope you don't end up with something less than perfect. Concubine Tang looked at her son coldly and sighed. It would be best if you could be a rich and idle person, and live a peaceful life. Don't have any unreasonable expectations. I don't want to send my son off when I'm old. Old 12 said helplessly. Mother, can't you hope for the best for your son? Everything is fine now, and everything is calm. Don't say these inappropriate words. My son feels upset when he hears them. It looks calm on the surface, but it's actually turbulent. I hope you're well, so I'm saying these things to you. Concubine Tang stood up, walked slowly towards old 12 and said, If you don't have the ability, don't jump too high. No one can catch you if you fall down. My son knows. Old 12 didn't dare to look at Concubine Tang, and lowered his head again. His mother's words were too discouraging. Couldn't she encourage him? If you don't know what's going on, I might be implicated, and end up like the queen. Concubine Tang walked past her son, and walked to the door, turned back, and waved to the maids and eunuchs on both sides, waited for them to leave, and continued. You, being honest, is the greatest filial piety to me. What mother said is too scary. Old 12 laughed. You said yourself that the 9th prince is kind, and has no evil heart. My son has always believed in your words. Why are you saying something different today? Concubine Tang said calmly. You, child, still don't understand. Since he attacked Ankong City yesterday and imprisoned your father in Qilin Palace, he is no longer your 9th brother. Mother, you underestimate my son. How could I not know these principles? The 12th brother smiled and said, Since yesterday, my son has been treating my 9th brother with the courtesy of a monarch and a minister. Since realizing that his 9th brother might ascend the throne, he has been much more respectful than before. He is no longer as careless as before. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to settle accounts, and he would be disrespected. He is not stupid, and he can tell good from bad. No, I overestimate you. Concubine Tang sat on the couch again, blowing the tea leaves, and said, A long-time teacher is one who teaches tirelessly, and a ruler is one who rewards, celebrates, punishes, and commands. This is what I have taught you since you were young, and it seems that you have forgotten it completely. Seeing that there was no one around, the 12th old man could not help but said boldly, Mother, do you mean that the 9th brother is no longer a human being? Asshole! How can you say such a thing? Concubine Tang slammed the table in anger. The teacup slammed twice on the table. Son, I understand. The 12th brother smiled awkwardly. Although his mother was angry, she did not oppose his words, which meant that he was right. The words were rough, but the truth was true. His 9th brother was indeed no longer a human. People do not necessarily have feelings, let alone someone who is not even a human. Thinking of this, he seemed to have grasped something unconsciously, but it was vague for a moment, and he could not figure it out. Concubine Tang shook her pretty eyebrows and said, Remember what I said, if your 9th brother does not give you something, you must not reach out and take it yourself. I seem to have heard this somewhere before. The 12th brother thought about it. Isn't this what his father said to his 9th brother? You can only take what I give you, and you can't take what I don't give you. I didn't expect his mother to repeat it to him here. Concubine Tang waved her hand and said, Go down, I'm tired. I don't have to come again in the future. Seeing you look so stupid, I feel inexplicably angry. Mother! Old 12 shouted twice, and seeing that Concubine Tang was unmoved, he walked away dejectedly. He was a little doubtful, was he his biological son? When he returned to the Huang mansion, it was already noon. It was past dinner time in the Huang mansion, and the kitchen had stopped cooking. If it were in the past, he would have yelled and asked the servants to rearrange the meals regardless of anything. He was the 12th prince, and all his requests were justified. However, after leaving the palace, he finally realized that he was just a guest in the Huang mansion. Or to put it bluntly, he was a prisoner with little freedom. Since his 9th brother was no longer a human being, he couldn't jump around too much. It would be a pity if he fell to his death. What's the big deal about being wronged? It's better than losing your life. However, he was hungry, and he had no choice. He thought that his 9th brother should be resting in the garden at the moment, and there should be food there. He thought that while his 9th brother was in a good mood, he could take 2 cakes to fill his stomach. His 9th brother would not say anything. Right? Thinking of this, he did not feel happy. Instead, he felt wronged and wanted to cry. He was the 12th prince of the dynasty. He wiped his red and swollen eyes and walked to the garden. As soon as he reached the round arch, he saw a figure standing in front of Lin Yi, and behind the figure were the blind man and Yi Qiu. Driven by curiosity, he took a few steps forward boldly. When he saw the face under the 3 mountains crown, he was shocked. It was Lu Chaoyuan, the palace's worshipper. He wanted to turn around and leave, but Jiao Zhong had already spotted him. He bowed and said, Prince 12. He knew he couldn't escape, so he walked up to Lin Yi and knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Get up. Lin Yi didn't even look at him, but said indifferently, You are also acquainted with Lu Gongfeng. Say hello, comfort him, and tell him what it means to be a hero who knows the times. The 12th prince stood up, turned around and looked at Lu Chaoyuan in embarrassment. The 9th prince couldn't handle the problem, and he was asked to handle it? This is too much of a compliment to him. Just when he was hesitating about what to say, he heard Lu Chaoyuan say, A filial son dies for his father. A loyal minister dies for his wife. And death is fine. Your Majesty, there is no need to say more. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead and said in embarrassment, You are the disciple of Concubine One. I really don't want to embarrass you. Please leave the palace. How about I allow you to retire and return home? Your Majesty, Lu Chaoyuan continued, I have been serving the emperor since I was a child. I am familiar with every tree and grass in the palace. If I leave the palace, I will be alone and have no relatives. Your Majesty, why don't you let me die in this palace and fulfill my loyalty to the emperor? Thank you very much. Do you think I really dare not kill you? Lin Yi was a little angry. Chapter 334 The Whereabouts of the Eldest Princess. Let this old man go, but he still won't leave, and insists on staying by the side of Emperor Delong, even if he dies. He is simply unyielding. It is impossible for him to let this old man continue to stay by the side of his father, the emperor. After all, he is a great master, with great martial arts skills, and a very loyal person. If his father makes a mistake and lets this old man mess things up, he will be unable to defend himself. But kill him directly? He feels a little reluctant. When I was a child, this old man was very kind to me, and had the patience to talk to me. When I was happy occasionally, I would call him Grandpa. To put it bluntly, he and this dead eunuch still had some emotional foundation. If he killed him, his conscience would be condemned. In this case, I can only thank you. Lu Chaoyuan bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling my loyalty. I can only pray to serve the emperor in my next life. Lu Chaoyuan. Lin Yi stood up and said, Tell me, what do you want to do? Lu Chaoyuan said lightly, Your Majesty, I have already said that you can either kill me or let me serve the emperor. Lin Yi said, Is there no third way to choose? You are not yet 70 years old. Isn't it a pity to die so casually? I am just a eunuch. Lu Chaoyuan suddenly raised his head and said, It is enough to be able to survive until now. Damn it. You are so cruel. Lin Yi was helpless, and didn't know what to do for a while. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, You just came back today. I guess you have tracked down the whereabouts of the princess. Since he entered the palace, he has been curious why he has not seen Lu Chaoyuan. Until today, Yi Qiu and the blind man who were on duty in the palace discovered Lu Chaoyuan, who had trespassed into the palace. Lin Yi didn't need to guess much, and knew that in addition to tracking down the eldest princess, what else could make a great master like Lu Chaoyuan go out in person? Lu Chaoyuan thought about it. I dare not deceive the prince. I do know the whereabouts of the eldest princess, Lin Yi said. The situation in the palace has come to this point. Even if I know the whereabouts of the eldest princess, it is useless. You should know this. Tell me where the princess is. I will allow you to enter the palace. But you have to agree to one condition. Please speak. Your Majesty, Lu Chaoyuan said expressionlessly. If you must enter the palace, you can only stay in Qilin Palace, and you cannot leave. Lin Yi took a sip of tea and looked at Lu Chaoyuan. Your Majesty, don't worry. Our family only entered the palace to serve His Majesty's food and clothing. Lu Chaoyuan suddenly laughed. Other things have nothing to do with our family. Keep your word? Lin Yi said. I swear to heaven, Lu Chaoyuan said with a frown. If I break this oath, this body will be buried in the ground. Okay, Lin Yi said with a smile. Tell me the location of the princess. Whitehorse Temple, 20 miles outside the North City Gate. After Lu Chaoyuan finished speaking, he took the pass token handed over by Yi Hong. Lin Yi said, Are you sure you are in Whitehorse Temple? Absolutely. Your Majesty should hurry up. The people from Baton Gate are searching around. Lu Chaoyuan took a last look at the blind man and Yi Qiu, and floated away. If Yi Qiu and the blind man were not in the palace, he would be in a place without a human. Lin Yi said to Yi Qiu and the blind man, Did you hear that? Yi Qiu could not help but said, Your Highness, I will bury my body in the ground. Can this be called an oath? Mr. Yi, you don't know? The one who answered was Old 12. Out of respect for the great master Yi Qiu, he was still quite polite. For eunuchs like them, they are castrated as soon as they enter the palace. Their lifeblood hangs in the castration room. It is their most important treasure. Even if they die, they will be taken back and buried together. It is said that if you cannot be buried together after death, your soul will be incomplete, and the king of hell will not accept you, and you cannot be reincarnated. For them, this is the most vicious oath. I see. Yi Qiu did not doubt whether Lu Chaoyuan would keep his oath. Anyone who can become a grandmaster will never regret it. This is the pride of a warrior. Lin Yi smiled and said, Sometimes, you can't trust a person's character too much. It's better to be careful. Keep him under close watch in the palace. Yi Qiu bowed and said, As you wish. Lin Yi said, Then don't dawdle. Go to the Whitehorse Temple and find my dear aunt. To ensure that everything goes well. Yu Shaoshi and Ah Dai were also brought along. These two guys have no other skills, but they can take beatings. After Yi Qiu and the blind man responded to the order, they directly jumped over the wall of the palace. Damn it! Lin Yi sighed. They think the gate of the palace is just a decoration. They don't use the gate, but they like to climb over the wall. The 12th brother swallowed the cake in his mouth and said vaguely, Your Majesty is right. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him. The 12th brother said aggrievedly, My Majesty, I'm hungry. Lin Yi asked curiously, You went to see your mother, and your mother didn't even leave you a meal? The 12th brother smiled awkwardly. My mother asked me to serve you well, and there is no need to worry about her. Lin Yi said unhappily, Are you itching for trouble? Are you not speaking human language again? Old 12 said with a bitter face, My mother said that I annoyed her and forbade me to go again. Uh-huh. Lin Yi laughed. Don't worry, I will go to your mother to have a talk when I have time, and explain everything to you. You don't need to worry. Old 12 said happily. Thank you. My brother. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said, You are my brother if I don't help you. Who will, don't you think so? My brother is wise. Old 12 spoke too fast, and the cake got stuck in his throat, and he quickly gulped down a mouthful of water. Lin Yi said, Okay. Let's do it. The peace envoys from Wadden are coming. How about you go to receive them on behalf of your brother? Peace talks? The 12th brother was very surprised. The Wadden people have already crossed the Liangshui River. How could they still think about peace talks? Lenny smiled and said, I just found out about this. The Wadden people probably want to paralyze our Dalian kingdom. You go to meet them on behalf of your brother. Royal brother, the 12th brother said with a smile. I really have the will, but not the strength. Lenny frowned. But since my brother has ordered me, I will certainly die for you. Seeing Lenny's displeasure, Old 12 quickly changed his words and said, We must let these barbarians see the majesty of our celestial empire. Since he could not change his brother's decision, he could only accept it silently. Lenny nodded with satisfaction and said, This is my good brother. Okay, let's do it. You go to the Humlu temple to find Mr. Chin. This old guy is a peace advocate. I don't trust him. If he dares to talk nonsense, I will just kill him with a knife. Don't be polite. I will also confiscate your family. Your brother is short of money now. I understand. Old 12's mind turned quickly. After hearing these few words, he understood what his brother meant. This war must be fought. And there is no peace. Chapter 335 Thick-skinned. Moreover, having seen the Sana army attack the city, he did not doubt his 9th brother's ability to fight the Wadden people. After all, there were many 5th and 6th rank officials in the army. If a fight really broke out, he could fight one against 100. Lenny yawned and said, When doing things, sometimes you don't need to use your brain. You must be reckless when you should. You are young if you are not frivolous. It doesn't matter if you are indifferent or reckless. Don't you think so? Old 12 said with a stiff face. I am stupid, I hope you can speak clearly. From what his 9th brother said, he must let him kill Qin Jingji, the minister of the Humlu temple, but he was afraid. Qin Jingji was a 3rd rank official. If he killed him casually, if it causes public outrage, what if his 9th brother drags him out to sacrifice him to appease the public outrage? He will die unjustly. He can't die so unclearly. You kid, why don't you understand what I'm saying to you? Lenny said unhappily. Give me a word, okay or not? If not, I'll replace you immediately. The good job of confiscating property is something that many people beg for but can't get. I understand. Old 12 knew he couldn't escape, so he had no choice but to agree. Lenny said, Look at how poor you are. If you finish this farm job, you will have some money in your hand, and you can eat out every day. Isn't that great? My royal brother is right. When he heard about money, Old 12 finally remembered what he had forgotten today. He left the city in a hurry last time, and had no money on him. When he returned to Hong Kong City yesterday, he sneaked back to his Yong'an Palace at night. But his mansions had been confiscated by the prince. Now the gate was closed, and he climbed over the wall to find that in just a few days, the weeds in the yard had grown to a man's height. It was heartbreaking. When he entered the palace today, he had originally planned to ask his mother for some money. As a result, he was so stupid, he actually forgot such an important thing for no reason. Otherwise, what does it have to do with him whether the kitchen in the palace is extinguished or not? As long as he has money, he can go to the big restaurants in Hong Kong City as he pleases. As for not having money to buy on credit, except his 9th brother, who else can be willing to lose face? I feel that. The only thing that his 9th brother is better than him is his face. His 9th brother has done what he has done now. Is it really as his 9th brother said that people without shame are invincible in the world? And trees without bark will surely die. He is thin-skinned, and he really can't eat. This matter is done, brother. I will have someone clean up your mansion and return. You can live at home, Lenny said with a kind expression. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Without risk, there will be no reward. Brother Emperor, don't worry. Hearing that Lenny was going to return the mansion to him, the 12th old man's eyes lit up. I will definitely not let you down. After the 12th old man left, He Jixiang came over and presented a letter. This is a letter to Shinjanao, the general of Qizhou, and General Yuan Qing. Please take a look. Your Majesty. Lenny took it, glanced at it casually, and then put it on the table and said, There is too much written. It can be more concise. If you surrender to me, the soldiers' salaries will be paid directly, and the food will be directly shipped from the sea to the northern frontier. Hundreds of thousands of troops are not gods. They also need to eat and drink. Eating and drinking enough. Stopping the Wadden people from continuing to move south, and preventing the people of Dalian from suffering, is true loyalty. Loyalty to only one person is foolish loyalty, and is a sinner of Dalian. Your Majesty is wise. He Jixiang directly tore up the letter, bowed and said, I will rewrite a letter, and let Wang Tuozi and Pan Duo send it over. After nightfall, the room was stuffy and hot, and Lin Yi couldn't sleep in bed. He simply went to the chair in the garden and lay down, drinking a sip of wine from time to time. Your Highness, He Hong bowed. Yi Qiu and Wang Dong have returned with the princess, Lin Yi said. Let them come over. Yes. He Hong nodded to Jiao Zhong beside him. After Jiao Zhong left, he arranged for people to hang more than a dozen lanterns. The small garden was brightly lit. Lin Yi stood up and stretched, then lay down again, looking at the princess, who was getting closer and closer. He smiled and said, Aunt, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. You are really my good nephew. The princess looked pale, looking at the lazy Lin Yi. Still smiling. You are better than the prince. It seems that I chose the wrong person, Lin Yi said. Aunt, please sit down. Come on. Bring some snacks. I want to drink with you. The princess sat beside Lin Yi, looked at the blind man, and Yi Qiu on both sides, said with a smile, Are you so worried about me? My nephew is powerless, Lin Yi said while pouring wine for the princess. It's always better to be careful. After a while, some cakes and side dishes were brought over, and he personally picked up some dishes for the princess. The princess said frankly, You also want to know the whereabouts of the silver vault? Lin Yi said, My nephew is in need of money right now, and it would be a blessing to suddenly become rich. What if I say no? The princess never drank a sip of wine or ate a bite of food. Lin Yi slowly finished the wine in the glass, then looked at the princess and said, This silver originally belonged to Jizhou Temple. I believe my aunt has already known that the people in Jizhou Temple are looking for you everywhere. If they find you, they are not as easy to talk to as my nephew. Good nephew. Will you let them find me? The princess looked at Lin Yi and said fearlessly, If auntie is determined not to do so, nephew can't force her, so I can only let her fly freely. Lin Yi bit the cucumber in his hand with a crunching sound, and said while chewing, I hope auntie can run far away. And don't let Jing of Jizhou Temple find her. It is said that her kung fu is not worse than Elder Wuxiang of Jingangtai. The princess snorted coldly. You finally found me. Can you let me go so easily? Auntie is wrong. Nephew found you. It really didn't take any effort. Lin Yi smiled and said, Although Nephew values money, he also values family affection. The princess said, You even imprisoned your father. What can you do to me? Lin Yi shook his head and said, Auntie is wrong again. Nephew is filial, and can't bear that father continues to worry about the country of Daliang. The dragon's body is more important. The princess shook her head and said nothing. Lin Yi sighed. Come here. Send Auntie down to rest. Take good care of her. And if Auntie wants to leave, remember to give her some money. Looking at the princess who followed He Hong down, Lin Yi's face fell all of a sudden. Yi Qiu said, Your Highness, when I was looking for the princess, the abbot of the White Horse Temple deliberately blocked me, and the blind man hit me hard and ruined his kung fu. Does he have a grudge against the blind man? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Most masters can attack and control freely, and he doesn't believe that he made a mistake. Yi Qiu smiled awkwardly. The blind man said that the abbot was a fake monk, who defiled the pure land of Buddhism and deserved a small punishment. Chapter 336, Unfortunate Fate. Could it be a playboy monk? Thinking of the stunningly beautiful princess staying in a Buddhist temple, Lin Yi couldn't help but get excited about gossip. Men die early, and it seems normal to have some sexual desires. Yi Qiu said, Your Highness, the White Horse Temple is the base of the secret guards. Many of the children adopted were sent to the secret guards. After the blind man crippled the abbot's skills, he directly threw him to Fang Pai to see if he could pry Jiang Zhong's whereabouts out of the abbot's mouth. Is the White Horse Temple connected with the secret guards? This was something Lin Yi had not expected. Then what is the relationship between the princess and the secret guards? Yi Qiu said. The princess did not speak, and I dare not torture her privately. I can only dig out the information from the abbot's mouth. Lin Yi said. The White Horse Temple has always been supported by the court. It is not uncommon for it to collude with the court guards, but it is interesting to be with the secret guards. Let Fang Pai keep a close eye on the old monk. The princess may have more secrets than he thought. Yi Qiu bowed and said, Yes. After entering Ankong City, He Jixiang had talked to him about all the etiquette, and all the etiquette had to change. After all, Prince, he was no longer the Prince of Sanhe. He was just proud, not a fool. He also felt that Prince's power and number were no longer equal. Now, He stood in front of Prince He, and he no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning. In just these 2 days, he found that it was not so difficult to bow his head. However, he was a little different from the blind man. The blind man was repaying his gratitude, and the scholar died for his confidant. He was willing to bow down to the prince. What about me? It seemed that I was oppressed from the beginning. But now, as the blind man said, he got used to it. He had no intention of changing. He had food and drink, he had people to order him around. Apart from a few people, he was the biggest master. In the palace, sometimes he enjoyed this feeling of being bossy. It was completely different from threatening people with a sword and making them obey. Don't forget about the princess if she wants to leave. Let her go, but you must always follow her closely, so you know where she is going. Others may not have the ability to watch. You have to work harder. Follow in person. Don't let my money run away. Lenny continued. If she doesn't spit it out, I will be unable to sleep or eat. Yi Qiu hesitated and said, I dare not deceive the prince. I have a trick that can make people want to live but not die. No. No. Lenny waved his hand and said, I will not use this trick. After all, she is my aunt. I can't bear it. Once she runs out of Ankong City, let the news spread that the princess knows the whereabouts of the silver vault of Jizhao Temple. Prince. Yi Qiu was shocked. Is this not heartless? It is clearly forcing the princess to death at that time. Not only Jizhao Temple, but also the martial arts heroes of the world will attack together. Even if the princess is a grandmaster, she can't escape the pursuit of so many people. Now he only hopes that if Jizhao Temple hunts down the princess, their prince will not be crazy enough to send him and the blind man to rescue her. He and the blind man are probably not strong enough to do it, and they may even get themselves involved. General Manager Hong must come back soon. Of course, this is the worst plan, Lenny said with a smile. My aunt is so smart. She shouldn't do stupid things herself. After all, he is already threatened. I understand. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, seeing that Lenny had no more instructions, he turned around and left. As soon as he left the garden, he felt a vague murderous aura. Just as he was about to go over, a figure stood in front of him. The blind man said lightly, It's a bad fate. It's not something you and I can control. The people from Chanshan City are at the door? Yi Qiu calmed down and finally felt the source of this energy. The blind man nodded and said, Thank Jiuyun. This is indeed a bad fate. Yi Qiu never had any love between men and women in his heart. If he did, he would not hesitate to swing his sword to kill him. Anyway, it could not affect his sword heart. However, he knew one thing. Love between men and women is based on equality. Turtle bastard, at least they should be the same kind. Right, before him, there are women who like monks who are not interested in women, and they are a pair of senior sisters. It always makes people feel weird. And the gate of the palace. On both sides of the gate are guards holding spears, and in the middle stands the doorman with a scarred face. Jiang Chou. The three of them looked at the monk at the gate with strange faces at this time. Xie Jiuyun pointed a sword at his neck, and they didn't know whether to help. Jiang Chou saw Xie Jiuyun's expression getting more and more angry, and his sword-holding hand became more and more unstable. He was really afraid that the girl would pierce the monk's neck in an impulsive manner. He couldn't help but think of the good things about the monk. Thinking back to when he and Shan Yin entered Baiyun City. There was a period when Shan Yin ignored him. He had no food or clothing, and a penny could make a hero fall. In a strange place, with no relatives or friends. He thought about the Buddha's salvation of all living beings, and became the first person in Baiyun City to ask the monk for money. It was also the first time in the monk's life that someone borrowed money. The monk lent him 100 coins, and he has been grateful to him ever since. So, at this moment, he couldn't help but say, Girl, this is the Huang Mansion. Not a place where you can act wild. You should leave quickly. After saying this, looking at Xie Jiuyun's expression, he suddenly felt regretful. He shouldn't be so reckless. The woman opposite is a 9th rank. If she really gets angry, and she strikes him with a sword, he will definitely not be able to resist. He couldn't help but look behind him. And now, he just hoped that the blind man or Yi Qiu would come out quickly and send this woman away quickly. It saves me from suffering this kind of torture here. Little monk, you are still a man. Xie Jiuyun seemed not to hear Jiang Chao's words. At this moment, Ji Hai was the only one in her eyes. Her sword tip had already been pressed against the monk's neck. With a little force, She could kill him with blood. She said coldly, "My junior sister has been punished by the master for you. She will be punished today. How can you be indifferent?" "Miss, I really don't know." The monk was confused. Although his neck was pressed, he was not panicked at all. He put his hands together and said, "I think the young lady must have misunderstood something." "Misunderstanding?" Xie Jiuyun gritted her teeth and said, "My junior sister admitted in front of the master that she was in love with you. How could it be false? I hope the young lady can explain to the master that there is really nothing between me and Miss Xiaoqing." Ji Hai smiled bitterly. "I am content with the long lamp and the ancient Buddha, the vegetarian food and cold clothes." "Really?" Xie Jiuyun still asked. The monk said, "It is absolutely true. I am willing to swear in front of the Buddha." "Okay. Who asked you to swear?" With a clang, everyone stared in amazement at Xie Jiuyun, who had sheathed his sword and covered the monk's mouth with his hand. Chapter 337 Dilemma. Even the monk himself was a little confused. "Monk," Xie Jiuyun smiled and said, "as long as you say it, I believe it. I don't mean to disbelieve you." Jiang Qiu got goosebumps watching from the side. Is this girl mentally ill? The previous moment, her face was cold, as if she wanted to kill him, but now her eyes were full of tenderness, and her heart was full of joy, looking at the monk as if she were her lover. Is this still the Xie Jiuyun from before? How could he change his face so quickly? Amitabha. The monk took a step back. Xie Jiuyun's hand finally moved away from his mouth, and he could speak again. He said embarrassedly, "I don't know what the girl means." "It doesn't mean anything," Xie Jiuyun said proudly. "As long as you have nothing to do with that little bitch. It's fine. If you dare to have anything to do with that little bitch, I will kill you. I and Miss Xiaoqing are really innocent." The monk didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he not understand the friendship between the two sisters? But he was a monk. He couldn't have a love affair. Most importantly, he, like many people, didn't know what the two girls liked about him. If he could, he would really change. What kind of monk would he be if he had a girl following him all day? As long as they were willing to leave, his life would be peaceful. "That's good," Xie Jiuyun said with a smile. "Monk, she is my junior sister. She has been competing with me for everything since she was a child. She must win. Seeing that I am in love with you, she will naturally come out to play tricks. You can't be so stupid as to think that she really likes you. But don't worry. She won't have the chance to see you in the future. And you don't have to worry about her pestering you." The monk didn't have any expression. But Jiang Qiu next to him looked as if he had suddenly realized something. His heart suddenly became clear, and he wanted to rush to the palace and shout to the prince, who had been brooding over this matter, "You are not that bad. And the monk is not that good either." "Girl." The monk was very surprised at how he felt at the moment. Hearing that Xie Xiaoqing would never see her again, he was not happy, but nervous and confused. He was afraid of angering Xie Jiuyun, so he had to pretend to be nonchalant and said, "That's good." "What's good about that?" Xie Jiuyun rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why do you think I'm here?" "I don't know." The monk shook his head naturally. "That little bitch has always been trying to snatch everything from me. But this time she jumped into the fire pit. She was accused of having an affair with someone, and she foolishly admitted it. She wanted to take you to see the master, and the master was so angry that he directly locked her up in the dungeon." Xie Jiuyun was so happy that he seemed to forget everything else. "As for that man, that is, you naturally have no chance of survival. The master has already set people to hunt you down. Monk, you'd better run away. And it's best to hide your identity." Miss Xiaoqing was put in a dungeon? The monk couldn't help but change color. "Hey." Xie Jiuyun's face also changed suddenly. "You actually care about this little bitch, but not your own life and death? You know how much I have to worry about when I came all the way here to inform you in advance." Amitabha. The monk knew that he had lost his composure, and folded his hands. "Thank you for your kindness. Young lady, I appreciate it. But Xiaoqing's matter involves me. I have to ask one more question. I don't know how the master will deal with Xiaoqing. You dare to disobey the master's order. Do you think this little bitch can still live?" Xie Jiuyun snorted coldly and then said, "You'd better take care of yourself. The one who came to kill you is Xie Ernyang from Chunshan City, who is known as the evil spirit knife in the Jianghu. Although she is a woman, she uses a big knife to perfection. Below the 8th rank, there are few who can match her. You, a mere 3rd rank, naturally have no chance of survival. Either you hide in the house, or you flee far away. That's all I have to say. You can only wish for the best. In the blink of an eye, Xie Jiuyun disappeared from the monk's sight. Not long after, he heard a sharp whistle and a loud gong. Amitabha. The monk couldn't help but sigh. The girl was too impatient. He didn't have time to tell her that Hong Kong City was under curfew. No one was allowed to climb over the eaves and walls, jump over the walls and cross the city, or hide quietly. Otherwise, they would be met with arrows from all directions. Archers are basically above the 5th rank, and the bows and arrows they use are also carefully designed. Blind Man and Yichio have personally tested it. Even though they are great masters, facing the bows and arrows wrapped in the archer's energy, they will be in a mess. After all, this kind of patrol formation is specially prepared for martial arts masters. Xie Jiuyun is only a 9th rank, so naturally she should not be an exception. As expected, the monk saw Xie Jiuyun again, but this time she was a little embarrassed. She blushed as she looked at the officers and soldiers holding torches coming from both sides of the street, and unconsciously leaned closer to the monk. Amitabha. The monk had no choice but to take out the whistle hanging on his chest. After blowing it twice, the soldiers retreated and walked away with torches. Humph. Xie Jiuyun glanced at the monk unhappily. The monk smiled and looked at Jiang Cho on the side. Jiang Cho immediately understood and took out a wooden sign from his boot and handed it to the monk. The monk took it and handed it to Xie Jiuyun, then said, "Girl, this is the pass token for Hong Kong City. When you see the patrolling soldiers, just hand it over." Xie Jiuyun saw Jiang Cho take it out of his shoes with her own eyes. At this moment, she felt the stench even more. She covered her nose and glared at Jiang Cho. Jiang Cho smiled awkwardly, turned his head, and pretended not to see it. Xie Jiuyun hesitated for a long time, grabbed the wooden sign with a handkerchief, and stuffed it into his waist. The monk said confidently, "Girl, walk east along this street, and there is an inn. With this wooden sign, the innkeeper will be recognized by people." He didn't know about other places, but most of the inns in the South City had already opened. Xie Jiuyun ignored him and turned away. The monk looked at her gradually receding back and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You want to save her?" "I don't know." The monk didn't turn around, because he knew it was the blind man who was talking. After all, the two had played together since they were young, and they were very familiar with each other, whether it was their breath or their voices. "Don't try to be brave. You are not good at martial arts. You will be courting death if you go to Chunshan City." The blind man smiled and said, "What is Xiaonyang? What is the evil spirit knife? I will find it out and kill it directly." He would not say to the monk, "I will kill it for you," or something like that. As a friend, he would not let the monk feel any guilt. "But I don't know whether she is alive or dead. I am very worried." The monk sighed with his eyes slightly closed. "If it weren't for me, she wouldn't be like this. I can't help you." The blind man told the truth. Chunshan City and Jizhao Temple are both in Chuanzhou. They have been fighting with Jizhao Temple until now, so it is naturally not a place that can be easily visited. Not to mention that he went alone. Even if he took Ichio with him, it would be in vain. Chapter 338 Changes in the World. Entering Chunshan City, let alone approaching an old devil like Xiao Yao, even if you can pass the inspection of the local chief with the cultivation of a grandmaster, you will be thankful. Chunshan City is the most mysterious city in the world, and also the most terrifying sect in the world. "I know." The monk smiled and said, "This is my own business. I will take care of it. You don't need to care about it anymore." The blind man said, "I don't want to watch you do stupid things, and I don't want to lose you as a friend. Wait for Manager Hong to come back. He will have his own ideas. He understands monks. He is not afraid of monks being impulsive, irritable. The more they are like this, the more they fear life and death. Maybe they will stop halfway. After all, no one will despise a long life. What he is afraid of is the monks who are not afraid of life and death, who cannot be tempted by profit and cannot do evil. For them, death is just a transfer, not extinction." Amitabha. After the monk chanted the Buddha's name, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Ichio came out of the door and said with emotion, "He is what the manager calls a man of great perseverance. But his skills are not good, which is a pity." The blind man said lightly, "You know me. My eyesight is not good. Please help me find Xiaonyang, and then kill him." Ichio said, 50 taels. The previous debt will be written off. Sorry, you must pay back the 50 taels you owed me. The blind man smiled and then said, Jiangcho, help me find Xia Ernyang. I owe you a favor. Ah. Jiangcho was a little surprised. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Xie Jiuyun had just described Xia Ernyang's ability clearly. No one below the 8th rank could match her. She was quite powerful. She was not someone he could easily provoke. However, the blind man only asked him to find her, and didn't ask him to kill her. This deal seemed to be possible. This was a favor from the Grandmaster. Although he was just a doorman, he could not guarantee that he would have bad luck in the future. If he had the Grandmaster's promise, his future would be more secure. He hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Prince Wang, don't worry. I will find this person even if I risk my life. The blind man nodded and said, Thank you very much. You are very good. When Ichio passed by Jiangcho, he said this lightly, which scared Jiangcho to death. Damn it! Jiangcho must slap himself. Stealing business from this evil star is like a birthday star eating arsenic and refusing to live long. However, things have come to this point, and he has no room for regret, as the imperial court issued one decree after another. Ankong City gradually recovered its former prosperity. Many people finally understood that the world had changed. The person who was in charge of the government was the former prince He, now the regent. Every decree issued by the regent was very puzzling, such as the so-called supplier system. It was said that in order to resist the Wadden people, the regent was going to hand over all military supplies to big merchants. And if you want to get the qualification of military supplies, you must participate in the auction. The wealthy merchants in Ankong City were all invited to the Ankong Prefectural Yamen, and they were all trembling with fear, fearing that this was a trick of the court to rob people. The auction was bustling with people, speaking in barbaric language. In their confusion, they watched the Sanha people struggling to raise their placards, and in the end, inexplicably, the auction ended just like that. Almost all the successful bidders were from Sanha. It's not that they didn't want to participate, but at least they gave Prince He and the court some face. However, they cannot afford this honor, because almost every auction is worth more than 1 million taels. Millions of taels. They can also take them out. But now the world is difficult. To make the prince smile, they have to take out 1 million taels at once. It seems unnecessary to do so? Are these northerners fools? The butcher took away the status of pork supplier again, and was extremely happy. They don't understand the situation when they come to the meeting. It is the court that gives them 1 million taels of silver. Not that they are asked to give silver to the court. No. They are afraid that the court will not give silver, and they don't ask around. Although we and the prince are stingy, we have never defaulted on our debts. That's a spit and a nail. Zhu Rorong was originally worried that big merchants would compete with him, but now he found that it was completely unfounded. The people in Ankong City are complacent and are not their opponents at all. Li Sanyan looked around and said, Be careful. This time, it's not just people from Sanha who are bidding. Even some big merchants from Hangzhou, Yuezhou, and Wuzhou have raised their placards. The more time passes, the more lively it will be. In previous years, the business of officers and soldiers' clothing was basically hers alone. But now a family from Jiling City, Chang, suddenly appeared on the way and took away part of her share, which made her alert. Yeah, you guys can still laugh. Lu Duo sighed. My business this year was ruined by those people from Wulin City. They are not afraid of being fed up with the purchase of 1.3 million taels of cloth. This time, he is undoubtedly the most unlucky one. He could never have imagined that the cloth supplier qualification, which was only competed with in Sanha in previous years, would be a bloody battle because of the participation of some Yong'an merchants. The butcher sneered, and it was not good to add insult to injury. After all, for Lu Duo, losing the qualification of supplier was a heavy loss. Han Dongsheng blew smoke rings and said with a smile, Since ancient times, silk has been exported from the south of the Yangtze River. This is not our Sanha's strong point. Don't forget that your own cloth is imported from them. Once they lower the price, how can you? A transfer. Play with them? Everyone walked into a tea house to rest. After Lu Duo took a sip of tea, he sighed. I have to go back to Sanha to build a weaving workshop? But dyeing cloth? Beating cloth? Which one is simple? I can't do it, Li Sanyan said with a smile. We don't raise silkworms or grow cotton in Sanha. It's useless for you to build one in Sanha. It's better to move your family business directly to Jinling City. Weavers, there is no shortage of cloth dyeing craftsmen. Okay. Stop giving him blind advice. Liang Qingshu waved his hand at the crowd and said to Lu Duo, when it comes to cloth, none of these people are more familiar with it than you. Different trades are like different mountains. You don't have to listen to us. You still have to make your own considerations. Indeed, Lu Duo said with emotion. The people who do the most cotton cloth dyeing are still from Nanling. The cloth merchants in Jinling City are nothing compared to them. These Nanling people don't have a workshop. They are just like me, who do transportation. Liang Qingshu nodded. That's good. Everything has changed. Lu Duo sighed. He was no longer satisfied with being a small silk shop owner in Sanha. If he didn't make progress, he would not be qualified to sit at the same table and chat with Liang Qingshu and others. Chapter 339 Lost. What the prince said was right. If you don't advance, you will retreat. However, when he thought of the prince, he couldn't help but feel proud. Although the prince is in a high position now, and the prince's palace is heavily guarded, it is not a place he can enter whenever he wants. But when he thought about it, he was the one who sat and laughed with the prince. If prince, he ascends the throne in the future, he will have more to brag about. In the whole world, how many people have been taught by the emperor? What he regrets most now is that he did not keep Prince He's calligraphy. It can bring honor to the family in the future and be used as a treasure to protect the house. Calligraphy? It seems that he really has it. At the beginning, Sanha was short of money, and the governor's office borrowed money everywhere. Some of these merchants borrowed more, and some borrowed less. Although he was not as rich as the Liang family and the Wang family, he also borrowed 5,000 taels because of the good interest rate. In order to increase persuasiveness, the governor's office repeatedly guaranteed that every loan note had Prince He's seal and signature. The same thing was on his IOU, written by Prince He himself. He couldn't help but take out the IOU from his sleeve. As soon as he unfolded it, Zhu Rorong's head came close to him. Zhu Rorong smiled and said, "So you brought it with you too. Prince, he is not short of money now. You can cash it in at the prefectural yamen in 3 days. It is said that the silver note is from Sanha Bank." Lu Duo shook his head and said, "I don't plan to cash it." The butcher snorted coldly. "Are you stupid? Or do you think I am stupid? You are so easy to fool. This is 5,000 taels of silver." Lu Duo smiled and said, 5,000 taels can buy Prince He's calligraphy. It's not a loss no matter how you look at it." When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Liang Qingshu took the IOU and couldn't help but glance at the signature. He sighed. It's really not a loss. After all, Prince He's worth has also increased. Once Prince He ascends the throne, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven for them to get Prince He's handwriting again. Or to put it bluntly, it is completely impossible. The true Dragon Emperor is high above. How could he possibly deal with merchants like them? It's just a fool's dream. So, can you really keep it? The butcher still didn't believe it. The others smiled but said nothing. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little weird. "You can say it if you want." The butcher snorted coldly. When everyone was drinking tea, a team of soldiers came from the south to the north. The pedestrians moved aside and stopped to watch. The originally noisy tea house suddenly became quiet. You could hear a pin drop. After a while, the only sound in everyone's ears was the soldiers' uniform footsteps. Clang. 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 So clean, neat, and powerful. It took a full cup of tea for the soldiers to walk past the tea house. Zhu Rorong asked curiously, "Are these not soldiers from Sanha?" "Of course not. These are soldiers recruited in Nanzhou, and they have only been trained for about half a year," the butcher general said disdainfully. "Although there are many people with Huajin, there are few who are above the 3rd rank. If we really fight with the Wadden people, I'm afraid we can't rely on them," Liang Qingshu said coldly. "Be careful with your words. If you spread rumors to confuse the people and shake the morale of the army, you will inevitably be punished by the prefect of Ankang. Damn it. There are also mistakes in telling the truth." Although the butcher general refuted, he still agreed with Liang Qingshu's words and said no more. "The Wadden people have hundreds of thousands of people. It will not look good if we have fewer people." Zhu Rorong whispered, "I heard from Duo Matsi that soldiers from Hangzhou, Jingzhou, and Yuezhou are coming one after another. By then, we can probably gather 150,000 or 160,000 people. If Yuan Qing and Xinjiang are willing to submit to the prince, there will be more than 200,000 people. If we really fight against the Wadden people, we will not be afraid. Hey, you guys, Liang Qingshu said hatefully. This is a secret. How dare you talk nonsense like this? If someone with ulterior motives hears it, it will be a disaster. Zhu Rorong smiled awkwardly. He actually promised Duo Matzi not to tell outsiders. Okay. Stop talking. Li Sanyang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The army has marched all the way from the south to here, and the food and grass supply, it seems that it is not made by us. Right? At least the ready-made clothes worn by the officers and soldiers who just passed by were not made in her workshop. Han Dongxing took a sip of tea and said, how can we take advantage of the bargains in this world? The military supplies of Hongou and Yuezhou are naturally provided by local merchants, otherwise it would be a long time before we get there. Everyone agreed. They could only blame themselves for being weak, not having branches in Hangzhou, Yuezhou, and other places, and being unable to provide military supplies along the way. More and more officers and soldiers poured into Ankang City, as well as more and more merchants and vendors, making it very lively for a while. But the palace was still as deserted as ever. The ministers, who were used to having the emperor in the morning court, now felt a little uncomfortable facing the empty dragon throne. What they did every day in court was to listen to the regent's edict, but they could not see the regent himself. To use Lord He Jixiang's confusing words, although they can't see the prince, they are still working hard under the guidance of the prince. Lin Yi rarely enters the palace. If he comes, it's just because he likes to stand on the high wall of the palace to drink tea and enjoy the breeze. It's hot in summer, only standing at the highest point can you feel a little cool breeze. The queen's body is lost? Lin Yi almost vomited the tea he had just taken. I admit my guilt. Xiao Shizi was so scared that he knelt on the ground. How long has it been since the queen committed suicide? Why hasn't she been buried yet? Lin Yi didn't know at all. He thought the queen had been buried long ago. He didn't expect that the body would be stolen now. Your Highness, Xiao Shizi said with a wry smile. I have only been in charge of the palace for a short time. I have been sorting out case files recently. I just read a report from the Imperial Household Department and found that after the queen committed suicide, her body was missing. That's when I found out. Your Majesty ordered a secret investigation, but there has been no news. So that's it. Lin Yi understood what he meant, and couldn't help but frowned. At that time, the prince was in the Dali Temple prison. He had the ability to arrange for someone to steal the body from the palace. So he might as well steal himself out of the prison. Your Highness is wise, Xiao Shizi said cautiously. That's what I thought too. If you can get someone out of the palace, how could an ordinary person sneak out without anyone noticing? Moreover, at that time, Elder Wuxiang was still in the palace, and he could not hide any movement from him. Lin Yi said, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Xiao Shizi said, I think the queen's body may still be in the palace. Lin Yi said, whether it is buried or not. I am afraid that only the skeleton is left. There is no point in finding it. Your Highness. Xiao Shizi glanced at Lin Yi, then quickly lowered his head and said, Your Highness, there is a place in the palace that can keep corpses from rotting. Ice storage. Lin Yi blurted out. Xiao Shizi hurriedly smiled and said, Your Highness is wise. I will arrange someone to check it out right away. Chapter 340, The Hatred of Having His Wife Stolen. In fact, before coming to see the prince, he had already arranged for Yu Shaoshi to lead the Sanhe soldiers to surround the ice storage, and now he was just waiting for the prince's order. Lin Yi said, then hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled and crawled, climbed up the steps to the city wall, and said breathlessly, It's bad. It's bad. What's bad? Xiao Shizi said with a gloomy face. If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. How can you behave in front of the prince? Believe it or not, I will punish you for your disrespect. Prince, it's bad. It's very bad. He Lian seemed to be deaf to Xiao Shizi's threats, and still said to himself, Ghost. There is a ghost. Ghost? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Where did the ghost come from? If you keep talking nonsense, I will definitely beat you to death. Although he traveled through time, he was still a staunch materialist. Really? Prince? I saw the Queen Mother. He Lian was obviously frightened. Surprised, now pale, incoherent. The Queen is in the ice house. The Queen is in the ice house. Although Xiao Shizi had expected it, he was still shocked when he heard it now, and snorted coldly. It's just a dead body. Is it worth making a fuss? He Lian said with a sad face. Eunuch Tan, the queen is standing in front of me. Ghost, it must be a ghost. Xiao Shizi said coldly. Is the queen not dead? Impossible. He Lian said very confidently. The queen is my relative. He seemed to realize something when he said this, and then smiled awkwardly after a sudden pause. I saw her hang herself in person, and I took people to let her down from the beam. Her body was cold, and there was no breath. There was absolutely no way she could be alive. Now he can still stand in front of me. What else could he be but a ghost? Maybe it's a demon? Lin Yi smiled indifferently. Guard the ice house. I want to go and see for myself who is playing these shameful tricks under my nose. As he finished speaking, a figure passed by him and headed straight for the ice house. The figure was so fast that the face could not be seen clearly. The person that Xiao Shizi vaguely saw might be Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was a great master. And when he went, Xiao Shizi felt relieved. Lin Yi got off the city wall, not riding in a sedan chair, but riding on a donkey, passing through the palaces, along the white jade-carved railings, red walls and yellow tiles, towards the deepest part of the palace. The deeper he went, the more guards and Sanha soldiers there were along the way. Lin Yi didn't wait for them to kneel, but began to wave his hands. When he arrived at the door of the ice storage, there was already a crowd of people in front of him. Your Highness. Yuan Shi knew that the prince was coming, and he had been waiting at the door early. After kneeling on one knee, he said, I am incompetent, and I frightened your Highness. Lin Yi sneered. Could it be that the queen has really come back to life? Yuan Shi said. Your Highness, I did see the queen, but she was neither a living person nor a ghost, just a dead body, and was just used by some unorthodox villains. Lin Yi said. Is there a living person inside? Yuan Shi nodded. That's right. Your Highness. Rest assured, I will definitely bring this person to justice. Before he could continue, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of screams. The blind man standing in front of Lin Yi frowned and said, Your Majesty, the people inside are very skilled. Lin Yi said, I don't need you to take care of this place. Go and help Yi Qiu. Yes. The blind man stepped on the steps one by one and walked down. Yuan Shi glanced at Lin Yi, waved his hands to the left and right, and led his men to follow the blind man. Lin Yi stood outside and looked lazily. After waiting for half an instant stick of time, there was still no movement inside. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. He was very afraid of death. So he took Xiao Shizi directly into the gloomy ice storage. The coldness became stronger with every step he took. Surrounded by the guards, he turned left and right, and walked through the long stairs. There were no steps in front of him. The road gradually became wider, and the coldness was biting. The first thing that caught his eye was the huge ice blocks, which were piled up one on top of another, and there was no end in sight. After the blind man and Yi Qiu, who were standing on the left and right, made way, Lin Yi saw the person sitting cross-legged in the ice storage. He was a bald monk, wearing a monk's robe, with kind eyes and a kind face. His specific age could not be seen. At this moment, he put his hands together, slightly closed his eyes, and chanted to the woman wearing a crown lying on the ground. If you are in the three paths, in the most painful place, see this light, and you will all rest and no longer suffer. Lin Yi listened to the monk's prayer. Although he couldn't hear it clearly, he could guess the whole text based on one or two words. He glanced at the guards who were rolling and screaming around the monk, and then said, Save them. Don't disturb the master's prayer. Yes. Yuan Shi responded loudly, holding a big knife, stepping on the icy ground, and carefully entered the ice storage with a group of guards. He was on guard carefully, and seeing that the monk did not make trouble, he breathed a sigh of relief, carried the injured guard out of the ice storage, and handed him to the guard next to him, and stood beside Lin Yi. Sorry, Sin. The monk suddenly opened his eyes, and said to Lin Yi, Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Yi smiled and said, Where is the master practicing? He had never dared to look at the queen's body on the ground, which was still lifelike. No wonder He Lian was scared to death. The body looked weird no matter how he looked at it. It didn't look like a dead person at all. At first glance, it was no different from a sleeping living person. People fight for a breath. Buddhists fight for a stick of incense. The monk glanced at the queen on the ground and said, I just want to pass this incense to her. I hope the prince will agree. Yuan Shi bravely looked at the monk again, and then whispered in Lin Yi's ear, If I remember correctly, This person is Fa Hui of Jinggangtai. He is the disciple of Elder Wuxiang. And he once entered the palace with Elder Wuxiang. Jinggangtai? Lin Yi could never think that this matter could be related to Jinggangtai. I also remembered it. He Lian followed up. He is indeed a monk from Jinggangtai. It is said that he was close to His Majesty when he was young. And he is also His Majesty's senior brother. Master, do you mean Jinggangtai? Lin Yi sighed. I don't know what grudges my father has with Master. Why Master wants to humiliate my father like this? If someone's wife is dead, then she is dead. What do you mean by taking her body? Without deep hatred, you would never do such a thing. The hatred of taking my wife, Fa Hui said without reservation. Could it be that she was originally the master's lover? Lin Yi couldn't help but look at the queen on the ground again. No. The monk shook his head and said very honestly, it was this poor monk who took his wife away. Lin Yi was stunned and was speechless for a moment. What appeared in front of him was the green hat on his father's head. Could it be that the prince's biological father was this monk in front of him? Chapter 341 Green. The people around him were terrified after hearing this. Anyone who knows this kind of royal secret will have a bad end. They really don't want to be implicated and end up with nothing. How dare you? You and she was the first to scold. Such nonsense, you really deserve to die. But I didn't dare to get too close. He really hasn't lived enough. Amitabha. After Fa Hui chanted the Buddha's name, he stopped talking. You monk must be crazy, Lin Yi said coldly. I have always been unwilling to argue with fools. Leave the queen. Go quickly, and I won't make things difficult for you. You could only blame me for being too greedy for the fireworks of this world. There was soup on the stove, lights in front of the window, and flowers in the courtyard. Fa Hui looked at the queen who still maintained her beautiful face. With a tender face. It's a pity that I failed her in the end. It's too late to regret now. I hope the prince will forgive me. I will still accompany her to the end. In Lin Yi's incredible eyes, Fa Hui suddenly picked up the queen on the ground, turned into a residual shadow, and came towards him. The blind man stood directly beside Lin Yi and fiercely slapped Fa Hui in the face. Yi Qiu was also fast, and the long sword in his hand stabbed Fa Hui's back. However, the two were still a step slower. Fa Hui had knocked down the guards and went straight out of the ice house. Yi Qiu and the blind man chased after him, leaving only 3 afterimages in the air. Chase! After you, when she shouted. The whole palace was filled with loud whistles, which then spread outside the palace. The officers and soldiers of Ankong City began to move back and forth. The information they received was that there was an assassin in the palace, and the prince was in the palace. Lin Yi hugged his arms and walked out of the ice storage, feeling the hot and humid air that he hated just now, and finally felt much more comfortable. Xiaoxizi said, Don't worry, Prince. With Yi Qiu and the blind man chasing him, the monk can't run away. Lin Yi said helplessly. What the hell is this? It's true that he is a rebellious son. The interests of the royal family may not be his interests. He does not need representation. But the dignity of the royal family is his dignity. If the royal family makes a fool of itself, he probably won't have much face. My head is green. How can his son go out and meet people in the future? Seeing that the prince was unhappy, Xiaoxizi did not dare to say anything more. After watching the prince leave the palace, he turned back to the palace and began to issue a gag order. Anyone who spread what he saw and heard today would be killed without mercy. At night, the moonlight spread through the uneven branches and sprinkled on the ground, and was printed on Jihai's face. From the south to the southwest, he had been walking for half a month. Every night, he would light a bonfire to prevent wolves and meditate peacefully. Amitabha. Jihai is sure, this is not your own sound. He slowly turned his head. I saw an old monk behind the old monk. There seemed to be a person behind. Amitabha. Jihai stood up and got a gift with both hands. To the old monk road. I don't know where the master comes. He admires the old monk's kung fu. Going to myself, I haven't found it yet. And the most powerful thing is, there was no bird in the forest. I am Fa Hui. After the old monk put the person behind him on the ground, he sat cross-legged beside the fire, and said lightly, I came from Ankong City, and was going to Yuzhou. Master, you are injured. By the light of the fire, Jihai saw his hand, the red flesh and dried blood inside, making the whole hand look particularly scary. Fa Hui said indifferently, It's just a minor injury. I will bandage it for you. As a fellow monk, Jihai felt very kind to him. No need. Fa Hui waved his hand and said, "Please give me some food to fill my stomach. I will be very grateful." "Master, please." Ji Hai unwrapped the package of dry food and spread it in front of Fa Hui. The closer he got to Fa Hui, the stronger the disgusting smell of the mixture of stench and fragrance became. He couldn't help but look at the person next to Fa Hui. Fa Hui seemed to understand Ji Hai's doubts. While chewing the dry food slowly, he said lightly, "She is dead and can't eat." Ji Hai said, "Amitabha." He returned to his original place and sat down. But he was very curious about the clothes on the woman. He had seen this style on concubine Yuan, and it was not something that ordinary people could wear. "She is my wife," Fa Hui said sweetly. "Master, you are extraordinary. I am not as good as you." Ji Hai wanted to ask the monk how to get married. But when he thought of himself and Xia Shaoqing, he stopped asking. He had no face to ask. Fa Hui said, "I love her very much. But it's a pity that I gave her wedding dress to someone else. Hate, hate, hate. Master is right." Ji Hai could feel his grief. "Master, don't follow my footsteps," Fa Hui said lightly. "Letting go is freedom. Seeking but not getting, it is suffering. I have learned from your teaching." Ji Hai nodded. "It's good that you understand." Fa Hui glanced at the woman on the ground again. "Master, please do as you please. I will take my leave first." Ji Hai really couldn't stand this weird atmosphere, nor this pungent stench. After saying that, he packed up his bag and continued on his way. However, for 10 consecutive days, he could see Fa Hui carrying a corpse and asking for dry food when the moon rose. As the corpse became more and more smelly, he could smell it from a distance every time. Even if Fa Hui didn't take the initiative to say hello, he knew that Fa Hui was coming. On the 15th day, Ji Hai finally couldn't help but said, "Master, you have already passed the border of Yuzhou." "Amitabha," Fa Hui sighed. "I just remembered yesterday that I have disgraced my family. How can I face my fellow disciples? The world is so big, and there is no place for me to stay." "Master, you are too kind." Ji Hai didn't know how to respond for a moment. "Little master, I think you also have a lover." Fa Hui suddenly smiled. "Master, why do you say that?" Ji Hai suddenly panicked. How can a person with pure six senses be holding a girl's sachet and being in a daze all day? Fa Hui said confidently. "Sin. Sin." Ji Hai kept repenting. "Master, where are you going?" Fa Hui asked. "To be honest, Master, a close friend of mine is trapped in Chunshan City." "Chuanzhou," Ji Hai said calmly. "I want to rescue her." "Difficult. Difficult. Difficult." The old monk kept shaking his head. "You are only a third-rank official. I think that sincerity can move mountains and open rocks." Ji Hai said calmly. "Difficult. Difficult." The old monk repeated several times in a row. "Thank you for your advice, Master." Ji Hai turned around and left again. No matter how difficult the road to Chunshan City was, he would definitely go there. Chapter 342, Becoming a Buddha on the Spot. After his parents passed away, he cried all day long and was depressed. The prince and I comforted him. "When you come to the human world, you should look at the sun, don't bend your waist, shrunk your neck, raise your head a little higher, and see a wider world." Thinking of this, he strode proudly, continued to go southwest, showing his qigong, traveling day and night, and it only took 5 days to enter Yingdu, the capital of Jingzhou. Relying on the military token placed close to him, he had a smooth journey in Yingdu. After leaving Yingdu, he met the old monk Fa Hui again. But this time it was daytime, and the sun was shining brightly. Fa Hui was alone, sitting cross-legged under a 10-foot-tall dogwood tree. The body was gone. However, Ji Hai could still smell a foul odor from a distance. Fa Hui's eye sockets were sunken, and there were no eyeballs. Next to the empty black holes were pieces of rotten meat, and he could clearly see white maggots crawling in and out of them. It was more terrifying than seeing the female corpse. "Master." Ji Hai suppressed his discomfort, slowly approached, and bowed to Fa Hui. "You are here." Fa Hui's calm tone showed neither sadness nor joy. "Master, where is your wife?" Ji Hai could not help asking. Where did the female corpse go? It became his biggest question. He did not believe that Fa Hui would casually discard the corpse. Fa Hui clearly treated it as a living person, and muttered to himself every day. Fa Hui sighed. "I will not fight for that incense stick. I gave it to her. It is a pity that she is gone after all. We are destined to meet. I will give you the last half stick of incense." Master. Fa Hui's words made Ji-hai a little confused. My whole life, I have been studying the magic formula of changing bones, and the wonderful art of nourishing the spirit. I have scolded Buddha and ancestors. And I have done everything. I have studied living words, not dead words. At the age of 40, I have become a great master. People say that I am a rare genius in the Vajra platform in 100 years. Fa Hui continued. Little master, you kneel down. Kowtow to me 3 times, and I will accept you as my disciple, and learn the ability to become a Buddha on the spot. It is okay to kowtow as a disciple in front of the elders. Ji-hai kowtowed 3 times, and then said, But I am a monk of Baiyun Temple, and I cannot change my sect. Please forgive me. Master, it seems easy to know, but it is not easy to know. If you don't seek it from others, you will never get it in your lifetime. Fa Hui didn't give Ji-hai a chance to speak, and continued, If you see smoke across the mountain, you know it's fire. If you see a horn across the wall, you know it's a cow. If you can tell 3 things by 1 thing, and know a few grams by 1 eye, these are the common tea and food of my monk family. You are far from it. Listen carefully. I will explain it to you for the time being. Thank you for your trouble. Master, I am stupid and can't learn such skills. Ji-hai refused without hesitation. He didn't even learn Huiyuan Gong. How could he learn other people's skills? Fa Hui asked curiously. Why don't you learn it? Only those who have the hands and feet to kill people without blinking can become Buddhas on the spot. Those who have become Buddhas on the spot can naturally kill people without blinking. And only then can they be free and unfettered. Ji-hai shook his head and said, It's better for me not to learn it. To become a Buddha instantly is not to become a Buddha yourself, but to help others put down their butcher knives and become Buddhas. Anyone who is unwilling to lay down the butcher knife will be killed. After killing them all, what he has accomplished is his own path. He is unwilling to kill people to prove his path. Fa Hui said, If you can understand 1 sentence, you can understand thousands of sentences at once. Very good, young master, you are so intelligent, I have to learn. Ji-hai was about to argue, but his eyelids suddenly became heavy, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't open them. In the moment before he fell to the ground, he felt a ball of fire in front of his eyes, and his whole body was burning. When he woke up, he felt dizzy, but he still stood up staggeringly at the first time, and all he saw was ashes. Amitabha. He endured the pain all over his body, and picked up the unburned bones the size of a fingernail on the ground, carefully hiding them close to his chest, and then put the ashes into his bag. He dug a pit with a bowl, put the ashes and the bag in, and finally buried them. He thought that he would have a chance to dig it out in the future and personally send it back to the Vajra platform. After sitting cross-legged under the setting sun and resting for a while, he continued on his way. Every day, there were waves of troops coming south from Hong Kong City, and teams of civilians. Although the official road to the north is wide, traffic jams are unavoidable occasionally. Lenny stood on the city wall, yawning. My uncle has finally come to his senses. Since he is willing to help me, please arrange for someone to send food and supplies. Autumn is coming soon, and cotton-padded clothes and quilts are indispensable. He Jixiong said. Don't worry, Your Majesty. These have been prepared by Den, and will be sent to General Yuan Qing's tent in 3 days. That's good. Lenny nodded and said, Send a message to Shinchu, Bao Kuei and others. My uncle is not a person who abuses his power for personal gain. His character is still trustworthy. And when marching and fighting, listen to him more. Because the Sanha soldiers beheaded 20,000 people in Lianshui River. They won a turning point, and the people all over the world were excited. So he was in a good mood these days. Is there still no news about the old bald donkey Fa Hui? Lenny looked at Xiao Shizi. Xiao Shizi knelt down and said, I am incompetent. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, how has my father been these days? Lenny asked. Xiao Shizi said, Since His Majesty knew that the Queen's body was robbed, he has smashed a lot of teacups in succession, but there has been no movement these days, and he seems to be in a good mood. Yesterday, he even went to the Imperial Garden to appreciate the flowers. Huh? Lenny frowned and said, How did he know? Reporting to the prince, I have been beaten to death by a monk who did not know his place. Xiao Shizi kowtowed several times. Lenny sighed. You have been in charge of the palace for quite a while, so we need to strengthen the confidentiality. Yes. Xiao Shizi responded quickly. Lenny said, Does the prince know? Xiao Shizi said. The prince doesn't know. The people who should know don't know. But the people who shouldn't know. Lenny shook his head and sighed. You didn't do a good job. Stop bowing and go down quickly. I'll take my leave. Xiao Shizi bowed and left. And before leaving, he glanced at the 12th prince, who had already knelt on the ground. I can't help but feel sad for him. Killing a person is such a simple thing. It's been so long. And it hasn't been done yet. If the prince doesn't beat him, it will be unjust. Brother Emperor, said the 12th brother with a bitter face. Qin Jingji is too cunning. He agrees to whatever I say. He never disagrees. I really can't find an excuse. The reason why he is called an old fox is that he can live the way you like at any time. Lenny couldn't help but sigh. You are still too young. He can see your habits and preferences at a glance. Chapter 343 The King of Dai enters the capital. I know my crime, Old 12 said helplessly. Brother, I have tried my best, but I really can't find a reason to kill him. I hope you can tell me clearly. After all, no matter what he said, Qin Jingji agreed to everything, even including killing the Wadden envoys directly. He really had no choice. Calling a deer a horse, and confusing right and wrong? Lenny said unhappily. To reply to your brother, I am not such a shameless person. Old 12 was helpless. Although Qin Jingji is not a good person, he is a clean person and enjoys a high reputation among scholars. If he dares to do this, his brother may have to drag him out to take the blame and calm the anger of scholars. Lenny said unhappily. Do you want to save face or do you want your yeoman palace? The 12th brother was in a dilemma, and finally couldn't help saying, Brother, does this Qin Jingji have to be killed? Since the other party has stopped at the brink, can we let him go for the time being? It's not impossible to let him go. Lenny touched his chin, and after a moment of silence, he said, It's impolite not to reciprocate. The Wadden people sent an envoy, and we have to send someone over. Let him go alone to persuade Hulagu to withdraw his troops and spare his life. Ah! The 12th brother was stunned for a long time, and sighed. Brother, this is equivalent to letting him die. He really couldn't figure out what the hatred between his 9th brother and Qin Jingji was, and why his 9th brother was determined to kill him. No. You still have to have dreams. What if you succeed? Lenny said with a smile. The 12th brother said with a stiff face. Your Majesty is right. It is impossible to make the Khan Hulagu, who led hundreds of thousands of troops, retreat on his own initiative by just talking. Hulagu is not a fool. If he goes back like this, it will be a losing business. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Lenny asked, Anything else? The 12th brother said, reporting to the 9th brother. The Wadden envoys have been clamoring to see you these days. Lenny snorted coldly. Do I know if they want to see me? When the two countries are at war, not killing them is already giving them face. Let them be honest and don't push their luck. Otherwise, killing them will boost morale. The 12th brother said. I understand. He still had to continue to argue with these Wadden people. Lenny waved his hand and said, Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll go pick up your 6th brother later. 6th brother? The 12th brother said in surprise. 6th brother returned to Hong Kong City? He didn't know what was wrong with his 6th brother's brain. Why did he go to Hong Kong City to suffer instead of being a local emperor? Lenny smiled and said, Maybe your 6th brother misses me. I haven't sent a letter yet, but he can't wait to come here. I really envy the friendship between the 9th brother and the 6th brother. The 12th brother admired himself more and more. Now he didn't even blush when he lied. Lenny said, Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the northwest gate quickly. It should be here by now. I'll take my leave. The 12th brother led 2 guards specially arranged by Lin Yi down the city wall and rode to the northwest gate. Standing on the high wall of the northwest gate was the new deputy commander of the military department, Jiang Yi. And next to him was the new garrison commander of the Beijing camp, Lu Kansas. He glanced at the Daiwang army getting closer and closer outside the city gate, and said to Lu Kan, Sir Lu, is it appropriate to leave the city gate open? In terms of position, he was naturally not as good as Lu Kan. However, when it comes to guarding the city gate, he is a professional. At present, although the King of Dai said that he came to serve the prince, he has 30,000 officers and soldiers behind him. If the King of Dai has any other intentions, the army will rush into the city, and the consequences will be disastrous. Humph! There are still more than 10,000 soldiers from the Beijing camp in Hong City. Lucan seemed to see through his thoughts, and said with a smile. The prince said that he is not afraid of him entering, but afraid of him not entering. You also know that there are only more than 10,000 soldiers? If it is really captured, the Sanha army far away in the northern frontier will not be able to rescue it in time. However, when he heard that it was the prince's order, he immediately wilted. He could only say angrily, Lord Liu, we still have to be on guard. Not for us, but for the safety of the prince. Their prince is ignorant and lazy. How can they expect him to command? Can they still survive? Therefore, he strongly suggested that Lucan block the city gate. Unexpectedly, Lucan said proudly, where my Sanha army is, there is no need for a city gate. After the prince entered Hong City, He Jixiang, the Grand Commander of the 5 Military Commanders' Office, personally reorganized the Beijing camp. Those below the 3rd rank are not wanted by the Beijing camp. After all, this is the force that guards the capital. If they are too weak, they will not be able to sleep peacefully with the prince. What Lord Liu said is right. Jiang Yi really didn't know how to refute. An officer ran up the steps and said, My lords, Prince Yong'an is here. Lucan smiled and said, Let's go. The two of them went down the city wall together, bowed to Prince Yong'an, and said in unison, Greetings, Your Majesty. You two are welcome. The 12th old man looked at the wide-open city gate, and then looked at the dusty Daiwang army not far away. He felt the ground shaking, and looked at Lucan and Jiang Yi in fear. Jiang Yi lowered his head and didn't speak, because he doesn't know what to say, only hear Lu Shido. Wang Yi doesn't need to worry about it, on behalf of the king and my king. They are brothers, the gate is closed, non-hospitality. King Yong'an said with a smile. This king was brought to the king of the emperor. He really wanted to yell at Lu Yin, You and his mother are a fool. It's time. What kind of brotherhood? Lu Yin bowed. I wait for all the 12 princes as the master. Then go out and see? The old 12 looked close to the army, although I have entered the city, but I have never dared to take a step out of the city gate. Please! Lucan raised his hand. The 12th brother had no choice but to go out of the city gate. When he reached the edge of the moat, he found that the army was no longer moving. In the flying dust, a figure in a white cloth robe slowly emerged, riding a horse, and slowly came towards this side. The 12th brother finally had the courage to cross the moat. Without waiting for the white figure to get closer, he bowed and said, Meet the 6th brother. It turned out to be the 12th brother. A guard pulled the reins, and the king of Dai turned over and dismounted. He also bowed to the 12th brother and said, It's been a long time since we last met. The 12th brother is getting more and more energetic. You are too kind. My brother. The 12th brother smiled and said, The 9th brother specially ordered me to welcome the 6th brother here. 6th brother. Please lead the way. My 12th brother. The king of Dai got on the horse again, and followed the 12th brother into the city. The 3 squads of Hong Kong prefectural officials beat the gong to clear the way, and finally stopped at the gate of the Daiwang mansion. The 12th brother is really considerate. The Daiwang laughed as he looked at his own mansion. This is what the 9th brother wanted. The 12th brother's eyes turned red with envy. Is the difference in treatment between him and the Daiwang so big? Chapter 344, Unarmoring. If his 9th brother could return the mansion to him, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Of course, his treatment as a vassal king must be improved. After all, his fiefdom is Yong'an, the richest place in the world. Not to mention tens of thousands of dan every year, should be several thousand dan, otherwise. How can he support himself and the servants in the mansion? Thinking of his servants and guards, who have gone their separate ways, he gritted his teeth. These bastards are really heartless. Now he is living in the Hyong mansion, and no one is willing to come back. Is it really as the 9th brother said, that he has no bastard spirit, lacks prestige, and no one is willing to follow him? Thank you, 9th brother. For me. Returning to the Daiwang mansion again, the Daiwang was very happy. Entering the gate, he said as he walked, I am very happy to be back. From now on, I will stay in Hong City, and will not go anywhere else. The 12th brother looked at the servants and made standing on both sides, and couldn't help whispering, 6th brother has an army at his side. Why don't you make achievements? He didn't like his 6th brother, and he didn't want him to stay in Hong City in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't he have even less status in front of his 9th brother? His 6th brother is a threat. Do you think I'm stupid? The king of Dai rolled his eyes at him and said, "The third brother in my father's army of more than 100,000 couldn't do anything. What use am I? Although there are 30,000 troops. It looks pretty good. But it's just for show. Old 12, I have no grudge against you in the past, and no enmity with you in the present. Please do not harm me." "How could I harm you? My brother? You are too suspicious," Old 12 said with a smile. "I just feel sorry for my sixth brother. You are a man of great talent and strategy, and he is willing to be the tail of a phoenix. It is a pity. It would be a pity if he lost his life." The king of Dai turned around and patted Old 12 on the shoulder. "Old 12, you should put away your little tricks as soon as possible. I will not fall for them. Otherwise, when I really lead the troops into the city one day, I will tell your ninth brother that it was you who instigated it." "Ah!" Old 12 was startled, and waved his hand quickly. "My brother, you must not be impulsive. If his ninth brother really knew that he was causing trouble inside, his ninth brother would definitely not forgive him. But he didn't know that at this moment." Lenny looked at the 30,000 Daijo soldiers outside the city from afar. With a face full of regret, his sixth brother should be more impulsive. Otherwise he would not be able to find a reason. And he would be embarrassed to be ruthless. From now on, he would probably have to treat him with courtesy. After the sound of trumpets and drums outside the city, someone shouted, "According to the order of the king of Dai, take off your armor. Take off your armor. Take off your armor." A dozen messengers waved flags and shouted while galloping in the Daijo army. At one time, the 30,000 Daijo soldiers put down their weapons and took off their armor. Some of them only kept their underwear. Some were shirtless, and some were completely naked. However, everyone did as they were told without hesitation. Lenny sighed. When the order was passed down, no one slacked off. Lao Lu really had a good way of managing the army. Let's see who the generals under him are, and see if they can be retained. What he admired most was Lao Lu's ruthlessness towards him. The military power and fiefdom were handed over as soon as they were said to be handed over. Ordinary people would never do such a thing. After all, it was still unknown who would win. Wasn't it too early for Lao Lu to do this? He didn't know whether he should say Lao Lu was stupid or smart. Lucan bowed and said, "Yes, sir. I just don't know how to deal with these people." Lenny continued, "Now is the time to use people. After the reorganization, they will go to the Liangshui River area and be led by Shinchu." Lucan smiled and said, "Your Highness is wise." Lenny said, "Hold a banquet in the palace tonight to entertain all the civil and military officials. Lao Lu gave me such a big gift. I have to show my appreciation. Tell the imperial kitchen to serve as much fish and meat as possible. But don't be too stingy." "Yes." This time it was the guard Xiao Zhong who responded. The news of the banquet held by Prince He spread quickly in Hong Kong City. Many civil and military officials were waiting anxiously at home, sending servants to check at the door from time to time, and some even waited at the door in person to see if there was any eunuch coming to deliver the imperial decree. This was the first banquet held by Prince He since he took charge of the government. What an honor! If Prince He invited others, but not me, where would I put my face in the future? I would be embarrassed to greet my colleagues. The most important thing was, if he didn't invite me, did Prince He have any opinions about me? Was he dissatisfied with my performance in the court? Don't end up with my head and body separated, and my property confiscated and exiled. What Prince He did in Jingling City, Wulin City, everyone knew it like a mirror in their hearts, and I was really afraid that Prince He would get used to it, and get used to it. They were even afraid that Prince He would learn from Emperor Delong, who used the 3 tricks of the throne. Anyone who had provoked him would either be exiled or executed. By then, few people in the court would be spared. Prince He did not do so at the moment. Perhaps because the Wadden people were coming aggressively, and the enemy was at hand. Once he had time, they would be in danger. Another group of people did not have so many worries, as they were more interested in the King of Dai. This 6th prince was really a wonderful person. He really grasped the right time to surrender to Prince He. Moreover, 30,000 people took off their armors at the same time. What a magnanimity and heroism! Now that we are facing internal and external troubles, it is the time to use people. The 6th prince came at the right time, and was willing to be the one with the golden bones. Unless he rebels in the future, the prince will not touch him no matter what. After all, they cannot break their promise to the people of the world. Lin Yi, led by Xiao Shizi, stepped into the imperial garden and looked at the skinny and hunched back of his emperor father from a distance. He was filled with emotion for a moment. The man who was once majestic and arrogant inevitably grew old after all. See, Father Emperor. Lenny still stood straight. Emperor DeLong turned back. The fish food in my hand is squeezed into the lotus pond, faint authentic. You are here. 6 emperors are back. After Lenny took the teacup, sit straight on the stone bench aside then, presumably. I miss my father and emperor. Today's son has a banquet. Invite the father, good together. He is back. It's so good, since ancient times. The world's male soldiers are out of the state. Emperor DeLong snorted coldly. Will he capture his hand? Lenny laughed. Father Emperor Hart, 6 emperors are the most clear consciousness. How can I compare with my children? Just now, Brother 6 emperors has let the 30,000 dynasty soldiers unload the armor. The child is going to send them to Saibei. Fight with Van Dan. He removed the armor. The approach of the king seems to shock the Emperor DeLong. You among your brothers, he is the most smart one. But what I didn't expect was, his smartest son actually raised his hand to surrender, and still bring troops to send to the door to disarm. It's unheard of. See what you have never seen. Chapter 345 Night Banquet. From the crown prince to the 9th brother, and then to the 6th brother, are they still his sons? None of these people are recognized by him. Lenny looked at his father's disappointed expression and asked seriously. Brothers are friendly and respectful to each other. Isn't your father happy? Father. Don't forget, you are still the common ruler of the world, and the 6th brother is taking off his armor to you, not to his son. Happy, of course I am happy. Emperor DeLong said with a smile. Since you want to hold a banquet, I will go and take a good look at my sons. Lenny said. Thank you, Father. Occasionally, it is quite useful to use his father as a signboard. At least he can stand on the moral high ground and smash those bastards who like to talk nonsense to death. He would not let anyone who accused him go. If he could not defeat public opinion, he would kill the person who created public opinion. These days, rumors are still very effective in misleading people. The banquet was held in Tian Palace, organized by Ma Jin, the Minister of Rights and Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. However, when he saw the prince suddenly appear there, he was still shocked. He was a little confused for a while, because he did not tell the prince that the prince would come, until the emperor entered again. Everyone was a little confused, just waiting to kneel down and shout "Long live the emperor" 3 times. Emperor DeLong sat in the main seat, looking coldly at the prince, who was under his control, and said resentfully, Evil son, I dare not. The prince stood up, bowed to Emperor DeLong, and said, Your son pays respect to your father. Your father's voice is still so loud. Your son is very happy, listening to the father and son talking to each other. All the ministers felt very strange. Prince Dai is here. Prince Yongnan is here. With the eunuch's loud shout, the banquet hall became quiet, and everyone returned to their seats, watching Prince Dai and Prince 12 walk in together. Greetings. Father! Long live the father! The king of Dai and the king of Yongnan knelt down and shouted. Emperor DeLong said, Stand up and sit down. Thank you, father. The king of Dai thought that he would be calm when facing the toothless Emperor DeLong again, but he found that he was wrong. Even though he had no power, every word and gesture of Emperor DeLong carried a sense of majesty and power, which made it impossible for him to resist. In his heart, he had already cursed Lin Yi 10,000 times. Just hold a banquet. Why did you invite Emperor DeLong and the crown prince? Are you not ashamed enough of him? Do you want to drag these people to watch him make a fool of himself? Or is this a warning to himself? If he has any bad intentions, Emperor DeLong and the crown prince will be his fate. Thank you, father. Old 12 saw the crown prince on the side, and was suddenly stunned. His 9th brother actually invited the crown prince, so he was half a step behind in replying. However, it doesn't matter. I guess his father wouldn't care too much about such details. He doesn't have the ability to care. Now he is following the 9th brother. Unless the 9th brother speaks, no one can punish him. After the king of Dai and the 12th prince finished their conversations, they sat down next to the prince. After a while, the eunuch shouted again. Lin Yi entered the hall with his hands behind his back. Everyone stood up and bowed at the same time. Long live the prince. The 12th prince was helpless. We are both 1,000 years old. But why is there such a big difference in our entrance? Lenny walked to the front of Emperor DeLong, bowed and said, Greetings, father. Long live the father. Emperor DeLong did not say anything. So Lin Yi kept bowing. The hall suddenly became quieter, and you could hear a pin drop. They were afraid that the rivalry between the two fathers would affect them. It is really a good thing that the sixth brother is back today. Father, why do you have to be angry with the 12th brother? I will definitely beat him up for you later. Lin Yi was a little impatient after all, and was unwilling to play these tricks with his father. He continued to put his hands behind his back and said, "Let him listen to the father more in the future." The 12th brother had no words to say. What does this have to do with me? Can't I just sit there quietly? Anyway, I'm often dragged out by my 9th brother to take the blame. I seem to have gotten used to it. Emperor DeLong snorted coldly. Serve the dishes, play music, make it lively. Lin Yi applauded. Today, you are allowed to drink as much as you want, and you won't leave until you're drunk. Thank you, Your Highness, the minister shouted. The music started, and the singing and dancing continued. Emperor DeLong only drank a glass of wine, and then he kept coughing. Lin Yi waved his hand, and Lien helped Emperor DeLong down. He sat directly on the seat of Emperor DeLong, high above. After 3 rounds of drinking, he walked to the front of the King of Dai with a cup in his hand, and said with a smile, "Sixth brother is still as charming and dashing as ever. I envy you very much. Meet the Regent King," the King of Dai said with a smile. "The Regent King is too kind." Lin Yi frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid that you will become estranged from your brothers when you say these words?" The King of Dai said seriously, "There is a difference between the monarch and the minister, and I dare not be disrespectful. Sixth brother, it will be meaningless if you keep talking like this." Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Speak. You must have your own ideas when you lead the troops into the capital. So speak up." Tired of standing, he drove the 12th brother away and sat next to the King of Dai. Lin Yi sat in the seat of Emperor DeLong. Old 12 did not have the courage to sit there, and could only stand behind Lin Yi, watching others eat and drink. "I dare not," King Dai said calmly. "Thunder and rain are all grace from the king. What if I let you die?" Seeing that he was still like this, Lin Yi could not help but get a little angry. King Dai knelt down and shouted, "If the king wants me to die, I have to die." The singing stopped, and the music stopped, and the singing girl knelt down in fear, and was silent. All the ministers put down their wine glasses, stopped using their chopsticks, and dared not continue chatting. The hall fell silent again. "Sixth brother," Lin Yi said in a tone that he thought was very kind. "What do you mean by this? Why don't you talk to your brother?" The Prince of Dai said loudly. "Everything is up to the regent. I dare not speak nonsense." The people present finally figured out what was going on. The Prince of Dai was indeed a smart man. He decided the status of king and minister in public, and everyone was a witness. In the future, the king will no longer fight with the prince, and will be the minister of the regent. Actually, there is no need to do this. You underestimate your brother's magnanimity. Lin Yi also understood the meaning of the King of Dai. From now on, if I have a bite to eat, I will have to wash the bowl. Ah! The ministers were stunned. Is this a human language? Unexpectedly, the King of Dai shouted. "Thank you, Regent." He has his own understanding. Since he has become a minister, does he still want to drink soup and eat meat with the emperor? Ministers serve the emperor. Naturally they have to wash the bowls. Chapter 346 Good Brothers. The Dai King's behavior shocked all the ministers. "That's your brother. How can you kneel down? What's more, you are also a prince, with troops outside. How can you be so spineless? The throne is not yet determined. Who will be the winner? It's still uncertain in the end. Should we give everything a try, even if we lose? We will still be a hero in our next life." Really, they have had enough of this regent these days. They actually miss Emperor DeLong a little bit now. Although Emperor DeLong was vicious, he had rules to follow. As long as he followed the rules, there would be no major problems. Unlike the regent, who was independent, they were very careful every time they did things, fearing that they would anger the regent. Living with a big knife on their neck every day was really a torture. They were eager for a normal prince to come and drive out the regent, so that the court could return to peace and the world could return to stability. However, it seems that there is little hope. The once most promising King Yong, facing the 300,000 troops of Wadden, did not put up any resistance at all, and led 120,000 troops to evacuate Yongzhou, which has been criticized by the world. Many people once placed their hopes on the King Dai, who was both civil and military. But now, he is knelt directly. So now they don't have much hope for the King Nanling, who has made Jingji as his support. Sixth brother. You are too polite. You and I are real brothers. We don't need to act powerful in front of each other. Lin Yi lifted him up with his own hands and said with a smile. In the future, you and I should support each other. Don't learn from some bastards who always ask why they are the ones who suffer when they are at a disadvantage. But never think about this question when they are living a good life. They only remember the beatings and not the kindness. What the regent taught me is right. I will remember your teachings. After being lifted up by Lin Yi, the king of Dai still bowed his body and lowered his head, not daring to ignore every word of Lin Yi. He himself could not have thought that there would be a day when he would submit to his younger brother. Hey brother, you are still so polite. I will not say much. Keep drinking. Don't go home until you are drunk. After saying this, Lin Yi looked at the prince, who had been watching coldly, raised his glass and said, Brother, how about we drink this cup together? After hearing this, the most nervous one was the 12th brother, because he didn't know whether he should raise his glass or not. Let's raise the glass. His 9th brother may not treat him as a brother. After all, he didn't say it to him. If he raised his glass easily, it would be self-indulgent. In the public eye, it would be very embarrassing. If he didn't raise his glass, it would be disobedience. And he would not give his 9th brother face. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose disgrace between disgrace and disobedience. Anyway, he didn't have much face left after all this. Besides, when he thought of the crown prince and his father, his life seemed not bad. He borrowed a wine glass from the Minister of Revenue gone mao next to him, poured the wine, and raised the glass on the side. Thank God. His brother saw it and didn't object. He was really his brother's good brother, and almost cried with joy. Then, he unconsciously looked at the arrogant prince beside him, who was still motionless. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He was deliberately not giving his 9th brother face. He only heard his 9th brother say, Prince, are you feeling unwell? Should I call the imperial physician for you? There was a hint of coldness in his voice. No need. The prince finally stood up, raised his glass to everyone and drank it all. Brother is still so heroic. Lin Yi also smiled and drank the wine in the glass. Then the king of Dai, the 12th brother, also drank the wine in the glass. After the banquet was over, Lin Yi yawned and entered the imperial garden, followed by the 12th prince and the king of Dai. Lin Yi took off his robe and threw it into Xiao Shizi's hands, and walked in his inner garment. The king of Dai said, It's cold at night. Please take care of yourself. The regent. Lin Yi smiled and said, 6th brother, you are still so dishonest. It's so hot today. The king of Dai said, I have been cold resistant since I was a child. The regent knows it. Ah, chatting with you is becoming less and less interesting. Lin Yi sighed. You just came back. You must not have seen the concubine Xian. Now is the right time to go and see her. You don't have to waste time here with me. Concubine Xian Yin is the biological mother of the king of Dai. Her family background is not good, and she is not favored. She has always been aloof in the palace, and this kind of temperament is rare in the palace. It's getting late. I won't bother my mother anymore. The king of Dai smiled and said, I appreciate the kindness of the regent. You are really careful. Not a single leak. Lin Yi was helpless. Since the incident between concubine Zhan and the king of Chu happened in the palace, Emperor Delong said nothing. But any prince with a little bit of brains would have some self-awareness. Right? He dared not visit the harem at night, even if he only saw his own mother. His father was suspicious, and he would enter and leave the palace at will, which would only make himself uncomfortable. The regent is too kind. The king of Dai bowed his hands to thank him. I didn't praise you, Lin Yi said slowly. There's no one else here. Just tell me the truth. What do you think? From childhood to adulthood, you should know me. Your brother. I'm not afraid of others deceiving me. I'm just afraid that he can't deceive me. The performance of the 6th prince made him a little unbelievable. Is this still the 6th prince he knew before? Everyone is competing with their fathers on the same platform. Although the king of Dai is weak at the moment, he may not lose to him in the future. Who is the strong one from the beginning? For example, he was the one who was most despised from the beginning. The king of Dai pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said with a smile, I have read all the books on my bedside table, and I have learned nothing but stupidity. You want to play wit with me? Lin Yi snorted coldly. You also know that my brother's patience is not that good. I will call you my 9th brother again. The king of Dai put his hands behind his back, raised his head and looked at Lin Yi. I promised you that if my ninth brother wants to ascend the throne, I will definitely help him. Since my sixth brother has already placed a bet, I can't say much. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry. If my brother can win, he will never let you lose. Thank you, Regent. The King of Dai lifted his robe, knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Regent King Jiao. Old 12 couldn't help but kneel down. Brothers, you and I don't have to be so reserved. Lin Yi helped the King of Dai up and then said, You came back at the right time. Recently, I've been dealing with the Wadden envoys, and I'm confused. Although Old 12 is not too stupid, he still lacks some skills in handling things. You should go and help him. Old 12 almost cried when he heard the first part of the sentence. The sixth brother is here, and his ninth brother really doesn't believe in him anymore. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, he almost jumped up with joy. Help? It was the sixth brother who helped him. Chapter 347 The White Hair of the Princess. I used to treat myself like a child, and I could beat and scold my sixth brother whenever I wanted. Will he have to listen to me in the future if I tell him to go east? He can't go west if I tell him to catch chickens. He can't chase dogs. Thank you, Regent. The King of Dai took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and raised it with both hands. I am not talented. Over the years, I have adopted some poor people who can only run errands and do hard labor. My ability is limited. I begged the regent to give them a meal for my sake. Xiao Shizi took it first and unfolded it under the lantern. After Lin Yi took a look, he smiled. Partridge Whistle, it is still the sixth brother who is talented. He gave them such an elegant name. I remember this girl Shan Rui. She is so beautiful, you are so lucky. My sixth brother. It was the most unexpected for him that the sixth brother was willing to hand over the spy in his hand. Is he really not keeping any cards? Does he trust himself so much? Or is it because he has too many chips in his hand? It is not a pity to give up one or two? He was a little confused for a while. The King of Dai seemed to see his doubts, bowing and smiling. Regent, I can still remember what you said back then. You must find someone who can make you feel lazy, so that you will no longer be on the alert. Lin Yi's eyes widened. This is the love words he used to coax girls in the red light district. It is a bit inappropriate to use it between brothers, isn't it? The King of Dai smiled awkwardly, knowing that what he said was a bit off. After all, it was learned from the red light district. He smiled and said, Regent, the world has changed, as far as I know. Even the disciples of Xingqianhai, who have not appeared in the world for 100 years, have begun to walk in the world. No matter how many monsters there are, they are all vulnerable in front of absolute power. Lin Yi only heard Pan Duo mention it once, and then he didn't take it to heart. So he said casually, Besides, Xingqianhai is far away in the western wilderness. What does it have to do with my Dalian kingdom? Regent must not take it lightly. The King of Dai said with a serious expression. Xingqianhai emerges. The stars and the North Pole are orbiting together, and the tribute ladders and ships are open to all directions. It is said that this star sea will appease the tribes in the western wasteland and unify the western wasteland. At that time, my Liangzhou will be in danger. Is the star sea so scary? Lin Yi still didn't understand. The King of Dai smiled and said, Why doesn't the regent ask the princess? She has not only learned the skills of Jijiao Temple from the Holy Mother Queen Mother. If I guess correctly, she has learned the skills of the Star Sea. Can it also involve the princess? If it wasn't for Lao Lu's mention, Lin Yi almost forgot that the princess was staying at the palace. How did the princess learn the Xingqianhai technique? After my father ascended the throne, he exiled He Jixiang, Xie Zan and others, and then killed the entire family of Tang Sun, the son-in-law. The princess grew white hair overnight. Wait a minute. Lin Yi interrupted the King of Dai directly. The princess has white hair? Ah. The King of Dai smiled bitterly. His ninth brother's focus was always different from others. He could only say helplessly, Yes, the princess always has white hair. That's too fake. Lin Yi still didn't believe it. Anyone can see that the princess has long black hair. Sixth brother. Even if you are colorblind, you won't mistake black hair for white hair. Right? Even ordinary people know about applying cream to the face and dyeing the beard and hair. The King of Dai still underestimated Lin Yi's ignorance. He really regretted coming to Ankang City so early. At least in Daizhou, I don't have to face this kind of idiot every day. Because if he was really an idiot, he would have killed him long ago. So he used hair dye. Lin Yi suddenly realized. You know a lot. He found that whether it was the crown prince or the king of Dai, they knew more than him, from the beginning to the end, only he really did not care about worldly affairs. Regent, this is not a secret at all. The king of Dai spoke a little weakly. Even if He Jin died, call He Lian here, and you can find out by asking. That's true. Lin Yi felt a little regretful. He Jin died without being interrogated. He Lian, who was standing nearby, did not even ask him a few more questions. When the eldest princess was 33 years old, she became a grandmaster. She was the first person in Dalian to become a grandmaster at such a young age. The king of Dai continued. Has the regent ever thought about why she could become a grandmaster so quickly? He Lian also knows this? Lin Yi asked. The answer was irrelevant. The king of Dai was really tired. But he could not lose his temper. He could only patiently say. The only people who know that the eldest princess has become a grandmaster are Wen Jiaoyi and Lu Chaoyuan in the palace. I am afraid that no one else knows. I just found out this year. That's not right. Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Lu Chaoyuan is someone close to my father. He couldn't possibly hide it from my father. Could he? He remembered Lu Chaoyuan's loyalty to his father. The king of Dai couldn't keep up with Lin Yi's speed in changing the subject every time, after taking a long breath. Everyone below the grandmaster is an ant, people like him, although his kung fu is not as good as Wuxiang and Jingyi, but he may not be willing to take my father seriously. I'm afraid he has other intentions. As for why he insists on staying by my father's side, I don't know. Lin Yi frowned and said, Go on. My father is too calm. The words that the king of Dai suddenly said made Lin Yi feel like he had been enlightened. He always felt that there was something wrong with his father, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. Now it seems, it's just too calm, unbelievably calm. This is not his father's normal reaction. Regent, you are too easy. The words of the king of Dai were even more shocking. Damn it! Lin Yi slapped his forehead angrily. What else can he do to me? He is indeed too easy. Is he going to follow the footsteps of the prince? But I think about it again and feel that it is impossible. No matter how you look at it, his father has no chance to turn the tables. I don't know about this. The king of Dai shook his head and smiled. You and I should not underestimate the emperor, and the emperor may not be looking for the princess for the silver vault of Jizhao Temple. It may be something else. I remember your words. Lin Yi said to the king of Dai. I will not stay any longer after a long journey. Someone, send the king of Dai back to rest. I'll take my leave. The king of Dai left. The 12th brother stayed behind, looking as if he was about to say something. Lin Yi said impatiently, If you have anything to say, just say it. I have told you so many times. Be a real man. Don't dilly-dally. Yes, the 12th brother said stiffly. After the 6th brother's reminder, I remembered something. My father has made no progress in these years, but he has been devoted to seeking the way to immortality, and the affairs of the state have been neglected. That is why He Jin has monopolized power, and the people are resentful. Chapter 348 Immortality. After saying this, the sweat on his forehead fell down. Because he found that his brother's face was not right, was he going to beat him? He couldn't help but take a step back before he remembered that his brother's kung fu was not good. What would happen if he kicked and beat him? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and said, Are you hot? Brother, I'm not hot. Old 12 knelt down with a plop, and said with a sad face, Brother, I really forgot that when my brother led the army to Hong Kong City for the first time, I followed my mother's wishes, and quietly left the palace. Passing by the Qingjing Palace, I saw Elder Wuxiang coming out of it. His face was very unhappy, as if he had a conflict with my father. I was so scared that I hid behind the stone lion, holding my breath with the turtle breathing technique, and heard him sighing, saying that there was no way to achieve immortality in the world. Why should we persist in doing so? After hearing what my 6th brother said, I combined it with what Elder Wuxiang said, and felt that my father might really be studying the so-called method of immortality. You should be sure of one thing. Don't have any doubts. Your father is indeed seeking the method of immortality. Lin Yi suddenly realized that all the unreasonable events before now had a reasonable explanation, including why Elder Wuxiang suddenly left the palace. But his father didn't know it. No matter how wise and capable a monarch is, when he reaches old age, facing the shadow of death that hangs over his head all the time, he will inevitably panic. But is there really such a way to live forever in the world? Old 12 said puzzledly. How can it be possible? There is no one who lives forever. Nor is there anything that is immortal. Lin Yi attributed his time travel to a fantasy event. But he was still guided by scientific ideas. The fantasy world must also respect the law of conservation of energy in science. At most, they are like Wenjiaoyi, or the eldest princess, who have the ability to keep their youth. But they will die sooner or later. What? Old 12 said worriedly. What if my father really succeeds? It's just a fool's dream. Lin Yi snorted coldly. We let them do it. It's good this way. He didn't dare to disturb his father's dream. Otherwise, his heart would explode. His father cannot die yet, he still needs it. Old 12 asked in confusion. Brother, then father is looking for the eldest princess. Does the eldest princess know the secret of immortality? Go back and ask the eldest princess. Lin Yi spread his hands and said, I haven't seen her for a long time. Let's go back to the mansion to see her. Jiao Zhong led the donkey over. He waved his hand and didn't get on, but got on the sedan chair next to him. He drank a lot of wine and was very sleepy. It would be better to go in and lie down. If he didn't have the last bit of reason and the last bit of persistence, he would have stayed overnight in the palace. If he made a mistake that all men would make, he would be despised by the world. By then, his reputation would be ruined. It is better to take things easy. When they arrived at the prince's mansion, the sedan stopped. Jiao Zhong lifted the curtain and was hesitating whether to wake up the sleeping prince. He Hong came over and signaled not to disturb the sleeping prince. He only asked two little girls to lift the curtains on both sides to keep the sedan ventilated. When Lin Yi woke up, he came out in a daze. Seeing people on both sides, he sighed. You guys, you should wake me up when you need to. It's more comfortable to sleep in bed. He Hong replied yes. After entering the mansion, Lin Yi drank a cup of tea, and he was half sober. And suddenly, he was not sleepy anymore. The moon was high at this moment. Is the princess asleep? Lin Yi suddenly asked. To answer your question, Your Majesty, Jiao Zhong bowed. If nothing unexpected happens, at this time every day, the princess should still be practicing sword. Lin Yi smiled and said, As expected, they are siblings from the same mother. Both of them are so hardworking. He thought of his father again, who was very persistent and hardworking in everything, even if he was not so good at it. He Hong smiled awkwardly. When it comes to matters involving the royal family, it is better for them not to talk nonsense. This is the experience passed down by word of mouth by successive guards commanders. From Shinchu to Baokue Mogue, etc. The more you get involved, the more you get beaten. Even if Chief Steward Hong is not in the mansion, you still have to be careful when speaking and doing things. He saw Lin Yi going to the princess's residence, and while following Lin Yi, he looked around. Although he knew that one of Yi Chio and the blind man must be around, he didn't see the shadows of the two, so he was still a little uneasy. If these two were not here, they would never let the prince see the princess easily. If the princess suddenly got angry, he and his guards would definitely not be able to protect the prince. I'm here. Don't look for her anymore, Yi Chio said from the shadows with his hands behind his back. That woman's kung fu is getting more and more weird. You should arrange for someone to invite Wang Dong. You can't beat her alone? He Hong saw that Jiao Zhong and others had caught up with Lin Yi, so he stayed in front of Yi Chio for a while. Yi Chio pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can't beat her now. She's progressing too fast. It's only been more than a month. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Although he entered the Grand Master late, he was always fearless when facing the princess or Lu Chaoyuan. But in just over a month, the changes were too fast. He looked at the princess from afar and actually felt afraid. Yes. He Hong no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the guards to invite the blind man. Lin Yi passed through one courtyard after another, one path after another, and finally saw the princess practicing sword in the fifth courtyard of the palace. Lin Yi knew that she was practicing sword, but he could not see the shadow of the sword, as if the princess had nothing in her hand. He just had a feeling that she practiced well, but he could not say what was good about it, so he could only applaud. The princess continued to practice swordplay, unmoved by the outside world. She stopped after a long time, and threw the sword in her hand towards the scabbard hanging on the pillar. With a clang, the scabbard did not move at all, and the hilt trembled. Good. Lin Yi was really amazed, and said with emotion, Auntie, this is a unique skill. It's a pity that you don't go to the overpass to perform tricks. He was speaking the truth. If she goes to the overpass to perform with this skill, it will definitely be very popular. Humph! The princess snorted coldly and said, You entered the palace? As expected. Nothing can be hidden from Auntie, Lenny said with a smile. Not only did I enter the palace, I also met my father and the prince. My father said he missed my auntie and asked me to bring her to the palace. No, the princess said without hesitation. One is my father. The other is my aunt, Lenny said helplessly. I am in a dilemma. Please teach me. Aunt, the eldest princess said calmly. Will you be embarrassed? Lenny smiled and said. Father said that if I bring my aunt into the palace, he can teach me the way to longevity. If I don't go, he won't teach me. It's really difficult. He looked at the eldest princess's face while speaking. Chapter 349 Merit. He wanted to see what the princess's reaction would be. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Under the dim lantern, the princess's face remained unchanged, as if she had heard something very ordinary. He still won't give up. The princess turned her back and looked at the moon in the sky. Is there really a way to achieve immortality in the world? Lenny stood with the princess, looking like he was humbly asking for advice. The princess smiled and said, The road to immortality is within reach, but many fools don't realize it. It is ridiculous for a mortal to dream of immortality. Lenny was very surprised that the princess could say such a thing. He pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, But father said that you also know the way to immortality. You can tell him tomorrow that I lied to him. There is no way to immortality in this world. The princess suddenly laughed. Are you trying to piss off father to death? Lenny asked curiously. Do you think I still have a chance to kill him? The princess asked. Elder Wuxiang is not in the palace now. You still have a chance, Lenny said with a smile. As for Lu Chaoyuan, he stayed with my father, probably to seek the method of immortality. If you tell him that this is fake, I'm afraid he won't be your enemy. This old dog is pathetic enough. He is also afraid of death. The princess suddenly laughed. Very happily. If he knew that all this was fake, he would not let me go, Lenny said. Aunt is so strange today. Actually told me so many truths? The princess said. These little things. Let you know. What's the harm? I am looking forward to you coming to the palace early to tell your father. I think his expression will be very interesting. Lenny smiled, did not continue the topic, and said, Aunt, do you know that the news that Xingqianhai disciples have returned to the world has begun to spread in the world recently? What? The princess, who has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, suddenly changed her face at this moment. Xingqianhai's disciples are back in the martial arts world. Lenny repeated it again. He couldn't imagine how powerful Xingqianhai was to scare the princess like this. It is said that he killed the 3 major sects in Liangzhou a few days ago. When Pan Duo told him the news, he didn't pay much attention to it. In his opinion, the so-called martial arts sects were all lawless gangs. No matter how arrogant they were, could they withstand his iron fist of dictatorship? If they were really lawless, he could quickly put them out with just the yeoman runners and constables. However, looking at the expression of the princess, it seems that it is not that simple. He saw that the princess did not say a word, and was about to ask more questions. But the princess suddenly jumped up, snatched the sword on the pillar, and floated away. The blind man chased after her. All this happened in a flash, and Lin Yi did not react at all. After realizing that the princess was going to escape, only Yi Qiu and a group of guards were left by her side. Women are really fickle. Lin Yi was helpless. There was no sign at all, not even as good as the female driver. When the female driver turned on the wipers, he at least knew to turn. He Hong said, Your Majesty, since the princess escaped, do you want to spread the news about the silver vault of Jizhou Temple? He had always kept this matter in mind, and at this moment he could not help but say it out, to prove to the prince that he, a warrior, also had a heart. But he did not expect Lin Yi to kick him hard. Lin Yi said unhappily, You are stupid. If she falls into the hands of Jizhou Temple, what good will it do us? Ah. He Hong looked aggrieved. As expected, the right and wrong are all decided by their prince alone. Humph. Lin Yi said helplessly. If the princess can't stand the punishment of Jizhou Temple, the silver vault will fall into the hands of the third brother, which will do us all harm and no benefit. Your Highness is wise. He Hong was unwilling, but he had to bow his head. Lin Yi looked at Yi Qiu and said, You should follow them too. I'm sorry that I can't obey your order. He is the only grandmaster in the He Palace. If he leaves, there will be no more masters in the He Palace. Hey, whatever you want. Lin Yi understood what he meant. He yawned again, went back to the bedroom, and lay down directly. He woke up before dawn. According to the scout's report, his mother would arrive in Ankong City today, and he had to meet her at the South City gate in advance. His mother had a bad temper, and it would not be worth it if he went late to get scolded. From the bottom of his heart, he really didn't want his mother to come to Ankong City. After all, the current situation was too complicated. He didn't know if she would be unlucky in the future, and he would have to rush south. But I really couldn't stand my mother's stubbornness. If she didn't let me come, I would cry, make a scene, and even commit suicide. Your Highness. Jiao Zhong came in while Lin Yi was having breakfast and said, Pan Duo said that the Queen's carriage was less than 2 miles away from the South City gate. So fast? Lin Yi was very surprised. It's really fast. After stuffing the half-eaten cake into his mouth, he wiped his hands with a wet towel and went straight out of the house and got on the carriage. Concubine Yuan's return to Ankong City was a big deal for the Ankong officials who wanted to please the prince. They arrived earlier than Lin Yi. As soon as Lin Yi walked out of the city gate, he saw the civil and military officials of the court standing side by side at the South City gate, including Qi Yong, Ma Jin, Gong Mao and others. This flattery is too much. Don't you care about your face at all? Don't you have any integrity? He really doesn't understand. Long live the prince. When Lin Yi got out of the carriage, the civil and military officials knelt down to greet him. Stand up. Lin Yi stood on the carriage frame, looking down from above, and once again glanced at the people around him. He did not see anyone from the Yuan family, his grandmother Dong, old lady Shui. Thank you. Your Highness. Everyone shouted again. Lin Yi got off the carriage, and suddenly heard someone shouting. The Queen is here. Lin Yi raised his head, and saw the Sanha cavalry holding the honor flag, and the carriages behind them, and then the endless light troops. When they arrived at the city gate, the cavalry lined up on both sides of the pipeline, and a carriage slowly drove over. When the carriage stopped, Mingwei and Zixia jumped off the carriage, and stood by the side of the carriage with their hands hanging down. Lin Yi lifted his skirt, knelt down and said, Greetings to Mother. Long live the Queen. Everyone knelt and shouted. Stand up. The voice in the carriage was gentle and peaceful, as if it was out of touch with the world. Thank you, Queen. Everyone stood up, not looking up. Lin Ning was in the carriage with Concubine Yuan. Seeing Concubine Yuan's smug look, she smiled and said, Mother, I just took a peek and saw Qi Yong and Ma Jin. That's right. Concubine Yuan smiled and said, Your brother is the regent now. They dare not be too presumptuous. If you ask me, it's all thanks to Mother. Lin Ning couldn't help but tease. Of course. Concubine Yuan sighed. If it weren't for my good teaching, how could your brother have such a great reputation today? Chapter 350 Close Relatives. Mother is right. Although Lin Ning disagreed with what she said, she still complimented her. Mother has worked hard and made great contributions, otherwise brother wouldn't be where he is today. She knew what kind of person her mother was. She was never cunning in her dealings with others. She was able to live well in the palace until now, probably because of her family background. After all, her father and brother were both unparalleled generals in the world, and most people would give them some face. This kind of person would never teach a person like her brother. Even she has been influenced by her brother since she was young. As for the so-called teachings of her mother, she is just like her brother, and it goes in one ear and out the other. I have worked hard for so many years, and it is worth it, Concubine Yuan said proudly. In the future, I will enjoy my life in peace. The most regrettable thing is that the bitch queen died like this, otherwise she would have to let her taste my power. The biggest regret in the world is that you have become successful, but your enemies are gone. Mother, be careful with what you say. Lin Ning made a gesture to silence her, and then whispered, All the civil and military officials are outside. Mother, be careful. Don't let anyone hear it. Concubine Yuan said coldly. Your brother is no longer the same as before. What if someone hears it? Who else can they complain to? That's what I said. Lin Ning persuaded carefully. My brother has just taken charge of the government, and the great cause is not stable. It would be bad if someone with ulterior motives took these words from Mother to make a fuss, which would also damage Mother's wisdom. That's true. Concubine Yuan nodded. I will be the mother of the country in the future, and it is inappropriate to be framed as petty. Seeing that there was no movement in the carriage, Lin Yi shouted, Please invite Mother into the city. Welcome, Your Majesty, everyone shouted. Let's go! After hearing what Lin Ning said, concubine Yuan no longer had any intention of getting out of the carriage. Sun Qingde, who was driving the carriage, shook the reins, and the carriage slowly entered the city. Along the way, concubine Yuan couldn't help but lift one foot of the curtain, looking at the empty streets, and lifted the curtain a little wider, revealing a jeweled head, and asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" Lu Kan, who was accompanying her, said, "Your Majesty, the prince has ordered me to take you back to the palace." He didn't look up at the queen's face, but he knew that the queen's face was not good. At this moment, let's divide the responsibilities clearly. This is the intention of the prince, it has nothing to do with him. This is the art of language. Return to the palace? Concubine Yuan said unhappily. Who told you to return to the palace? Lu Kan looked embarrassed. He had already said it. It was the intention of the prince at this moment. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, he heard Princess Huayong's answer. Princess Huayong said, "Mother, you and my brother haven't seen each other for a long time. So it's natural for us to go to the palace to enjoy the family happiness. Who wants to enjoy the happiness with him?" Concubine Yuan said very dissatisfiedly. "Turn around and go to Yuan's palace." Sun Qingde, who was in front of the car, knew that this was said to him. Prince He's order was to send the queen back to Prince He's palace, but the queen wanted to go to Yuan's palace. He didn't dare to disobey the queen, but the prince couldn't disobey him even more. This made him at a loss for a moment. At this time, he saw Prince He turning his donkey around, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lenny said with a smile, "Since the queen wants to see the old lady and grandmother, then go." "Yes." Sun Qingde received the order, walked out of the main road, and turned into a small alley. Lenny did not follow, but said to Mingwei, who was standing beside him, "You follow. Be smart, otherwise you will not see the queen if she has any instructions." "I understand," Mingwei said with a smile. "I have a very good ear." She was such a smart person. She immediately understood the deep meaning of the prince's words. The prince wanted me to eavesdrop on the conversation between the queen and the Yuan family. After saying that, he and Zixia followed the queen's carriage team. Lenny sighed. It's really not quiet for a moment. After saying that, he glanced at Ma Jie, the former Qingyuan city prefect's legal advisor, and said with a smile, "Ma Jie, you've worked hard all the way." Ma Jie bowed his waist and said, "Your Highness, you're joking. These are all my duties." He was originally just a legal advisor, not an official, nor a clerk. To put it bluntly, he was just following the prefect to take advantage of the power of others. He never thought that he would become an official one day. Moreover, he was the prefect of Hong Kong City, in charge of the capital area. When he received the transfer order, he couldn't believe it, and even thought it was a wrong signature. Finally, he went to Wu Lin, the governor of the Nanzhou provincial government office, to confirm again and again. And it was true. An ordinary legal advisor was directly promoted to the third rank, which was rare in ancient and modern times. He, Ma Jie, was also a great honor to his family. When I went to the capital to take up my post, I happened to meet the imperial concubine who was heading north, and they entered Hong Kong City together. "Do you know why I asked you to come to Hong Kong City?" Lenny asked with a smile. "I am stupid." Ma Jie knelt down and said, "Because you are shameless enough." Lenny said indifferently, "In this capital area, people with shame can't play well. Ma Jie has good ability, and can really do things. He has not been stupid because of reading poetry and books. The most important thing is that his foundation is clean enough, and he has no complicated relationships." "Thank you, Your Highness." Ma Jie smiled bitterly. In terms of shamelessness, compared to the prince, he really felt inferior. Lenny said, "Okay, you just entered the city. Find a place to live. Get familiar with the environment of Hong Kong City before taking office. Kill those who should be killed. Don't consider my face. If the prince breaks the law, he is guilty of the same crime as the common people. He has too many relatives in Hong Kong City. If he is concerned about this and that, there will be no royal law." "I understand." Ma Jie quickly understood what the prince meant. "Are you asking me to play the villain? Only someone like me who has no background is best suited to do this kind of thing. I have no relatives or friends in Hong Kong City, and I don't need to talk about favors with anyone," Lenny said. "If you have nothing else to do, Please leave. Your Majesty, I have something else to say. Ma Jie hesitated for a moment and said, On the way here, I saw Heshuan County Prince Hu Jun and his family coming to the capital. Lenny asked, Does the Queen know about this? Ma Jie said, The Queen knows, the Queen. She also asked the county lady Hu Miaoli to meet him and persuade him to return. Lenny saw that he was hesitant to speak. So he said unhappily, If you have something to say, please say it in one breath. And don't let me ask more questions. Ma Jie hesitated for a moment and said, In my opinion, the Queen seems to want to get closer to the Yuan family. It is said that Yuan Zijuan, the daughter of General Yuan Qing of the Yuan family, is a beautiful woman, both civil and military, and is a rare woman in the world. Close relatives marry. These 4 words came to Lin Yi's mind first. My cousin is beautiful, but she is too familiar. How to start? Thinking of this, his head shook like a rattle. Chapter 351 Things have changed. No matter what you say. He cannot agree. There are so many women in the world. Why do you have to attack your cousin? Ma Jie saw Lin Yi in a daze, and after looking at Xiao Shizi next to him, he carefully withdrew with 2 servants. This matter is not easy to handle. Lin Yi sighed. What if I am labeled as unfilial? I will cry, make a scene, and even hang myself. What should I do? Xiao Shizi smiled. Your Majesty is reasonable. Your Majesty will understand if the prince explains it to you. Say this, his face turned red. He had served the Empress for so many years, and he probably knew the Empress's character better than the prince. She would not even think about anything that could be solved by coquetry and force. And there was no reason to speak of it. I hope so, Lin Yi said helplessly. She could not imagine that her mother would actually take him into account in order to protect the Yuan family. She was really thoughtful. This time, he finally looked at his mother with a new eye. When he rode his donkey back to the prince's mansion, someone came to report. Jiao Zhong said, Prince, the Queen's carriage has entered the palace. What? Lin Yi didn't react for a moment. Didn't she say she was going to Yuan's house? Why is she in the palace again? He really couldn't figure out what his mother was doing. Jiao Zhong said, The Yuan's house is closed. The less you say, the fewer mistakes you make. Is this a rejection? Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. I really want to ask his mother in person. Is it fun to try to please someone who doesn't like you? No matter how much we knocked on the door, or how much we shouted, no one in Yuan's mansion opened the door. Jiao Zhong lowered his head and said, We dare not knock on the door without the Queen's order. Is she embarrassed to enter the prince's mansion, or does she not want to enter, so she just entered the palace like this? Lin Yi put his hand on his forehead and said, The palace has not been cleaned up yet. It will be inconvenient to let her go. Xiao Shizi said, Don't worry. Your Majesty, I will go to the palace right away. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Go ahead. If she makes things difficult for others, you should stop her. I will take responsibility for it afterwards. Yes. Xiao Shizi agreed with a stiff upper lip. Then he got on his horse and went straight to the palace with a few young eunuchs. Lin Yi was tired and hot. He took off his robe, sat on the steps, took off his boots, and rubbed his feet while saying, This is a troubled time. She will only cause trouble. How will she deal with it when she enters the palace and faces me? When the 12th old man saw Lin Yi suddenly looking at him, he panicked. How should he respond to this? As smart as he is, he doesn't know. Why do he have to answer such tricky questions every time? Seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of letting him go, he could only smile and said, I don't know. How else can he answer? To be honest, he didn't dare. He is not good at telling lies, Lin Yi said unhappily. Don't just stand there. Go to the palace now, and let your mother watch over it. Her words are at least somewhat useful. He has never figured out, how did his mother, who is so naive, become good friends with concubine Tang, and he also admires concubine Tang's patience. Not everyone can stand his mother. If it weren't for the powerful Yuan family, the Queen would have probably banished his mother to the cold palace long ago. I'll go right away. Old 12 ran away in a hurry. Lin Yi refused the slippers handed over by Jiao Zhong, and walked into the palace barefoot, lying under the grapevines, and fell asleep immediately. He woke up too early. It was already noon when he woke up. After rinsing his mouth, he ate something, held the teacup, and continued to lie on the chair. The blind man came over and knelt in front of Lin Yi to confess his crime. Lin Yi asked, Did you really run away? The blind man said, I am incompetent. Blind man, Lin Yi said with a smile, You have changed. The blind man always stood so straight and refused to kneel to anyone. Your Majesty, please don't make fun of me. The blind man smiled and said, without your Majesty, there would be no me. Okay, stop being mushy. Let's talk about serious matters. Lenny waved his hand and said, where did the princess go? The blind man said, the princess's skills have improved by leaps and bounds in the past month. I don't understand why. I tried my best to catch up with her, but she still escaped. I only know that she went all the way west. Maybe it's really like what Lao Lu said. She practiced some evil skills. Lin Yi snorted coldly. If you can't catch up, then you can't catch up. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. The whole world belongs to the king, as long as he takes over the western wasteland at that time. He doesn't believe that the princess has a place to hide. She was so outstanding, so eye-catching. It was too difficult for her to hide from the world. The blind man said, don't worry, Your Majesty. Wait for the steward to come back, and I will chase him again. Lilingzi. Lenny couldn't help but sigh when the blind man mentioned Hong Ying. This little bastard can't just give up. Right? He didn't dare to think badly. If he didn't have the chance to see this guy again in this life, he just hoped that it was because Xiao Yingzi was disappointed in him and ran away. The blind man said, with the steward's skills, even if he can't beat him, no one in the world can catch up. I hope so. Lenny closed his eyes again to rest. In the evening, Lenny got the news that Zhang Mian had returned. Lenny said, no need to meet him. Just let him go to the military department to take up his post, and cooperate well with Majia. Anyone who I don't like will be killed. He didn't expect so many people to come back on this day, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, yes, I will pass the message on. Wait a minute. Lenny stopped him again and said, Lucan has made great progress recently. Tell Lord He that it's a bit of a waste of his talent to be a garrison commander. Let him enter the palace. Also, that is Wei Yishan, Liang Yuanji, Han Jin, young people must be given opportunities. Let them do what they want, and not be afraid of them making mistakes. Jiao Zhong saw that the prince had finished his instructions, and then he left. At night, Jinglan Palace was still brightly lit. Concubine Yuan leaned on the couch, letting the maid rub her forehead. Lin Ning said with concern, Mother, why don't you go to bed early? Concubine Yuan sighed. Your grandfather is so angry. How can I sleep? Your brother is really, actually making your grandfather angry. It's really not right. Lin Ning said carefully. I guess my brother has his own difficulties. Concubine Yuan shook her head. No matter what the difficulties are, he is still a family member, not to mention his own grandfather. The concubine Tang, who was sitting at the bottom, smiled and said, Sister, why do you have to work so hard? We women can't worry about their men's affairs. Sister, you are tired from the journey, so you should rest more. Sister, don't leave. Concubine Yuan waved to the maid behind her, sat up with the help of Lin Ning, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that everything has changed since I came back this time. There is no one to talk to. Fortunately, you are here. Please stay with me for a few more words. Chapter 352 No Face. Thinking back to the past, she was not the worst in the palace, but she was definitely not doing well either. After all, she had a son who was not doing well, and everyone wanted to poke her in the back. How could she have the face to go out and meet people? So, even though she was favored by Emperor Delong, she rarely showed up among the concubines in the palace. She never liked her son's words, but she still agreed with what her son said. If you are rich, you should play the drums and thunder gates, and if you are poor, you should live in peace and contentment. Like now, I have become rich. If I don't show off in the palace, how can I show my strength? I heard that my sister is coming back today. All the concubines were originally going to come, but I was afraid of disturbing my sister's rest. So I asked my sister to go ahead first. Tomorrow, all the sisters will definitely come to pay their respects to my sister. Concubine Tang and Concubine Yuan have been friends for many years. How could she not understand Concubine Yuan's little trick of showing off? She flattered. Sister, why don't you take a rest first? I can't sleep because of a headache. Concubine Yuan sighed. My son is still so worrying. The regent is busy with all kinds of things, and it is common for him to make mistakes in a hurry. How can he be perfect in everything? Concubine Tang smiled and said, Sister, why bother so much? She didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Yuan family and Prince He. At this moment, she was forced to say these two sentences. She didn't understand whether concubine Yuan really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. In the court, the state chief directly scolded your son as a traitor to his face. Your son didn't make things difficult for the Yuan family, which was already a great honor. Moreover, Yuan Qing was far away in the northern frontier, and he also relied on your son. Otherwise, he would have been chopped into pieces by that barbarian like Huang Daxiang. If she wasn't grateful, why did she complain? She really didn't understand what concubine Yuan was thinking. That's what I said. But when I first arrived at home, my father closed the door and didn't even open it. How angry was he? Concubine Yuan held the teacup, took a sip, and then said, I am his biological daughter. From childhood to adulthood, he has always doted on me the most. Thinking about it, tears were already rolling in her eyes. She felt so wronged. On one hand, there was her own son, and on the other hand, there was her own family. She was really in a dilemma. When the state leader calms down, everything will be fine. Concubine Tang smiled. She was thinking, this family of warriors of the Yuan family, are their brains useless? Who are they acting like this for? Are they deliberately trying to embarrass the regent? If the regent was so easy to bully, the current Emperor Delong would not be confined to the Qilin Palace, and He Lian would not even have to ask for permission to go to the Imperial Garden. The two chatted for a while, and concubine Tang found a chance to say goodbye and left Jinglan Palace. Two maids were in front of her with lanterns. She was walking slowly behind them. Halfway through, she heard two maids shouting, Meet Prince Yong'an. Concubine Tang looked at her son, who was bowing to her with a cold face, and said lightly, It's so late. Who asked you to enter the palace? Are there any rules? The 12th prince said timidly, My son didn't want to come, but this was the intention of the 9th prince. After concubine Tang waited for the maids on both sides to retreat, she continued, What's the matter? The 12th prince looked around, and then said, Concubine Yuan entered the palace, and the 9th prince was worried. He knew. The queen is on good terms with my mother, so she asked her son to come to the palace to see her. We should not interfere in their affairs. Go back and say you know nothing. Don't be so stupid as to rush into it. Otherwise, you will die without knowing how you did it. If my brother knew that I fooled him like this, he would definitely not let me off easily. So what? At most, I'll scold you. That's a big deal. If you talk nonsense, you'll just provoke the relationship between the mother and son. You will be in trouble when we settle the score later. Besides, I have taught you since you were a child that I will not comment without knowing the whole story. Have you forgotten everything? Old 12 thought carefully. Mother is right. He felt that his mother was right. No matter what, they are mother and daughter. I am an outsider anyway. If I say something wrong, I will be in trouble. Concubine Tang waved her hand and said, Go out now. Don't come to the palace if you don't have anything to do. It's not good for you. Son, I'm leaving. Old 12 bowed and left. I decided not to stay in the palace any longer. If you stay in a place of trouble for too long, you will get into trouble. The vendors on the Huangfu Street found that since the return of the Huangji to Hong Kong City, this place is no longer as lively as before, and it has become increasingly deserted. It is no longer suitable for them to set up stalls at the gate of the Huangfu. From morning to night, there are many carriages parked, either generals in the army or important officials in the court. Although the street is not clean, the guards and entourage will definitely stop the strangers from approaching. The vendors' former customers dare not approach them, and sometimes they even deliberately walk around the Huangfu Street. Otherwise they will offend any adults, and they will not be able to afford the punishment. Business is getting less and less than before. The vendors started to leave one after another, and set up new stalls in other places. Now there is not even one left. Early in the morning, Lin Yi couldn't find a place to eat tofu pudding. He couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Wangfu Street would be so clean one day. With fewer vendors, there were fewer dirty things. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, Your Majesty, if you want to eat, I'll buy it for you. Takeout has no soul, I won't eat it. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Let's go, turn a corner and go to the overpass. In his previous life, as a person with mobility difficulties, he really ate enough takeout, and he would never eat it again in this life. Fortunately, this place is in the South City. Most of the people who gather here are poor people. What they lacked the most is street snacks. Yes. Seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of riding a donkey, Jiao Zhong hurriedly chased him, and said as he walked, "Your Majesty, Hechuan County King Hu Jin brought Pingjiang County lady into the city this morning and stayed at Fudua Inn next to the overpass." Lin Yi smiled and said, "It seems that he really has no money? If you don't force it, he can't live in such a place." Jiao Zhong said, "Your Majesty is right. Most of the people who live in Fudua Inn are coolies from the countryside. The big bunk bed costs 3 cents and it stinks. If it weren't for the curfew, they were not allowed to stay on the streets or in the dilapidated temples. I'm afraid these coolies wouldn't even be willing to spend these 3 cents. Lin Yi said, "Let Ma Jie keep an eye on it. Don't worry about these things. Keep your eyes on the Yuan mansion. If there is any trouble, just deal with it. No need to give face." The Yuan family didn't give face to her mother, which meant they didn't give face to him. If they didn't give face to him, why should he give face to the Yuan family? They didn't have a falling out at the moment. Only because he still relied on Yuan Qing, who was far away in the northern frontier. Chapter 353 Living Signboard. I understand. Jiao Zhong looked around and listened carefully. After turning to another street, he quickly winked at the guards on his left and right. After the plainclothes guards understood, they quietly disappeared into the bustling crowd, just like ordinary people. Old Jean, add more green onions to the tofu pudding. Lin Yi walked to the overpass and recognized the tofu pudding stall owner, who often set up a stall at the entrance of Wangfu Street. And Old Jean suddenly saw Lin Yi and was about to shout, but saw Jiao Zhong's glaring eyes, and was so scared that he swallowed his words. He understood it all at once. This prince, he was playing the trick of visiting incognito again. In fact, he felt it was totally unnecessary. Back then, he claimed to be a master of handling all kinds of discontent. Who among the old neighbors in the South City didn't know Prince He? Although Prince He had been in the South for many years, his appearance and manners had not changed much. Many people could still recognize him directly when they saw him. The reason why everyone didn't say hello was because of the fierce guards around Prince He. Therefore, He Wangye was deceiving himself. He dared to mutter such words in his heart. Jiao Zhong and his men were fierce and ferocious. If he said one more word, he would be afraid of being beaten. "Okay. Stop dawdling," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Come up quickly. I'm so hungry," Lao Jin said with a smile. "Don't worry. I'll be here soon." Under Jiao Zhong's fixed gaze, he put the tofu pudding into the bowl. And according to the rules, he first scooped a small half with a silver spoon handed over by a guard, put it into a small bowl, and gulped it all down his stomach regardless of the heat. After Jiao Zhong nodded, he carefully brought it to He Wangye. Lin Yi didn't know all of this. Wait for the bean flour to reach the front, still blame the way. "You people, you make it slowly. It's all the fault of Lao Air." Lao Jin kept compensation. Not 50 years old, it was originally stunned, bent down again at this moment. His head was almost on the ground. He dared not offend himself, not afraid of being beaten. I was afraid that he would not come to eat bean cans with Wang Yi. And Wang Yi is the living sign of his stall. Everyone, I want to try what the bean flour likes the regent king likes. Although he didn't have the power of the regent, it wasn't too much to spend a few coins to enjoy the treatment of the regent. Right? Moreover, if anyone dared to say that his tofu pudding was not delicious, he would spit in their face. He Wangye praised it highly. Who do you think you are? No matter how picky you are, can you be better than He Wangye? Okay. Go and do your own thing. Seeing that he was noisy, Jiao Zhong pushed him aside. Yes. I'll take my leave. After shuddering, Lao Jin turned around and left in a hurry. Lin Yi ate tofu pudding while smiling. Why scare them? Jiao Zhong said. Your Majesty, if you treat these unruly people well, they won't even know their own surnames. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and smiled. After dinner, he walked to the North Canal, looked at the slowly flowing river, and sighed. I haven't fished once in such a long time since I came back. Jiao Zhong said. Your Majesty, I'll go back and get the fishing rod. No need. I have a conflict with this river, and I always catch nothing. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, when there is a chance, let's go out of town to go fishing. Standing by the river, he looked up and saw the peeling sign of Fudua Inn. When he was hesitating whether to go in, he saw a woman holding a wooden basin and coming to the river. She was squeezed among a group of women and began to wash clothes. Jiao Zhong hurriedly said. Your Majesty, this is the princess of Pingjiang County. She has lost her maids? Lin Yi took a closer look and found that Hu Miao's golden head was now missing even a single ornament. It seems that the Hu family has really reached the point of running out of ammunition and food. Not only did the princess of Pingjiang show up to wash clothes, but she didn't even have a decent ornament on her body. Jiao Zhong said. Your Majesty, according to your previous instructions, he was not allowed to receive rice in Yueo or Wuzhou. Now the court has also stopped him, and he has no way out. According to the rules, if someone leaves his fiefdom without permission and does not obey the imperial edict to enter the capital, he will be demoted to a commoner, Lin Yi said with a smile. If he does not go to the Ministry of Rights to ask for clarification, there will be no difference between him as a prince and a commoner. Tell Ma Ji not to bother with this old man for the time being, and don't let them live too comfortably. Of course, we really can't let him starve to death. My wife, who has not yet married into the family, must also have enough food to eat, and she may still grow up. Jiao Zhong wanted to slap himself a few times, and heard something he shouldn't have heard. At this moment, he had to bite the bullet and said, Yes, sir. In addition, Lin Yi thought for a while and said, How did the queen know that the Hu family also came to the capital, and happened to meet the father and daughter of the Hu family? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. And don't let all kinds of messy people make noise around the queen and disturb the queen's quiet cultivation. I understand. After Jiao Zhong sent the prince back to his mansion, he immediately went to the palace and told Xiao Shizi about this matter directly. Besides Xiao Shizi, who else can take care of the affairs in the palace? Xiao Shizi took a sip of tea slowly, stood up from the chair, paced back and forth, and said, Well, it might be Lai Ru, the slave girl. She relied on her status as a fifth-rank official and almost forgot her identity. Someone, come here. Eunuch. A young eunuch pushed the door open and came in, bowing and not daring to look up. Keep a close eye on Lai Ru. If she leaves the palace without permission, follow her. See who she meets, what she says, and then report back to our family. Xiao Shizi snorted coldly. Yes. After the eunuch left, he quietly closed the door again. Jiao Zhong said, If it was her, I don't know what to do. What else can I do? Xiao Shizi pointed his palm knife at his neck, to prevent her from being naughty again in the future. Jiao Zhong said worriedly, Lai Ru is an old man around the queen. I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the queen. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, If you don't say it, I won't say it. Can the prince tell the queen in person? In this palace, dozens of people die every year. Isn't it normal? Jiao Zhong said. You are right. Eunuch. Xiao Shizi's sudden appearance of sinister aura startled him. Xiao Shizi said, Bai In, the eunuch beside concubine Tang, was originally the queen's man. He is actually Lu Chaoyuan's apprentice. I'm afraid I'll let him go with this slave. Eunuch. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Jiao Zhong always felt that he had changed, but he couldn't tell where he had changed. Anyway, he felt uncomfortable staying with him, and he really didn't want to stay any longer. Guard Jiao. Please do as you please. Xiao Shizi watched Jiao Zhong leave the Imperial Household Department. Chapter 354. No Forgiveness. He Lian stood at the door, stretching his neck, looking at Jiao Zhong's receding figure like Xiao Shizi, inadvertently glanced at Xiao Shizi's expression, smiled. This man has no rules, swaggering into the palace with a knife, according to the rules. He should be beheaded. Eunuch, you indulge him too much, he will become more and more rampant in the future. You should take care of what you should take care of, and don't take care of what you shouldn't take care of. Xiao Shizi said coldly. Be careful of your mouth, when the time comes, no one can save you. Seeing that Xiao Shizi didn't seem angry, He Lian continued to say boldly. I am also speaking up for the eunuch. This little guard doesn't take the eunuch seriously, doesn't give him a hard time, and thinks we are easy to bully. Your Highness is right, a humble person, even breathing is wrong. Our family has finally come to an end after all the hardships. From now on, no one can bully us at will, said Xiao Shizi with emotion. We will repay kindness and never forgive hatred. Thinking of the time when he was in the palace, anyone could scold him or hit him. Now, no one can treat him the same way. He will get back everything he owes. What the eunuch said is true. He Lian flattered. Now the eunuch has the final say in this palace. A bastard like Jiao Zhong is no different from an ant in front of the eunuch. As long as the eunuch says a word, I will bring people to tie him up and make sure he can't leave. Xiao Shizi said indifferently. No matter what. He is someone close to the prince. If the prince doesn't say anything, no one can touch him. Remember? Our prince is a nostalgic person. Don't mess with anyone in front of him. Including those two idiots Yu Shaoshi and Cui Zhensheng. Be careful not to get angry. If these two idiots get angry, they will really beat you to death. Your death will be in vain. They are obviously two stupid people who can't stand up to the public. But they are very caring to the prince. Sometimes, he is a little jealous. The prince obviously hates stupid people. According to their prince's thinking, stupid people don't seem to deserve to live. Especially those who are self-righteous. He Lian was not convinced and said, in terms of closeness, who can compare to you? Eunuch? The prince can't leave you alone. In the future, when you get promoted, don't forget to remind me. Xiao Shizi's face fell all of a sudden. I know my crime. He Lian saw his expression and immediately understood something. He knelt down with a plop. And his face turned pale with fear. He wanted to slap himself twice. This flattery was a bit too much. He forgot about Hong Ying. Although Xiao Shizi was currently in charge of the Siligian, anyone with a little bit of brains knew that the position of the eunuch in charge of the Siligian and the prince were reserved for Hong Ying. In the future, he will definitely be the chief eunuch in the palace. To put it bluntly, no one can replace Hong Ying's position in the prince's mind. As for Xiao Shizi, what position he can achieve in the palace depends entirely on the will of eunuch Hong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Did he join the army too early? Anyway, he had to wait until Chief Eunuch Hong came back. Right? If Xiao Shizi got into trouble in the future, he would inevitably be affected. Xiao Shizi snorted coldly. Don't think that we don't know your little tricks. If the chief eunuch was here, you would have been turned into fertilizer long ago. So that you can accompany your godfather. We are only giving you a chance to live because of our past friendship. But don't be ungrateful. If you are ungrateful, we can't help you. I will never forget your kindness. Eunuch. He Lian was so scared that he kowtowed 3 times again. I will do my best to serve you. You are being silly again. Aren't you? Xiao Shizi suddenly laughed. We are also working for the prince. And we, as servants, dare not have any selfish thoughts. Everything is for the prince. Yes, I understand. And I will die for the prince. He Lian said hurriedly. It's good to know. Xiao Shizi turned his back, walked to the wide chair and sat down again, picked up the teacup and said, You are not serving the emperor. What are you doing here? He Lian said carefully. The emperor asked the imperial physician to prescribe a lot of medicine. After taking some last night, it was nothing serious, but the cough became more severe. Just now, he asked me to call Qiu Zhenxian to the palace, but I didn't dare to answer, so I came directly to you. Qiu Zhenxian, the alchemist? Xiao Shizi frowned. Is he still in the city? He Lian said. Lord Pan Duo has been sending people to keep an eye on him. Where is he now? I'm afraid I have to ask Lord Pan. I really have no way of knowing. Useless. You have to ask others for everything. What use do we have for you? Xiao Shizi said with a gloomy face. He was so angry that he threw the cup in his hand directly at He Lian. He Lian didn't dare to dodge, and was hit on the forehead, which swelled up immediately. Seeing that he didn't move, Xiao Shizi became even angrier and yelled, Why are you still standing there? Go and find out quickly. Yes. He Lian hurriedly ran away. After he left, a young eunuch came in and cleaned up the broken porcelain pieces and water stains. Waste. Waste. All waste. Xiao Shizi was still cursing, which scared the young eunuch next to him. He knelt down and kowtowed continuously, with blood dripping from his forehead. The sun shining in through the window lattice made the bloodstains even brighter. It was another hot and humid day in Ankong City. After the heat, it's autumn. Wang Xuxuan kept wiping the sweat from his head, and said unhappily, I can't stand this damn place. I have to go back to Sanha. Zhu Roron said with a smile. It's been half a year. How many days can you stand this? You are still young. You can't even bear such a little hardship. The prince will be in Ankong in the future, and all the big profitable businesses are here. Do you still want to stay in Sanha? Wang Xuxuan snorted. Let's talk about the future later. At least now this life is not a life for human beings. You can't eat well and sleep well. How can you be happy at home? Liang Qingshu said. What Ju Rorong said makes sense. No matter how uncomfortable we are, we have to adapt slowly. Others can endure it. We can do it too. If it really doesn't work, just slap yourself twice. Do you have a grudge against money? Wang Xiaoshuan said nothing. Han Dongsheng next to him said, It seems that the prince is unlikely to return to Sanhe. If we want to make money, we still have to follow the prince. No matter how hard it is better than being poor. Don't you think this makes sense? I'm not afraid of being poor. Kong Bao jumped off the elephant and shouted loudly. I'm not afraid of freezing to death. But elephants are not. It's winter now. And they don't even have food. It's definitely not possible. Wait until next month. And we will return to Sanhe. You can do whatever you want. Chapter 355 Jishu. As for Saibei, they would definitely not go there again. Where is Saibei? They don't know, but they know how cold it is. It is said to be 10 times colder than Jiling City. In their opinion, Jiling City's weather is already the limit. Saibei is 10 times colder than Jiling City. What kind of cold is that? They simply can't imagine it. In short, they are afraid from the bottom of their hearts. They would rather be poor all their lives than earn that life-threatening money. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lian people, Kwa people, Qian people, and other tribesmen in the forest all started to roar. Their ideas were similar to Kong Bao's. When the weather gets cold, no matter what, they will not stay in Hong Kong. Han Dongsheng smiled and said, Old Kong, if you can't think about yourself, you should also think about your children. You have been in the forest for half your life. Do you still want your children to stay there? Otherwise, why did you come out of the mountains? If you have no pursuit, it's good to stay there for a lifetime. The tribesmen have been in Baiyun City for some years, and many of them have learned Mandarin. They all understood Han Dongsheng's words. They gradually accepted the idea that children must be literate and learn etiquette. And only animals are uneducated. They must let their children study and dress neatly, and no longer hide in the woods like them, running around for 2 meals a day. I understand. Li Shuai, who has always been taciturn, actually spoke at this moment. His official language is not good, but he still managed to make Han Dongsheng and others understand. Han Dongsheng said, It would be better if Li Shuai could understand. Li Shuai ignored him, and after talking to the tribesmen for a while, the tribesmen burst into a shocking roar. Ju Rorong asked Kong Bao curiously, What did Li Shuai say? Kong Bao said, Li Shuai said, After the food and grass are escorted this time, the old, weak, women and children will ride elephants back to Baiyun City first, and all the men who can fight will stay behind. I see. Ju Rorong suddenly realized. Looking at the setting sun. Brothers, we have to speed up, and go early and come back early. The order they received as a supplier was to deliver the food and grass to Liangshui River within 1 month, otherwise, not only would they be disqualified as suppliers, but they would also be subject to military law. Wang Xiaoshuan blew the whistle, and the supplier team continued to move north. The north is different from other places. Everyone, be careful and don't fall behind. Tao Yi led the way north this time. He was very sorry that he didn't have the opportunity to be the vanguard in the march. The moonlight was bright. The monk had arrived in Chuanzhou. He asked along the way, and the people along the way had never heard of a place called Chunshan City in Chuanzhou. He remembered that the prince said that all the famous sects were in the dangerous places of famous mountains and rivers. So he began to ask around where the mountains in Chuanzhou were the highest, and where the water was the most turbulent. He was tired and exhausted, and finally stopped under a big rock. After eating some dry food, he sat cross-legged among the broken stones and closed his eyes to rest. However, some inexplicable words that he had never seen or learned popped up in his mind again. The 4 limbs and hundreds of organs are all positioned, and the sun and the moon are the 2 eyes, which circulate and illuminate the 360 joints and 84,000 pores. Do not let the evil vent and cause sores. He still recited it unconsciously. When he opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Looking down, his arms and legs were all red and swollen from mosquito bites. He hadn't felt anything for a whole night. He didn't have a mirror, so he didn't dare to imagine what his face would look like. Fortunately, he was a monk, and he always thought that the skin was useless. After thinking about it, he didn't care. However, Lenny cried. After lying in the garden for a while at night, the swelling on his face hadn't subsided until now. Although I don't make a living by my face, how can I face people in this state? Lenny held the bronze mirror, looking at the red and swollen corners of his eyes, feeling helpless. This is not a life for human beings. The mosquitoes in Ankong City are not as good as those in Sanha. But they can't be underestimated. Prince, Minghua said distressfully while applying ointment to Lin Yi. It's better to go into the house earlier at night in the future. Lin Yi waved his hand at her, indicating that she didn't need to continue applying it. He took the teacup from Zixia, took a sip and said, "The palace only relies on Xiao Shizi. One person is still not capable enough. You can also enter the palace. If there is anything wrong, just arrest them. No need to be polite," Minghua said. "Your Majesty is too kind to me. I don't have any ability. I won't go. I will serve you here." "I won't go either." Zixia also shook her head and said, "I can cook for you and make tea, but I can't do other things at all." Lin Yi was about to say something, but Minghua's beautiful fingers were already on his forehead. And then Zixia began to massage his feet. It's quite comfortable. He seems to really be inseparable from them. So he gave up the idea of letting them enter the palace. Lin Yi closed his eyes slightly, and only heard Minghua whisper, "Your Majesty, Pan Duo is here." "Yes." Lin Yi didn't even raise his eyelids, and still kept his eyes closed. "Your Majesty." Pan Duo saw Minghua nodding at him, and then said, "Qiu Zhenqian ran out of the city, and was caught by my subordinates again. How to deal with him? Please tell me." "Your Majesty, I have a great reputation in my life, but I didn't expect that I would believe the nonsense of these alchemists when I am old," Lin Yi said lightly. "Don't rush to kill him. Send him to the palace, and let him accompany me." He was really afraid that his father would get anxious and get into trouble because he couldn't find Qiu Zhenqian. General Yuan Qing and General Shen Chu joined forces and led an army of 100,000 across the Liangshui River. Bodu withdrew his forces and hid in Liangmatai. Pan Duo continued. Shen Zhan'o led the troops, was shot in the chest, and his life was hanging by a thread. Lin Yi raised his head, looked at Pan Duo and said, "Are you sure you didn't do it?" "I dare not." Pan Duo trembled with fear, and knelt down directly. "Without the prince's order? How dare I act on my own? Your boss is preparing to retire in Sanha. He has sent so many letters. Why doesn't he come?" Lin Yi asked unhappily. "The shopkeeper said that the north is damp and cold, and his legs can't stand it. Please forgive me." "Your Majesty," Pan Duo said. "Humph. Let him take the boat, and only give him 2 months. If he doesn't come again, I will not be polite." Lin Yi sighed. "People are not as they used to be. They are threatening me." "Your Majesty misunderstood," Pan Duo said with a wry smile. "Our shopkeeper said that he loves freedom by nature and doesn't want to be bound by officialdom." "You talk a lot of nonsense," Lin Yi snorted coldly. "Anyway, take my words first. In addition, send a message to Shinjuanru that Wuzhou is recruiting soldiers again. These Wadden people will be killed even if they are piled up with people." "Yes, sir." Pan Duo retreated carefully. Chapter 356, I don't want to work hard anymore. Lin Yi's forehead was getting more and more relaxed under Minghua's hands, and he couldn't help singing. "I want to find a rich woman in a simple and ordinary way. I don't want to struggle anymore. She buys me a BMW, builds me a mansion." "Your Highness, what are these words? It's too weird." Minghua couldn't hold it back any longer, laughing so hard that she almost wanted to ask their prince, "Which woman in the world can support you?" "The regent of Liang State who owns the 9 states. Simple and ordinary is the truth. It is said that in the far west, there is a queen who is extremely beautiful. There are countless jewels on her crown. In short, she is very rich. Compared with her, I am ashamed of myself." Lin Yi sighed. "Do you think I will ask her for support? Will she agree?" He didn't know if there was an English queen in this world, but he knew that there must be a queen. All queens should not be poor, right? People should still have a little hope. "Your Highness is a beautiful woman. If this queen of the far west dares to go blind, I will definitely take people to treat her eyes," He Hong said jokingly. "I just don't know if this big ship can arrive." "It would be great if it can," Zixia said. "Why can't it arrive? When I was in Sanha, I heard from those Nanyang natives that those big-nosed foreign devils came from the far west. If they can come, we can go too. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Although I am just a woman, I am not inferior to men. As long as Your Majesty gives an order, I will go to meet the queen for you no matter how far away it is," He Hong said with a smile. "Miss Zixia, I'm afraid this won't work. Sailors and boatmen won't allow women to board the ship. Unless you can sail the ship yourself. You won't be able to go to the far west. Isn't Du Yinyang a woman? Zixia said unconvinced. She can run away from the ship. Why can't I? This. He Hong was speechless for a moment. Zixia said proudly. Look. You can't even say it yourself. In the future, the sea may be ruled by women. You are so bold. Girl. He Hong praised reluctantly. A hen crowing at dawn? Unless all the men in the world are dead. There are 3 hard jobs in the world. Rowing, forging iron, and grinding tofu. Sailing is not that simple. It is not something that ordinary people can endure. Lenny yawned. So, don't talk big easily. Navigation should be left to professionals like Tian Shiyu and Du Sana. You guys, you should rest as soon as possible. Your Highness is wise. He Hong, Zixia, and Mingwa said in unison. Lenny glanced at Jiao Zhong, who was standing beside him, and said, Is the Yuan mansion closed today? There has been no news so far. Jiao Zhong said, Your Highness, early in the morning, old Lady Shui brought all the women in the family to the Hubei temple to burn incense. It is said that they prayed for the children of the Yuan family in the army. Lenny asked curiously, How many people from the Yuan family are in the army now? Although the Yuan family is his maternal family, he doesn't know much more about them than others. The only ones he is familiar with are the women of the Yuan family. His mother misses home so much that she suddenly summons the women of the Yuan family to the palace. Therefore, the cousins are very familiar with each other. But as for the cousins, they have only met a few times. There are even a few uncles. Even if they meet, he would not recognize them. Jiao Zhong looked at He Hong in embarrassment. After all, he was just a guard. How could he know these things? He Hong smiled and continued. The eldest son of the state, the third son, the fourth son, and the eldest grandson followed the state in the northern expedition 20 years ago and died in the battlefield. Now the second son, that is, General Yuan Qing, all the generals under his command are also children of the Yuan family. A rough calculation shows that there are probably no less than 10 people. The commander of the rear army of the Beijing camp is Yuan Jin, who has 7 children of the Yuan family under his command. When we entered Hong City, he led his troops to fight to the death, and was injured by General Shen Chu, and was later imprisoned in the court guard prison. General He Jixiang tried to persuade the prince to surrender 3 times according to his will, but was cursed by him every time. He is indeed a man of integrity, which makes people admire him. He couldn't help but admire him. Iron-willed? Lenny said unhappily. That's blind loyalty. If it weren't for my mother, I would never keep them. I would provide them with food and drink every day, which is a lot of money. He couldn't understand it. They are both from the outside. But why is there such a big gap between Yuan Ong and Mei Jingji? Mei Jingji is very sincere to the 7th Prince Nanling. What the prince said is, He Hong continued, the 7th son of the Pillar Country is far away in Sichuan province, and is now the general of Sichuan province. It's really the emperor's grace. My father really didn't treat the Yuan family badly. Lenny laughed. That day in the court, the pillar of the country should have wanted to sacrifice his life for the country. He cursed at me, but I really couldn't see his loyalty. On the contrary, I seemed generous and didn't care about him. He is obviously very kind. He helped the elderly cross the road, and gave the money he found to the traffic police uncle. He always thinks of others. But in this world, there are still not many people who treat him well. Even his relatives. Zhu Gui is old and confused, so it is difficult for him to understand the prince's intentions. He Hong smiled. Lenny thought for a while and said, Let Yuan Jin out. After all, he is my uncle. I have to show some kindness. If they continue to be stubborn, I will really be rude. Prince. He Hong was shocked by Lin Yi's words. This Yuan Jin is not an ordinary person. If he is really released, it may cause trouble in the future. It is true that the state governor is old, but he is not yet senile. Lin Yi snorted coldly and said, I have released his son and grandson. If he still cannot figure things out and goes against me everywhere, I can justify whatever I do. Let Yuan Jin eat and drink well first, and let him rest up. I must let the queen know in a few days. To put it bluntly, he is doing this for his mother to see. His mother has already arrived in Hong Kong City, and he will release his uncle sooner or later. Instead of letting his mother talk, he might as well release him on his own initiative. The attitude must be in place, and his mother must not see anything wrong. Your Highness is wise. He Hong agreed. That afternoon, Yuanjun was transferred from the dark prison of the Imperial Guards to the Ankang Prefectural Governor's office, where conditions were slightly better. He took a bath and changed clothes that day, and lived in a single room. Not only that, but also 3 meals a day were fine wine and delicious food. Everyone knew that this was the last meal before execution. The 2 gatekeepers of the prefectural governor's office felt sorry for this brave general. Speaking of this general, everyone in Ankang City gave him a thumbs up. Now he is on the guillotine like this? It is true that good people do not live long. General, drink more. A thin prison guard in his 40s poured wine for Yuanjun, and suddenly couldn't hold back his tears. Chapter 357 Yuan Family Army. A real man? Why are you crying? Yuanjun drank the wine in the glass, laughed loudly, and couldn't help sighing. The only pity is that he didn't die on the battlefield, or died on the guillotine, with that stigma, and his descendants couldn't hold their heads up. The jailer wiped his tears with his dirty sleeves, looked around, and whispered, General, if you have anything else to tell me, I can help you pass the message to Yuan's mansion. Brother, you still don't understand? Yuanjun drank another glass of wine, and then said with a smile, Since my good nephew wants to kill me, I won't let you take the message out. I will die if I want to. And I cannot implicate others. I appreciate your kindness. When the jailer heard this, he burst into tears again. How could he not understand what Yuanjun said? Smuggling private messages from prisoners is a source of income for them. However, they would never dare to do that to serious criminals. Once they are found out, the consequences would be disastrous. If they are not careful, they will lose their lives. I am incompetent. The jailer sighed. I am sorry for the trouble. General, I have been a soldier all my life, and I have suffered a lot. These little things now are not worth mentioning. Yuanjun rolled up his sleeves, held a greasy pig's trotter in his hand, chewed it with big mouthfuls, and said while eating, I have done my duty to the emperor and the people, and I have no regrets in death. He chewed half of the pig's trotter, and threw it directly on the table, picked up the wine jar, and gulped it down his neck. After a while, the wine in the jar was drunk clean. He threw the empty jar against the wall, and it broke into pieces with a bang. The jailer was so frightened that he shuddered all over. When he turned around, he found that Yuanjun had fallen asleep in the haystack. Until the next day, there was good food and wine in the prison. Not only was Yuanjun confused, but even the jailers were confused about the situation. If they asked more, the response they got was the order from above. At night, the lights in Jinglan Palace were bright. Concubine Yuan looked at Lai Ru, who was kneeling below, and said in a hateful voice, My 5th brother is still in prison. Such a big thing, you dare to deceive me, you are so bold. My queen, Lai Ru said hurriedly. It was the little eunuchs in the palace who were chatting, and let me hear it, so I learned it. It is said that he is now imprisoned in Ankang Prefecture. The prince has mercy on him and pardoned the 5th master, and he will be released from prison tomorrow. She was a house-born child of the Yuan family, so naturally, she addressed the people of the Yuan family differently from others. Really? Concubine Yuan was not surprised. After all, her 5th brother was her son's uncle, and her son had always been a filial man. She thought that her son would not be cruel to his uncle. I just went out of the palace to inquire, and it is absolutely true. The 5th master will be released from prison tomorrow. Lai Ru said with certainty. The old lady and the old lady have already prepared at home. That's good. Concubine Yuan thought for a while and said, Call that bastard Xiao Shizi to come to me. Yes. Lai Ru went down in a hurry. When Xiao Shizi came over, he found Concubine Yuan taking a nap on the couch. He did not dare to disturb her and stood quietly in the middle of the hall. After a long time, Concubine Yuan slowly opened her eyes. Your Highness. Xiao Shizi knelt down and said, Do you know about my 5th brother? Concubine Yuan snorted coldly. Your Highness. I just learned about it from Miss Ru. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, Please tell me. Your Highness. I will not do anything. Prepare the carriage. I will leave the palace tomorrow and personally welcome my 5th brother out of prison. Concubine Yuan said lightly. No matter what. No one can stop you. Yes. Xiao Shizi had already received the order from the prince, so there was no reason for him to disagree. The next morning, he prepared the carriage early and drove the carriage to see Concubine Yuan out. After the carriage left the palace, the imperial guards led the way. With great fanfare, Concubine Yuan lifted the curtain and said unhappily, Is it such an honor to go to Ankang Prefecture? You bastard. You are making such a fuss. Are you afraid that no one in the world will know about it? Xiao Shizi smiled and said, for the safety of the queen, I have to be more careful. I hope the queen will forgive me. I am a 5th rank official. Concubine Yuan said hatefully. Who else can you be afraid of? That's not what I meant. Xiao Shizi walked neither fast nor slow, just in line with the carriage. Ankang City has just been settled, and there are many villains. I still have to be on guard. Otherwise, if the queen is frightened, I will be blamed for my death. The imperial guards led the way, without beating gongs and drums. As long as people on the streets saw the shining armor, they would consciously avoid it. They could not afford to bump into the emperor. The originally bustling morning market was suddenly deserted and extremely quiet. Just like that, they arrived at the Ankang Prefecture governor's office without realizing it. The queen has arrived, Xiao Shizi shouted. Long live the queen. The newly appointed Ankang Prefecture governor Ma Jia led everyone in the yamen and knelt at the door and shouted loudly. I am not deaf yet. Concubine Yuan looked at Ma Jia with his shitty eyes and was really angry. She couldn't understand what her son was thinking. The Ankang Prefecture governor was so important. How could he choose such an ugly person to take the position? What's more, Ma Jia was not even a scholar. Yes. Ma Jia smiled awkwardly. Standing aside with his hands hanging down, the copper door of the prison of Ankang Prefecture slowly opened with a creaking sound. A figure slowly walked out of the dark corridor, behind 2 jailers with knives. 5th brother. Concubine Yuan had been holding the curtain, and when she saw the figure coming out, she couldn't help but shout. You are finally out. When Yuanjin saw Concubine Yuan, his face was happy at first, then he returned to calmness, with no expression. Go! The rumbling sound of hooves was particularly loud on the street. As soon as he looked up, he saw a big flag with Yuan embroidered on it. The big flag of the Yuan family army. There is only one in the world. The flag is alive. The people are alive. The flag is dead. The people are dead. This is the creed of the Yuan family army. After hearing the noise, Concubine Yuan also turned around. Very happy. Her family members came. Lucan glanced at Xiao Shizi, and when he saw Xiao Shizi nodded, he shouted, Protect the queen. As soon as he finished speaking, the shields of the imperial guards came out, turned right, and the shield soldiers half knelt on the ground, holding their shields upright, looking at the Yuan family army getting closer and closer through the gaps between the shields. After that, the archers put their arrows on. Who is in front? Concubine Yuan is here. Don't act recklessly. After Lucan shouted loudly, he drew his sword and looked at the Yuan family cavalry, who still refused to retreat. He was not afraid at all. The so-called imperial guards in the palace were mostly Sanha officers and soldiers, all of whom were above the 5th rank. Come on if you have the courage. Chapter 358 No Face. At this moment, he was really very angry. Sanha officers and soldiers, traveled all over the country, never had an army dared to be so arrogant, and actually confronted them head-on. They were simply arrogant. The prince, for the sake of Concubine Yuan, allowed the Yuan family to keep hundreds of cavalry as the personal soldiers of the Pillar Country, but they didn't expect that they would be so rampant at this moment. He was promoted from garrison to commander of the flag-bearer guard the day before yesterday. Although his position in the palace was not as high as that of the Imperial Guard Commander Yuanxi, but in terms of actual power, he was above Yuanxi. Most of the people in the palace are officers and soldiers from Sanha, forming their own faction. Who would listen to Yuanxi? Besides, Yuanxi has not proved that he is trustworthy. Now, he is the 4th most important person in the palace besides He Jixiang, Tan Shizi, and Tao Yingyi. The first time he led the Imperial Guard out of the palace, the Yuan family was so disrespectful. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would lose the reputation of Prince He. As he finished speaking, the spearmen came out, and many of the officers and soldiers couldn't help laughing. Facing the iron cavalry of Au Kingdom, they had never formed such a formation. Facing the Yuan family cavalry with only a few of them at the level of Huajin, they should not do so. Even if they stood with long spears, they would respect them. However, when the Sanha army entered Ankang City, all the rules changed. To put it bluntly, everything must be strict, and they can no longer be careless as before. General He Jixiang specifically instructed that the Sanha army must maintain a uniform posture at all times and in all places. Momentum is military prestige. Military prestige is also a manifestation of the strength of the Sanha army, especially for the Sanha officers and soldiers who entered the palace. They must stand like pine trees, sit like bells, walk like wind, and lie like bows in the palace. There must not be any slackness. Only elite soldiers are allowed to enter the palace. It is useless to have high kung fu skills, but you also need to be able to memorize. They memorize more palace rules. Then in the army, they memorize until they feel dizzy. Anyone who cannot memorize them, no matter how high your kung fu skills are, cannot enter the palace. For example, Duo Matsi, who is only one step away from the 8th rank, can beat 100 people alone. He wants to see the legendary palace, no matter how many connections he has. He cannot enter the palace. No means no. Lord He Jixiang said that rules are more important than kung fu. Therefore, any Sanha officer and soldier who can become the Imperial Guards has a sense of pride. This sense of pride cannot be tarnished by anyone. Not everyone is qualified to guard the palace and stand beside the prince. Mother! Princess Huayong grabbed concubine Yuan, who was about to get off the carriage, glanced at Lu Ken with a cold face, and then looked at the Yuan family army, who were still charging, and said lightly, "Let my daughter go." After saying that, she floated up, and at the critical moment, she landed directly between the Imperial Guards and the Yuan family army. If my brother wants to blame someone, then blame her. Don't be angry with mother. Princess. The first person to notice something was wrong was Lu Ken. He shouted, "Retreat!" Everyone knew how much the prince doted on this princess. If the princess made any mistakes, no one could afford it. No one had ever thought that. This princess was already at the peak of the 8th rank. Ordinary people were no match for her. And not that easy to get hurt. After Lu Ken finished speaking, his orders were enforced. Sanha soldiers, spearmen stood directly on both sides of the street, followed by archers, and then shieldmen. Huh? The horses of the Yuan family army raised their hooves, and reined in their horses in time, and dismounted in unison, half knelt on the ground, and shouted to Yuanjun, who was standing at the gate of the government office. "Greetings, General." He ignored concubine Yuan and the princess beside him. "Kill!" As Lu Ken drew his sword, the Imperial Guards also shouted. The Yuan family army, half kneeling on the ground, remained motionless. "You have no law in your eyes." Lu Ken's eyes widened with anger. In front of the queen and the princess, the Yuan family army was too lawless. If it weren't for the princess standing in the middle, he would have killed all these people today. They, the Sanha army, are never afraid of offending people, and they are even less afraid of killing people. Many soldiers are the same. Over the years, they, the Sanha army, have never suffered such humiliation. The Sanha army has always been a fighting army. Yuanjun walked down the steps of the government office, step by step, passed through the ranks of the Sanha army, and slowly walked towards the Yuan family army, raising his hand and saying, "Get up." "Thank you, General." Amid the sound of armor colliding, the Yuan family army stood up. "Fifth brother." Concubine Yuan ignored all this, and said to Yuanjun, "I'm glad you're okay. This is not a place you can come to." Yuanjun said with a straight face, "Thank your good son for me." Without waiting for the horse to come over, she strode forward, directly jumped on the horse, turned her horse's head, and rode away. Half of the Yuan family army behind her followed closely, and the other half was on guard against the Imperial Guards. After Yuanjun's horse could no longer see his back, they turned their horses' heads and followed. This is the Yuan family army. Lu Ken gritted his teeth. "General Lu." Lin Ning looked at Lu Ken and said, "I hope you calm down. It's better not to let my brother know." To answer the princess, no one can stop the prince from wanting to know. Lu Ken told the truth. There were so many people from Pan Duo, and he hung around. Even if he didn't say it, the prince couldn't have been unaware of it. If the prince knew about this, he would be so angry. "Fifth brother doesn't even recognize me." Concubine Yuan muttered to herself, "Mother, it's hot. Let's go back." Lin Ning was helpless. "Let's go!" Lu Ken shouted after concubine Yuan got on the carriage. The Imperial Guards led the way and returned to the palace. The sun rose. Lin Yi, who was still chanting a pot of tea for a great cause, a cup of wine for the world, threw the teacup to the ground the next second. Yuan family. Lin Yi felt that his face was trampled on by the Yuan family. "They are really good relatives of my king. Your Majesty." Calm down. From He Jixiang to Pan Duo. He Hong and others all knelt in front of Lin Yi. When will Shinkasho arrive in Ankong City? Lin Yi said calmly. He will be directly appointed as the left censor-in-chief. To be frank, I don't like the Yuan family. If they don't open their eyes, I will directly attack the Yuan family. I have to let the whole world know that no matter whether they are relatives or not, I will not tolerate them and treat them equally. Pan Duo said, reporting to the prince. If nothing unexpected happens, Lord Xing will arrive in Ankong City in 5 days. In addition, Shirquan, Wang Qingbang, Qin Dishing, and Shanqi can start from Sanhe. Lin Yi hesitated and said, Sanhe will be managed by Xiezan alone. Yes, sir. Everyone responded loudly. Pan Duo said cautiously. The queen was unhappy when she returned to the palace. She was going to Yuan's house, but was stopped by the princess. The queen can do whatever she wants. Lin Yi stood up and paced back and forth. She is my biological mother. There is nothing I can do. Everyone was silent. They couldn't respond to this. Chapter 359. Who am I? Go away, and stop getting in my way. Lin Yi looked at the people in front of him, who looked like dead people, feeling very bored, and waved his hand impatiently. Standing guard at a high position, it is really cold at high places. It basically reflects the relationship between the change of atmospheric temperature and altitude. The fewer friends you have around you, the fewer people who support you and help you, and even the few who tell the truth in front of you. Even people like He Jixiang, who are old and fearless, are all complimenting. Everyone wishes they could ascend the throne tomorrow, so that they can have the merit of following the emperor, and be recorded in history. Once people's personal interests are involved, their country, their king, and their glory will all become empty talk in the end. On the contrary, the blind loyalty of the Yuan family is precious, although it can make him angry to death. For him, it is not all bad news recently. At least there is some good news. For example, his future father-in-law can not only not afford to stay in a guest room that costs 2 copper coins a day, but can no longer even endure the big bunk bed that costs a few cents a day. Where did you come from? Poor bastard. Get out of here. If you dare to come over again, I'll beat you to death. Lin Yi stood by the bridge and looked at the cursing waiter, then looked at the furious prince of Heshuan, Hu Jin, and was actually very happy. Hu Jin walked in front with his hands behind his back, and behind him was the princess of Pingjiang, Hu Miai, who was carrying a bag and dressed in plain clothes. Mountains are high and rivers are long. We will meet again later. Lin Yi walked down the stone bridge, facing the father and daughter of the Hu family, who were going up the bridge. Miss Hu, we can only say that we are destined to meet again. Hearing such a mean voice, Hu Miai suddenly raised her head, and after a long pause, she glanced at He Hong behind Lin Yi, and gritted her teeth and said, It turned out to be you. The pervert. Ankong City, the best place, will not tolerate your messing around. Miss, please rest assured, Lin Yi said with a smile. I am a kind family, and I will definitely not do anything illegal. A layer of fine sweat beads appeared on her forehead, and her row of pearly teeth bit her lower lip tightly. This woman, even when angry, is so lovely. For a moment, Lin Yi couldn't say anything harsh. What's your name, sir? Looking at Lin Yi in silk and satin, Heshuan County Prince Hu Jin bowed and said, I am honored. You are too polite, Lin Yi said with a smile. The dragon is being played by shrimps in the shallows. I really sympathize with you. Does this sir recognize me? Hu Jin said happily. Heshuan County Prince is the descendant of Dukyu. Who in the world doesn't know that? Lin Yi said seriously. In her heart, she was complaining, I will soon become a joke in the world, and everyone will know about it. You will fall for any trap they set. You are totally brainless. Sir, you have good eyesight, Hu Jin said excitedly. I am indeed the descendant of Dukyu. Daddy. Hu Miaoyi stamped her feet, and she wanted to throw away the bag in her hand. The family had experienced so many things, from the servants to her concubines. All of them ran away, and her father had not learned his lesson until now, and was still so credulous. It's just nonsense. What do you know as a girl? Hu Jin looked at Hu Miaoyi with a stern face, and then put on a smiling face to Lin Yi. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I have to ask you, how can I get to the Huang mansion from here? You go to the Huang mansion? Lin Yi was a little surprised. This old man is not stupid. When he was desperate, he actually thought of looking for me. That's right, please show me the way. Hu Jin smiled. Hu Mi suddenly said, Daddy, we agreed, that is. Shut up. Hujin suddenly scolded. You have no right to speak. I'm familiar with the Hyung mansion, I'll take you there. Lenny looked at Hu Miaoyi, who was in tears, and he was a little bit reluctant. Thank you so much, sir. Meeting a stranger, Hujin was not on guard at all, and followed Lin Yi directly. Fool. Lin Yi felt that it was a miracle that the Prince of Hsuen could survive until now. At least he should ask about me. Right? Just follow me like this. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that I am not a bad person. Lin Yi walked in front, He Hong and Jiao Zhong were between him, and the Prince of Hsuen and his daughter, and went straight to the Prince of Hsuen's mansion. After walking for a while, they arrived at the tall gate of the Prince He mansion. Is this the Prince He mansion? Hujin was a little bit unbelievable. The gate of this house was not even as good as his own Prince He mansion. That's right. Lin Yi raised his hand and said, Prince, please come in. Seeing Lin Yi, who entered the door without notifying, Prince Hsuen was a little confused, and shouted to Lin Yi, who was getting farther and farther away. Sir, don't be reckless. He was waiting at the door, and refused to take a step forward no matter what. Please. Hearing a roar, Hujin turned around in fear, and saw He Hong and Jiao Zhong with expressionless faces. What was even more incredible to him was that a dozen big men suddenly appeared on both sides. He didn't even notice how they appeared. Daddy? Hu Miaoyi unconsciously drew out the dagger from her bag. She called herself a 5th grade master, and had always been unscrupulous. However, when she suddenly realized that the people around her, any one of them, had better skills than her, she was a little panicked. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Hujin pretended to be calm and said, This young man is not a bad person. No matter what, there is the prince inside to help us. He gritted his teeth and stepped directly onto the stairs. After that, he saw a woman. As a prince, he had seen all kinds of flowers, and thought he had enjoyed all the blessings of the world. However, when he saw the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Such a woman seemed to have walked out of a painting. She was really beautiful. He followed the woman around in a daze, and finally stopped in a garden. He saw the young master, lying on a chair, smiling at them. Young master, you are here. Yes, I have been waiting for you here. Lin Yi smiled, and then said, Come here. Serve tea to the prince. Who are you? Hu Miaoyi looked at the unscrupulous Lin Yi and felt more and more that something was wrong. If he was really an ordinary person, how dare he be so presumptuous in the palace? Who am I? Lin Yi smiled. As expected of his unmarried daughter-in-law, she directly hit the 3 philosophical questions. He said calmly, Who do you think I am? If he used his own words in his previous life, he was an orphan, a small grass that no one cared about. His life was boring, and his death was not a pity. Even if he lived again, he never considered himself a person. Being alive was the greatest gift from God. Being able to marry a wife in this life was a blessing earned through several lifetimes. Chapter 360 Just Need a Princess. Hu Miaoyi looked at the 2 maids standing with their hands down behind Lin Yi and the guards scattered throughout the yard, and then looked at Lin Yi lazily leaning on the chair. She seemed to understand something, but she was not sure. Greetings to the prince. May the prince live 1,000 years. 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Hujin knelt down and shouted, Please forgive me for my ignorance. He was not a fool after all. Although the man in front of him was dressed simply, the accessories on his body, the tea bowl in his hand, the jade ring on his thumb, the golden Nama chair under his buttocks, none of them was out of order. If ordinary people use any of them, it will be a disaster of confiscation of property and extermination of the clan. Moreover, they are in the He Wang mansion. Who is this person in front of him? The answer is obvious. Who else can it be except He Wang Ye? Seeing that his daughter was still standing, he whispered, Kneel down quickly. Hu Miaoyi saw Lin Yi's smile, and she felt the disdain and contempt hidden in that smile. According to her own personality, she would never bow her head until her death. However, he looked down at his trembling father. His heart softened. His knees also softened, and he fell to the ground, whispering, Long live the prince. Prince, why be so polite? Stand up and talk. Lin Yi pointed to the chair next to him and said, Sit down. It's fate that we met. It's wonderful. Thank you, Prince. With the help of his daughter, Prince Hsuen got up with difficulty. But he didn't dare to sit on the dragon scale pattern Nemu armchair next to him. He bowed and said, It is my blessing to see the Regent King. He was originally looking forward to seeing Prince He. But he didn't have much hope in his heart. He just wanted to give it a try. In the end, he had no choice but to live on the street. He could also comfort himself with one sentence. I have tried my best. Seeing it suddenly at this moment, he was extremely nervous. I have heard about the experience of Prince Hishuan. Lin Yi spoke to Prince Hishuan, but he was looking at Hu Miaoli. I express my deep sympathy. The prince has really been wronged. Your Highness. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Prince Hishuan thought about the past 2 years, how he went from being rich to being penniless, from having a mansion and beautiful concubines to living in the open air, and having no food to eat, and he almost burst into tears. Really, he had it so hard. It was so hard. He was a prince. He had a warehouse full of gold and silver, a vast expanse of fertile land, and a host of concubines. Oh, Prince, you don't have to be like this. Lin Yi comforted him. Now that you have met me, with me here, your hard days are over. I will arrange everything for you. Thank you. Your Highness. Prince Hishuan knelt down again and kowtowed 3 times. Tears finally came out with his snot. This time he was happy. This prince, he is so kind. He didn't even ask me to do it. He took the initiative to solve my problem. You're welcome. We'll be a family soon. Lin Yi said with a smile. If you lose your dignity, it will be bad for me. Your Highness means. Prince Hishuan suspected that he had heard it wrong. Now Prince He is the regent. And he may ascend the throne in the future. And he himself is only a prince even if he is not in such a bad state. His daughter is only a county lady. Although the emperor arranged the marriage. The gap is too big. He originally came to Prince He just to make Prince He suddenly remembered that there is such a marriage. And to cancel the marriage out of contempt. His daughter cannot become a princess. But she is still a county lady. I don't know how many wealthy families are waiting to marry her. Then he can live a life of ease and comfort again. This is the will of the emperor. Are you going to disobey? Lin Yi frowned. This scared the Prince of Hishuan a lot. He kept kowtowed and said, I dare not. How can I be in the eyes of the prince with my humble appearance? Hu Miaoli said, neither servile nor arrogant. Please choose another concubine. I am busy with many things every day. I don't have so much time to choose a concubine. Lin Yi smiled and said, It just so happens that you are here, and I just need a concubine. This is the truth. Whether it was Shanqi or Xiezan. In their recent letters, they kept persuading him to choose a princess. Moreover, the old man He Jixiang would come over and make a noise almost every day. And it even rose to the level of military and civilian sentiment. He was already an older young man. And he had to marry. Even if he married, he could only marry the daughter of Prince Hishuan. Because this was the marriage arranged by his father. And he had to comply with the filial piety. And could not be rebellious. Hu Miaoli gritted her teeth and said, Please think twice. Your Majesty, what do you mean you just need a concubine? What do you think of her? She had never suffered such humiliation since she was a child. However, she was afraid of implicating her father. So she dared not do anything, and could only endure the humiliation. Don't be so presumptuous, Hu Jin said sternly. Your Highness is in front of you. How can you speak? Kneel down. All right. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, It's settled. He Hong. Let the people from the Ministry of Rites make arrangements for the prince. And choose a day to welcome the princess. Thank you. Your Highness. Prince Hishuan was so happy that he couldn't help himself. If his daughter became the queen, wouldn't he be the father-in-law of the emperor? Who would dare to disrespect him in the future? Wu Lin. Du Rong. Shin Juanru. For a moment, many people's names flashed in his mind. Yes, sir. He Hong responded and said to the Prince of Hishuan. Prince, please. Thank you. The Prince of Hishuan kowtowed 3 times to Lin Yi again, and followed He Hong out of the Prince of Hishuan's mansion. Prince, please. Princess, please. He Hong lifted the curtain of the carriage and let the two get in. This, Hu Jin was very happy to see that there was a carriage, and hurriedly said, Thank you. Thank you. Sun Qingde drove the car, and He Hong sat on his right. As soon as the carriage left the main street of the Prince of Hishuan's mansion, Jiao Zhong rode over, and behind him was the minister of the Honglu Temple Qin Jingji, who was also riding a horse. His thin body was shaking on the horse, and it seemed that he could fall off at any time. Sun Qingde said curiously, This old man is not in charge of clan affairs. He can get involved in everything. So, he lives a long life. He Hong said with emotion. The prince originally wanted him to go on a diplomatic mission to Watan, but he said 200,000 taels of silver to the palace on the 5th day, and the prince was reluctant to punish him. It is said that in order to collect the 200,000 taels of silver, he even pawned his house and land and wanted to retire and return home. But the prince did not agree and continued to stay in office. Now his family of more than a dozen people lives in a shack in the South City. They squat in the same cesspool with many poor people. People in the South City are now saying that they have seen the buttocks of the 4th-rank officials. What a ruthless person, Sun Qingde said with a smile. No wonder the prince is reluctant to kill him again. However, I guess Prince Yong'an has not lost money. Chapter 361 Crying Poor. He Hong looked at the carriage behind him, and then whispered, "Be careful with your words. If it gets out, it won't sound good." Sun Qingde shrugged and said, "I'm telling the truth. This Prince Yong'an is only honest in front of our prince, but he has many tricks in his mind. Look, he bought a folding fan a few days ago, said to be from the painting Saint Xian Yudao, and it cost 500 taels, and he didn't even blink. Our prince doesn't even have such a good thing." He Hong shook his head and said, "The prince is silent, so we should say less." Sun Qingde said, "Of course I know, but he is our prince's brother after all. But what are the officials in the court doing? They are all dressed in fine clothes and riding horses, with fat stomachs, and have the faces of villains who have achieved success. If I were to say, they should all be taken out and chopped off," He Hong said with a smile. "These officials in the court form cliques for personal gain, abuse their power for personal gain, extort the people's wealth, and take bribes and pervert the law. But with a powerful enemy at hand, the prince does not want people to panic, so he will not bother with them for now. The prince said that if they are willing to give up the stolen money, they can be forgiven and live in peace." Sun Qingde said puzzledly. "Even if they are not killed, there is no need to keep them to continue to abuse their power. Right? Drive them all down and replace them with our own people. That would be the serious matter." "Humph," He Hong said unhappily. "Can you do it if I ask you to go? Except for Lord Shanqi. Lord Xie. How many of us can read and write? A bunch of rough men are ruling the country. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? I have told the prince that although these people are a little greedy, they are good at doing things. Without them, the Liang kingdom will not be able to move forward." As for the rest of the words, he did not dare to say it. After all, the prince has never said anything good to Emperor Delong. If he does everything himself and an amateur guides an expert, it would be a miracle if the Liang kingdom does not collapse. "Commander He, Mr. Sun." The gray-haired Qin Jingji did not wait for the horse to stop, but jumped down directly, staggered, and almost fell down. He Hong said, "Mr. Chen is too polite." Qin Jingji was a senior official of the 4th rank, and he was so respectful to him that He Hong was actually a little touched. Prince Yong'an could not find a reason to punish him, which was indeed reasonable. How could you dare to kill such a person? Unless he was a shameless executioner. "Greetings to the prince. Greetings to the county lady." Qin Jingji bowed to the carriage. Hu Zhen lifted the curtain of the carriage, and He Hong introduced, "This is Mr. Qin Jingji, the minister of the Honglu Temple. It turns out to be Mr. Chen. I have heard of you for a long time. I have heard of you for a long time." Hu Zhen bowed. Qin Jingji hurriedly said, "You are so polite, Prince and Princess." He Hong said, "Master Chen, please lead the way." Qin Jingji stepped on the stirrup several times before he could barely get on the horse. He Hong saw that he put his whole foot into the stirrup, and knew that he didn't ride a horse often. He walked in front, along Huangqiu Street, all the way to the North City, and finally stopped at Lanhua Lane. "Please." Qin Jingji bowed and raised his hand. "Please." When Prince Hexuan saw the tall gate in front of him, he was so happy that his mouth couldn't close. He Hong fell behind and pulled Jiao Zhong, saying, "This house looks familiar." Jiao Zhong smiled and said, "This was originally the house of the censor Qin Tong. After the house was confiscated and the head was beheaded, the house became empty." "I see." He Hong nodded and said, "Qin Jingji, this old guy, is quite efficient in doing things." Jiao Zhong smiled and said, "This old guy is cunning and sly. I just arrived at the entrance of the Ministry of Rights and met him. Without saying a word, he arranged it directly. I didn't even step into the door." Prince Hexuan looked at the beautiful house in front of him and the chores, who were busy cleaning. He suddenly sighed. "This day is finally over. Father." Hu Mi burst into tears. My daughter doesn't want to be a princess. What nonsense are you talking about? Hujin waved his hand at the servants, and when they left, he closed the door and said, This is not something you and I can decide. This is a marriage arranged by the emperor. If you disobey the emperor's order, you will be beheaded. Your aunts and brothers are heartless, and they ran away with the money. You are the only relative around me now, and I know you are the most filial. Daughter, you don't think about yourself, but think about me, an old man. As he spoke, he started to cry. Not only did his own son run away with his 4 concubines, he also took away his last bit of money. He was so bitter. There was no reason to reason with him. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Father. Hu Miai hugged his shoulders and cried. Hey, good child. It's your blessing that the prince likes you. Hujin patted her on the back and said, Now you and the prince are in great power. You should serve him well. When the prince ascends the throne in the future, you will be the mother of the country. How glorious. It will also bring honor to me. And your father will also benefit from it. But? No buts. Hujin interrupted. Your father is thinking about you. And he will never let you suffer again. The news of the wedding with the prince spread in Hong Kong City that day. At night, fireworks were set off everywhere. The people in Hong Kong City couldn't understand why those southern barbarians liked to set off fireworks so much. And it was foggy and choking everywhere. But then, they found that fireworks were also set off in the palace. Then it was the homes of the ministers in the court. What was going on? Emotion. That old bastard made a fortune. Zhu Rorong looked at the fireworks in the sky and said, Fireworks that usually cost a few copper coins. Now he dares to sell them for 1 or 2 silver coins. He is really black-hearted. If it wasn't for celebrating with the prince, I wouldn't spend this money in vain. Li Sanyang smiled and said, Then why don't you think about it when he can't sell it normally? That's true. Zhu Rorong smiled and scratched his head. Except for festivals and sieges. Mo Shun could only sell gunpowder and fireworks. But he had no income at ordinary times. The butcher said. Besides, now he is not the only one selling gunpowder. The explosives for mountain blasting and road construction are now made by small workshops. Not his. It's hard for him to be free and easy as an old man. Sun Casey said. What do you know? The prince has always relied on him to make cannons and gunpowder. He can get more than 10,000 taels of subsidy from the Sanha provincial government office every year. What we earn after working hard for a year is not as much as what he earns lying at home. Really? Zhu Rorong looked incredulous. Of course it's true. But not many people know about it. Liang Qingshu took a sip of the tea on the table and said, And this old man is more likely to cry poor than others. He doesn't even have a new piece of clothing all year round. He dresses like a beggar. If you don't know him, you would think he is so poor that he can't even afford to eat. Chapter 362 Comparison. Li Sanyang sighed. We just had a few days of good life. And we couldn't stand the hardship. This time we went to the northern frontier to deliver military supplies, and we returned before we were halfway there, but they went there in person, just to save some money. Who doesn't know how to enjoy the blessing? The butcher said with a smile. Do you think this old guy is really willing to go? You forgot, he is an official now, some ambassador of the Military Equipment Bureau. Although he is a 9th rank official, he is still an official after all. They all started to put on an official tone in front of me. Saibei is such a dangerous place. He certainly doesn't want to go there. But he has to go. Lord He Jisheng personally asked him to take the craftsmen and his men to test some new cannons. They can only succeed, they can't fail. In fact, he couldn't help but feel jealous. They are both illiterate, they are both suppliers. Why can this old man Mo Shun become an official and show off? As long as he becomes an official, he will be the first person in his family to become an official in 100 years. In the future, he will be listed in the ancestral hall and be worshipped by his descendants for generations. What an honor! Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret that Jiangjun was a girl. Although she was an official, she couldn't enter the ancestral hall anyway. I can't really bring honor to his family. Old general, you are the fucking one. Who do you ask all day long? Zhu Rorong asked curiously. Why don't we have any news? Do you need to ask specifically? Jiang the butcher said disdainfully. The night before, I was drinking with Huang Daoji, and he said that they were all officials of the Military Equipment Bureau. Mo Shun was the chief envoy, but he got the deputy envoy, and was under Mo Shun's control, which made him unhappy. I drank to drown my sorrows, and drank with him until the middle of the night. When it was daybreak, they continued to go north, and we came back. Right? Zhu Rorong said. He is a blacksmith, and he has become an official? He didn't feel anything about Imo Shun becoming an official, after all. Everyone in Sanha knew that. The prince attached great importance to fireworks and gunpowder. Imo Shun, a refugee from Yuezhou, came to Baiyun City with his family. It was Prince He who paid for the workshop. After that, the workshop caught fire 3 times. Not only did it cause heavy losses, but more than 10 people were killed or injured. Prince He did not even say a word of blame. He even went to comfort him in person and continued to pay for the reconstruction. In this way, the fireworks workshop on the south bank of Shijiang River became bigger and bigger. Prince He alone went there 5 times. As for Shanqi, Xiezan, Hejixiang, Bianjing and others, the number of times they went there is countless. Just because Prince He said that in the future, we will definitely enter the so-called hot weapons era. And no matter how good your kung fu is, you can be defeated with 1 shot. According to Prince He, as long as you have long guns and cannons, the so-called 9th rank and Grandmaster are no problem. Prince He attaches so much importance to it, and he wants to see the results, so everyone below dare not take it lightly. Therefore, Zhu Rorong understands that Imo Shun is an official. After all, he has a high position in Prince He's heart. But Huang Daoji, a blacksmith, why should he be an official? Is this looking down on him? A pig butcher? They are all contributing to Sanha. 7 out of 10 iron weapons in the army are made by Huang Daoji's blacksmith shop. Liang Qingshu said lightly. What's more, he learned a lot from those captured foreign devils. This year's shovels are better than last year's. The prince said it was a great achievement. You sell pork. Can you also sell flowers? Unless what? Zhu Rorong asked nervously. Liang Qingshu said. Sanha has been promoting technological improvements in recent years. Not only gunpowder, ironware, but also agricultural planting, livestock breeding, and raising cattle and sheep 2 years ago. Did you give subsidies? I remember that Lord Xiezan specifically said that breeding pigs is also a big job. People, it's useless to just fill their stomachs. They also need oil and water in their stomachs. Only with oil and water can adults and children grow meat. You want me to raise pigs? Zhu Rorong said incredulously. Liang Qingshu snorted coldly. It's just a suggestion. You can go or not. Forget it. Forget it. We are good at killing pigs. We can't raise pigs, let alone breeding pigs. It's difficult. It's difficult. The butcher shook his head and said, when I go back, I will go to the Pineapple Temple to worship. The South Sea God has boundless magic power. I hope I can become an official. Then I'd better worship the Buddha. Zhu Rorong sighed. I hope God will open his eyes. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, he frowned. This person, without comparison, feels comfortable no matter how he lives. But once he compares, he will unconsciously feel melancholy. He doesn't believe that he is any worse than Huang Daoji and Imo Shun. Gradually, the fireworks spread to the palace. After Lu Kan asked He Jixiang for instructions, the court guards dispatched more than 300 people who were responsible for fire prevention and placed the Taiping water tank directly under the Meridian Gate. For a while, gorgeous fireworks bloomed over the Meridian Gate. Concubine Yuan stood in the courtyard of Jinglan Palace, looked up for a while, and then sighed. Hey, how could he decide on his own for such a thing? Don't you think about what the Hu family is facing now? How can they be worthy of him? Mother, this is what father wants. Lin Ning said carefully. Brother can't disobey. Really? Concubine Yuan frowned and said, where is that slut Shiru? How come I haven't seen her for a day? Such a big thing. She didn't even dare to inform me. When she comes back, I will break her legs. Reporting to the queen. In the morning, Miss Ru hurried out of the palace. Xiao Shizi stepped forward and smiled. Because she is the queen's person, no one in the palace dared to stop her. So they let her go. Leaving the palace? Concubine Yuan said calmly. I didn't tell her anything. What could she do after leaving the palace? Xiao Shizi still lowered his head and said, Miss Lai Ru has a useless brother, who used to be a farmer in Jizhou, but he always thought that Miss Lai Ru had a promising future, so he relied on her, and he lingered in the gambling house every day, and asked Miss Lai Ru for money when he ran out of money. Miss Lai Ru has been harassed by him enough. I know this. But it's just that this silly girl is soft-hearted. Her little money was ruined by this unscrupulous beast. Concubine Yuan said unhappily. In my opinion, Just ignore him directly. How can he chase her to the palace? Your Majesty is right, Xiao Shizi said with a smile. After the concubine returned to her room, he quietly left Jinglan Palace and glanced at He Lian standing in the shadow of the corner. He Lian hurried forward and said, "Don't worry, sir. This bitch has been buried," Xiao Shizi said calmly. "Is everything clean? If someone finds out something and reports it to the queen, you will be dead." "Sir, I did it myself. I buried her useless brother in the river." He Lian laughed. There was no one around. No one knew. Chapter 363 Return. "That's good," Xiao Shizi said coldly. "Keep your mouth shut from now on. If you leak any information, you'll be fine. In any case, Lai Ru is someone close to the queen. You should look at the owner before beating a dog, let alone killing him directly. If the queen knew the truth, he couldn't guarantee that the prince would protect him. After all, the prince only ordered him to investigate the villains around the queen, but didn't say that he must kill them. Congratulations, eunuch, for getting your revenge," He Lian said with a smile. "I know that when we were in Jinglan Palace, this bitch had the worst heart and made things difficult for the eunuch everywhere." Xiao Shizi's face suddenly darkened. "I know I was wrong." He Lian lowered his head hurriedly. "Remember, I am dedicated to serving the prince." Xiao Shizi stared at He Lian under the dim palace lanterns and said word by word, "Have you ever had any selfish thoughts? Please forgive me, eunuch." He Lian dared not breathe. He knew he had said the wrong thing again. He wanted to slap himself a few times. What nonsense did he say? Xiao Shizi looked around and said angrily, "I will say one last thing. Remember, don't make a wrong move in this palace. Otherwise no one can protect you. Now Pan Duo is in charge of the court guards. He is not your godfather. And you can do whatever you want." "Yes, I really understand," He Lian said with a bitter face. "Yes, my godfather is gone. There is no one else to rely on except Xiao Shizi. In the future, think more when you speak and do things," Xiao Shizi said slowly. "You can't be sure that in the future, your close friends will be chess pieces of the court guards. So you have to be on guard. I will definitely remember this." He Lian raised his head after speaking, and found that Xiao Shizi had left without knowing when. Xiao Shizi held a whisk and walked along the long palace wall to the Siligian. As soon as he reached the door, he felt something was wrong, not to mention the guards on duty. Even the eunuchs were nowhere to be seen. The room was still brightly lit. He held the whisk in his hand and walked carefully to the door, then pushed it open. He suddenly found someone sitting in the room. After he saw clearly, he knelt down and said, "Meek Master, where have you been these days? I miss you very much." He never thought that his master Hong Ying would suddenly appear here. He didn't even go directly to the prince's mansion. "Well, get up." Hong Ying closed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "You are much busier than others." Xiao Shizi couldn't guess what his master meant for a while. So he said carefully, "The prince has just taken charge of the government, and the master is not here. I am just a lazy donkey, and I am trying to share the prince's worries. Now that the master is back, I can relax a little. I don't need to do those brain-intensive tasks anymore. I just need to listen to the master. Whatever the master tells me to do, I just do it. Your kung fu has regressed again. If you continue to waste it like this, you will never make any progress in your life." Hong Ying suddenly stood up, walked in front of Xiao Shizi, and said condescendingly, "You are a piece of rotten wood that cannot be helped. I admit my guilt." Xiao Shizi breathed a sigh of relief. The master he was familiar with was back. At this moment, there was no fear in his heart anymore. He said boldly, "Master, where have you been these days? The prince has been asking Pan Duo to find out about you. But Pan Duo has found nothing. The prince is very worried." Hong Ying seemed not to hear what he said. He just said to himself, "We still have to go back to the prince. He can't be without servants. You will still be in charge of this palace in the future. If there are any blind people, just kill them directly. Such as Lai Ru." Ah! After hearing this, Xiao Shizi trembled all over. Sure enough, there is nothing that can be hidden from his master. You are really not a child anymore. Hong Ying continued. It is good to have some tricks, but don't forget who gave it to you otherwise. Your master will have to clean up the mess. I know. Master, don't worry, Xiao Shizi said hurriedly. I will never forget the rules. That's good. Xiao Shizi only felt a shadow passing by, and then his master disappeared. After waiting for a long time, he boldly stuck his head out of the door, and after confirming that his master was indeed gone, he sat down on the ground. It's too scary. If his hand wasn't pressed on his chest, his heart would have jumped out. At night, Yichio sat in the yard as usual. He said to the blind man next to him, "Something seems to be wrong." "It's wrong." The blind man nodded. Suddenly, he thrust the bamboo joint in his hand into the void, and in Yichio's incredible eyes, it broke into 2 parts. What kind of person could cut the blind man's bamboo joint? His strength must be better than the blind man's. In just a moment, a figure flashed in the air. He also thrust his sword towards the figure that suddenly appeared without hesitation. To his surprise, the sword missed. The strange figure slowly fell to the ground. When he saw it clearly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not shameful to lose to Hong Ying. It was not like he had never lost before. After all, he had never won. "Butler." The blind man was the first to speak. He took out a handkerchief from his arms with his left hand, and carefully wrapped the broken knuckles of his right hand. After a while, blood was soaked on the snow-white handkerchief. "So it's really the butler," Yichio said with a smile. "I said? Who else in the world can have such kung fu?" "Yes, there are many." After Hong Ying finished speaking inexplicably, he walked through the long corridor with vines and walked straight away. The blind man looked at his back and sighed. One move. Only one move. What a fresh thing to say. Knowing that the blind man couldn't see, Yichio still rolled his eyes. "When did you last more than 2 moves?" "The realm of heaven and man," the blind man murmured. The butler was broken. "What is the realm of heaven and man?" Yichio asked curiously. "I don't know either." The blind man shook his head. "I used to face the steward, and I always had confidence. I felt that one day, even if I couldn't beat him, I wouldn't lose too badly. But now that I saw him, I felt the gap between man and heaven, and I felt very weak." "Aren't you good at fortune-telling?" Yichio said with a smile. "Didn't you expect that this day would come?" "I'm going back to sleep." The blind man shook his head helplessly, and was drowned in the darkness. "Hey, you're on night duty." After Yichio finished shouting, he slapped his forehead in anger, and suddenly realized. "You're so stupid. The steward is back. Why are you still on night duty?" In the future, he and the blind man don't need to worry about the affairs of the palace. The 2 of them can finally go out and be free. Thinking of this, he put away his long sword and turned around and left. Chapter 364 The Flying Birdman. Really, since Hong Ying left, he hasn't had a good sleep. The Grandmaster's ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. In seclusion, it is common to forget about food and sleep. They can endure more than ordinary people. However, if there is nothing to do, who would want to find fault with others? Isn't that a mental disorder? So eating, drinking and sleeping are the right thing to do. The mood is high. Lenny couldn't sleep, lying on the chair, taking a sip of wine from time to time. Mingwei and Zixia stood on his left and right, waving the swatters in their hands from time to time. They were quick-eyed and quick-handed. With one swatter, they killed several mosquitoes. The bamboo swatters were covered with dark red blood. No need to swat. There are not many mosquitoes. Lenny took another sip of wine. "You don't have to be so tired." Mingwei smiled and said, "I am not tired." Lenny was about to say something, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He thought he was drunk and his eyes were blurry. He rubbed his eyes again and again. It was Hong Ying, General Manager. Mingwei and Zixia looked incredulous. They didn't expect Hong Ying to come back suddenly. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Hong Ying came closer with his body bent, knelt down respectfully and counted out 3 times. "I thought you were dead. There has been no news for such a long time. If you had come back a few days later," Lenny said angrily, "I would have built a tomb for you." "I know my crime," Hong Ying said with a smile. "Please punish me, Your Majesty. I really want to beat you to death," Lenny said unhappily. "You are so damn hateful. You didn't even say goodbye when you left." Hong Ying got up from the ground, picked up the wine pot on the table, and filled it with wine for Lenny, then waved to Mingwei and Zixia behind him, and waited for the 2 to leave before smiling and saying, "It's not a pity for me to die, but I'm afraid that Your Majesty will have no one to serve you in the future." Lenny snorted coldly. "It's not easy to find a 2-legged toad, but there are many 2-legged people. Can I still send someone to serve you? Tell me, where have you been these days? Why is there no news at all?" Hong Ying said, "Your Highness, I have been in Chuanzhou all the time, but I am no match for Jingyi, so I can only come back in disgrace. Is it that simple? Lenny said dissatisfiedly. You have been gone for several months? Why did you come back after such a long time? Honging said. Chuanzhou is a long way away, and there are many mountain roads, which are not easy to walk. I wasted some time, and made your highness worried. Lenny said unhappily. To be honest, it is definitely not as simple as you said. Do you think I'm a child? If you continue to deceive me, I will never forgive you. How dare I deceive you? Your Majesty? Honging hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, My kung fu is not very good after all. I was injured and recovered for a period of time, and then I ran back. But, Your Majesty, don't worry, I have already mastered the kung fu of Jizhao Temple. Even if they can't win in the future, there is no reason for them to defeat me. Are you injured? Lenny frowned. I recovered a long time ago. Honging continued. Look, isn't he alive and kicking? He's doing very well. Lenny turned his head and looked him up and down, seeing that his nose was his nose. His eyes were his eyes, and his legs and feet were all fine. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, You still don't know your own weight. Don't show off. What's the point of you going alone? In the future, group fights will be the way to go. Of course, there are also his cannons. Once the cannons have proved their effectiveness against martial arts masters in the battlefield of the northern frontier, after pacifying the northern frontier, the first thing he did was to march to Sichuan, put the cannons at the gate of Jizhao Temple. If one cannon is not enough, he will put up hundreds, thousands. He has no shortage of craftsmen, no shortage of money. I just don't believe that he can't kill these flying birdmen. Your Majesty is wise. Honging saw that Lin Yi's face was slightly relieved, and his courage grew. Your Majesty's troops will be invincible wherever they point to. Humph. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, Don't flatter me. You have really changed, and you have started to hide things. Since you don't want to say some things, I will not force you anymore. In short, you should know what's going on. You should take a rest first, and enter the palace early tomorrow morning, and take the position of the seal holder of the Siligian. I don't trust others. Your Majesty, Honging said with a smile. Although Xiao Shizi is a little reckless, he is more sensible in doing things. Why not let him stay in the palace? I will stay by your side and serve you. Lenny said with emotion. You can trust him. He knew Honging very well. But he was also very surprised. As a temple servant, Honging actually had no desire to control power. He did not believe that Honging was pretending. Honging knelt down and said, I have watched this child grow up since I was young. I have always taught him carefully. I have some selfish motives. But he is loyal to the prince. If it were not for his loyalty to me, would I let him manage the palace? Lin Yi snorted coldly, and then said, It's just that this kid has been a little arrogant recently. You should discipline him well, and don't make any big mistakes. When the time comes, everyone will call for his death. And I can't save him. Sometimes, due to human nature, he will have an inexplicable affection and closeness to the people around him. However, based on historical experience and lessons, he was always alert, not to be fooled by the people around him. They always pick up the words they like to hear, and then, it will be more and more difficult for him to see the reality clearly. Yes, Honging said with his head down. I will definitely keep a close eye on this little bastard. If anything goes wrong, I will definitely not let him off. After Lin Yi glanced at him, he stood up, stretched himself and said, I don't know what to say, go to bed early. Farewell, Your Highness. Honging watched Lin Yi enter the room, then turned around, looking at Pan Duo who slowly walked out from behind the column. You are so bold, you dare to eavesdrop. I dare not. Pan Duo bowed his head and said, I found someone outside, and when I came over, I found it was the steward. I wanted to leave, but when I saw that the steward didn't point it out, I stayed. See if the steward has any instructions. Honging said expressionlessly, If you have anything to say, just say it directly, you know? I don't have that much patience. I really don't know how to decide on one thing. Pan Duo hesitated for a moment, and said boldly, Xiao Shizi killed Lai Ru. I don't know whether I should report it to the prince. It's just a lowly maid who didn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. The prince is worried and toiled every day, and you have to trouble the prince for such a small matter? Honging said coldly. The prince kept you to do things, and the prince has to make decisions on everything. What's the use of you? I understand. Pan Duo bowed and left. If the prince blames him in the future, it can't be blamed on him. Chapter 365 I want to be an official. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked out of the gate of the Huang mansion. It was curfew at this time, but there were still cars and pedestrians on the street, all coming from the south, transporting military supplies to the northern frontier through Hong City. As the war became more intense, there was a constant flow of soldiers and civilians passing through Hong City every day, so in order to ensure smooth access to and from the city, the north and south gates of Hong City were not closed at night. The civilians and soldiers traveled day and night, but in order to ensure that they were delivered on time, they dared not stop for a moment, and they were exhausted, and finally entered Hong City, but the merchants all closed their doors, and they could not resupply normally. For this reason, the Military Affairs Department had to relax the curfew restrictions on some businesses, and at the same time allowed some small vendors to set up stalls in places where civilians and soldiers passed by. So at this moment, there were not only soldiers and civilians passing by on the street, but also restaurants, tea houses, inns, brothels, and vendors setting up stalls. Pan Duo stopped at a dumpling stall at the entrance of an alley. The small stall had 2 rows of small tables along the alley wall, and the people sitting next to them were civilians from the south. He sat down and ordered a bowl of dumplings and a jar of wine. There were accents from all over the country, and although he listened carefully, he didn't understand a word. If he guessed correctly, they should have come from Yong'an. Just after taking a sip of wine, he found a shadow in front of him. He raised his head, and their eyes met. It turned out to be Brother Pang. Pan Duo didn't expect to meet Pang Long, who guarded Wulin City. Here. Is there anything else that Brother Pan doesn't know? Pang Long followed the stall owner to order a bowl of dumplings, sat opposite Pan Duo carelessly, poured the wine in front of Pan Duo into his own bowl, and grinned. There was a hurricane at sea recently, and the fleet couldn't leave. They could only use the canal transport. As a result, the heavy rain never stopped along the way. Alas, the flood filled the river channel, washed away many houses, and caused countless casualties. Most of the food had to be unloaded for disaster relief. The water route was unavailable. We had to go by land, which was muddy and difficult to navigate. It was really hard. Hard work, Pan Duo said, holding up the wine bowl. I toast to Brother Pang. You're welcome, Pang Long said with a smile. Brother Pan is now in charge of the Imperial Guards. He is in a very glorious position. If I can survive this trip to the northern frontier, please take care of me in the future, Pan Duo said with a smile. I don't deserve it. We are all serving the prince. Brother Pan is right. After drinking a bowl of wine, Pang Long pointed to the civilians on his left and right and side. Yong'an is full of mountains. Every 3 miles, the tone is different. Every 10 miles, the accent is different. Except for a few scholars who can speak a little official language, everyone else speaks at cross purposes. If it weren't for my responsibilities, I would have quit. Brother Pan poured wine for him, and said with a smile, the more capable you are, the more work you will do. Brother Pang's future is naturally limitless. Hey, Pang Long burped. To be honest, I have the intention to make achievements on this trip to the northern frontier. Brother Pan is from the northern frontier, and he must know more than me. I don't know what the situation is in the northern frontier now. Brother, you should be more careful when you go there. General Shen Chu and General Bao Kuei led the Sana army to be invincible, and have already crossed the Liangshui River, Pan Duo said with a smile. They will arrive at Liangmatai soon. At that time, if we can capture the Khan of the Wadden Kingdom, it will be an unprecedented achievement. The prince said. Whoever cuts off Wulagu's head will be granted the title of king of the same character by the emperor. I know all this. Pang Long shook his head. I just want to know something I don't know. Pan Duo shook his head. It's a military secret. I'm sorry I can't tell you. Pang Long smiled awkwardly, lowered his head and stopped talking. He ate the dumplings without caring that they were hot, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, whose original color could not be seen, stood up and bowed. Goodbye, brother. See you later. See you later. Pan Duo stood up and bowed to see him off. The butcher was standing by a tea stall, watching the 2 men from afar. After Pang Long left, he turned to Zhu Rorong and said, Pang Long is a constable from Wulin City. He has gone north. Do you think my daughter and the others can come from Qingyuan City? Zhu Rorong said calmly. Humph. Saibei is in need of men right now. All those who can go have gone. As for your daughter, it's hard to say, the butcher said with a worried look on his face. What should we do? Zhu Rorong saw him like this, and hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry too much. After all, she is a girl. Fighting has always been the business of men. There is no such thing as a girl going to the battlefield. You can't say that. The butcher looked around, and then whispered, I think the old lady Shui of the Yuan family took the female generals of the Yuan family to the battlefield during the reign of Emperor Yongwang. She has made many military achievements. Don't worry. Zhu Rorong couldn't stand his noise, and said helplessly, Hong'an is in Jilin City. It's not as convenient to come from Jilin City as from Wulian City or Qingyuan City. Hong'an hasn't gone yet, so how can it be your daughter's turn? Hong'an has the general manager to rely on, who dares to let her risk her life? The butcher sighed. We are not like us. We have no power or influence. You really think too much, Zhu Rorong said with a smile. Look at Wei Yishan. This little bastard, he is an orphan and a widow who dares to bully him. I read the notice at the gate of Beijing camp yesterday. This little bastard will come from Jilin City soon, and be promoted to the garrison commander of Beijing camp. When you want to know about your daughter, just ask him. Garrison commander, what kind of position is this? The butcher asked sourly. I only see others get promoted. But I haven't even gotten anything. Li Sanyang next to him said helplessly. Old general, you said you have traveled a lot. But you still don't know anything. Lu Can, the boy from Lu Duo's family, was the garrison commander of the Beijing camp before he was promoted to the commander of the flag-bearer guard. I knew it. It sounds so familiar. The butcher laughed. You still want to be an official? Take a break. Wang Xiaoshuan laughed. I have made up my mind. After the grain in my hands is transported, I will go to the Bingmasi to be a leader. I have figured it out. These days, money alone is useless. You are going to the Bingmasi? Li Sanyang was very surprised. This guy is a money grubber. How could he possibly think of going to the military department? Wang Xiaoshuan said proudly. I have military merits on my record. I originally wanted to exchange them for some money, but now I don't want to do that. I must be an official. I am a merchant, and my descendants will all be merchants. People will look down on me. I must be an official, and I must be a high-ranking official. The most important thing is that his good friend Wei Yishan is going to be a high-ranking official soon. He doesn't want to kneel down when he sees his friend in the future. Military merit. The butcher snorted coldly. If that thing can be exchanged for an official position, I would have changed it long ago. Ah! Li Sanyang pointed at the butcher and sighed. I really don't know what to say to you. You simply don't know anything. We can't change because we are old. We have never been to school. And we don't have that certificate. I have a primary school graduation certificate. Wang Xiaoshuan laughed even louder. The butcher was stunned. Chapter 366 Outlook. Everyone knows that, under the rule of Prince He, no matter how learned you are, you can't compare to a primary school diploma with a big red seal. As long as you can use the 4 arithmetic operations skillfully and understand some basic accounting knowledge, you can take the civil service examination and then become an official smoothly. In Baiyun City, the youngest mayor is only 13 years old. He scolds a bunch of local sages in their 70s and 80s, like grandsons all day long, which has become a wonder in Baiyun City for a while. Old men like Shanqi did oppose it. But they said to the prince, it was like buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins. Therefore, no one persuaded them anymore. After that, the Sanha people took over Nanzhou, Yuezhou, Yong'an, Wuzhou and other places. The government offices in various places either hired elementary school graduates or petty officials who could do practical work. They ignored the scholars who were full of knowledge. The Jiren masters were very noble. It was difficult to wait for a vacancy. They had no hope of becoming an official. They were brothers with the local officials, recited poems and couplets, and had romantic lives in brothels. They lived a leisurely and happy life. However, the people of Sanha disrupted their stable and prosperous life. They set up town heads in the villages. And not to mention the village heads. They even dared to exempt taxes in some areas for 3 years. How unreasonable. Is the prince mentally ill? Doesn't he know the main source of money and grain for the court? They can understand exempting 1 township or 1 prefecture. But exempting 3 states from taxes for 3 years at the same time. From ancient times to the present. No one has ever done this. Such a foolish prince, even if he ascends to the throne, will not be able to maintain a stable foundation. From then on, the good days of these scholars and candidates were over. Not only did the peasants not give them land, But they even dared to take back the land they had given them before. It was outrageous. Whether it was Yueo, Hongou, or Jingzhou, the scholars here had a hard time. After all, they had been affected by the rebellion before and suffered heavy losses. Moreover, there were so many maids and servants. But they only went out and did not come in. Soon, many people could not hold on any longer, especially those who were not good at business. All the big houses were sold out. This prince is even more cruel than those rebels and bandits. They wanted to go to the governor's office to cry, but they couldn't find a reason. Is it wrong to exempt those peasants from taxes? They are really afraid that those peasants will tear them apart. Many people came up with ideas in a hurry. Since you can become an official after graduating from elementary school, and it is even easier than taking the imperial examination, why not get an elementary school diploma? If there is a leader, there will be a second, a third, and in the end it became a common phenomenon. Until now, in many schools in Yuezhou, Hongou and other places, there are a group of old men with big beards learning arithmetic and the study of things among the children of 7 or 8 years old, which they originally despised. Although they were reluctant, they studied very seriously for their livelihood in future. After all, they were allowed to skip grades. As long as they got the primary school diploma, they could take the civil service exam. They hoped to start as a clerk and step by step reach the peak of their lives. There is a precedent for this. Gong Sini, the prefect of Raocheng, was originally a poor boy who failed in the exams many times. After entering the new school, he studied hard and got the primary school diploma in just half a year. After that, he took the civil service exam and got the position of prefectural experience with the first place in mathematics. Surprisingly, it took him only 1.5 years to be promoted to the prefect of Raocheng. Many people saw hope in him. If such an old man over 50 years old and without any talent could be the prefect, why couldn't they? Yong'an and Wuzhou had not yet established new-style schools. They went to Nanzhou to study regardless of the long journey. There were only a few schools in Nanzhou, which were far from enough. So the wealthy scholars hired teachers from Sanha and opened schools in Wuzhou and Yong'an. New-style schools blossomed everywhere under Wang's rule, with results that no one expected. Fuck you, you really have lofty ambitions. The butcher didn't know whether to laugh or be jealous. Okay, you work hard. When you get rich, maybe I can benefit from it. You just wait and see, Wang Xiushuan said with a smile. South of the Xijiang River, my words are the most effective. Humph, yes, I am the most effective person in the south bank of the Xijiang River, where chickens lay eggs and birds do not shit, the butcher said unhappily. If you are really going to the military headquarters, transfer this business to me. You name a price, and I will handle it for you, Wang Xiushuan said with a smile. We'll talk about it later. He had his own little tricks in mind, and he couldn't just abandon the business. If he didn't do well in the officialdom, he could still have a way out. As the old saying goes, it is better to sleep in a lonely grave than live in a wild temple. Han Dongsheng, who had been silent all the time, smiled and said, with your personality, you are really not suitable for officialdom. You may offend people without knowing it, and you may die without knowing how. It is better to keep the business honestly. Although we often bump into each other, no one will take your life. As the old saying goes, things change over time, Wang Xiaoshuan said unconvinced. How can you be sure that you will not be able to make it? First of all, your name is not good, Li Sanyang joked. Wang Xiaoshuan, it's no different from Wang Erguzi. Which official has this name? That's true. Wang Xiaoshuan scratched his head. Or I can change my name like that bastard Sun Yi. What's good about Wang? He looked at Liang Qinshu, the most knowledgeable person here. Liang Qinshu said with a smile. Just call me Wang Xuan. Adding a xiao in the middle of a good name makes it seem stingy. Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan. Wang Xiaoshuan repeated it to himself twice. And the more he repeated it, the smoother it sounded. He said with a smile. That's not a problem. From now on, you can call me Wang Xuan. I won't talk to you if you call me Wang Xiaoshuan. Okay. It was not a big deal. So everyone agreed happily, Zhu Rorong said. But changing your name is troublesome. You still have to go back to Sanha to change your household registration and graduation certificate. It's a lot of trouble. It's not a big deal, Wang Xiaoshuan said with a smile. I'll change it when I go home for the new year. As everyone was talking and laughing, they found that there was suddenly a group of familiar people on the street in front of them. Wei. Wang Xiaoshuan was about to speak, but Li Sanyang covered his mouth and nose. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Xiaoshuan pushed away Li Sanyang's slap, and then watched Wei Yishan's back getting farther and farther away. Humph, you want to be an official when you are so ignorant? Liang Qingshu said with a smile. You are yelling in the street. Do you think he will pay attention to you or ignore you? In front of all his subordinates, if he pays attention to you, it is against military discipline. If he ignores you, you will be bored, and there will be a gap between friends. Chapter 367 National Treasury. Ah. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed unconsciously. You are right. To put it bluntly, there is a gap between him and his good friend now. One is an official, the other is a commoner. Their identities are completely different. From the beginning, the boundary between the two has been clear. There is no way to share wheel and woe like before. Thinking of this, he was very depressed. This is a very normal thing. There is no need to put on such a bad face. Li Sanyang said with a smile. If you become a high-ranking official in the future, I will not go to you. Otherwise, people who don't know me will think that I am going to ask you to do something. We should avoid suspicion. That's right. That's right. Zhu Rorong followed. You are rich. The people eating at the same table with you are either prefects or generals. I, a commoner, feel uncomfortable sitting with them. It seems like I am taking advantage of others' power. I will definitely not go to ask for that. Okay. I understand what you said. Wang Xiaoshuan felt a little lost for a moment. I have to go to the south gate to guard it. Liang Qingshu stood up and stretched, tapping his pipe on the table while saying, Our grain truck is expected to arrive soon. We have to hand it over to the warehouse quickly. If I delay, Lord, he will not forgive me. After saying that, he took the two young men on horseback and left. Okay. I'll get busy too. Li Sanyang finished the last glass of water, stood up, and tied her skirt around her waist. I don't know what that bastard Majia wants to do. He picked a fight with me right after taking office. I have to check the accounts first. I'll go and trouble him tomorrow morning. She also left without looking back. Hong Ying, who had been away for half a year, reappeared, causing major changes in the officialdom, whether in the prince's mansion or in the army. First, He Jixiang directly transferred all the masters of the prince's mansion above the 7th rank to the Beijing camp, on the grounds that the prince's mansion was no longer needed. Secondly, Sun Qingde once again changed from being the coachman of Prince He to the chief instructor of the Beijing camp. Finally, Xiao Shizi was officially appointed by Emperor Delong as the eunuch in charge of the Siligian, and the position of the seal holder was still vacant. Everyone knew that this position was definitely reserved for Hong Ying. Whether Hong Ying sat or not, it was not his turn. The war between Dalian and Wadden was still in full swing, but it did not hinder the marriage with the prince. The prince's marriage was the same as that of ordinary people. The 6 rituals of accepting the bride price, accepting the marriage proposal, accepting the marriage proposal, accepting the marriage proposal, and welcoming the bride were all necessary. However, the current situation was different from the past. In an emergency, things should be kept simple, including the betrothal gift given by Lin Yi. Isn't this less than enough? Qin Jingji was responsible for all matters related to the wedding with the prince. It was time to accept the marriage proposal. The chief steward Hong only gave 2 boxes, which only contained some silk and incense. What did this mean? Did he have 200 taels of silver? Ordinary people's families would not be so shabby. It's not a small amount. The king of Dai looked at Hong Ying and smiled. At present, Daliang is fighting a war with Wadden. All expenses are very high. The region is a role model for the people. It is natural to be frugal. It is a waste of time and effort, which will only chill the hearts of the soldiers at the front. The real reason is probably only known to those who know Lin Yi. Stingy. More importantly, this Heshuan prince is not worthy of generosity. After all, he once had a huge fortune, but it was lost so easily, which is a pity. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. What the king of Dai said is right, Hong Ying said with a smile. Lord Qin, let's do it this way. Explain it clearly to the prince. The prince is a reasonable person, and he will not blame me for this kind of thing. He doesn't need to discuss it with their prince at all. He can make the decision himself. If he really gave too much, their prince would definitely scold him. The prince hated those who spent money the most. I understand, Qin Jingji said in disbelief. Then I will send it over right away. Hundreds of people beat gongs and drums to deliver the betrothal gifts to the Hu family, and just carried 2 boxes? The prince of Heshuan didn't care. What would the people of Hong Kong City think? This is too outrageous. Right? He was really embarrassed to send it to the Hu family. It's embarrassing. This is the prince's wedding. Hong Ying waved his hand and said, "Go. Don't waste time. You can ask for the date in a few days." "Yes." Qin Jingji turned around with a stiff face. Just as he stepped down the stairs, he raised his hand stiffly, and then the gongs and drums behind him were deafening. Old 12 looked at Qin Jingji's staggering figure and expressed deep sympathy. This cunning and treacherous minister of the Honglu Temple would not be killed so easily. However, he might be embarrassed to death. How shameful. It was the annual autumn harvest season again. Standing on the wall of Hong Kong City, you could see golden wheat in the distance. It's another bumper year. The weather was getting colder, and Lin Yi had to wear a robe. The long hem always hindered his walking. And after a few steps, it was all covered with dust. He actually missed Sanha a little. Thanks to the prince, there is no war this year. The prince has exempted them from many taxes. The people have spared no effort in reclaiming wasteland. They even planted sweet potatoes and corn on the hills. Gan Mao, the minister of revenue behind Lin Yi, smiled and said, "With food to eat, there are fewer beggars in Hong Kong City now. As for taxes, continue to reform them. Reduce what should be reduced and increase what should be increased. Especially for those wealthy families. Don't be polite. If you follow the path I have built, you must leave a bribe." Lin Yi said lightly. Gan Mao bowed and said, "Yes, I will do my best." Lin Yi continued, "Is the treasury full now?" This. Gan Mao hesitated for a while and said, "Your Highness, Hongou, Yuezhou, and Jingzhou are exempted from taxes. All the expenses are paid by Sanha and Nanzhou. As for the cotton, silk, and horse grass, salt tax, and customs duties of Wuzhou and Yong'an, they have not yet been sent to the inner transport warehouse." "I understand what you mean." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "These eunuchs are really brave. The transport warehouse is divided into inner and outer transport warehouses. The inner transport warehouse is the emperor's private property and is under the control of eunuchs. And the outer transport warehouse is under the control of the Ministry of Revenue. After his father came to the throne, the internal transport warehouse was unable to make ends meet. So his father set his trusted eunuchs to open mines and collect taxes on merchants. These mine supervisors and tax collectors relied on his father's power to mine and collect silver, and imposed multiple taxes, which was simply a crime. Part of the silver went into the internal warehouse, and part was divided among the people. In the end, the Ministry of Revenue was pitiful. The external transport warehouse was empty, and when it was short of money, it had to ask the internal transport warehouse for funding. Now, Yong'an, Wuzhou and other places are all under his control. But the area is too large and there are not enough people. He still cannot effectively control and extend his tentacles to every corner. He can only rely on the original functional departments to collect part of the taxes. And the real big part of the taxes is still in the hands of those mine supervisors and tax collectors. The current situation in the court is unclear, and these people naturally have no reason to escort the taxes to Hong Kong City. Chapter 368 Salt Tax. Lin Yi has never taken action against these people, because his arms are not long enough, and he has to take local stability into consideration. According to his father's genius tax system, the Ministry of Revenue is responsible for all expenses of the empire, and the internal treasury is responsible for paying salaries to military commanders, thinking that this will win the hearts of military commanders. Although these tax inspectors are hateful, they still pay salaries to soldiers in various local camps, guards, and standard soldiers normally, including Pan Gung, the general of Jinling City. Although they have surrendered to him, the salary is still paid by Wuzhou and Yong'an's internal transport treasury. Lin Yi was afraid that if he suddenly killed these tax collectors, there would be no one to manage the accounts, and the finances would be in a mess. Those local officials and soldiers would not receive their salaries. Would they rebel? He was not afraid of rebellion, he was just afraid of trouble. And the Daliang Empire had become so corrupt that it was no use patching up the original foundation. What he needed to do was to rebuild an integrated finance system, and achieve the connection between departments, the army and the government, and the local and central governments. This was a complex system process, and it could not be completed overnight. So, if it is not urgent, he will not be so anxious. As long as he is not starving to death, it is fine. Salt tax accounts for half of the world, and the loss and profit and loss are related to the national economy. Gan Mao said carefully. The old minister suggested to cancel the opening of China to fill the treasury. Cancel the opening of China? Lenny didn't know much about this. After all, he has been a salted fish in these years. Except for money, he is indifferent to everything. Unlike the internet society. Even if you don't look for it deliberately, there are a lot of news push. And it is difficult not to know some policies. The method of Zhongyan is that the army guards the border. The people provide salaries. And salt is the hub. So it is called Kaizhong. Gan Mao saw that the prince was still confused. So he patiently said, when the country was founded, the border army was short of food. When Emperor Taizu was in power, he implemented the policy of exchanging grain for salt permits. As long as the merchant transported grain to the border, he could exchange it for salt permits. Because of the huge profits, there were many followers. It has been implemented for more than 200 years now. And there are many problems. The salt tax has been decreasing day by day. Last year, it was less than 2 million taels. I understand, Lenny said with a smile. Now we implement the supplier system. The border is not short of food. So it doesn't matter if we cancel it. You should find He Jixiang, Gongxiang and Shiyong, and discuss it together. In addition, these salt officials should move to other places. Those with ability should be promoted. And those who are corrupt and pervert the law should have their property confiscated to provide military funds. He thought directly of Han Wenhu, the relative of the king of Jin. The salt transport officials are rich. Your Majesty, Gan Mao couldn't believe it. So simple? Why not discuss it in the court? Is it because the prince trusts him? Or because the prince is wise and decisive? Really? He just mentioned it casually to avoid the prince complaining that he was just sitting there doing nothing. I never thought that the prince would agree. And it seemed very straightforward. After all, the salt profit was huge, and I don't know how many people were involved. The emperors of all dynasties did not dare to move lightly, otherwise it would shake the foundation of the country, and the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, he was a little at a loss. If it was spread that he suggested canceling the opening of the Sino-Japanese War, would he be despised by the world? He felt that he had to bring more standard bearers when he went out in the future, otherwise he might really be beaten to death in the street. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Don't just stand there, go quickly. Lin Yi was a little impatient. Putting the money in other people's hands into your own pocket is the serious thing. Your Highness is right, Gan Mao said with a smile. After that, he hurriedly retreated. As soon as he got off the city wall, he saw Wei Yishan standing in the middle of the city wall with a golden bead and red tassel on his head, and Lu Can, the commander of the flag-bearer guard, next to him. Lord Gan. Lu Can bowed politely. It's General Lu. Gan Mao politely returned the greeting, and glanced at Wei Yishan behind him and said, this general is unfamiliar. This is General Wei Yishan, who has just taken office as the garrison commander of the Beijing camp. Lu Can smiled and said, General Wei, this is Lord Gan, the Minister of Revenue. We will have to rely on him for food and grass supplies in the future. Wei Yishan bowed and said, Lord Gan, I dare not. I dare not. Gan Mao exchanged a few words of greeting and got into the sedan chair and left. After Lu Can waited for him to leave, he turned to Wei Yishan and said, there are few good old guys in this group. It's just that we don't have enough manpower. So we need to keep them. In the future, you must be more careful and don't suffer losses at their hands. Wei Yishan snorted coldly. Don't worry. The prince said that with a big knife in hand. The world is mine. All conspiracies and tricks will eventually be vulnerable in the face of absolute force. Let these old pedants do whatever they want. I don't believe they can escape from our palms. They are all masters of sowing discord. The only thing to worry about is that they will let you take the blame. The current situation is complicated. If there is any mistake, we can't afford it, Lu Can said with a smile. It's better to be careful. Thank you. Wei Yishan put his hand on the hilt of the knife and said proudly. But the prince is not a fool. He will definitely not trust these people easily. If they use tricks to frame others, they may be the ones who suffer in the end. Lu Can nodded. That's right. They all graduated from Baiyun City No. 1 Middle School with excellent grades. When they were in elementary school, they didn't have many classes with the prince, but after entering middle school, the prince often taught them. Prince He's lectures were easy to understand, humorous, and deeply rooted in people's hearts. Many of the principles they understood now came from Prince He. Prince He was their teacher. And how could a teacher not trust his students? Third uncle, you are here too? As the two were talking, they heard a loud shout. They turned around and saw that it was Deng Ke, the owner of the carpenter's shop, who came in from outside the city. Behind him was a long team. He gave a few instructions to the people behind him, asking them to continue moving forward. He ran to Wei Yishan and bowed, then straightened his back, bowed to Lu Kan, and respectfully called him General Lu. Ahem, Wei Yishan said helplessly. There are so many people. Why should I shout? I feel embarrassed. He felt ashamed when an old man over 50 called him third uncle. Third uncle? If I don't call you that, how should I call you? Deng Ke said with a wrong look. You are third uncle. You grandpa and grandson can chat slowly. I'll go to work first. Lu Kan couldn't help laughing and said, Goodbye. Hey. Wei Yishan sighed at Deng Ke. You should call me by my name. It's better not to call me uncle. Although he was young, his mother Deng and Deng Ke's grandfather were siblings from the same mother, so his generation was naturally higher. The Deng family, the same generation as his mother, had basically passed away. Many people in the Deng family had to call him uncle when they saw him, regardless of age. However, in the past, the Deng family would avoid him to avoid embarrassment when they met him. Now, they keep coming closer and cannot be driven away. Chapter 369 Third Uncle. He was just a constable in Qingyuan City, but with the help of Jiangjun, the Deng family treated him as a high-ranking official. Third uncle, I dare not, this is not decent. Deng Ke didn't care. In Sanhe, it was useless to look at the position. For example, Wu Lin, Du Rong, Yuan Busheng and others are all provincial governors. Is the position high? Of course it is high, but does anyone respect them? The most important thing is to see how many people they can manage. It's different for Wei Yishan. Although his position is low, he can manage thousands of officers and constables in Qingyuan City. Deng Ke agreed with the words of the militia captain Wang Xing. Wei Yishan, Lu Kan, Chen Xinluo and others are the real power faction. Even if you can't get close to them, don't offend them. Besides, he can still get close to them. Moreover, looking at the state of his uncle, it seems that he has been promoted? God bless. Will Deng Ke have a backer in the future? Thinking back to the past, he just owed some wages to the employees, and the damn Pang Long dared to punish him to do labor reform. Those days were really miserable. If he had a backer, Pang Long would not dare to treat him so harshly. Forget it. Forget it, Wei Yishan said helplessly. It seems that you are back from the northern frontier? To answer my uncle, Deng Ke said with a bow. I am indeed back from the northern frontier. We were originally planning to help the government troops make ladders, wells, catapults and the like. However, there is no decent city in the northern frontier. It is just like a pile of earth. Our soldiers can't even use hooks. Those who are a little capable can climb up in 2 steps. I am not a very capable nephew. When I was building a bridge over Lianshui River, I was shot by an arrow. It happened to be in my heart. General Bao was considerate of me and let me go back to Ankang City with some injured soldiers to recuperate. No festering. Right? Wei Yishan asked with concern. Please rest assured, third uncle. My nephew is also a third-rank official. This minor injury is not a big deal, Deng Ke said with a smile. It's the poor Wadden people. Except for the generals. There are few who know martial arts. It is said that they used to raise horses and sheep. They were all put together by the Khan of Wadden. They cried for their parents after being beaten by General Shen. In my opinion, there is no need for officers and soldiers to go. The prince will pay us civilians, and we can go. Otherwise, we have to let those yuan. The family army, the soldiers from Qizhou are coming. They are all dragging their feet. They have no ability at all. If it weren't for our Sanhe army, they would have been buried alive by the Wadden people. Don't talk nonsense. Wei Yishan looked around and scolded. The prince in front of you is the regent. The world is for the public, whether it is the Sanhe soldiers, Qizhou soldiers, they are all the prince's soldiers. If the military judge hears your words, you will definitely be punished. What the third uncle said is. Deng Ke shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. But my nephew is telling the truth. These people are useless. They are not good at fighting. They let them manage the refugees from Qizhou, Liangzhou and other places. They acted like masters and had conflicts with the refugees. Those refugees almost rebelled. Refugees? Wei Yishan had just arrived in Ankang City and didn't know much about everything. He asked curiously, how dare the refugees from Qizhou, Chizhou and other places dare to go to the dangerous place in the northern frontier? Go to the northern frontier? Dengku said. The northern frontier is vast and sparsely populated. The Wadden people have occupied all the fertile land. The prince has ordered that anyone who goes to the northern frontier can grab land. Wei Yishan frowned and said, Land is more important than life. Do those refugees have the guts to do that? Hee. Uncle, you don't know this? Dengku smiled and said. The Huangshui River burst its dike. And there were floods everywhere. The refugees had no harvest. Taoist priests and monks like Sun Xing led people to distribute porridge. There are rules for distributing porridge. The porridge sheds are set up all the way north. If the refugees want to eat porridge, they can only continue to go north. Otherwise they will starve to death. Until they saw the black soil that can squeeze out oil. The refugees were like crazy. And they couldn't drive them back even if they wanted to. However, I heard that in winter, people can freeze to death. It's better than our Sanha. After the war, we still have to go back to Sanha. We don't have any interest in it. Otherwise, we can also fence off 100 acres of land to play with. It's really hard to manage so many refugees. Wei Yishan sighed. We are not afraid of this. After these refugees go to the northern frontier, we arrange them to build roads and bridges, dig trenches, transport food, guard prisoners, and raise captured cattle and sheep. It is quite good, Dengku said after thinking hard. General Shinchu said that this is called using soldiers for relief and using war to relieve disasters. In short, it is what the prince said. We are not afraid of fighting. Yes, I told the prince that we don't want to fight. But if the enemy wants to fight, we are not afraid. As for when to fight, it is up to us. These Wadden people are ignorant of the world. When they want to stop the war, I am afraid they will not have the chance. After Wei Yishan finished speaking, he glanced at Dengku and said, Since you are not feeling well, you should take good care of yourself. If you have any questions, please go to the 5 military commandery to find me. I wonder what third uncle is looking at. Dengku's eyes lit up. He was not a butcher who knew nothing. As a supplier of Sanha, he had been in the army for so long and was familiar with all kinds of military affairs. Mister, he was kind to me. I was appointed as the garrison commander of the Beijing camp the day before yesterday. Wei Yishan knew that these people were those who curry favor with the powerful. But he still couldn't help showing off. His father died early, and his mother raised him with great difficulty. Many people looked down on him, including the people of the Deng family. Back then, his mother went to Deng's father, Deng Baishan, to borrow a bowl of rice, but was rejected. He even called his mother a jinx and a jinx. Congratulations, third uncle. Congratulations, third uncle. Dengku was so happy that his mouth was grinning to the back of his head. If he got into trouble in the future, could he shout, My uncle is the garrison commander of the Beijing camp. And if you dare to mess with me, you'll be killed. Just thinking about it makes him a little excited. Not worth mentioning. Thinking of the grievances his mother had suffered over the years, Wei Yishan lost all interest. He did not take revenge on the Deng family, which was considered generous. Goodbye, third uncle. Dengku still couldn't stop laughing. Wei Yishan returned to the 5 military governor's office and suddenly saw an acquaintance. He Hong, who was originally a guard in the Hewang Palace, and now the commander of the Hewang Palace Guards. Long time no see. Commander He. It's time to call you General Wei. The two looked at each other, and each put his hand on the hilt of the knife. You too. You too. Sun Chongda looked at the two people who were on the verge of a fight, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. He really shouldn't have followed He Hong out, and got involved in such a mess. Let's talk it out nicely. I would like to experience General Wei's martial arts. He Hong ignored Sun Chongda's dissuasion, and drew his knife directly. It's not good to disappoint the commander. Wei Yishan snorted coldly, and the knife shone in the sun. Chapter 370 Conflict. Although he was born a commoner, his sword had a lot of blood on his body, especially after he entered Qingyuan City as a constable. The heads he chopped off were enough to build a Jingwan. Stop making trouble, this is the governor's office. If you use swords here, it doesn't matter whether you live or die. But your identities are here, one is the commander of the guards, and the other is the garrison commander of the Beijing camp. When the time comes, rumors will spread, and everyone will think that we Sanha people have no respect for the law. Chongda said helplessly. I advise you two to be harmonious, and don't hurt feelings. There is no need for that. Thinking of their personalities, why such a dispute of wills occurred, he didn't understand. He Hong is from the northern frontier. He is generous and can make friends with anyone. Whether in the palace or in the army, he has a very good relationship with people. Moreover, he is not a reckless person to be the commander of the guards. A fool cannot hold this position. As for Wei Yishan, although he is young, he is also very smart and shrewd. He never conflicts with others easily. The prince praised him and said that he was an honest young man. It is incredible for anyone to see that two people with such personalities can have a conflict. Then I'll have to learn General Wei's tricks next time. I'll take my leave now. He Hong put away his knife, bossed away Yishan, and strode away. Chongda was right. He and Wei Yishan were no longer the same. Any disturbance would be a big deal. What's more, he was still a person close to Prince He. Every move he made represented Prince He. If he did something that would damage Prince He's reputation, Prince He might not care, and would not bother to deal with him. He Jixiang, Honging and others would not let him go, at the least. He would be reprimanded, or at the worst, he would lose his position as the commander. For such a small matter, it's not worth it. Goodbye. Wei Yishan looked coldly at He Hong, who was walking away. Sun Chongda waited for He Hong to walk away, looking at Wei Yishan curiously. I don't understand, you two have no grudges. What's the reason for this? We are all family, so you won't draw your swords. Right? Who said I have no grudges against him? Wei Yishan gritted his teeth and said. Then what is your grudge? I haven't heard anyone talk about it. Sun Chongda was even more puzzled. He was also an old man around the prince. Whether it was in the palace or on the street, there was little he didn't know. Sorry. I'm leaving now. I'm sorry to keep Lord He waiting, Wei Yishan said, and went into the palace without looking back. Sun Chongda scratched his head and looked at Zhu Rorong, who was walking slowly from not far away, and said with a smile, Did you see it? I felt the murderous aura from a distance. Zhu Rorong said with a smile. Oh, it's a pity that they didn't fight. Otherwise, there would be a good show to watch. You are a gossip. Do you know why they don't get along so well? Sun Chongda felt that if he didn't solve this mystery, he would suffer from insomnia at night. Zhu Rorong said pretentiously. This is someone else's family affair. It's not good for me to gossip about it. Brother, it's time for dinner. Let's go have a drink. It's been a long time since we've had a drink together. Sun Chongda dragged Zhu Rorong to the restaurant next door without saying anything. He asked for a private room, waited for the food and drinks to be served, and personally poured wine for Zhu Rorong. Oh, brother, there are so many people. But you haven't changed. You are now the instructor of the Beijing camp. You are such a high official. But you are still as kind as before. Zhu Rorong was actually a little flattered. You really flatter me too much. Hey, brother, you don't know? This instructor is not an official at all. He is just a martial arts master who specializes in teaching people to practice tricks. Sun Chongda said helplessly. It's useless. No one knows who you are after leaving the training ground. Come, drink. I'll toast you, brother. The two raised their glasses at the same time and drank them all in one gulp. You can't say that. Zhu Rorong smacked his lips and said with a smile, This coach is not something that ordinary people can do. Since you have caught the eye of Lord He, it is only a matter of time before you become an official. You are so young. There is no need to rush. I hope so, Sun Chongda said curiously while pouring him wine. Brother, you haven't told me about He Hong and Wei Yishan yet. Don't worry. I will never tell anyone this matter. In fact, many people know about it, Zhu Rorong said with a smile. I think Wei Yishan and He Hong had a very good relationship at the beginning. But Wei Yishan treated him as a brother. But he wanted to be Wei Yishan's father. Huh? What does it mean to want to be Wei Yishan's father? Sun Chongda always felt that the amount of information in this sentence was a bit too much. He couldn't digest it for a while. You've seen Wei Yishan's mother before. Zhu Rorong burped. Tell the butcher that she was the most beautiful woman in Baiyun City back then. People who wanted to marry her lined up from West Street to Baiyun Temple. Although she is now an old woman, she still has her charm. As he spoke, he licked his lips with his tongue, and his saliva even came down. Sun Chongda admitted that Wei Yishan's mother was very beautiful and had a good taste. He felt moved at the first sight. But He Hong wouldn't do that. How could he leave a grown girl and go find a widow? No one would believe it if you told them. It's true. I'm not lying to you. Maybe they just like this, Zhu Rorong said confidently. It is said that the two fell in love with each other a long time ago. Wei Yishan even stopped him on the spot. He Hong ran fast, so they didn't fight. However, Wei Yishan and he were enemies at this point, and he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. I didn't expect it. Sun Chongda thought of many possibilities, but he didn't think it would be this case. Then the two of them will not contact each other. Then who knows? Zhu Rorong finished the wine in the glass again, and continued. Maybe they really broke up. Think about it. Although He Hong had a lot of monthly salary in the past, he was still an ordinary guard, and his eyes were closed. It's different now. The commander of the guards is rich and powerful. As long as he asks, which rich family won't rush to send their daughters to him, you can pick any girl you want. I'm afraid she doesn't like Wei Yishan anymore. That's true. Sun Chongda agreed. Brother, you're not young anymore. Are you? Zhu Rorong asked curiously. When I was your age, my child was already 6 years old. You should hurry up. If you don't like anyone, just find a concubine, and then find a daughter from a wealthy family later. Thank you for your concern. Brother, I'm not rich at the moment. Sun Chongda rubbed his fingers helplessly. When you get rich one day, it won't be too late to marry and have children. That's true. The two chatted and drank a jar of wine. When the sun went down, the two came out of the restaurant arm in arm. Chapter 371 Interrogation. It was not lunchtime, but because there were many merchants, civilians, and soldiers traveling back and forth recently, they were tired from traveling all the way, and the first thing they did after arriving in Hong Kong City was to find a place to eat. Therefore, there were still many people coming in and out of the restaurant. After drinking too much, he felt sleepy, and Sun Chongda's eyelids were fighting uncontrollably. But he still couldn't help looking at the people coming in and out, to see if there was anyone he knew. Not far away, a coachman driving a carriage caught his attention. The driver was wearing a ragged white shirt. His face was gray. His forehead was full of wrinkles. But his eyes were bright. He looked weird no matter how he looked at him. No. He kept shaking his head. Damn it. What's wrong? Zhu Rorong burped. What's so good about a driver who pulls a cart? He didn't whip it correctly. He used too much force. If he whipped like this, the animals would be easily frightened. Sun Chongda frowned. He didn't have enough energy in his shouting. He didn't look like a driver. How do you know so clearly? Zhu Rorong asked curiously. Because I used to be the coachman of the prince, my father was also a coachman. I started driving animals when I was 5 years old. Sun Chongda looked at the man in the distance coldly and said, Although I am not very old, I have been driving for more than 20 years. Not only does my father know all the coachmen in Hong Kong City, I also know almost all of them. Maybe he is a newcomer? Zhu Rorong said carelessly. Look at that horse, it is skinny, like a short mule. It can't pull goods at all, you can tell at a glance that it knows nothing. Wrong, that is a horse from the western wilderness. There is not a single stray hair on its body. In Hong Kong City, such a horse, at least this number. Sun Chongda yawned and raised a finger. 10 tails? Zhu Rorong saw him shaking his head, and continued to guess. 100 tails? Crazy? Such a bad horse. No. Sun Chongda continued to shake his head. It's 1,000 tails. 1,000 tails. Zhu Rorong almost shouted out. But when he saw Sun Chongda made a gesture to silence him, he lowered his voice and said, This is fucking robbery. Sun Chongda continued. And this is a castrated horse. Isn't this normal? Zhu Rorong said curiously. Ordinary people also castrate pigs. As he spoke, he couldn't continue. As if he realized something. Ordinary people would castrate pigs. But they would never castrate cattle or horses easily. Especially precious horses. They would keep them for breeding. Even in the Sanha army, they were reluctant to castrate horses. One man rode 2 horses. There must be no horse sons among so many military horses. Right? In a place like Sanha, it would be very expensive to buy them with money. And sometimes, there might not be a place to buy them. In order to train horse sons, the Sanha cavalry relied on their high skills to subdue the stallions. The prince himself said that unless they were rich, they would not be willing to castrate horses. Only wealthy families would castrate horses easily if they want the horses to be docile. The old man in front of him was obviously not a rich man. Such a broken carriage frame, matched with such a good horse. Sun Chongda snorted coldly. Don't you think it's weird? It's a bit weird. Zhu Rorong couldn't help but nod after hearing his analysis. Unless he's driving a carriage for a wealthy family. But damn, which wealthy family would use such a broken carriage frame? The most important thing is that he knows martial arts. Sun Chongda said with his eyelids held up. This is not Sanha. In Hong Kong City, anyone who knows a little martial arts would not do such a lowly job as driving a carriage. I'll go over to meet him. You stay by the side. If the momentum is not right then. Just when I was about to blow the whistle, I saw two idiots. Yu Xiaosher and Cui Gingsheng. Squatting at a roadside stall drinking. Yu Xiaosher was holding a jar. A Dai looked at him eagerly, fearing that he would drink it all at once. Before he could take a few sips, he rushed to grab it and poured it directly into his own mouth. Sun Chongda found it funny. With these two idiots here, there was no need to call on others, unless the old man was a grandmaster otherwise. There was no need to think about running away. Zhu Rorong also saw the two of them, and walked towards them with his hands behind his back. The old man looked at Sun Chongda, who was slowly approaching, and smiled. Little brother, do you need a car? Sun Chongda looked at the old man again, and then said, I want to transport a batch of medicinal materials to Saibei. This is a long journey, and I need an experienced driver. I wonder how many years I have been driving a car. I have been driving a car all my life. After the old man said proudly, he changed the subject and said, It's just that I am old, and I can't bear such a long journey. Little brother, you should look for another place. Oh, really? Sun Chongda looked at the old man's palm, and suddenly reached out to grab the old man's wrist. The old man instinctively wanted to dodge, but in an instant, his hand, which had already dodged, returned to its original position, and his wrist was pinched by Sun Chongda. Sun Chongda smiled and said, Your hand is clearly holding a knife. How can it be holding a whip? Little brother, are you drunk? You are joking. The old man said calmly, Where do you live? I will help you and send you home. Sun Chongda spread his left palm in front of the old man and smiled. This is the hand holding the reins. I bet you don't have it. Little brother, are you going to make things difficult for me? The old man's tone gradually became a little sinister. What if I say yes? Sun Chongda's right hand holding his wrist did not let go. Then don't blame me. Before the old man finished speaking, his face suddenly twisted, and then he trembled all over and said, What kind of weird kung fu is this? What on earth did you do to me? The voice gradually trembled. Without some skills, how can I dare to walk in the world? Humph, evil demon, you also want to control me. The old man shouted, his left hand became a claw, and grabbed Sun Chongda's throat directly. Sun Chongda shook off his wrist with his right hand, and was about to step back. But he was a step too late, and watched the 5 fingers fall on his heart. Boy, you are looking for death. Don't blame me. The old man poked his 5 fingers in with all his strength. And then just as he was about to pinch with his 5 fingers, a strong wind came from behind him. He felt that it was extremely dangerous. If he didn't dodge, even if he killed this boy, he would definitely die on the spot. He quickly pulled his hand out of Sun Chongda's abdomen and narrowly avoided the strong wind behind him. Everything happened between the sparks of electric carbide. When he turned around, he saw a fat man smiling at him foolishly. Before Sun Chongda fell to the ground, he heard a loud whistle. I saved your life. You have to buy me a drink. A palm was against his back. He felt warm all over. It was not so painful. He seemed to hear Ah Dai's voice in a daze. He wanted to say hello, but he couldn't say anything. Chapter 372 The Nagging Ah Dai. Oh, you can't talk anymore. I know what you want to ask. You must want to know why you didn't treat me to a drink today. Yu Xiaosher and I are not on duty today. We got our monthly salary, so we went out to drink. We drank too much. We can't drink anymore. It's a bit swollen, and it's uncomfortable. I still like it to rain, so no one can see me peeing. Sun Chongda's heart itched and hurt, but his mind was still a little clear. He really hoped that Ah Dai could knock him unconscious and make him unconscious. Idiot! Will you die if you don't talk? You practiced the star-absorbing technique, but you didn't practice it well. When you meet someone you can't beat, your meridians will be disordered, and it will definitely hurt. The manager said that you don't have much talent and are not suitable for martial arts. You are good at hurting livestock. No one is more stable than you. Ah Dai didn't realize this, and he continued to talk, regardless of whether Sun Chongda could hear him or not. Sun Chongda's heart hurt even more. Of course he knew that he had no talent and didn't practice well. He hasn't even entered the 6th rank yet. Otherwise, how could he not withstand even one move from that old man? Okay. Stop talking. Send him to the clinic quickly. Hey. Where are you running to? Put him on the carriage. Led this horse. It costs 1,000 taels. Enough for you to drink for several years. After hearing Zhu Rorong's voice, Sun Qingde finally breathed a sigh of relief, and didn't have to listen to Ah Dai's nagging anymore. Then he seemed to be carried to the carriage by Ah Dai. And then he heard the sound of horse hooves. He knew that the Beijing camp had arrived, because only the Beijing camp had so many cavalry. He guessed correctly. It was indeed the Beijing camp. And the leader was Wei Yishan, who had just been promoted to garrison. He came with 100 cavalrymen and saw the old man sitting under Yu Xiaoshi's butt, whose life and death were unknown. Here, Zhu Rorong was holding a rope to tie the old man's hands and feet. Here alone? Wei Yishan asked curiously. Yes, it's just this one person, Zhu Rorong said with a smile. Don't look at this old man's skinny appearance. But he is very skilled in martial arts. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoshi's early arrival, Sun Qingde would not be alive today. Humph. There's no need to blow the whistle. I don't think it's a big deal. Wei Yishan was helpless, and was about to get off his horse. Pan Duo came over from not far away. He waited for Yu Xiaoshi to move his butt, picked up the old man, and looked carefully at his bloody face. In the incredible eyes of everyone, he actually tore off a piece of his face. It was not until a bit of dark skin was revealed under his face that everyone realized that this man had changed his appearance. I'll take him away. Pan Duo looked at Wei Yishan and said. After Wei Yishan bowed to Pan Duo, he turned his horse around and left without saying a word. He did not ask why you, the Imperial Guards, could manage it. But I, the Beijing camp, could not? The only reason was that Pan Duo's rank was higher than his. Pan Duo could report directly to the prince, but he was not qualified to meet the prince directly. If he had to make a fuss, as long as Lord He Jixiang came in person. He is not stupid. Pan Duo looked at the soldiers of the Beijing camp riding away, and could not help but sigh. A carriage came over, and he threw the old man into the carriage. Thank you. Before getting on the carriage, Pan Duo bowed to Zhu Rorong. It's a small matter. Zhu Rorong was a little flattered. Jiang Yi, who also led the troops, stood in front of a stall and watched from a distance. After Pan Duo left, he waved to Zhu Rorong. Zhu Ro saw him like this, and didn't want to go, but after hesitating for a while, he walked over and said, Master Jiang, are you looking for me? The people of the Beijing camp are here? Jiang Yi said casually. Yes. You are late. Zhu Rorong was very unhappy with Jiang Yi's attitude. Although he was a commoner, Wei Yishan, Lu Kan, Shen Chu, Bao Kuei, and even He Jixiang were all polite to him. How dare you, a surrendered general, be so bossy? Do you know who was caught? Jiang Yi continued to ask. How would I know? Zhu Rorong couldn't stand his attitude, and turned around and left. I've drunk too much. I'm sleepy. I'm going back to sleep. How dare he be so rude? Sir, I'll go and teach him a lesson. A flagman next to Jiang Yi wanted to draw his sword, but was stopped by Jiang Yi. He looked at Zhu Rorong, who had gone far away, and said, Although they are all commoners, the prince values business, and usually treats them kindly. None of these Sanha suppliers are simple. As for us, it is better not to trouble them. Now is not the past. If we really force them, they will have a place to complain. Otherwise, we will be labeled as affecting the business environment, which is not worth the loss. Now the army is basically composed of Sanha people, and they are all related to each other. If we provoke one of them, it is like stirring up a hornet's nest. In terms of attitude, he can be a little arrogant, and is not afraid of offending people. However, he still does not have the courage to really murder people. Business environment? Shuqi looked puzzled. Whether it is an official, or a street thug, they cannot influence these merchants at will. Only they can make goods flow all over the world and pay taxes to Prince He. Prince He said in person that if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. And if you are rich, you should be full of martial virtue. To put it bluntly, they are the ones who support the Sanha army. Tell me, if you touch Prince He's money bag, will you end up well? Jiang Yi said, stroking his dark beard. Thank you for your advice, sir. Shuqi bowed his head and saluted. You guys, there are a lot of things to learn. Recently, some little bastards have started to make trouble again. It is said that they have started to charge miscellaneous fees from merchants. They are really bold. Pass the order down, and stop from today. I will forgive the past. If I find out, I will punish them severely. Jiang sighed. This is all I can say. He went to Baiyun City for further study, with Wu Lin and others. Although he sneered at the slogan of serving the people, he could not lag behind in action. According to the previous rules, find the merchants under your jurisdiction, and collect money from the vendors? Maybe you think you die too slowly. Even if you don't die, you can't keep your position as the deputy commander of the Bingmasi. From a small doorman to the current position. Is it easy for him? In this life, he has never been so glorious. Don't let some troublemakers block his future. Sir, Xiaoqi hesitated and said, That's what you said. But brothers? No buts. Jiang interrupted without hesitation. If you think the skin can't support your family, just take it off and find another way to make a living. I won't stop you brothers from going out to make a fortune. But, in the Bingmasi, you have to abide by the rules of the Bingmasi. The soldiers in the front are bleeding and sweating in the northern frontier. And you people eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day. Don't be dissatisfied anymore. I understand. Xiuqi didn't dare to look at Jiang Yi's murderous eyes. Chapter 373 Suicide. The suspect was arrested, the Beijing camp, and the Imperial Guards. The troops of the Military Affairs Department were withdrawn, the streets were peaceful again. Claypot rice. Chicken shit cake. Human head rice. The sun fell from the city wall, the vendors' voices became louder and louder. These southern barbarians are really... When passers-by heard these creepy snack names, they were so scared that they ran away directly, and dared not stay for a step, for fear that their heads would be chopped off by these southern barbarians, and used to make human head rice. Hey, these northerners are really ignorant, my head meal is so delicious. Liu Can's grandfather Liu Banzi said indignantly. If you don't want to eat, forget it, I didn't give it to them in the first place. The stall owners in this area are basically Sanha migrant workers from the north, and most of them are older men and women. He Wangye recruited a large number of migrant workers from Jingzhou, Yuezhou, Nanzhou, Yongnan and other places, and these people are no longer favored by those suppliers. After all, their wages are higher than others. Those suppliers prefer outsiders with low wages, but they can't all be outsiders, and they still need some kung fu masters, especially young kung fu masters. Therefore, the old, weak, women and children had to be eliminated. At present, the weather was not cold, and they had no plan to return to Sanha. Hong Kong City was rich, so they set up stalls here. Their main customers were the officers and soldiers of the Beijing camp nearby. Most of the officers and soldiers of the Beijing camp were from Sanha. They were not used to the food of Hong Kong City, and they would get stomach upset if they ate too much. Many people could not help but come out to patronize these small stalls, and they were willing to spend their own money. Liu Banzi and others had a very good business. It's okay to moisten the fish, Josun's mother said with a smile. They can't do anything to us. Liu Banzi looked at her counter and said, Why are you selling human head rice? Josun's mother said, You are allowed to sell it. But I am not. Just sell your fried dough sticks. Why are you joining me in the fun? Liu Banzi jumped up and said, It's good for each of us to do our own thing. It's good to sell fried dough sticks in the morning. But who wants to eat them for dinner? Josun's mother said unhappily. Besides, the human head rice you made is really unpalatable. You might as well go back and sell cloth with your son. What kind of food is it? It's nonsense. What did you say? My cooking is unpalatable? It's unpalatable. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will beat you up? Come and beat me up if you dare. The quarrel between the two gradually drowned out by the bustling crowd. Jiang Zhong. It's him. When Lin Yi heard that Jiang Zhong was caught at the gate of the Beijing camp, he was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. Your Highness, the person has been brought here. Pan Duo stood aside, revealing a dark-faced man kneeling on the ground. Traitor, you don't even salute when you see Your Highness. Your Highness. Commander Jiang. Lin Yi looked at the skinny Jiang Zhong in front of him, and he couldn't recognize him. He put the teapot on the table, stood up and walked to Jiang Zhong. I haven't seen you for such a short time, and I don't know what you have suffered. You are so thin. I feel sorry for you when I see you. In his impression, Jiang Zhong is a fierce man. As the commander of the secret guards, he has a powerful aura. I didn't expect that I would be reduced to this state now. I have come this far, Jiang Zhong said sternly. I will not complain. Don't worry, you will not survive. If I don't kill you, it will not be enough to appease the public anger. Lenny walked slowly and leisurely. You secret guards have committed too many evils, too many to list. Thinking of the people who died in the hands of the secret guards, he was very angry. Who doesn't have parents? So careless. What's more, the secret guards have created countless orphans. There is no humanity. Don't be happy too early, you may not win. Jiang Zhong said coldly. You have already escaped from the palace. Why do you still stay in Hong Kong City? Lenny asked curiously. And at the gate of the Beijing camp? Don't you know that people only have one life? Are you just looking for death? Jiang Zhong raised his head, met Lenny's eyes, did not dodge at all, and shouted, I don't accept it. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. What else do you want to accept? Lenny said lightly. Could it be that you still have some illusions? I don't accept it. Jiang Zhong suddenly laughed, and blood suddenly flowed from his cracked mouth. In Lin Yi's stunned eyes, he fell to the ground. Dead in front of him. Pan Duo stepped forward, put his hand in front of Jiang Zhong's nose, knelt down and said, I know my crime. He never thought Jiang Zhong would cut off his own meridians. Take him away. Lin Yi turned his back, feeling a little unlucky. I was careless. Hong Ying waited for Pan Duo to take Jiang Zhong's body away, knelt down directly. Since he knew he couldn't survive, it's normal for him to give himself a quick death. Lin Yi sighed. The only trouble is that he died, and many secrets will be lost with him. Don't worry. Your Majesty, I will investigate thoroughly. Hong Ying's face was uncertain. If he had known earlier, he should have sealed Jiang Zhong's acupuncture points. No one is to blame. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Let him die. Don't think too much. I heard that Sun Chonda was injured. Go and see him on my behalf. This guy is quite smart. Don't let him die. Otherwise, his parents will cry like crazy. I understand. Hong Ying bowed and left. Sun Chonda lay in bed for a whole month. When he woke up, the Sanha army had already arrived at Liangmatai. In late autumn, the north wind was sobbing. The rat flag of Sanha fluttered in the north wind. In the Sanha camp that stretched for more than 10 miles, many people were curled up. Many were southerners. They were not used to this climate, and many people were already sick. Shinchu sat in the big tent, slowly gathering the charcoal fire in the stove in front of him with the iron tongs in his hand, and said lightly, Hulagu is in front. If we take his head, we can go home for the new year before the snow closes the mountain. General. Bao Kuiting stood up and said, I would like to lead the vanguard to attack the enemy camp. It's not your turn. Shinchu took out the roasted sweet potatoes, peeled them, and said, You can't take this kind of credit alone. You have to give other brothers a chance. As soon as the voice fell, the tent at the door was opened, and a sergeant ran in hurriedly and said, General, Wei Yishan is here. Some people can't stand being talked about, and they come when they are said. Shinchu smiled and shook his head. The prince wants to promote young people, and if young people don't experience on the battlefield, it will be difficult to convince the public. Meet the general. Wei Yishan knelt directly in front of Shinchu. Meet General Yuan. Wei Yishan didn't know Yuan Qing, but the only person who could take action against Shinchu, besides Bao Kuei, was Yuan Qing. Chapter 374, Expert in Attack. As for the other big bearded man, he thought it was probably Shinjaneo. In this big tent, he was the only one who was qualified to sit below Yuan Qing and above Jizhua. You've worked hard all the way. Get up. Shinchu waved his hand and said, We are all brothers. No need to be so polite. Thank you, General. Wei Yishan stood up and continued. General, Mr. Yi and Mr. Wang are here too. Mr. Yi and Mr. Wang are here too? Shinchu said happily. Where are they? Please come in quickly. Not only was he happy, but everyone in the tent was also excited. They had never dared to attack the city directly, just because they were afraid of any martial arts masters in the city, especially the legendary Wadden State Master Ali. Sergeants against sergeants, they really had no confidence. Yi Qiu and Wang Dong, two great masters, are here. What are they afraid of? No matter how powerful A Li is, he can't fight two people alone. Right? Only Yuan Qing and Shinjaneo don't know why the Sanha generals are so excited. Who are these young masters Wang and Yi? Wei Yishan said. The two young masters are tired from the journey, and have already lain down. This time, in addition to bringing two great masters, He also brought more than 1,000 officers and soldiers of the 5th rank and above in Ankang City. Shinchu smiled and said, "Since the young masters are tired, I won't bother you. Grandmasters are tired from the journey? If you say this, I'm afraid only ghosts will believe it. The only reason is probably that they never take me seriously. However, the Grand Master has the qualifications. It is not something I can care about." "Yes." Wei Yishan bowed to the generals he knew on both sides, and sat down on the right near the entrance of the tent. Shinchu said loudly, "Before coming, did the prince have any instructions with General He?" Wei Yishan stood up and said, "General He said that there are many southerners in our army, and they may not be used to the climate in the north. When it gets cold, we will definitely suffer. So we still have to fight quickly. As for the prince, he is no longer in Sanha, and he can't see him whenever he wants. It's getting colder and colder. Last night, I woke up several times from the cold. Many people are sick and still unconscious. I heard that it will snow in a month. We can't stand it." Ka Bao, the leader of the Lian people, who was wrapped up like a bear, stood up and shouted, "General, if you want to fight, we should fight quickly. If not, I will take my men back to Sanha. It's a sin to endure a day in this damn place. Bullshit. Our place is a feng shui treasure land. What's wrong with it?" Taoying, who was sitting opposite Wei Yishan, stood up and cursed. "At least there are no cockroaches as big as those in Sanha. They scared me to death." After hearing this, the others laughed. "If you think it's good, you can stay." Li Shuai sat still in his seat, and said in unskilled Mandarin, "I want to go, and no one can stop me. Li Shuai, please be patient." Wang Tuozi, who was standing at the door of the tent, saw Baokui winking at him, and hurriedly said to Li Shuai, "We all serve the prince. Brothers who advance and retreat together. When we defeat the Wadden people, their iron tools, herds of cattle and sheep, will all be ours. There are not many people in the northern frontier from the tribes such as Li Ren, Lien Ren, and Quaren, but they have all learned martial arts in Sanha, and their fighting power is not low. More than 10,000 of them are more useful than the 70,000 or 80,000 Yuan Jiajun and Qi Jiajun. If you want to go home before the snow falls, the tribes are an indispensable force." Li Shuai did not comment, wrapped his clothes tightly, and turned to leave the tent. Humph. Kong Bao and other tribal leaders followed closely, and left the tent one after another. A lot of space was suddenly vacant in the big tent. They have no respect for military discipline. General Shen is becoming more and more indulgent towards them. Yuan Qing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "They are not members of my army, so it is not easy to restrain them with military discipline." Shin Chu looked into Yuan Qing's eyes, smiled, and said, "I have told the prince that it is a favor for these tribal people to help, and it is their duty not to help." On the battlefield, General Yuan had also seen their abilities, fighting bravely against the enemy, and could be said to be 1 against 10. He really loved and hated Yuan Qing. As the uncle of Prince He opposed the prince everywhere, and had no intention of protecting the prince. Although he had many complaints about the prince, he was selfless and spared no effort in fighting against the Wadden people. Now that they can achieve such a great record, in addition to the bravery of the 3 He people, it is also thanks to his advice. This is also the main reason why Prince He can trust him to lead the army alone, since the general has said so. Let's just listen to him. Shin Jian'o said calmly, "We will obey your orders. After we take down Liangmatai, there is Hulagu's tent behind us. We really can't delay any longer." Although Shin Chu was unhappy with Kong Bao and others, he agreed with his words. The officers and soldiers of Sanha and civilians are basically above the level of Huajin, and their ability to resist freezing is a little stronger than that of ordinary people. But it is still limited. Even if they are not frozen to death, they can't move freely in winter. What's more, the army is not all Sanha people. There are also guards and soldiers transferred from Yuezhou, Jingzhou, Nando and other places. Their kung fu is far worse than that of Sanha people. General, you are wise. Taoying laughed. Now the Wadden people are retreating step by step. We must make a concerted effort, and take their lives while they are weak. Please give the order. I will be the vanguard. He had been promoted to the general of Wuzhou, but in order to return to his homeland and kill a few Wadden people with his own hands, he gave up this position to Ishundi and came to the northern frontier, willing to be a small guerrilla general. I am also willing to be the vanguard. Wang Tuozi followed loudly. I second the motion. Balkue also stood up and said. He was as anxious as Shinchu. If it dragged on, the weather would get colder, and the army's morale would become more unstable. Okay. Shinchu stood up and said proudly. Tao Yi. Here. Tao Yi half knelt on the ground and answered loudly. Balkue. Here. Wang Tuozi. Here. Han Long. Shinchu called out everyone in the tent one by one, except Yuan Qing and Shin Zhanio's group. You civilians are going to join the fight too. Shinchu said to Huang Daoji and Mo Shun. Tomorrow we will attack the city, saturation attack. This is the word they learned from the prince, to attack the enemy with strong and uninterrupted force. To put it bluntly, it is to crush with absolute force. Now that Yi Qiu and Wang Dong are here, he has the confidence. Sergeant against sergeant. Sergeant against sergeant. He is not afraid at all. Yes. Huang Daoji and Mo Shun said in unison. The two were as happy as the other Sanha generals. They have never fought for so long in Sanha. They don't consider any strategies. They just go and it's over. Except for the bad luck in Dashi City. There has been no defeat so far. So, in the northern frontier, it should be the same. After all, the enemy troops they face are basically few in Huajin. If it drags on like this, will they go home? More importantly, they are not only officials in front of them, but also Sanha suppliers. If they stay one more day, they will spend one more day's money. The whole army will attack tomorrow. Shinchu slapped his palm, and the table in front of him broke into two pieces. As ordered, everyone said in unison. General, think twice. Shin Zhanio suddenly said loudly. A moment ago, he was still angry, with a mentality of watching the fun, and made up his mind to say no matter what. But when Shinchu really announced the order to attack the city directly, he panicked. Shinchu smiled and said, I wonder if General Shin has any other advice? Shin Zhanio said anxiously. Although Liangmatai is not a big city, it is still high and deep, and there are 50,000 elite soldiers of Wadden inside. So don't underestimate the enemy. That's right. Yuan Qing also said. You and I have been fighting with Bodu until now. Bodu is not a mediocre person. It's better to be careful. Don't worry. Generals. I will lead the battle in Sanha. Shinchu said proudly. The reason why you are still worried is that you have never seen me attacking a city. Since they set out from Hong Kong City, they have only attacked a decent city. When it comes to attacking a city, the Sanha people are professionals. The next day, before dawn, the Sanha people started to cook. And it was very lively. Then the torches on the Liangmatai wall became brighter. Yuan Qing sighed. Here is a case of trying to cover up one's own faults. The Sanha people are determined. Shin Zhanio sighed. I don't care whether they live or die. But if Jishan is lost again, Wadden will cross the Lianshui River, the people will suffer, and the common people will suffer, and we will be the sinners of Daliang. Come on! Yuan Qing suddenly shouted. Pass it down, bury the pot and cook. Just as Shin Zhanio said, if the Sanha people were defeated, and the Wadden people were allowed to march straight into Daliang, they would be the sinners of Daliang. After a while, the fire in the western tent stretched for 7 or 8 miles. More and more Wadden soldiers were pouring onto the walls of Liangmatai. Standing at the foot of the walls, you could see the piles of kerosene barrels, logs, and stones. Damn, I'm freezing to death. This is too much of a hassle. Do you want to let people live? Many Sanha people squatted by the fire, with their sleeves rolled up, yawning, and complaining constantly. Wang Tuozi also rolled up his arms. He walked in front of Huang Daoji and complained. The cotton-padded jacket is too thick, I can't wear the armor. Do you have a bigger one? As he spoke, his mouth kept steaming. It's already this late, where can I get a bigger one? Huang Daoji said unhappily. If you can't do it, just take off your coat. It's already inconvenient to climb the wall with such a thick coat, and don't let your crotch burst, which will be another expense. Wang Tuozi rolled his eyes at him and said, How can you say that, I guess? They would rather be shot like hedgehogs than take off their coats. Huang Daoji said anxiously. What should we do? The bows and arrows of the Wadden people are very powerful. If you want to fight them head-on, you're courting death. Wang Tuozi sighed. What else can I do? I'll go find General Shin. Ah! Huang Daoji sighed. What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a group of people gathered at the firearms camp, making a lot of noise. He walked over curiously. and heard Mo Shun scolding from a distance. The animal pulling the artillery was sick, and no one knew about it. Who the hell wore my clothes and ran away? My shoes are gone. The trouser rope. The trouser rope is gone. The soldiers from Yuezhou, Jingzhou and other places were in a mess, and many of them ran out of the tent with bare chests, shouting and yelling. On the other hand, the Yuan family army and Qizhou soldiers in the west were in order. Damn it! Tao Yi said to Wang Dahai. General Shen said that you soldiers don't have to go. Why do you have to come out and make trouble? Jizhua smiled and said, Old Tao, no one likes to hear what you say. You are the only one allowed to make merit. But not us. Tao Yi said. Your subordinates have not been trained at all. It's okay to fight a favorable battle, but it's a matter of life and death to attack a city. He was more worried about the look in the eyes of the soldiers in the garrison. It was so dark now. Don't let them kill their own people. As the saying goes, a merciful man cannot command an army. Wang Dahai snorted coldly. If they don't roll among the dead, how can they become useful? Tao Yi was about to speak when the horn sounded. He hurried to his horse, climbed over the door, raised the big knife in his hand, and shouted, Line up! Line up! The voices of the flag officers rose and fell in the camp. Finally, the drum sounded. The Sanha flag fluttered in the cold wind. Kill! Kill! The voices gradually gathered together and resounded through the world. Mo Shun ordered his men to push 50 cannons forward. As the flag officer waved the flag, the gunners aimed their torches at the fuses. The rumble was endless, followed by flames all over the sky. Almost no one could hear the screams of the Wadden people. The flag officer waved the flag again. The Sanha soldiers used qigong and swarmed onto the city wall. Nonsense! Yuan Qing was stunned. Archers, shoot! He envied the combat power of the Sanha soldiers. After all, they were basically above Huajin, but he was still shocked to see them attack the city directly without the help of ladders. In order to avoid a disaster, he hurriedly asked the archers of the Yuan family army to cover him from behind. It's just wanton! Xinjiao was also gritting his teeth in anger. Those civilians actually went up. They didn't take the Qizhou soldiers seriously. General, the Sanha people are on the city wall. The captain beside Xinjiao suddenly shouted. Xinjiao watched the Sanha people climb the city wall wave after wave, and they were still unstoppable. Blast the city gate. After recovering from the shock, the first thing he did was to lead people to bang the city gate. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of Liangmatai suddenly opened from the inside. Charge! Xinjiao didn't understand what was going on, but looking at the Sanha soldiers rushing into the city, he could only grit his teeth and lead his troops into Liangmatai. Kill! When he led his troops into the city was already ablaze, and the corpses of the Wadden people were everywhere. Just enter the city like this? He still couldn't believe it. It was dawn. The drum sounded again. The troops were called back. Both Yuan Qing and Xinjiao were in a daze. They had been dealing with Sanha soldiers for a long time, and they knew how strong they were. However, it was still very unexpected that they took Liangmatai so effortlessly. This was a siege, but they didn't expect that the Sanha soldiers would take it like this. Except for wasting a few arrows. The two of them were just bystanders. Chapter 375 Merit. Originally, when fighting outside the city, the combat power of the Sanha people was incredible enough for them, but they didn't expect that the Sanha people would attack the city even more efficiently. I'm old. Yuan Qing suddenly couldn't help but sigh out loud. He had been guarding the border for 20 years, and had fought countless battles with the Wadden people, and had a deep understanding of the Wadden people. The Wadden people were not just cats and dogs, and could be easily defeated. Every battle he fought with the Wadden people was extremely difficult. And the so-called saturation attack of the Sanha people, which directly pushed into the city, left the Wadden people powerless to fight back, made him feel that everything he had done in the past 20 years was a joke. He has fought side by side with Shenchu until now, and he has always been self-righteous, while Shenchu has been hiding his true fighting power. General Yuan, Xinjiao said, holding up the hook gun in his hand. There is a fight at the north gate. Let's go there to boost their momentum. Looking at the fearless Sanha people, he no longer has hope of killing the enemy. He can only hope to help the Sanha people gain some momentum, so that when others ask him in the future, where were you when Liangmatai was destroyed? He can also shamelessly answer, I was also the first to lead the troops, and rushed into the city with my men, chasing the Wadden people to the point where they had no way to go up to the sky or down to the ground. With the help of the northwest wind, the fire in the city became even bigger, and there was no sign of stopping. Many people were scolding Mo-shun, saying that too much gunpowder was put in. Not only were all the tiled houses near the south gate burned, but also many of the Wadden people's cattle and sheep were burned to death. Who knows? This trip may be a loss-making business. Damn. What is this? Kong Bao cursed at Huang Daoji. Let's go quickly. Don't get any money and burn yourself to death. Run away. This is the most important pass in the northern frontier. Although it is not as good as Ankong City and Jiling City, it is also a big city. It would be a pity if it burned down, Huang Daoji said unhappily. Arrange the soldiers of the garrison to demolish the street in the middle. Otherwise it will spread to the whole city and burn down the treasury, which would be a real loss. As he spoke, he saw Pang Gung driving his horse over. Master Pang. It's Master Huang. Pang Gung was originally the general of Wuzhou, and now he is the grain supervisor of the northern frontier. Although this position is not high-ranking, but like the transport envoy, it is a lucrative position no matter where it is placed. What's more, now that Daliang and the northern frontier are fighting fiercely, the amount of grain passing through his hands every day is countless. This position is so hard to get. However, only he knows the grievances. Faced with the white silver, he has to dare to move. Putting a military officer in such a position is forcing himself to make mistakes. He was originally a surrender general, and there were so many eyes staring at him in the dark. If he got carried away one day and took the money he shouldn't have, his head would be in danger. No matter how much money he had, it was not as important as his life. He was very clear about this. So, he could see but not eat, which made him suffer every day. Besides, the Jiangnan area has been prosperous since ancient times, and as a general, he had a good life and lived a godly life. Coming to the bitter cold land of Saibei at this moment, it's like living a year in a day, and it's worse than death. Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage to say no, so he could only give up the position of general to Taoyingi. What's puzzling is that Taoyingi didn't even want to be the general, and casually gave it to the unknown Hishundi, who came to Saibei crying and shouting. He had a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, and hasn't spit it out yet. Damn it, you don't want to be the general, you should have said it earlier. I'm suffering from this. The most aggrieved thing is that he obviously hates Taoyingi to death, but now he has to smile every day when he sees him, hoping that he will find his conscience one day, say something good in front of General He and General Shin, and transfer him back to Jiangnan. Even if he was only a small doorman, he would accept it, as long as he didn't continue to suffer here. He showed that he lived cautiously every day. Before dawn today, the sound of the horn suddenly came to his mind. He saw the Sanha army busy last night, but he didn't expect that they would attack the city today. And it was in the dark. Whether the Sanha officers and soldiers or the civilians went out together, he couldn't stay in the tent as a grain supervisor. Not to mention that he was a military general. At least he had to pretend. Right? As for whether the Sanha army could take it, he was not worried at all. As the general of Wuzhou, he saw with his own eyes how the Sanha people climbed Jiling City. In Shinjuru's words, these Sanha people are all born in the year of the monkey. And he, the general, is born in the year of the mouse. But it's not his fault that he is timid, if there is anything to blame. It can only be blamed on the fact that these Sanha soldiers are too powerful. He has elderly parents and children to take care of. If he loses his life, what will happen to his family? When he put on his clothes and came out of the tent, he found that the gate of Liangmatai had been broken open. In a panic, he quickly gathered dozens of people and hurried into the city. After entering the city, what he saw was a sea of fire and corpses. He was like a headless fly and didn't know where to go. Hearing Huang Daoji's voice at this moment, I was naturally very happy. When we count our merits in the future, at least there will be witnesses. Right? I also entered the city. It's not that I didn't fight bravely, but the enemy ran too fast. Mr. Pang, Huang Daoji said with a smile. I won't talk nonsense. You have seen the fire. It's better for you and me to gather the soldiers from Jingzhou, Yuezhou, Wuzhou and other places, and work together to prevent the fire from spreading. Originally, these soldiers didn't need to enter the city, but they all came in at once, and now they can't be found. Don't worry, sir. I'll take care of this. Huang Daoji was a 9th rank official. Pang Gung could have ignored him, but he was a man the prince valued after all, and he had a close relationship with the generals of Sanha. It would be better for him not to offend him casually. He kept patting his chest and said, "I'll go right away." As he said that, he led dozens of his men, turned left and right in the city, and stopped the guards who were also like headless flies. After the sky was completely bright, the fire gradually went out. The sound of fighting in the city completely stopped. Only the cries of herds of cattle and sheep escaped. Outside the north city, Shinchu, covered in blood, looked at Ichio with a look of disbelief. The two young masters are invincible in martial arts, and there is only a Bodu. He couldn't understand. How could two great masters not be able to stop a Bodu? The other party was only a 9th grade, and he hadn't reached the peak yet. He actually let him escape with 4 or 5,000 cavalry. "Are you questioning me?" Ichio said coldly. "I dare not." Shinchu looked directly into Ichio's eyes and said calmly, "I just don't understand. With your kung fu, there is no reason why you can't keep Bodu. Have you ever thought that? If he runs away now, it will be difficult to catch him again." The blind man smiled and said, "General, his order is to protect the safety of you and other generals, but he didn't let us assassinate Bodu and Hulagu. If the two of us had just left, I'm afraid you and Balkue and others would have been killed." "Ali is here?" Balkue was shocked when he heard this. Ichio said sarcastically, "Does it take a grandmaster to take your lives? What kind of waste are you? Don't you know it?" "This." Balkue laughed. The words were rough, but the truth was true. In a chaotic situation like that at night, he and Shinchu and others really couldn't resist the assassination of a few 9th rank masters. "Thank you. Both of you." Shinchu didn't think Ichio was lying, and bowed respectfully. Ichio said nothing, and left without looking back. The blind man smiled, bowed to Shinchu and others, and slowly followed. Towing, he waited for the two men to go far away, then looked at Shinchu and said, "General, we killed more than 20,000 enemies, and captured more than 20,000 prisoners. I don't know how to deal with these prisoners." Shinchu said with a gloomy face. "Old rules. Deal with them in the future. No need to ask me again." "General, these are 20,000 people, many of whom are Liang people who were coerced by the Wadden people, and are also citizens of Daliang." Balkue was frightened. Since they entered the northern frontier, they have only killed 1,000 people at most. Now they have killed 20,000 people at once. He dare not imagine the reaction of the Liang court. Moreover, once the killing spree begins, the Wadden people will no longer surrender easily, and will definitely fight to the end. By then, the casualties of the Sanha soldiers may increase. "Kill!" Shinchu still answered without hesitation. From the day they recognized the enemy as their father, they are no longer the citizens of Liang. "Yes!" Taoying agreed quite straightforwardly, and almost jumped for joy. Liangmatai has been taken, and 15 miles ahead is Hulagu's camp. The sun rises. Lenny, wrapped in a jacket, squatted beside a charcoal basin, took a stick, and buried a sweet potato in it. Jiaoshong walked in and said, Prince Dai is here." And he brought Shan Rui with him. "Shan Rui?" Lenny asked in surprise. "Why did he bring this woman here?" Jiaoshong shook his head and said, "Prince Dai didn't say. Let him in." Lenny thought for a while and said. Jiaoshong left, and soon the king of Dai and Shan Rui came into the room. "I pay my respects to the regent. I pay my respects to the regent." "Get up. Please sit down," Lenny said without raising his head. "Bring tea. The regent is in a good mood," the king of Dai said with a smile. "I have nothing to do anyway. Why not roast some sweet potatoes?" Lenny stood up, and just as he raised his head, he saw Shan Rui with her charming eyes, and said with a smile, "Miss Shan is still as beautiful as ever." "Your Majesty, you are too kind," Shan Rui said with a smile. "No compliments. No compliments. I'm telling the truth." Lenny was happier and happier as he watched. He was really jealous. Why did he bring such a beautiful woman to him to tease him? Was he showing off on purpose? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the king of Dai with resentment. The king of Dai was flustered by being looked at, and hurriedly said, "I heard that General Shinchu defeated Liangmatai, and I haven't had time to congratulate the regent." "It's expected. There's nothing to be surprised about," Lenny said nonchalantly. "It's best to end before winter. Otherwise the roads will be blocked by heavy snow, and food can't be transported in. Nearly 200,000 people will starve to death if they don't freeze to death. The regent is so good at making plans. I really admire him." The king of Dai smiled and said, "The regent works hard every day. And I can't share his worries. I really feel guilty. Miss Shan is a great musician of the time. I thought, the regent is so tired, it would be good to relax with music in the hall. Lin Yi was stunned for a long time before he reacted and said, "My brother is really thoughtful. It's unprecedented. It's the first time someone gave him a woman. He almost thought he heard it wrong. This is my heartfelt gift. I hope the regent will accept it." The King of Dice smiled. "This is a kind gift. It's really hard for me to refuse it," Lin Yi said happily. "I'll take my leave." Seeing that Lin Yi's eyes were no longer on him, the King of Dice stood up and said goodbye. "Come here," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Please see the King of Die off for me." Lin Yi sat on the chair, took a sip of tea and said, "It's cold. The water cools quickly. Change a cup of hot tea for Miss Shan." "Yes." Mingwei brought out a tea tray, walked to Shan Rui, and just as she put down the teacup, she suddenly tapped Shan Rui's shoulders twice. Shan Rui looked at Mingwei in astonishment. She didn't even have time to react, and her acupuncture points were sealed. Mingwei smiled and said, "Miss Shan is a martial arts expert, and her hands and feet are a bit heavy. The tea bowls in our house are light, and can't withstand the knocks from you. Miss, save your energy. The energy I inject into you is different from that of others. The harder you move, the more energy you will get. You might lose all your energy. Miss, you are too serious," Shan Rui said coldly. "Although I am a little girl, I have been walking around in the martial arts world for many years, and I still know a little bit. I have never heard of or seen what you said." Mingwei smiled and said, "Miss, you can give it a try." She practiced Huiyuan Gong quite well, but she was stuck at the 7th level and could not enter the 8th level. She never thought that she would eventually break through the 8th grade and enter the 9th grade because of practicing the star-absorbing art. As Wen Jiaoyi said, "If you find the right technique, you can get a glimpse of the door." Shan Rui had a blank expression on his face. Although his meridians were empty, and there was no trace of true energy, he still forced himself to circulate the qi. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat and slowly seeped out of the corners of his mouth. She looked at Mingwei in disbelief. "Girl, drink your tea slowly." Mingwei smiled with her hands covering her mouth and stood behind Lin Yi with a plate in her hand. Even Yu Shaoshi and Ah Dai, who were 9th rank, were unable to untie the acupuncture points on her body, let alone a mere 5th rank. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Lin Yi pretended not to see the blood on Shan Rui's mouth, and said with a smile, "Mingwei just likes to joke. You'll get used to it in the future. He loves beauty, but he cherishes his life more. He doesn't have the awareness of dying under the peony flower, and becoming a ghost is also romantic." "Your Highness is polite." Shan Rui took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and slowly wiped the corner of her mouth, looking at the bright red blood on the handkerchief. Hatred flashed across her face. "Mingwei, I'm here. I think Miss Shan is tired. Take her downstairs to rest." "Yes." Mingwei walked to Shan Rui again, said with a smile, "Miss, please follow me. I'll take my leave." Shan Rui glanced at Lin Yi with resentment, after bowing to him, followed Mingwei downstairs. Chapter 376 Decency. What the hell is this old man doing? Shan Rui had already gone far away with Mingwei. Lin Yi's brain was no longer disturbed by hormones, and he immediately returned to normal. "It feels a bit weird. I've only seen subordinates give women to superiors, but how can brothers give women to brothers? He is such a smart man. How could he commit such a taboo?" These days, many people buy and sell women as commodities, but it is rare to give women as gifts, especially among dignitaries. How could they ask someone else to do something like finding a woman? Even if they went to a brothel, they were quite dignified and respectful. Friends could help pay for the drinks, but they had to pay for the accommodation. In their eyes, only those shameless businessmen could do such a thing. Decent people, at least those who look decent, would not do it, as it would not only bring shame to themselves, but also to others. Therefore, Lin Yi was very curious about how Lao Lu could do such a thing. It's really hard to say that a brother sends a woman to his younger brother. Moreover, it's hard to get away with it. You send a woman to your brother. Are you trying to persuade him? Or what? The most important thing is this woman clean or not? Why did you send her to him without thinking? Your Highness, Hong Ying whispered, the King of Dai may not be trying to please him. This is also a way to prove his innocence. Lin Yi said in surprise. Why do you say that? Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Highness, Shan Rui is a member of Keiqiao Shao. She was close to your highness in Baiyun City. Now the king of Dai has entered Ankang City alone, and even surrendered to Keiqiao Xiao. Come out, there is no need to keep this Rui any longer. That's true. Hearing what Hong Ying said, Lin Yi figured it out all of a sudden. If he doesn't give this Rui, I suspect he has ulterior motives. If he gives it, I will at most think it's inappropriate. I still know what's more important. Hong Ying said. Your highness is wise, but how to arrange this Rui, I still need your instructions. Lin Yi said. Is the queen's troop still in the mansion? Yes. Hong Ying said. Then let Shan Rui join the opera troupe. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said. This is a match for the profession. And it won't be unfair to him. When his mother was in Ankang City, she listened to music and opera every day except for eating and sleeping. Finally, Lin Yi simply spent a lot of money to support an opera troupe for her, which performed for her and allowed them to operate commercially. The only requirement was that the actors must be screened by the Huang Mansion. When his mother came to Ankang City, she did not forget to bring the opera troupe with her, because it was inconvenient to bring them into the palace. They are still placed in the Huang Mansion. Unfortunately, he could not catch up with his mother's speed of getting tired of the old and liking the new. As soon as the opera troupe from Jiling City was settled, his mother forgot about it completely. Now she only summoned the local opera troupe from Ankang City to the palace. Ankang City is the economic, cultural, and political center of Daliang State. The opera troupe here has learned from many others. In terms of level, it is much higher than the opera troupe in Jiling City. Lin Yi did not understand the humming opera texts, and could not understand a word. He was preparing to lay off the people in the opera troupe and find new jobs. He had a little bit of savings, but he was not rich enough to support Idler. Your Highness, this Dan Rui looks good, Hong Ying said in surprise. Although she was born in a brothel, as far as I know, she has always been a prostitute. She is indeed very beautiful, Lin Yi said indifferently. But what if she is beautiful? There are so many beautiful women in this world. I want to be the man they can't get. The most important thing is that he can't stand the noise. It's okay to sow seeds on others when you are hungry, but if she gets pregnant, Xiezan and his gang of old masters will not let him go. She will definitely nag him to death. Shan Rui, no matter how beautiful she is still a prostitute. Hong Ying didn't know how to respond, and could only keep laughing. Lin Yi was about to speak, when he suddenly smelled a burning smell, and looked down, and saw that the sweet potatoes he had placed in the charcoal basin had been roasted into charcoal. What a damn bad luck. After Lin Yi used a branch to pound the sweet potatoes twice, the sweet potatoes broke into several black pieces, and finally all burned. Your Majesty, I admit my guilt. Shall I roast them for you again? Hong Ying said with a smile. Forget it. Lin Yi waved his hand. Ma Jie came in, and kowtowed several times. Lin Yi couldn't stand his shifty look, and said impatiently, If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Don't hesitate. Ma Jie said. Your Majesty, the south gate of Ankang City has been damaged until now, and it has never been repaired. I would like to ask your Majesty what to do. He also cursed Mo Shun in his heart. The gunpowder was used too much, and the entire south gate tower was blown down. It is still a ruin. Do you need to ask me about such a small matter? Lin Yi said unhappily. Do it yourself. Your Majesty, this will cost more than 100,000 taels of silver. Ma Jie was just a legal advisor before, but in terms of the way of being an official, he was no worse than those officials. As an official, you should ask for instructions more often, do less work, and make fewer mistakes, especially before he came. Lu Boyan had specifically told him that for this prince, anything involving money is no small matter. What's more, there are more than 100,000 taels of silver in front of him. If he spends it without asking for instructions, this prince will probably skin him alive. So many? Lin Yi frowned, and after a pause, he said, What's the point of having a broken tower? Do more practical things and less image projects. Ma Jie said. I understand. Then don't build it. Do less things that cost money. Lin Yi continued. In addition, the public security of Ankang City must be tightened. Yesterday, I went on a private visit in disguise, and found that there were still so many playboys on the street. Who gave them the courage to ride horses in the city? I have repeatedly warned that princes who break the law are guilty of the same crime as common people. Go and ask them. Do they take my words as farts? Or do they think they are stubborn and want to hit it? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will enforce the law impartially and punished the playboys severely. Ma Jie was also speechless. He had just taken office and was not clear about the situation in Hong Kong City, and could not take care of many things. More importantly, there were many royal relatives in Hong Kong City who were arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and everyone had always accepted it. Although he was the prefect, he was in a high position and had great power, but he was not stupid enough to offend these people at will. Seeing that the prince had no more instructions, he carefully left the house. Standing at the side room at the gate of the prince's mansion, he looked around and saw Jiang Chou sitting there yawning. So he casually threw 2 taels of silver over. Jiang Chou did not even turn his head, stretched out his hand and grasped it in his palm, and did not weigh it, and directly put it in his waist. Master Ma, you are too polite. Jiang Chou filled the teacup and said with a smile, It's cold. Master, would you like to have a cup of tea to warm yourself up? Only now did he feel like a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. In just this short period of time, he saved several hundred taels of silver. It was really a happy ending after all the hard work. Sun Chongda and Yu Shaoshi, these little bastards, could only watch, and it was useless to be jealous. Who told them not to do it themselves? As long as General Manager Hong had no objection, he could do this for the rest of his life. However, he knew that this was impossible. According to the current situation, he and the prince will enter the palace sooner or later. If he wants to enter the palace, he must be like Xiao Shizi and the general manager. It is absolutely impossible. He is not married yet. His Jiang family has been a single-line family for 3 generations. He can't die before he can leave. Besides, if he really enters the palace, he may not get money. Therefore, he has a strong sense of crisis now. He must make money as soon as possible and save money hard. When he stops being a doorman, he can get a position in the Beijing camp or the military department, buy a house, and marry a wife. I don't know how comfortable life will be. Seeing Ma Jie now, he thought that getting a job as the prefect of Hong Kong City might be a way out. No, thank you. Ma Jie resisted looking at the dirty teapot, and just smiled and said, This your room is leaking, which is a pity for you. I dare not, Jiang Chou said with a smile. We are all working for the prince. Ma Jie continued. I heard that Master Sun was injured a few days ago. I have always wanted to visit him, but I have no time. I wonder if he is better now. With Dr. Hu here, it may be difficult for him to die. Seeing that Ma Jie did not drink, Jiang Chou drank the tea in the cup himself, and then smacked his lips and said, He suffered a lot. He could not go out for more than a month, and he could not drink. Everyone was busy with their own things, and no one was with him. He almost went crazy. However, from now on, you can't call him coach. He was promoted to the Minister of the Imperial Horse Temple for his meritorious service in arresting Jiang Zhong. General, he said that he was in charge of all military horses and carriages. It was quite suitable for him to raise horses as a groom. The Minister of the Imperial Horse Temple is a 3rd-rank official. Coach Sun has turned a disaster into a blessing. Ma Jie was shocked. The Minister of the Imperial Horse Temple is in charge of horse affairs, not a small official who raises horses. He is not an ordinary person and cannot hold this position. A horse-raising official is actually a 3rd-rank official? Jiang Chou looked as if he had suddenly realized something. No wonder I said that this old man has been lucky in love recently. Many people have gone to his house to be matchmakers. It is said that Chen Jingji, the minister of the Honglu Temple, likes him very much and wants to marry his granddaughter to him. Ma Jie asked curiously, Is this Master Sun still unmarried? His old lady is picky. Jiang Chou pursed his lips and said, He must find a wife from the imperial city. There are so many beautiful girls in Arsana, but he doesn't like them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been delayed until now. But now, I heard that so many daughters of officials are going to marry her son. I don't know how proud she is. I see, Ma Jie continued. What about Lu Can? The governor? Him? Jiang Chou looked at Ma Jie with interest. Sir Ma, are you going to choose a son-in-law? Today's weather is indeed a bit cold. Ma Jie talked about other things. Thank you for your hard work. Please stay. I'll take my leave first. Wait. Don't be anxious. Listen to me. When you mentioned Lu Shoubei, I really think you and your daughter are a perfect match. Jiang Chou smiled and said, Lu Shoubei's grandfather Lu Banzi set up a stall at the gate of the Beijing camp to sell head rice. If you really have this idea, You have to be quick. Otherwise the good rice will be half cooked. Although he was also an old bachelor, the daughter of the prefect was out of his reach for him. So he was still happy to do this kind of thing that helped others achieve their goals. Why do you say that? Ma Jia asked in confusion. You know Zhou Sun, right? Jiang Zhou asked. Like Captain Hong and Captain Chow. She is a rare heroine. Ma Jia has been branded with the mark of the prince, not to mention that he is already a high-ranking official in the court. He knows all the big and small figures in the military and political affairs of Sanha. Yesterday I heard that Zhou Sun will be transferred to Hong City soon to take charge of the Dali Temple prison. Jiang Zhou looked around again. What kind of place is the Dali Temple prison? Without some ability, how can it be subdued? You are right. Ma Jia suppressed his nausea and stuffed another ingot of silver into Jiang Chao's greasy and fat hand. But what does this have to do with Lu Shoubei? You don't know this, right? Oh, I forgot. You are not from Sanha. You don't eat Sanha's food. And you naturally won't go to the Beijing camp. Jiang Zhou stuffed the silver into his waist again, and said with a smile, Zhou Sun's mother is the same as Lu Banzi. Both of them are setting up stalls there. If the two families get close, they will hit it off. What will you have to do in the future? Ma, sir. To be honest, don't be angry. Now is not a good time to care about your face. Lu Shoubei, General Wei, Liang Yuanji and others are all General He's right-hand men. Anyone can see that General He attaches great importance to them. In the future, their prospects are limitless. In Hong Kong City, I don't know how many people are eyeing them. If you really want to find someone to be your son-in-law, you have to hurry up. Thank you. After hearing this, Ma Jia hurriedly got on the sedan chair. Yes, there are countless wealthy families in Hong Kong City. Those who have remained standing despite the change of dynasties are not fools. What you can think of, others can't think of? Hey, old bastard, Jiang Zhou spitted, took out the silver from his waist, and weighed it twice in his hand with pride. When he was proud, he saw Mingwei walking over, and hurriedly put away the silver, bowed his waist and smiled. I remember you weren't like this before? Mingwei said coldly. Do you like to be a matchmaker? I've benefited from the mansion, and have made a lot of money recently. Jiang Zhou said in a panic. I'm so happy that I don't know what to do. Do you know why I asked you to be the doorman? This. Jiang Zhou was sweating with anxiety, and didn't know how to answer. Could it be that it was for Shanin's sake? Because you are tight-lipped, Mingwei said lightly. Now it seems that you are no longer suitable. Go find Wu Zhao. There are not enough gardeners in the garden recently. Yes, Jiang Zhou cried and sighed with relief. I'll go now. Everything was withering in front of him, and there was nothing to do in the garden. How could there be a shortage of manpower? By the evening, he found that his position had been occupied by Sun Qingda's younger brother Sun Cheng. He wanted to slap himself a few times. What a bad mouth he had. He lost a good job. He was not like this before. If he was not worried about losing his future, he would not want to be a gardener in the palace, because the monthly salary was not enough for him to drink. Chapter 377 Reward. The only thing to be thankful for is that Mingwei only asked him to go to the garden, and did not punish him severely. As long as he does not leave the big tree of the prince, he will still have a chance to turn things around. Thinking of this, he walked to Sun Cheng with his head held high, and said with a smile, Not everyone can be a doorman. I'll have to work harder for you, brother Sun. It's a pity that the other party has a brother named Sun Qingda. Although Sun Qingda's position is not high and his kung fu is average, he has a wide range of social contacts. Whether in the government or the army, there is no one he doesn't know, and he gets along very well with them. Even in front of the prince, he could still get a few words in. Unlike me, I was like a ghost wandering around, and I got the position of gatekeeper by doing good deeds. Otherwise, with my bad temper, I would have beaten Sun Cheng so hard that his parents wouldn't recognize him. Bastard. How dare he steal my job? Damn it. It's great to have a good backer. Because I really can't afford to offend him. Brother, who wants to be a gatekeeper? Sun Cheng sighed. I'm a grown man. How can I look like guarding the gate every day? He was in the Maritime Customs Office on Fengyao Island a few years ago. The wind was strong on the island, and the sun was strong. He got tanned in less than half a year. He couldn't stand the hardship, so he begged his brother Sun Chengda to transfer him to the militia to assist Wang Xing. This job is great. It is protected from the wind and rain, and there are not so many rules. Besides, Wang Xing will take good care of him for his elder brother's sake. The most important thing is that he gets a lot of monthly salary. He has not worked in such a good job for 2 years. And his elder brother actually asked him to go back to Hong Kong City in the north. After arriving at Hong Kong City, he has been hanging out in the stables of the royal palace, his elder brother's former territory. He is called a groom, but he actually feeds and walks the horses. Except for being a little boring. There is nothing wrong with it. However, he never thought that he would be reduced to being a doorman one day. He is a pen holder after all. Humph, you are still young. Jiang Cho saw that he was taking advantage of him and still acting cute. He became even angrier, snorted coldly. If you take my position, you will be in trouble. You will know the benefits of being a gatekeeper after a few days. It's just a few more things. Sun Chung said disdainfully. Do you think I care? Don't let your eldest brother hear it, or he will slap you in the face. Jiang Cho became even angrier when he heard this. Your eldest brother is so stingy, he doesn't even dare to spend a penny more. Where the hell do you get the courage to treat money as dirt? What do you care? Sun Cheng's face suddenly became embarrassed. I can tell from the first glance that you are no good. Jiang Cho did not dare to hit him. But it did not stop him from scolding him a few more times. Seeing someone coming out of the mansion from a distance, he could not stay here for long. So he turned around and left. Along the main street of the palace. He walked aimlessly all the way. And whether he drank wine or tea, he felt bored. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. And he thought of Ma Jia. It was this old bastard who caused him to lose his job. If he did not extort money from him, he would feel sorry for himself. He went as soon as he said he would, and went straight to Hong Kong Prefecture. On the way, he met many people who greeted him. But he ignored them all, and did not stop. The main thing was that he did not know what to say when he saw them. He was sure that he would not get sympathy, but ridicule. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Hong Kong Prefecture, he saw a circle of people gathered around the notice board that imitated the one made in Baiyun City. Wang Xiuxuan stood aside with his arms folded, and said to Jiang Cho, Brother Jiang, are you so free today? Of course I am free. Jiang Cho sighed. There will be more free days in the future. I heard that Brother Jiang is going to buy a house. Wang Xiuxuan continued to ask. Buy shit. You're so poor now. Jiang Cho squeezed forward a little, squinting his eyes to look at the wanted notice on the wall. Wang Xiuxuan smiled and said, Brother Jiang, you are joking. Everyone knows you make a fortune. This position of the gatehouse is enviable. After all, you can really make money just by standing. This is a good job that many people would love to have. Making a fortune every day, really? Jiang Cho looked at the wanted poster on the wall, his eyes widened, grinning. I'm getting rich, I'm going to get rich. Brother Jiang? Wang Xiuxuan couldn't believe it. I just said you were fat. You're not out of breath now. Are you? What future does being a doorman have? Jiang Cho pointed at the poster on the wall happily. The real fortune is here. You mean the reward? Wang Xiuxuan said with a smile. The highest reward for a bandit is 5,000 taels. Who wouldn't want it? You have to be able to catch him. So I'm getting rich. Jiang Cho walked out of the crowd, snorted coldly. I know all the 7 wanted criminals listed above. You know all of them? Wang Xiuxuan couldn't believe it. He always felt that he was bragging. Humph, do you know what I did before I went to Baiyun City? Jiang Cho said proudly. Wang Xiuxuan said. I know that you, Jiang, have been in the underworld before. In fact, he was a robber, which is no secret in Sanha. Brothers in the underworld are kind to me, giving me the name of Downtown Knight, making me invincible in the 7 states. Jiang Cho said proudly. That vicious Ho Buolun above is only a 5th rank official. I didn't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. 7th rank official. I was a 7th rank official back then. I was rampant in Nanzhou, Yuezhou, Jingzhou, and the only person who could take my blow would be a slap in the face. He had been working as a doorman for quite a long time. He almost forgot how glorious he was in those days. His mistake was that he entered Sanha. There were many masters in Sanha. Now he was a 9th rank official. But he was still living so cautiously and humbly. 9th rank official. He muttered to himself. I am a 9th rank official. He wanted to slap himself. In just a moment, he found out how he had fallen so much. He lost his job as a doorman. But he was still worried about the gains and losses. There are not many 9th rank people in the world who have no ambition like him. As a 9th rank person, the world is so big, he can go anywhere. He feels that he needs to restore his former glory. Brother Jiang, everyone knows that you are a 9th-rank person, and it is just a matter of time before you become a grandmaster. Wang Xiushuan was frightened by Jiang Chao's red eyes. Isn't this a demon? Grandmaster? After Jiang Chou heard these 3 words, his neck immediately shrank again. He once again remembered why he was hiding in the Huang mansion and didn't go out. Like Shanin, he was still on Jizhao Temple's wanted list. In Jizhao Temple's eyes, his 9th rank was not good enough. In this case, it would be safer for him to stay in the Huang mansion. Yeah, Wang Xiaoshuan said with envy. Brother Jiang is gifted. Isn't it easy to capture the Grandmaster? That's easy for you to say. Jiang Chou snorted coldly. There are a lot of people in Sanhe who have entered the 9th rank. But look at the Grandmasters. Except for the blind man and Ichio. The bastard. Who else has entered? It's harder to become a Grandmaster than to ascend to heaven. Okay. Let's not talk about those useless things. Help me copy down the names. Catch these wanted criminals. And go to collect the reward. Brother Jiang. It's useless for you to know these people. Wang Xiaoshuan said with a bitter face. The main thing is that we can't find them. If we can find these people, how can it be Jiang Chao's turn? After all, the first place in the reward is only a 5th grade one. We can just arrange someone to catch them. These people are like mice. They are very good at hiding. And they can't be caught at all. Humph. Who said we can't find it? Jiang Chou snorted coldly. Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I can't find it. Brother Jiang, please bring me with you. Wang Xiushuan said with shining eyes. I will serve you at all times. Even if I die. Well, a bunch of useless people. Why do we need to be dead or alive? Jiang Chou thought for a while and said, how about this? You find 2 horses. And we go out of the city. Out of the city? Wang Xiushuan said in surprise. Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jiang Chou said impatiently. If you don't go, I'll go by myself. Go. Go. Wang Xiushuan ran away in a hurry. Soon 2 horses came over. Jiang Chou took the reins, climbed over the door, and just ran a little. Then he remembered the ban in the city that horses cannot be ridden except for military affairs, and he couldn't help but slow down the horse. It was not worth being surrounded by the people of the military department for such a small matter. Seeing Jiang Chou's stop, Wang Xiaoshuan breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to follow slowly. The 2 of them left the city one after the other. The cold wind was cold, and everything withered. At this time, Jiang Chou speeded up the horse. Wang Xiushuan chased him all the way, and unknowingly traveled 20 miles, and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This post station has basically been abandoned. A few days ago, Lord He was still talking about reopening all the post stations under his jurisdiction, but there is still no regulation. Wang Xiushuan's hands holding the reins were shivering with cold. What do you know? Jiang Chou got off his horse, and slammed the black door that was about to fall apart. When Wang Xiushuan was about to say that there was no one inside, the door creaked open, and he actually saw Fang Pai. Fang Pai is a member of the Imperial Guard. In the Huang Mansion, this is no secret. Needless to say, this broken post station should be the base of the Imperial Guard. Why did Jiang Chou know this place? Even as a gossip in the Huang Mansion, he didn't know. What puzzled him was, why did Jiang Chou come here? What did you 2 do? Fang Pai said unhappily. Come out in broad daylight to scare people. If I wasn't here, you would have been shot into a hedgehog. He also worked as a doorman in the Huang Mansion. Strictly speaking, he and Jiang Chou were colleagues. Humph. Jiang Chou waved his hand, and a big tree next to him fell down with a sound. And the roots were neatly arranged. Come in. Both of you. Fang Pai immediately put on a playful smile. He just remembered that this old bastard was a 9th rank official. It was just because he had been a doorman for too long that everyone chose to forget it. Unless their Commander Pan Duo came in person. No one would do anything to Jiang Chou. Wang Xiushuan followed Jiang Chou into the house, and found that the house was full of cobwebs and dust. And it was in a shabby state. The yard was overgrown with weeds. To his surprise, Fang Pai did not go into the front room, but walked into a rockery in the yard. After Fang Pai moved a stone slab on the ground suddenly loosened, then slowly moved to the left, revealing a hole. Fang Pai jumped down directly, and Jiang Chou also went down without hesitation. Wang Xiaoshuan followed behind without hesitation. Following the steps, he continued to walk inside. After a while, the view in front of him suddenly opened up. There were some tables, chairs and benches in a mess. And there were some steaming leftovers on the table. It was obvious that many people had just eaten here. There were torches burning brightly on the four walls. It's airtight here. And you won't be suffocated to death. As a person who has graduated from elementary school, Wang Xiushuan naturally knows the harm of such a place. You know nothing. Fang Pai teased. I naturally have my own way. Tell me, what are you doing here? Jiang Chou threw the wanted criminal list copied by Wang Xiushuan over and said, to find these people. Fang Pai yawned and glanced at the note, and said unhappily, these are the people on the wanted list of the prefect of Hong Kong. If I had that much time, wouldn't it be good for me to make this money myself? You are only a third-rank official. Jiang Chou pointed out a cruel fact, he sneered. If you want to arrest people, you have to mobilize the court guards. When there are too many people, you have to give more to others, and you won't have much money left in your hands. It's different if you cooperate with me. There are only two of us who share the money. Fang Pai's eyes rolled, and he touched his chin and said, that's not impossible. I'll send you a message tomorrow. Wang Xiushuan was stunned. Can you play it this way? If you knew it would work, what would Jiang Chou have to do with it? He and Fang Pai had a good relationship. Okay, I'll wait for your message. Jiang Chou laughed. Just like that, Wang Xiushuan followed Jiang Chou out of the broken yard in a daze. When approaching the city gate, he couldn't help but say, Brother Jiang, this is the base of the Imperial Guards. If we come here without permission, we will be in big trouble if the secret is leaked and they track us down. Making money is important. But life is equally important. You can't sacrifice yourself for the sake of making money. It's not worth it. Jiang Chou glanced at him and snorted. Do you think I'm stupid? This is not a secret base. If it's a real secret, we can't know it. That's true. Wang Xiushuan scratched his head. Then where is this place? Humph. Chi Peng and his men had a group of porters, servants, and matchmakers before. And now with the court guards, there are tens of thousands of people. The money allocated by the prince is always limited. If they want to live a more comfortable life, they have to find ways to make money. Jiang Chou said carelessly. There are restaurants, inns, brothels, and shopping malls. Of course, there are also some underworld activities. They have formed a Qinghe gang, which specializes in water transport. They were chased and beaten by the people of the Chao gang a few days ago, so they hid here to avoid the limelight. What? Wang Xiushuan suspected that he had heard it wrong. How could the people of the Chao gang beat them? He would never believe Jiang Chou's words. He knew a lot about the people of the Chao gang. The leader Zhou Shaohuan was only a 7th-rank official. For the people of Sanhe, he was not good enough. What do you know? Jiang Chou rolled his eyes at him and said, this is called showing weakness. When they get arrogant, it will be their death. Chapter 378 Being an official. What other strategies are needed for that bunch of bastards? Wang Xiushuan said with disdain. Why not just wipe them out? There's no need to do so much. They, the civilians, transported military supplies from south to north, and naturally had to deal with all kinds of people on the canal. The most difficult ones were the Chao gang, who not only raised the price, but also dared to resell their military supplies in Sanhe. This is a serious crime. If you don't chop off your head, you will be dragged to labor reform. However, General He Jixiang said, the law does not punish the masses, whether it is officers and soldiers or civilians. They are helpless against them. If it were not for military discipline, they would have been indignant and would have directly drawn their swords to kill people. They would never tolerate this group of people. Jiang Chou snorted coldly. The north and south canals. There is more than just one canal gang. There are hundreds of thousands of people who rely on it for their livelihood. Are you going to kill them all? If governing the world is as simple as you say, then the world will be peaceful. And there will not be so many things in front of us. That's right. Wang Xiushuan frowned. But it's a bit frustrating to be so slow. Not refreshing. You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run the household. Governing a country is like living a life. You have to be thrifty and calculate slowly. You can't do it recklessly. Jiang Chou looked at the tall city not far away and said, killing is easy, but it's hard to win people's hearts. I killed someone today and scared him. Who will manage the canal transportation in the future? Do I count on you? Wang Xiushuan looked at Jiang Chou in surprise. He couldn't believe that these words came out of Jiang Chou's mouth. Jiang Chou, the scarred man, always kept to himself and was taciturn. I didn't expect that this guy had some knowledge. Brother Jiang, have you ever been educated? Jiang Cho rolled his eyes at him and said, Do you think I have been working in the Wang Mansion for nothing? As a gatekeeper in the Wang Mansion, he had no ordinary people around. He was influenced by the people around him, and naturally knew a lot. Brother Jiang is right. I've learned my lesson, Wang Xiuxuan said with a wry smile. As the two talked, they unknowingly reached the city gate. The newly appointed Minister of Health, Hu Shirlu, rode on a tall horse and yelled at the people from the military department. Hygiene! 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 How many times have I said this? Is no one listening? The city is full of sewage and stinks. You say that the place is big and there are many people, and you can't manage it. I can still understand a little, so I won't say more. But you can't clean it up right under my nose. So you are deliberately fooling people. Who peed in this city gate? I smelled the stench of urine from a distance. So disgusting. Isn't there anyone who cares? Jiang Yi, who was standing opposite him, glanced at Zhang Mian and saw that he didn't move, so he knew that he was bound to take the blame. After all, Zhang Mian was new, and he could shirk all the responsibility by saying I don't know. He stepped forward and bowed. Don't worry, sir, I will discipline him strictly and do a good job in this sanitation work. He was not too clear about the specific content of the Ministry of Health, but he knew that the sanitation inside and outside the city was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Health. At this moment, he could have ignored Hu Shirlu. They were the military department. How could they be under the jurisdiction of the so-called Ministry of Health? But Hu Shirlu's title of Shangshu was a real second-rank official. He couldn't afford to offend him. What's more, he was a so-called surrender general. If Hu Shirlu wanted to make things difficult for him, no one would be able to help him. He had to bear it anyway. Prince, he repeatedly emphasized that sanitation work is the top priority and cannot be sloppy. Hu Shirlu continued. You can ignore Prince's words. What? Do you want to rebel? I dare not. Jiang Yi was so scared that his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. This is too big an accusation. He can't bear it. Seriously, rectify it. Once the prince knows about it. Hu Shirlu snorted. None of you can bear the blame. Don't say I didn't warn you. Sir Hu. Zhang Mian stepped forward, and then said with a smile, It's all my fault. I accept the punishment. Please give me a week. I will immediately join forces with the people of Ankang Prefecture to clean up the whole city and supervise it carefully. Anyone who dares to disobey the order will be severely punished. The people of Sanha all know how much the prince attaches importance to sanitation. Hu Shirlu is right. If they get serious with the prince, they can't afford it. Strictly speaking, Hu Shirlu brought it up today for their own good. The most feared thing is the outbreak of plague. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Jiang Yi, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Mian come out. Although you are not very old, you are also an old man in Sanha. Hu Shirlu smiled at Zhang Mian and said, I say these for your own good, you must keep it in mind. Your Excellency is right. Zhang Mian bowed. I will do my best to do a good job in the city sanitation work. As the commander of the military department, he doesn't need to care about Hu Shirlu, let alone be so humble. He respected Hu Shirlu not because he was a so-called second-rank official, but because he was a miracle doctor. People who eat grains and cereals will have their share of disasters, and offending a miracle doctor is obviously not a good deal. I hope you two will do your best. Hu Shirlu was very satisfied with Zhang Mian's attitude. Yes, sir. Jiang Yi saw Hu Shirlu walking away, and then he dared to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Xiuxuan, who was standing by, was stunned. This old man has a lot of power. Right? Although Wang Xiuxuan looked down on Hu Shirlu's behavior, he really admired Hu Shirlu, who was known as a miracle doctor. The year Hu Shirlu first entered Baiyan City, his sister was only 5 years old and had a pustular disease. The little girl was covered with blisters and pus, and everyone thought she was hopeless. Hu Shirlu ignored everyone's opposition and smeared some pig manure on her. Unexpectedly, the disease was cured miraculously. His sister is now healthy and free from all diseases. Humph! He is a native of Ankang City, Jiang Cho said with a smile. If he doesn't show off his power in front of people he knows, his position would be in vain. Wang Xiuxuan grinned. When I become rich one day, I will definitely show off my power when I return to Baiyan City. After entering the city, Wang Xiuxuan still followed Jiang Cho unconsciously. The reward money was supposed to be shared by himself. If Jiang Cho acted on his own, wouldn't he get nothing? So, he didn't dare to run around. Jiang Cho, like the groom, the gardener, and the guards, all lived in the stables of the Wang mansion. Wang Xiushuan was familiar with this place, and he didn't know how many times he had come here. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Cui Gingxing squatting on a wooden stake with a wine jar in his arms. Drinking. He smiled and said, "Hey Dai, aren't you on duty today?" Dai glanced at him, then shook his head, burped, and said nothing. Sun Chongda was basking in the sun in the yard, and he raised his eyelids and said, "You are so idle. You just hang around all day and don't do anything serious." Wang Xiaoshuan said carelessly, "The Sanha army is ready to return from the northern frontier, and they don't need so much military supplies. What else can I do?" Sun Chongda took a sip of tea and said, "You are not going back to Sanha?" "No." Wang Xiaoshuan looked around and said, "Everyone is saying that the prince is going to use troops against Liangzhou. If I leave like this, I won't get the chance. Isn't it a pity? Who spread it?" Sun Chongda glared at him and said, "You don't know what you are talking about. How can we just ask about such secrets? You are still like this. This is the capital, not Sanha. Take it easy." "I know," Wang Xiaoshuan said. "I don't plan to go back to Sanha. Even if I don't do business, I can go to Bingmasi to live a leisurely life. I have already applied, and I guess the notice will come in a few days." Sun Chongda yawned. "If you really want to live a leisurely life, you can't go to Bingmasi. In the cold winter, even the commander has to patrol the streets. Not to mention you are a small follower. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death?" Wang Xiushuan smiled. "This is really a miscalculation. Where do you think I should go?" When he thought of the winter weather in the north, he couldn't help but shiver. If he is asked to patrol in the winter, he may not be able to bear it. But if he really joins the military, he has to endure it. Otherwise he will be a deserter. Military law never shows mercy to deserters. Nowadays, it's hard to get by anywhere. If you join the army, you will have to do drills every day and run around. You may be in the south today and go to the north tomorrow. Sun Chongda said slowly. Be a clerk. You will definitely be unable to control your temper. You may go crazy. So, do your business honestly. In the future, you can become a first-class supplier, and you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. No, Wang Xiushuan said loudly. I must be an official. Being an official is not the same as being a clerk. She will definitely join the army and government offices. Sun Chongda said with a smile. Think about how Huang Daoji, Mo Shun, Hu Shirlu, Sang Pozi, and Liang Yuanji became officials. Why don't you learn from them? Sang Pozi is old, and she has become an official? Wang Xiushuan said in disbelief. This old lady is already 60 years old. Right? It is not surprising for him to see women become officials. After all, there are precedents in Sanha. Hongyan, Jiangzhen, Zhou Sun, Chao Xiahuan and others are all female heroes. The most important thing is Sang Pozi's age. How can she still be an official at such an old age? Sun Chongda said with a smile. Can't she be an official at such an old age? Mr. Xie, Mr. Shan, Mr. He, who is not old? This. Wang Xiushuan was speechless for a moment. Sun Chongda said. Mrs. Sang managed the Chitian orphanage in Sanha in an orderly manner, and told the prince that there would be rewards for merit. Mr. Shan transferred Sang Pozi to Hong Kong City, and she officially took up the post of Right Secretary of the Xingren Division yesterday, ranked as the 9th rank, specializing in orphans, the poor, and abandoned children. Next time I see her, I still have to call her Mr.? Wang Xiushuan said with a wry smile. After all this time, I am not even as good as an old lady. Of course. Sun Chongda grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and said while eating them. So, you don't have to join the army or the government office to become an official. You, think about business yourself, how to benefit the development of our Liang state, how to improve the production level. When the time comes, all the elders will see it, you will have no choice but to become an official. Damn, it's easy to say. Wang Xiushuan sighed. But it's not that easy. I remember you were good at raising livestock, right? Sun Chongda said with his eyes rolling. Of course. Wang Xiushuan said proudly. In Sanha, when it comes to raising horses, I don't respect anyone except you and your old man. Humph. Where did you put the old man of the Hu family? Sun Chongda said unhappily. Hey, I forgot about him. Wang Xiushuan smiled embarrassedly. Hu Shirlu's father, Hu De, was also a coachman, and he had been taking care of horses all his life. In terms of level, he was definitely better than him. There are also Luohan, Tian Xixi, Liang Qishu, and Wang Sun. Sun Chongda began to count on his fingers. The more he talked, the lower Wang Xiushuan's head was. There are many people who can raise horses. Wang Xiushuan was not as good as Tian Xixi and Luohan, so he accepted it. But when he thought that he was not as good as Wang Xing's younger brother Wang Sun, the prodigal son, he sighed. Sun Chongda said seriously, since you want to be an official so much, I will show you a way. Do you want to do it or not? Brother, just say it. Wang Xiushuan said happily. Brother will do it. Thanks to Lord He's kindness, I will soon serve as the minister of the Temple of Horses. You know this? Sun Chongda said with a smile. You will go with me to take office, and I will give you an official position. What do you think? What official? Wang Xiushuan's eyes lit up. The head of the horse guard is also a 9th rank official. Sun Chongda patted his shoulder and said, Brother, I am not treating you unfairly. Am I? He will take office soon. At that time, the huge Yuanma temple cannot be without a confidant. Right? Therefore, he has been thinking about who to take with him these days. Although Wang Xiushuan in front of him has many shortcomings, he also has many advantages. He is undoubtedly a very suitable candidate. I will go with you to raise horses. Wang Xiushuan said with a bitter face. Brother, how about I consider it? Do it or not? It's just a matter of one sentence. Don't hesitate. Sun Chongda said impatiently. If I put out a call to recruit people, believe it or not, the door will be trampled tomorrow. He was telling the truth. After all, he is a 9th rank official. Many people want to beg for it but can't. You bastard. You deserve to be out of office. Jiang Cho next to him snorted coldly. In the past, if you wanted to be a 9th rank official, you had to study hard for more than 10 years, become a jurin, and have connections. You got an official position for nothing. But you are still making excuses here. You really don't know what's good for you. He was actually a little jealous. His relationship with Sun Chongda was not bad. Right? Why didn't Sun Chongda, the bastard, look for him? Why did he look for Wang Xiushuan? He didn't offend Sun Chongda in any way? Could it be that? Did Sun Chung complain about himself in front of Sun Chongda? Okay. Then I will follow you from now on. When Wang Xiushuan heard Jiang Cho say that, he made up his mind immediately and said to Sun Chongda, I will do whatever you ask me to do from now on, without saying a word. If I succeed, you will be my second parent. If you dare to cheat me, his knife will not recognize you. That's it. Sun Chongda especially appreciated Wang Xiushuan's shamelessness. Chapter 379 Good show. More importantly, this little bastard has a primary school diploma that he himself doesn't even have. To be an official nowadays, you have to look at two things. One is seniority, for example. He was born as a groom in the palace, and later became a doorman, although he is not very old, but in terms of seniority, except for He Hong and Jiao Zhong in the palace, there are not many older than him. The other is academic qualifications, for example. Lu Kan, Jiangjun, Wei Yishan and other educated people do not have enough seniority, but they have good academic qualifications. The prince said in person, education is the first priority. If you want to be an official, you must at least graduate from primary school. Now, whether in Nanzhou or Yuezhou, some old scholars are mixed with children, and rack their brains for a primary school diploma. As long as you have a primary school diploma, you can take the civil service exam and become an official. It takes a short time, and the results are quick. It is much simpler than the imperial examination. Wang Xiushuan, this bastard, just happens to have a primary school diploma. As a civilian in Sanha, he has made contributions and has a primary school diploma. If he is recommended to the governor's office, general he will agree. As for Jiang Cho, he does not have enough qualifications at the moment and has never attended primary school. It is a blessing for him to stay in the Huang mansion. After 3 to 5 years, he may have enough qualifications. But by then, there will be many people with academic qualifications. So where will there be vacancies for him? Wang Xiushuan smiled and said, when will he take office? He figured it out. In fact, Jiang Cho was right. No matter how many people try their best, they may not be able to get an official position. no matter what kind of official it is. It is quite good if you can get a 9th rank official. To put it another way, even if I joined the Bingmasi or Jingying, I would still be a nobody, and it would not be as comfortable as being an official. When others see me, they have to call me sir. I must not take the 9th rank lightly. The day after tomorrow, Sun Chongda said with a smile. Put your things together in the next 2 days, and then we can move to Yuanma Temple together. Hey, I rented a house and paid for half a year at a time. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. These northerners are too difficult to calculate, and they will definitely not return my money. You are just calculating blindly. Sun Chongda rolled his eyes at him and said, If you leave, Sun Kazi, won't the butchers still have to live here? That would be a bargain for them. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. They are all stingy, and they always take advantage of me. You sound so generous. A voice suddenly appeared in the yard. Wang Xiaoshuan turned around and saw Yu Xiaoqun walking into the yard, holding a knife in his left hand, with an empty sleeve on his right shoulder. Brother, long time no see. Wang Xiaoshuan and Yu Xiaoqun grew up together, and they were very familiar with each other. After Yu Xiaoqun lost a hand, his personality became more and more strange, and the two were not as close as before. Not bad. Right? Yu Xiaoqun threw a note to Jiang Chou and said lightly, This is what you want. Jiang Chou couldn't wait to unfold it, and was overjoyed. Then he asked curiously, You want to share the money too? He didn't expect Fong Pai to be so fast. He just asked in the morning. And now he has news. The power of the court guards should not be underestimated. I never share money with others. Yu Xiaoqun said calmly. I will take it myself. Brother, you are so generous. Jiang Chou smiled and gave a thumbs up. When it's done, I'll buy you a drink. He understood what Yu Xiaoqun meant. Yu Xiaoqun is also a 9th rank official. If he wanted to earn this bounty, he would not need Jiang Chou's help at all. He could take the list and deal with all the thieves by himself. How could he give others a chance to share the money? Thank you. Yu Xiaoqun nodded, turned around and left. Sun Chongda asked curiously, What secrets do you have? Jiang Chou quickly put the note into his jacket, and said with a smile, I just asked the court guards to help me find out some things. And now I have some clues. What things can involve money? Sun Chongda asked closely. I can't tell you about this. Jiang Chou laughed and left. Wang Xiaoshuan looked at Sun Chongda, hesitated for a moment, and then followed Jiang Chou. Hey, ungrateful thing. Sun Chongda looked at Wang Xiaoshuan's back and cursed. I promoted you for nothing. This little bastard has other skills, but he is a first-class troublemaker. Jiao Zhong held the wood in his hand, carving it one knife at a time, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end. At this moment, he couldn't help but say, Take him to Yuanma Temple. Be careful that he will cause you trouble. Yuanma Temple is full of old stubborn people, who have the ability to do things, but not the heart to do things. Sun Chongda said with a smile. For example, Ling Hui, the pastoral supervisor, is our ancestor in horse selection and horse herding. I have listened to my father reading his book Horse Selection Sutra to me since I was a child. The little I know so far is all from this book. But this Lord Ling now spends all day drinking, and doesn't care about the affairs of Yuanma Temple. After I take office, I will definitely not let him live too comfortably. It's good if Wang Xiaoshuan can cause trouble, so I can give them some rest. Jiao Zhong nodded. That's right. A place like Yuanma Temple is not useful just by showing off your power. You must have the real ability to raise horses. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the public. While he was speaking, the knife in his hand never stopped. After a while, the wood in his hand changed. First, a body in a silk skirt appeared. Then the nose on the face, and the eyes became clearer and clearer. Sun Chongda leaned over, looked carefully, and said in an uncertain tone, Is this the Hedong lion roar? This lifelike woman was Chao Xiuhuan. Chao Xiuhuan was once beaten by her husband, and later practiced Huiyuan Gong, and beat her husband directly, and went to the governor's office to ask for a divorce. At that time, this matter was known to everyone in Baiyun City. Later, the Sanha governor's office recruited female detectives, and Chao Xiuhuan was directly selected, and finally sat directly in the position of the chief constable of the Sanha women's prison. She is the second person in Sanha to practice lion roar kung fu besides the monks. Sanha is reclaiming wasteland in the swamp east of Shijiang River, where there are many crocodiles, and they are all very ferocious. They are often ordered to catch crocodiles, Others kill crocodiles with knives and guns. But she only needs to roar. And crocodiles within a few miles will die one after another. Which is amazing. Everyone calls her Hedon Lion Roar. Behind her back. I have a name. Okay? Jiao Zhong glared at him dissatisfiedly. Then gently blew off the sawdust on the wood carving. And said proudly, How is it? Isn't it a good carving? I am stupid. Brother. I don't know what you mean by this. Brother? Sun Chonda laughed. What do you mean? It's obvious as lice on a bald man's head. You are asking even though you know the answer. Jiao Zhong snorted coldly. I like this woman. You have any objection? How could that be? Your brother. Can't even congratulate you in time. Sun Chonda was still a little bit incredulous when he heard this. What kind of fetish do these guards in the palace have? He Hong likes Wei Yishan. Although she still has her charm. She is still a half-wife. Chao Shuhuan, whom Jiao Zhong likes, is divorced. Are these two people sick? There are so many young girls to marry, but they are looking for this kind of stuff. No. Jiao Zhong looked at Sun Chonda's face. Are you making fun of me? No, how dare I? Sun Chonda quickly took a step back, and said with a wry smile. I just feel that with your ability, you can't find any kind of person. You know shit. Jiao Zhong spat at Sun Chonda. Fortunately, Sun Chonda dodged quickly and managed to avoid the attack. Can you find another woman like Chao Xiaohuan in the world? Jiao Zhong said unhappily. Sun Chonda said sincerely. It's hard to find one. After all, there are not many men in the world who are not strong enough to be husbands. And there are even fewer women who dare to hit men. This Chao Xiaohuan is definitely an exception. I have thought about it. When she comes to Hong Kong City tomorrow, I will ask General He Jixiang to be my matchmaker. And I will marry her directly. Jiao Zhong grinned. When the time comes, you just need to prepare the money for the gift. Is Constable Chao coming to Hong Kong City too? Sun Chonda asked curiously. General He appointed her as the chief constable of Hong Kong Prefecture to keep an eye on the old man Majia. She was supposed to arrive with Zhou Sun the day before yesterday, but was delayed on the road, and will arrive tomorrow. Jiao Zhong murmured to the wood carving. Our monthly wages are not low, and the house is ready. I will go back to clean up in the evening, and from now on, it will be a happy life. Sun Chonda said. Congratulations. Like Jiao Zhong, he is a native of Hong Kong City. However, there are differences between locals. It is not easy to live in Hong Kong City. His father is just a horseman. He worked hard all his life, and only saved up 3 shabby houses, which are located in a very remote place. Jiao Zhong is different. His father runs a grain store. Although he is not rich, he is well off. He has a small courtyard in the south of the city, and several maids at home. Moreover, Jiao Zhong is a guard of the palace. He gets a lot of monthly salary, so his life is quite comfortable. When it gets dark, the north wind is getting stronger. Lenny stood on the steps wrapped in a coat, looking at Pan Duo in front of him, frowning and saying, Halawu and Bodu are running away. Yes. Pan Duo bowed and said, on the 10th day after General Shen recaptured Liang Matai, he led his army directly to Halawu's tent. Unexpectedly, Halawa led his troops to retreat directly. Snow has already fallen in the northern frontier, and there are many southerners in our army, so it is not appropriate to pursue them any further. That's the only way, Lenny said with a smile. They all praise the Wadden people so much, but from what we can see now, they are just SOSO. Your Highness is a man of great talent and strategy, and the Wadden people are naturally no match for him, Pan Duo said with a smile. General, he has ordered General Shen and General Yuan to lead the army back to the court, and promoted Shen Zhanao to the governor of the northern frontier and the commander of military affairs, and stationed him at Liang Matai. It's not impossible to arrange this way. Lenny yawned. But my uncle is back. How should I arrange it? Has there been any movement in the Yuan mansion recently? Pan Duo said, replying to the prince. There is no one else in the Yuan mansion except some servants. The queen asked eunuch Shi to send gifts twice, and the people in Yuan mansion also accepted them. After Lin Yi nodded, he waved his hand at him, and Pan Duo bowed and left. The next day, Lin Yi saw that the mansion was decorated with lights and colorful lanterns. Servants were coming in and out, and everyone was busy. He even saw people from the Ministry of Rights, and asked curiously, What are you busy with? Putting up so many lanterns. It's a waste. Isn't it free? Mingwei covered her mouth and laughed. prince? You forgot. You are getting married tomorrow. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. Lenny held his forehead with his hand and said, but it's almost okay. There's no need to be so troublesome. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Minghua said, how can a wedding be a joke? Your Majesty, Manager Hong has taken care of everything. Don't worry. Okay. Do whatever you want. Lenny thought about it and felt that it was right. It was a rare opportunity to get married in this life. How could it be done carelessly? The cold wind was raging. Lenny only stood outside for a while, and he couldn't stop shaking all over. He hurried into the house and sat down by the charcoal basin, seeing that old 12 was sneaking around outside the door. He said unhappily, if you have anything to say, just say it. My brother, old 12 said as he shrugged his neck as he came in. The envoys from Wadden sent gifts. Lenny said, if they are valuable, take them. If they are not, get rid of them. That's what I mean, old 12 said with a smile. So I took a special look at the gift list. They are all jade, fur, ginseng, etc. They are not expensive, but they are not shabby either. Then take them. Lenny nodded. My Royal Highness, I have one more thing to report. Before the 12th old man had time to hesitate, he saw Lin Yi's impatient look and hurriedly said, the Wadden envoys request to leave the day after tomorrow. Lenny said, you have been dealing with the Wadden envoys for so long. You should know them better than me. What do you think? Do you think I should kill them or let them go? My Royal Highness, I received 10,000 taels of silver from them. The 12th old man smiled and said, as the old saying goes, if you take money from someone to help them get rid of disasters, I will naturally say good things for them. But I dare not delay my brother's important affairs. And my brother decides everything. Fuck you. I don't believe such a nice word comes from your mouth. Lenny couldn't help laughing. Tell me the truth, who taught you to say these words? My brother is wise. Old 12 scratched his head. My mother taught me. You admit it so readily? Your mother also taught you? Yes. Old 12 lowered his head even lower. How is your mother's health recently? Lin Yi thought of concubine Tang, and it was a pity. Why did she have to be his father's concubine? What a waste of talent. Thanks to my brother. Old 12 smiled and said, my mother is very good. A few days ago, she specially performed a play for concubine Yuan, about how old lady Shui led the female generals of the Yuan family to go to war. I know this. It is said that there are many opera troupes performing outside the palace. There are loyal ministers from ancient times to the present. How many people have such a broad mind? Your mother wrote it really well, and it was really thoughtful. Lin Yi even specially asked someone to copy the play. After reading it, he was impressed by concubine Tang's talent and admired her clever ideas. It not only praised the old lady Shui, but also implied admonition to concubine Yuan. I am afraid that her mother is too stupid to see the deep meaning of this play. Chapter 380 Wedding. Of course, more often than not, he also understood his mother, who was blinded by family affection. After all, her last name was Yuan. She had always been proud of being a member of the Yuan family. She would definitely not be able to go against her lifelong beliefs and do the so-called sacrifice of family for the greater good. You are too kind. My brother. Old 12 finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Yi say that. What his mother said was indeed right. Don't try to act like a perfect person in front of his brother. The more small flaws you have, the more his brother might like you. What does a prince want to do if he is not greedy, lustful, or lazy? He must have a big plan. Therefore, while he now believes in his mother, he also admires his sixth brother, the King of Dai. After the King of Dai entered the capital and gave up his military power, the first thing he did was to build a house. He thought his sixth brother was too much at first. The King of Dai's mansion was more luxurious than the He Palace. Moreover, the sixth brother also bought 2 farms around the capital. After that, he had fun every night and became a dissolute prince. In Ankang City, all the prostitutes in the brothels are proud to be able to perform in the Dai Wang mansion. Even being able to enter the Dai Wang mansion has become the standard for being the top prostitute. If you can't even enter the Dai Wang mansion, how can you be the top prostitute? Don't refuse the money given by the Wadden people. Lin Yi smiled and patted his shoulder and said, if you have money in your hands, you should eat and drink well. The world is miserable. There are not many beauties. You should enjoy life while you can. Don't count the romantic under the flowers. Your Majesty is right. Old 12 bowed. I will definitely listen to your teachings. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Yu Xiaoshu squatted on the steps, frowning, and looked at Lin Yi from time to time. Lin Yi said unhappily, if you have something to say it quickly. You will miss it if you miss it, Your Highness. Yu Xiaoshu muttered for a long time, but did not say a complete sentence. Hey, even a mute is better than you. Seeing that Yu Xiaoshu could not speak, Lin Yi looked at Jiao Zhong and said, you must know, so you should tell me. Jiao Zhong smiled and said, it's nothing. I just had a quarrel with my wife and haven't been home for 2 days. Lin Yi said puzzledly, Pang Zhiro is pregnant, so it's normal for her to have a bad temper. A big man, it's time to make a little bit. Be careful not to be a man. Hurry home when the meeting, don't cook here. Pang Geng's daughter, Pang Zhiro, and the extramarital marriage was promoted by him. Jiao Zhong saw the rest of the hour and still lowered his head and did not speak sidewalk. Lord Qi, Pang Geng's huge man is still in Saibei today. Pang Zhiro is a daughter, natural anxiety. Very much, forced to find out the news for the rest of the hour. Lin Yiliang hummed. It is true to think about adjusting her Lao Tzu back. Yes, yes. Lord. After hearing this sentence for the rest of the hour, Tung stood up. I don't know how to do it. Lin Yi laughed. Go back and tell your daughter-in-law, your old man is free to die. It is difficult to escape. Yes, your old man can leave his life. Already the grace of Wang Yi, don't be unsatisfactory. Jiao Zhong soothing. If your daughter-in-law? I don't know if I don't know, it's a bit over. Pang Geng and Jiang Yi, Liu Baixian, Ma Ji and others are the same, in the face of the power of the Sanha army. However, Jiang Yi, Liu Baixian and others were promoted step by step, while Pang Geng was directly deprived of his position as the general of Wuzhou and sent to the northern frontier. He dared to disobey the order in secret, which really made him ignorant of the depth of heaven and earth. He Jixiang did not kill him. Firstly, for the sake of stabilizing the military and civilians of Wuzhou, and secondly because he was Yu Xiaoshu's father-in-law. I know, Yu Xiaoshu said in a muffled voice. After Lin Yi turned around and left, Jiao Zhong said to Yu Xiaoshu, you are not that stupid. If you ask the prince for mercy directly, you don't know how it will end. Ah. Yu Xiaoshu hung his head and walked out of the Huang mansion. Damn it, fools have good fortunes. Jiao Zhong sighed. The wedding of the prince. The streets of the palace were packed with people. Jiang Yi and Zhang Mian led the soldiers to direct the traffic. Zhang Mian said, today, even the Prime Minister's sedan chair cannot come in. All park outside and walk in. Otherwise, the princess's carriage cannot come in, which will be troublesome. In addition, these outsiders cannot be allowed in. If these old masters in the court have any mishaps, it is not something we can bear. Be careful and cautious in everything. And don't be careless. Jiang Yi said. Don't worry. Sir, there will be a guard every 10 steps. And no one without a token will be able to enter today. Zhang Mian nodded. Someone will definitely set off fireworks at night. So we must strengthen patrols and be careful of fire. In fact, the best way is to ban the use of fireworks. But how can it be banned? People are celebrating the wedding of Prince He, and neither he nor He Jixiang dare to issue an order to ban the use of fireworks at will. What would Prince He think if he heard this? Near noon, firecrackers rang out. Lin Yi, now the leader of Daliang State, had to be like a puppet, being manipulated by the ants arranged by his mother. What clothes to wear, and what etiquette to follow were all decided by them. He was dizzy and confused. After completing all the wedding procedures in a daze, he was already hungry. After greeting the guests for a while, he began to feast. After that, someone raised a toast, and he accepted it. In the end, he didn't know how much wine he had drunk. When he woke up the next day, he lifted the light curtain in front of him. The sunlight had penetrated the window lattice and shone softly into the room. He saw Hu Mei sitting upright on the chair, with her phoenix crown and bridal robe still neatly arranged on her body. Lin Yi slapped his head in annoyance and said, Don't drink and drive. Don't drink and drive. I shouldn't be so greedy. Your Highness. Mingwei helped Lin Yi down from the bed and said with a smile, You were so happy yesterday. You drank too much. I was drunk and passed out. After saying that, Lin Yi looked at Hu Miei with a frosty face and said with a smile, You didn't sleep all night? Hu Miei said, I dare not spare your Highness's peace. Very good. After hearing this, Lin Yi's face suddenly fell. Since the princess is energetic, learn etiquette from the ants. When you enter the palace later, it will be bad if you offend the nobles. After hearing this, Humieli's face changed drastically. Before entering the princely mansion, she had suffered enough from the ants in the palace, and naturally knew how powerful they were. However, she couldn't disobey Lin Yi directly, so she could only bite the bullet and said, "I understand." She was afraid that the ants were standing outside the door at this moment, so she spoke more carefully than before. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, and after washing up, he ate 2 bowls of lotus seed porridge in one breath. Jiao Zhong ran in and said, "Your Majesty, Princess, the carriage is ready." Lin Yi washed his hands and said, "Let's go." Enter the palace. According to the rules, after the wedding, he had to go to the palace to pay his respects to his father, the emperor, and his mother.